At West Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Thursday to all of you. Happy, I know a lot of you still, I know a lot of you Cougs especially, although it's a night game. I know a lot of you out there still find excuses on Thursday and Friday of this week to not go to work, to go find a good sports bar somewhere. I used to take the day off. As we welcome everybody in, thank you for joining us here. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. I used to just openly just take vacation days on the first 2 days of March Madness. I loved the fire hose of basketball.
When you say openly, you would just tell your employer, I'm taking it off because it's the tournament.
Absolutely,
yeah. I mean, it's no different than taking off a couple days to go to Cancun or something.
That's right. No, that's right. But a lot of people...
You got the kind of boss that's like, wait a second, you're taking 2 days off to watch basketball. Quit that job.
Right.
Today.
Right.
Quit it.
Yeah.
You should have already given them notice that you're going to take a vacation and everything.
Yeah. I think it's one of those things... Because you're not going somewhere luxurious, sometimes people go to Vegas for this thing or whatever, but people are like, you know what, I'm going to call in sick, or I'm going to have a sales meeting throughout the afternoon on Thursday or Friday, that kind of thing.
Have a vasectomy.
I actually did that. I got my vasectomy back in 2002. Mm-hmm. And I went in for the initial consultation sometime in February, and he's like, well, when would you like to schedule this? And it was right after he had told me that the aftermath, and it may have changed. Now they do it with lasers and everything else. Back then they had basically a gigantic knife that chopped your groin in half. More or less.
That's how they did it back in the day.
That's how they did it back in my day. But they said you would need to be on the couch uninterrupted. Nobody's allowed to come up and jump on you or have you do anything or whatever. You have to rehabilitate for 3 days. Mm-hmm. And I said, well, this sounds perfect, because my kids at the time were 4, 4, and 3. And I was like, oh, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
It's hard for the kids to follow instructions in a situation like that sometimes.
It is, and that's where the ex-wife comes in and says, you can keep these kids away from me. I'm going to go watch basketball in this room. You keep them the hell out of this room.
Door locked.
Yes. And so I went and got it done at 8 a.m. the Thursday of March Madness, and by 11 a.m., I'm bebopping and scotting on the couch with a big bag of frozen peas on my crotch watching Duke and Coppin State. Or something like that.
Do you do that as opposed to when you normally just sit there with a bag of frozen peas on your crotch? Are they medical grade? Is it something you have to get through your insurance company or something?
No. They didn't even need to be brand name. They didn't need to be
your everyday peas on the groin.
I just went generic. It was King Supers. King Supers was my supermarket in Denver. I got it done in Denver when I lived there. No, just some generic King Super bag of peas on the crotch.
So when you do that, though, are you able to enjoy the basketball as much? Is it you're not in a lot of discomfort as long as you don't overexert yourself.
As long as you don't move, yeah. At that point,
that's the hard part. Is that you got to like a dog with a cone over its ears. Everything will be fine as long as you don't mess with things.
Yeah, as it turns out, having people just come serve me my food and sit on the couch. Yeah. That was something I got very acclimated to for those 3 days.
After I had my hernia surgery, I just went ahead and did the radio show, and that was the same thing probably. It wasn't all that uncomfortable as long as I didn't overexert myself.
That's it.
I did it from home, laying in bed, talking to you with got frozen peas on my groin.
You got some pain. Did you have frozen?
Yeah. Oh, I'm an ice pack or whatever it was.
Yeah. So that was my jam, man. Back in the day, I loved Thursday. I still like it, but it just I would anticipate it like Christmas Day, and it's just not like that anymore for me.
Yeah, well, it's different. I mean, it's just the build-up just isn't the same.
No.
It's luckily we're lucky enough to have a relevant local team.
Yes.
But if you don't have a relevant local team, then it really it just doesn't have the same allure that it used to.
9:10 tonight, Cougs in Idaho. So that's when it gets kicked off or tipped off here. Instead, Seth, it's really a good thing that we've got an NBA team that's just so riveting.
I know.
Right
if
now.
you need somebody that you can really latch your hopes and dreams to, just get aboard that train.
Yeah.
And watch how many straight times have the Lakers beat the Lakers beat the Rockets?
Oh, I don't know. Well, the Rockets beat them earlier this year. This was for the tiebreaker between the two teams. So they
Oh, you know what? In my mind, it's you know what's screwing me up, Sean? Because I read this right beforehand, and you're right. Like obviously they didn't get swept in the series.
Yeah.
But they keep putting it in articles and in the headlines. Lakers win their 7th straight versus the Rockets, which is a very confusing headline because it means that they've won 7 straight.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean they've won 7 straight matchups with the Rockets.
No, just the last 2 have been with the
This
Rockets.
is where sometimes when I read the paper, I'm like, I wish it would just all go to AI. Because this doesn't make any sense.
Right.
AI would be like, that could be confusing, actually.
Right.
Do you mean, yeah.
Right. It should just say Lakers beat the Rockets. This is their 7th straight win on the season. So you're right. That wording is confusing. The thing about last night's game, aside from staying up for the whole damn thing again, I'm such a sap. 124 to 116. If you're just getting up, the Rockets lose. This was just there's nothing about the way the Rockets play. I mean, look, it was still not a beautiful night offensively or anything like that. They only turned the ball over 11 times. This isn't one of those Sean and Seth come in and we're lamenting a 27 turnover performance where 19 of the turnovers were live ball turnovers. It just the guy got stripped at the top of the key and off the other team goes on a 3-on-1 the other way. They only turned the ball over 11 times. This was your garden variety loss, and this might be the most depressing part of all about all this, because when you turn the ball over 20-some-odd times in a game, you can look at it and go, okay, well, just stop doing stupid things, and you're going to be a pretty good basketball team. This is one where they fell behind. They didn't play very good defense in the first half. They gave up 67 points in the first half, and they were down by 11 at half. They bounced back. They took a lead in the fourth quarter. It was back and forth, and then their stars were better than our stars at the end of the game. It was just sort of your garden variety. Oh, okay, there's one more team that's in a 7-game series probably better than the Houston Rockets.
If you weren't so disgusted with the Rockets as so many people are right now, I think you might look at that game. Let's say if it were happening earlier in the season or something, and Jabari Smith Jr. and Amon Thompson played well. Kevin Durant and the offense in general, I think, responded a lot better to when they doubled Durant. They got they got into some action, and it looked more like they knew what to do.
Yep.
And in those situations, so maybe that is, if you were going to try to be an optimist about this, okay, maybe there is some evidence that they're going to have a better plan or a better reaction to when teams do that, as they inevitably will versus Kevin Durant.
Yep.
It's the second time facing that team in 3 days, and maybe it's as simple as, okay, yeah, when they get a little a preview of exactly how they might need to respond to it, then they can do it. Yeah, guess what? This is what every team's been doing against you.
Yeah.
Get it better. Damn it.
Well, and Kevin Durant was just, other than a burst early in the second half, he was kind of invisible out there. I mean, he only shot the ball 11 times. Kevin Durant took the 5th most field goal attempts of any. Well, actually, so check that. Reed Shepherd. Kevin Durant took the 6th most field goal attempts of anybody on the team.
But I think that's a little bit, though, of how it's going to have to be at times when teams are focusing all their attention on Kevin Durant, which is going to happen.
Yeah.
You got to get the ball out of his hands and get other people involved.
Yeah. They're just. You felt it last night. They're not a very deep team. Dorian Finney-Smith and Josh Okogie get the minutes they do. Clint Capella only played 3 minutes last night. Your top guy off the bench right now, because Fred VanVleet's out for the season, Steven Adams is out for the season. Your top guy off the bench is an undersized guy who, if he's not knocking down his threes, there's not much else he brings to the table in Reed Shepherd. So, he's 4 of 12 last night, 3 of 8 from 3. Which 3 of 8's not horrible or anything like that, but it's just the stars came out last night for the Lakers. They had Luka. LeBron dialed up a 2013 LeBron performance. LeBron was 13 of 14 from the field, and not all of those were dunks. He knocked down a couple big threes early in the game.
Yeah.
The first shot of the game, the first field goal attempt of the game was a corner 3 from LeBron James. He had 30 points last night on 13 of 14. DeAndre Ayton had 16 points on 8 of 10, and Luka was fantastic last night, including the daggers at the end of that game that took it from being a one-possession game to being a three-possession game. He had 40 points. I spent most of my night cursing Nico Harrison for trading Luka Doncic to the damn Lakers.
Just because Doncic was there in his existence. Okay.
Yeah. So, 5th place right now,
What's
Seth.
Nico doing now? Just collecting his guaranteed contract?
Definitely doing that, for sure. Probably a consultant. That's usually what they do. They go find something to go consult people
All it says
about.
in Wikipedia is that he's a former he's a basketball executive and former player who was president of basketball operations and GM of the Mavericks.
Right.
So he's in limbo right this moment.
Yeah. That's last
That's
night.
one. It's unfortunate, man. That's one reason not to go. That's one reason to live in fear of going viral with any kind of comment. Is that any fan base now knows him as the guy that acts like winning the lottery with a 2% chance of winning the lottery was
the way to go.
All part of the plan.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mortgage paid.
You can see what the vision was.
Yep.
Was for us to just having a ridiculously good stroke of luck in the lottery.
Trade away, give away an MVP candidate, and then win Cooper Flag in the lottery. Reed Blankenship met with the media yesterday, Seth, one of the newest Houston Texans, shifting gears away from that Rockets game last night. He jumped on a Zoom with a bunch of the media, and I like this. This is something you and I talked about earlier this week. Reed Blankenship had already kind of talked about coming to the Texans on his own podcast. This gave the Houston media a chance to ask some questions. And he's already talked about this before that Zoom call, which was, hey, this is the first time I've really felt wanted in my entire football career, including getting recruited out of high school. He played at Middle Tennessee State, and he was undrafted by the NFL. He talked about the phone call, the Zoom call that he had with D'Amico Ryans.
I'm going through free agency, so I really didn't know how it worked. But my agent was giving me live updates, and it seemed like Houston was always the top team keeping in contact with my agent. And I guess it's this new thing now where teams have the ability to call 5 players during the free agency. So I got a call from D'Amico, and just hearing what he had to say, and I could tell that he wanted me, and I could tell that he really liked me as a player. And obviously we haven't met truly in person, but I feel like he knows what my character is and what my personality is. So you could tell that he really wanted me and really liked me. And after we hung up, I was with my wife, and I'm like, I really feel like Houston really wants me. And that honestly felt like the first time in my whole career, NFL career, that somebody really wanted me as a player and as a person to come and perform for them.
Okay, we should we just real quick, Seth. We should lay out for people who don't know what he's talking about with the 5 calls, real quick. Before, you weren't allowed to talk to any of the other team's free agents during the legal tampering period. It's called the Bill O'Brien rule. He couldn't talk to Brock Osweiler back in the day. Now you can have a Zoom call with up to 5 free agents from other teams, and he obviously was one of them for the Texans.
So there's a little bit of they really like me.
Yeah.
I'm one of their top 5 guys that they'd like to discuss.
Yes.
In the pool of guys who aren't going to have a bunch of offers on the table like immediately at 12:01 p.m. Cool.
I would love to know who the other 4, if the Texans used all 5 and who they were on. That would be really interesting to know.
That part of it, though, too, I mean, a lot about Reed Blankenship totally fits the mold of the guys that they have in their secondary there. You want guys that are football junkies, guys that play the game a certain way, play with their hair on fire is what D'Amico would always say that first couple of years. And I think he is that guy. The part, too, that I'm guilty of this is that I sometimes forget that D'Amico played a really good chunk of time there in Philadelphia. And it's with a different coaching staff and everything.
4
but
seasons.
Howie Roseman was still there. So whatever intel perhaps that D'Amico might have had just from conversations with anybody at all in Philadelphia, the word of mouth is really good on Reed Blankenship.
Oh, yeah.
But from Reed Blankenship's perspective, I think about this with David Montgomery. David Montgomery sounds really excited to come to Houston because he could tell from his experience just practicing against the Texans, and then from watching him, that's the kind of environment he'd want to be in. And it seems like they've got a really good culture up there in Detroit. The Eagles are an interesting franchise because they've had a lot of success, but I couldn't tell you what their culture is in terms of, man, it seems like there's always drama up there.
Yeah, it does.
There might be a part of Reed Blankenship that he would never say this out loud, but It seems like everybody gets along down there. I know you don't hear a lot of reports about drama out of Philadelphia or out of Houston and everything. He's coming from a place where everybody just seems to be bipolar at any given time. The quarterback won't talk to anybody. The star receiver wants to get out. Yeah. Sirianni is flipping out on fans and everything. He might just be like, hey, I'm just a nice kid from Tennessee that just wants to play football and not have to deal with all this
or
stuff.
It's like when you've been in you don't know anything else. You were born into a dysfunctional family. You don't really know anything else because he's only been on Philly his entire time in the NFL. And he has a conversation with D'Amico. Now it's like a new girlfriend or something. Like, wow, her family is they got their act together. They all like it. They like having dinner with each other. They spend holidays together.
Yeah.
My Lord, yeah.
He's probably going to show up kind of the first few days wondering, like, where's the next drama?
Yeah.
And everybody's going to be like, there's not really all that much drama here, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. And we actually had some drama last year. He was your predecessor from the Eagles that we acquired.
That's right.
We got rid of him after 3 games.
Yeah, D'Amico was like, so you hang out with CJ GJ a lot? What's the deal?
Yeah, that was the first question on the Zoom call. Oh, man. Here's one more from Reed Blankenship saying, man, I can't believe I'm coming to play. This defense is legit. I've been watching them. Can't wait to play for them.
Watching Houston fly around at times, I'm like, dang, this defense is legit. And, fast forward to being able to play for them now, I'm like, man, that is crazy that somebody like a team like that wants me to come in and to perform at a high level. And, it speaks volumes. I feel like with me coming into this defense, like, I feel like I can give everybody a sense of calmness. That's part of my game. I want to be the communicator out there. I don't want to step on anybody's toes at all, but I want everybody just to play free, and play free, have fun, and at the end of the day, just go and hit dudes. That's just part of defense. And I've always been coached like an old school type coach, and I've been born and raised to go run and hit dudes for a living. So I feel like this is a great fit. I know there's a bunch of dogs in the secondary, linebackers, D-line everywhere. So super, super excited, super stoked for this, and just ready to build that relationship between all the levels.
Sounds like a guy who can't believe he's in the NFL still, 4 years in.
It is like that, though, too. I can remember even just when I came to Houston, I'd been in the NFL for 5 years, but you've only been on one team, and you talk to guys about what it's like elsewhere and everything, but I didn't feel like a real veteran until I got to a different team where all of a sudden people are looking at me like a veteran, and the coaches are treating me like a veteran, and these aren't the guys that drafted me or anything. There's no dad strength or big brother strength from some of the older veterans. So it's cool. It's cool, and a lot of guys go through that. I think the interesting thing about Blankenship is that he's coming from a scheme in Philadelphia where there is a huge emphasis on not allowing big plays. And so Vic Fangio is wired a little bit differently, has a different philosophy without even getting into the scheme, just a different philosophy than D'Amico to a certain extent. And that's the one area where the Texans weren't elite last year. Amongst the really good defenses, they weren't. They were not as good as the other elite defenses at not allowing big plays. So Blankenship and coming in, maybe haven't been exposed to that world, maybe has a little bit of a different mindset and can balance some things out and add to the mix in that way. Like the Eagles last year, they weren't great at it. They had a letdown in a lot of ways, but they were 8th best in terms of not allowing big plays, where the Texans were 17th in big plays allowed.
Upper quartile.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Great to be with you. All right, the Texans offseason, I think it's been decent so far. I think it's been good. I think Nick Caserio has made some good moves in free agency, trades, etc. A set of post-free agency power rankings came out yesterday. I think I know exactly how the narrative around the Texans is going to play out as we lead up to training camp, including with C.J. Stroud. This is exactly what I think the yellow brick road up to the season is going to look like. I'll tell you what that is coming up next. But the yellow brick road to you getting that reputation once again in her group chat.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
So it's interesting, Seth. The moves the Texans have made in free agency. I've been looking at a lot of the, some of the national articles and things like that. Grades on free agency. All the stuff Nick Caserio loves. Report cards on things that haven't played out. Even like step 1 of 100 hasn't even played out yet, really. The signing is the only thing that's happened so far.
Before we get into some of the questions that they raise in some of these grades, the one thing that's angered me the most is in a lot of the grades I'll see, even in some of the ones. One was Frank Schwab gave the Texans like a C- or something, which is cool. I don't worry about the grade. But he said they signed Reed Blankenship, which didn't seem to be a glaring need for the Texans defense. And that annoyed me because Texans fans will tell you, it was like the only glaring need for the defense. It was weird. But yes, the Texans did have a glaring need. It was amazing that they did as well as they did while shuffling through 6 different safeties to play opposite Kalen Bullock. So other than that, I think by and large, a lot of the grades that I looked at this weekend all said the same thing we were saying, which is you'd like to see him address the interior offensive line at least a little bit. And then they did.
Yeah, they addressed it, I thought, pretty well. What made me think of this was 2 things. One, you and I were going through the odds yesterday on the AFC. Yeah. And I think that if you had looked at the postseason and the way the Texans went out in the postseason, yes, they were one of the final 8 teams standing again. And they've been that way. They've been there several times, including each of the last 3 seasons. But the way they went out, I think, just cast so much doubt at the time on, okay, what's the ceiling for this team? If this team's going to have poor quarterback play, then what's the ceiling for the Houston Texans? And as these things tend to do, as time goes on, that New England game gets further in the rearview mirror. Teams start to make moves in free agency. They make trades. They address needs. I think the Texans, if you look at the Texans coming out of that New England game and coming out of the season in general, you'd say, yeah, the issues are definitely on the offensive side of the ball. And CJ is sort of on a separate burner because they're not going to replace him. You got to hope he gets better. We'll talk more about that at 7 o'clock. But the way I looked yesterday, there were on NFL.com, Eric Edholm had his post-free agency power rankings. Mm-hmm. And I mentioned that you and I had looked at the odds board yesterday, either on the air or off the air. I can't remember which. And the Texans were 4th or 5th in the AFC, which that didn't feel like what they were at the end of the season. And in fact, the 2 teams that were playing in the AFC title game were behind them on the odds board in the AFC as of yesterday or 2 days ago, whenever it was. Okay, that's interesting. And they were ahead of Jacksonville, the Texans were, who won the division last year. The Texans were a wild card team. These power rankings from Eric Edholm, Texans are 8th in the power rankings in the NFL, post-free agency, in the entire league. Yeah, that was AFC. We were talking about AFC odds, you and I. This is for the entire league. So they're in the top quartile of the league, and Edholm says the Texans have been busy adding veteran pieces all over the place, including the O-line. I don't think they'll be out of the O-line business when the draft rolls around. He talks about all the draft capital they have. After adding some depth on defense, trading for David Montgomery, they even dealt for a punter. It feels like the offensive line, defensive line, and wide receiver may be the most pressing spots of need. Houston isn't too far off. This is the big one. Houston isn't too far off of the formula Seattle just used to win a Super Bowl last year.
Yeah. That I think the part that I would disagree in this is that he says the pass protection issues last season might have blurred our view of what this team is capable of. I think really it was the pass protection wasn't as much of an issue as their inability to really effectively run the football. And I know that, yes, the passing game is way more important than the run game these days, but there's a limit to that. And it's rare for quarterbacks to have good seasons when you've got one of the worst rushing attacks in the league. It's still an essential element. It might not be the driving force for most teams these days, but it's still an essential element, and the Texans were completely unable to do that. I think that's where, when you talk about the offensive line, when you talk about the running back, all of those things, and then how it affects CJ, just by virtue of having a competent rushing attack, there'll be a much better offense. It makes pass protection that much easier. Mm-hmm. It makes CJ's job that much easier. And I think that's the thing that really tips them over the edge in my mind, as long as CJ doesn't just turn into an absolute mess the way he did in the postseason.
Yeah, and there's we know nothing about what CJ has been doing this offseason, other than I'm sure he's been working. We don't know what it's going to look like when he comes back. I do think this is where I was going with the segment, is that I think the bottom line, I can see the direction this is going with the Texans. The experts really seem to like their offseason. There's a clear message that they need to become a more physical football team, and they've gone out and got guys with physical reputations.
Yeah.
They've gone out and gotten guys who you can turn on the tape, and there are clip after clip of them mauling people, or in the case of David Montgomery, running over people, or even on defense in the case of Reed Blankenship, very physical football player, but mostly on the offensive side. This is how it's going to go this offseason leading up to training camp, is strong moves in free agency. The defense is still elite. Nick will do fine in the draft. They got a lot of draft capital, so they'll be one of the more intriguing teams. They've got 4 of the top 69 picks, so it's hard not to get a good grade on your draft when you've got that much draft capital, and he may swap around and pick up more along the way. The biggest thing, I think, is that CJ's going to be coming back, new haircut and all.
Yeah.
Saying all the right things. And
not a single one of these grades mentioned CJ's new haircut.
Right.
Just horrible malpractice by these writers.
But we've seen this story before, is that, okay, CJ's going to be the biggest story nationally with this team. Has he recovered mentally and psychologically from throwing 4 interceptions in a half in a playoff loss against a team that, quite honestly, the Texans are, I think, top to bottom roster-wise, a better team than. Your quarterback lost that game by and large that day. There will be features written about CJ 2.0 and what his offseason has looked like, what he did differently this offseason than the last couple off seasons. And I think people are going to lap that up. And I'm not sure that I'm not so sure the AFC isn't going to look as chaotic this year again as it did last year with the Mahomes injury and with the new coaches in Baltimore and Buffalo.
You know, it's funny because I think people paint with too broad a brush about the issues that the Chiefs have right now, because they'll talk about the Mahomes injury as if the Chiefs had been awesome before he got injured. They were 6-6 headed into that game versus the Texans. Then they lose at home in a primetime game to the Texans. They had multiple starting offensive linemen out in that game. Yes, that's all true. But they haven't been the peak version of the Chiefs offense in 4 years now. It's been, these last 3 seasons, it's been a steady decline as to just how scary they are offensively. Mahomes still works magic in the fourth quarter, and you can't discount that. But and then you take a look at how the defense for the Chiefs last year, before Mahomes got injured, was just not as scary a defense. They were still a top quartile defense, I'd say.
Yeah.
They were a top quarter of their league defense, but they weren't making the impact plays that a guy like Pat Mahomes can capitalize on. So I like that Ed Home had the Chiefs ranked 14th or 15th.
Yeah.
Because the Chiefs are ahead of the Texans in Super Bowl odds on pretty much every odds board I look at. But I feel like that might be driven more by public perception than anything else.
That's 100% the public. Yeah. I guess my overall point with this is that throughout last season, during the season, you know, CJ wasn't great, obviously, during the regular season, but the defense was next level. The defense, and in that Buffalo game in Week 12 is, I think when really people nationally sat up and said, wow, okay, this team in this AFC might be able to ride that defense to the Super Bowl. I think come training camp, I think there's going to have been enough cleansing of C.J. Stroud's playoff performance through what the Texans have done this offseason, and I think these power rankings are indicative of that, to where I think they're going to be viewed once again as what they were viewed late in the season last year in this AFC.
Look at and this is where it's hard to evaluate the Patriots because they had such a ridiculously easy schedule. But by and large, I think you look at how the team from the AFC that would make the Super Bowl was going to make the Super Bowl. By the end of the season, you could see, okay, Drake May wasn't doing anything special at all in the playoffs. It was going to be a team that was driven by the defense. It was going to be the Broncos. It was going to be the Patriots. It was going to be the Texans that was going to be in the Super Bowl. That was a year where in the AFC, a really good defense was going to be enough. Yeah. And you just can't count on that every year. No,
that's an outlier. Big outlier.
Now it's very possible that Lamar Jackson never returns to his peak form. It's very possible that the Chiefs aren't going to either. Who knows what happens as the Bills make drastic changes and basically just get rid of the head coach and nobody else. Like that was the Bills didn't make any. The Bills are the same team, just with a different guy as the head coach.
Well,
same offensive coordinator. Yeah,
a different guy who's been in the building the last few years.
That's what I mean.
Like
it's not a different guy.
Yeah, they didn't even go out and get a different voice from outside the building.
Right. Yeah, I'm saying I was being sarcastic with the drastic part. Yeah. They're running it back just without the same head coach.
Right.
So. It could happen again, but yeah, by and large, in any given year, you can't just expect that you're going to ride your defense to a Super Bowl appearance.
Nope. So that's how I think that's going to play out. We'll see. If you've got thoughts on that, text in Base Power text line 713-572-4610. We'll hear from one of the newest Texans in headlines. Reed Blankenship met with the media yesterday. What did it sound like when D'Amico Ryans had that Zoom call with him? A new rule change proposal officially dropped yesterday. We'll get into that in headlines. We got some Astros notes from Wednesday, including news on Jeremy Pena. We will get to all of that in headlines coming up next.
Hey, the tournament is back. Upsets.
10. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to headlines. Let's start with the Rockets. They lose last night, 124-116 to the LA Lakers. The two biggest games of the year so far, just given how the year has unfolded, to where there's a tippy-top tier of the Western Conference. It's Oklahoma City, then there's a drop-off, then San Antonio, then a drop-off, and then a gaggle of teams. This was a good two games, 2 games in 3 days for the Lakers. They come into Houston. They beat the team that they were essentially neck and neck with in the standings twice on their home floor. And now the Lakers are up 2.5 games on the Rockets, and it put a little bit of separation now between 3 and 4 in the Western Conference. In fact, the Rockets this morning, they wake up, Seth, 5th in the Western Conference. If the playoffs were to start today, the Rockets would be on the road to start the postseason, starting as the 5 seed in the Western Conference.
You know what's getting annoying to me right now, and we've talked about this a couple times when it comes up, is people around the league acting like they've got a hot take when they say that they don't think the Rockets are a contender. I'm like, yeah, thanks. Thanks for paying attention,
No. The hot take is saying they are a contender. Carmelo Anthony, we'll play that later.
Oh, really? Oh, he still says...
Carmelo Anthony had a hot take that the Rockets are they are one of the teams to beat in the Western Conference, and was literally within the same 40-second clip talked out of it by, of all people, Tracy McGrady.
Oh, no kidding. Really?
Yeah. That's the hot take.
Is Carmelo showing up? Is Carmelo in the media a lot now, or is he just showing up on podcasts and stuff?
Well, this was definitely on a set somewhere.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I don't know if it might have been on ESPN. So, anyways, but they lose last night. The Rockets do 124-116. Can't blame the turnovers. They only turned the ball over 11 times. This was just their stars were better than the Rockets' stars last night. Luka Doncic had 40. LeBron James turned the clock back. He had 30. And the Rockets, they lose 124-116.
I think this is, if you tried to look at this game in isolation and forget everything you know or anything, I might, if I came into this game and you said, okay, they don't have a point guard, they don't have Steven Adams, or they don't have Fred VanVleet, they don't have Steven Adams, what are they going to do when teams decide to attack Kevin Durant? I was like, okay, you know what? They did some good things. I thought that they try to double Durant. He'd get the ball out of his hands, and they'd run a play. That part was good. They didn't turn the ball over a whole bunch. Okay, we look like we've got the makings of something. I don't know. Maybe I got an extra hour of sleep last night, and I'm feeling optimistic about things. I feel like you could look at this as, all right, they played more fundamentally sound basketball. They just got outplayed in this game.
I gotta look at their
schedule.
schedule.
If I try to forget everything that happened before, there's nothing for me to get as angry about in this game as I have in previous bad games.
That's definitely the case, because I was pissed on Monday at that game, 17-12 in the fourth quarter. All right, headlines. We'll keep it moving. This is Reed Blankenship, one of the newest Houston Texans, safety, met with the media yesterday and shared this anecdote of getting on the Zoom call with D'Amico Ryans.
I'm going through free agency, so I really didn't know how it worked. But my agent was giving me live updates, and it seemed like Houston was always the top team, keeping in contact with my agent. And I guess it's this new thing now where teams have the ability to call 5 players during the free agency. So I got a call from D'Amico, and just hearing what he had to say, and I could tell that he wanted me, and I could tell that he really liked me as a player. And obviously we haven't met truly in person, but I feel like he knows what my character is and what my personality is. So you could tell that he really wanted me and really liked me. And after we hung up, I was with my wife, and I'm like, I really feel like Houston really wants me. And that honestly felt like the first time in my whole career, NFL career, that somebody really wanted me as a player and as a person to come and perform for them.
This was flat out recruiting, Seth. This is like getting a college kid to sign with you.
Yeah, I feel like D'Amico may want to talk to his parents or something, maybe too. Let him know that their son was going to be in good hands.
His grandma. Yeah.
We're going to make him go to school. We're going to make him go to class, Grandma. Don't worry about that. Okay, he'll be. We're going to keep tabs on him.
Felt like, man.
You can trust us with your son.
That's right.
If there's one thing about the Texans right now, as it's constructed, and defensively especially, I think they have really good position coaching, and on the offensive side of the ball, what you're hoping is that Cole Popovich becomes one of those guys that's just a really good offensive line coach. And where I'm headed with this in terms of, okay, how does D'Amico Ryans maintain being one of the better teams in the NFL over a long period of time? A lot of times it really does come down to, do you have one of those guys that an offensive line coach that really doesn't have designs on being an offensive coordinator? He just loves coaching O-line, and that's what he wants to be. On the defensive side of the ball, Rod Wright is a really good defensive line coach. Does he have designs or aspirations to be a defensive coordinator? I hope not. There's a lot of guys that have been just badass defensive line coaches that have been parts of great defenses over and over and over again, as long as they just want to be defensive line coaches, because you can retain them as long as you keep paying them. Pay them, close to or as much as a defensive coordinator. Dino Vasso in the defensive backfield is that guy. I think he's a really good coach. Derek Stingley posted on social media a couple months ago about how he's the best in the business. And he got a few interviews as a defensive coordinator. I just hope in his heart of hearts, maybe Dino Vasso is that kind of guy that just likes being an awesome defensive backs coach.
Yeah.
And as long as the Texans are willing to pay handsomely to position coaches, they can retain those guys, because it's a vital ingredient into why that defense is so good, is the actual position coaches.
And why you hope the offense is going to make improvements, to your point on Cole Popovich. 100%. It's a great point. NFL news from yesterday. The Browns made it official, Seth. They officially proposed a rule change whereby teams could trade draft picks, draft capital. Right now the rule is you can't trade draft capital more than 3 years out. So right now you couldn't trade a pick further out than 2028. The Browns are proposing you expand that to 5 years out.
Yeah.
I joked yesterday, I retweeted that and said, well, it's ironic the Cleveland Browns are proposing amending the rule that would have prevented them from giving the Texans 5 first-round picks for Deshaun Watson.
I loved the response to this that I saw on social media, because there are times in life where even red-blooded, free market Americans will say, hold on a second, we need a little bit of regulation here.
Yeah.
This is, Texas, I can't remember what the tweak is. Texas has a real estate law that basically prevents valuations from getting ridiculously out of hand. And it helped Texas handle the real estate crisis better, because it kind of keeps people, it keeps a check on their irrational exuberance. And somebody will tell us on the text line what that is. But likewise, you saw people from the Browns fan base saying, God, please no. Please protect us from ourselves on this.
Well, this is interesting. So listening to Cleveland on the way in this morning, as I do fairly frequently, because I did want to hear what they thought about this. They brought up a good point, which is, and it stems from the Deshaun Watson trade, which is, what this actually could allow teams to do is, instead of it being 3 first-round picks in consecutive years, you can trade 2026, 2028, and 2030. It's
in the NBA.
It's still 3 first. Well, the NBA teams are forced to do it that way because they're not allowed to trade. But this would allow at least sane teams to go, look, we don't want to take the entire hit of our future part of our team in 3 straight years and have our fan base have no reason to have hope in the draft.
Right.
Spread it out over time. Intentionally,
It's good. It'd be good for sane teams.
Teams.
But there's some teams that need to be protected from
that'll trade 5
GMs.
first-round picks.
Right.
Yes.
I would say if you do that, put some kind of regulation on it.
Yeah, maybe.
And I do. I like things to be wide open as much as possible, but there are there's times where if you're in the NFL, if you're trying to keep some kind of level the playing field, that you gotta protect some teams and GMs from themselves.
Totally.
I don't like it. I am a champion. I am Stalin. I am Joseph Stalin when it comes to this.
The people do not know what they want.
They do not.
I know what they want.
Yes.
And need.
Yes.
Hey, real quick, Jeremy Pena is throwing and will swing a bat this weekend, opening day. has not been ruled out. And I am glad that this is the case, Seth, because this makes me less angry at my new friend, the World Baseball Classic, which I enjoyed over the last several days. So that's the latest news from the Astros. But then there's Zach DeZenzo, whose elbow flared up in the World Baseball Classic, and he can't throw right now. So there is that. Josh Hader threw a bullpen yesterday. He'll throw again this weekend. Those are your headlines from Men's T Clinic. All right, biggest questions still facing the Texans after the first day of free agency. I've got 4 of them. If you've got more, text in 713-572-4610, and we'll throw them onto the pile here. Biggest questions. I got 4 of them facing the Texans after the first 10 days of free agency. If you feel like you've got questions about yourself, your health, why am I feeling so
station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Seth, the texters on the base power text line have spoken. Carmelo Anthony is an analyst now for the NBA on their Peacock/NBC coverage. The Rockets-Lakers game was on Peacock on Monday. Now, it was also on Space City Home Network. Sorry, I watch Space City Home Network. I support local. Okay?
The NBA is the sport that I most enjoy. I think a lot of the studio shows. I think that there's something about the NBA and the way former players talk about it, and the ones that are actually paying attention. Some guys are still lazy, but the guys that pay attention, I think they're able to really get to the heart of the matter, and it's like in a way that you can't necessarily in the other sports. And I enjoy most studio shows. NFL studio shows I despise, but except for the Amazon halftime, the Amazon studio show I like. But they're usually breaking down one game.
Right.
The studio shows that are breaking down the entire league, then it gets everything so surface level. I guess maybe it's just because it's a smaller number of players and a smaller number of star players in the NBA. It's easier for guys to get to the heart of the matter and the things that really matter. Where in football, it could be a million different things.
Most of the NFL studio shows have too many people on them. That's my big thing. Like Fox has 6 guys sitting there or whatever. It's too many. It's too many voices.
No, in the NFL, the studio shows, frankly, they've got too many of them where there are a lot of guys on there that really aren't paying attention.
Right.
They've got 60-year-old coaches who have a bullet point or two that some intern gave them, and that's what they're going to say. And as long as they say it with a lot of emotion or something, that's their job.
The other reason I like the NBA studio shows, because I'm with you on that, is that they've got the highest get off my lawn factor of any of the studio shows.
Yeah.
They have the highest back in my day factor.
There's a big back in my day.
Yeah, and I'm entertained by it. Like I'm sure you and I come across that way sometimes, maybe to young people.
Because the back in my day in the NBA, I've got a certain taste for it. The problem is that I feel like Shaq and Charles are just constantly that way.
Yeah.
About anything involving big men, especially. And there's a point where you're like, all right, guys, but the game has changed, okay?
Yeah.
Can we talk about today's basketball game? It's different. Like I don't think it's funny because in football you think you'd get more of that, and I don't think there really is.
I don't either.
It's like, okay, you'll get people complaining. You'll get people complaining about the way the quarterbacks are protected.
Yeah.
And I actually like that because usually I think some of the biggest critics of the quarterbacks having it easy these days are guys like Troy Aikman or Tom Brady or others. So I kind of enjoy that those guys are doing it in such a way where they're still also talking about how it affects defenses and everything. They're not necessarily saying, back in my day, I'd sit there and they'd have, Reggie White would get to take 2 steps and then hit me. They're not trying to prop up their own toughness. They're just talking about the way it affects the game.
And I think the football studio guys legitimately like today's players, and I'm not so sure that the NBA guys like all of them,
There is a little bit more of the vein in the NBA where it feels like some of the guys hate the sport.
Yeah.
Like back in my day, we were tougher, and that's why today's game sucks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, there's probably part of Barkley, too, who probably undersold his services back in the day. Barkley took a lot of contracts that, in retrospect, were not good contracts. He probably watches a game like last night and sees, like, Rua Hachimura at the foul line, and he's making more than Charles made in his best years.
Yeah.
And there's probably a little bit of that, too. Now, Charles is doing fine now,
Baseball, I like the former players just because of the technical stuff and all the things that go into every time I watch them break down anything technical about a pitcher's approach or a batter's approach. Yeah. I'm reminded that there was no chance in hell I ever could have been a baseball player. My God, what a hard sport.
I know.
This is a very difficult sport to play.
Oh, my God. All right, 4 biggest questions still facing the Texans after the first 10 days of free agency. The first, and this is what made me think of this topic yesterday, Seth, is that, man, it's interesting how much this Wyatt Teller signing, at least perceptually, has kind of opened things up for what's possible in the draft now. That they've addressed, and granted, at the end of the day, it's just a 2-year deal for a 31-year-old guy. So it's not like long-term, this is some foundational thing. but for purposes of 2026 and 2027, I suppose, is they have addressed, maybe not full, they've addressed the interior of the offensive line. They went out and got Wyatt Teller. They got Braden Smith, who could slide over there if you need to. Even Evan Brown, who is a depth piece there and I think is going to compete at center. He might end up being your starting center for the team. It's really kind of shifted some things in terms of maybe priorities, or if we know Nick Caserio cringes at the notion of drafting for need, said last year, I don't even know what that means, even though we know full well he knows what it means.
He said
you
that,
asked
and then
him
he kind of
about
explained that there's a little bit of a sliding scale. That is how you
got him to open up about it, and tell the truth. But I do think I do think there is a best player available theme that goes on for sure. What direction they go in the draft, including do they move up, do they move back?
Yeah.
The draft became much more intriguing with what they did in free agency.
I think that if there's been a theme of this offseason, it's very clear that they want more physicality on offense. And every guy that they've signed so far seems to be a more physical version of the guys that they had before. So whether it's in the run game or otherwise, Foster Moreau is a really good pass protector by tight end standards. He's okay as a run blocker, but he's not like a George Kittle type or anything. But he's a more physical version of some of the tight ends they've had on the roster.
Yeah.
So I think that becomes less about which specific position they draft, but also maybe more that they're going to continue to try to make the offense more physical. So it becomes, all right, are they leaning more towards offense? Mm-hmm. Is that the tiebreaker? If you've got an offensive lineman that you really like and a defensive tackle that you really like, is that the tiebreaker now that, man, we need more physicality on offense? Let's take this guy. Let's take the offensive lineman instead of the defensive tackle.
Well, with what they've done in free agency on the offensive line and with the David Montgomery trade to address running back, they do really have an opportunity here now to go over the top in one of those two rooms. Go like, hey, look, a lot of these mock drafts had them taking 2, even 3 offensive linemen with those first 4 picks that they have. They've got picks 28, 38, 59, and 69. If they decide to use 28 and 38 or 28 and 59 on offensive linemen, and I think they still need to address center. I could really see a center being one of those picks. But if they use 2, man, and even 3, now all of a sudden you got this room that's just full of guys.
Yeah.
Similarly, if they were to use 38 or 59 on Jadarian Price if he's there, and now you've got a running back room that's David Montgomery, Woody Marks, and one of the top 3 rookie running backs.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden you've got room where we're not biting our nails over a guy, leaving a game in the middle of the game. I'm like, man, I hope this guy comes back next week. Otherwise it means, Damian Pierce is back in the mix, that kind of thing. I have zero issue with that. If they want to take a position, tight end, they like you said, Foster Moreau is more journeyman type, but he does fill a type for them at tight end.
Yeah.
If they want to if Kenyon Sadiq falls to them at 28 from Oregon and they use the pick there, I would be thrilled with something like that. So I think what they've done in free agency, I think really sets them up to go over the top at some of these positions if they want to.
Yeah, and I think that the signing of Wyatt Teller is really interesting. Partly because the way he is a good run blocker is different than the way a lot of guys are really good run blockers. And it's that he doesn't have a martial arts background in terms of he himself. He wasn't a high school wrestler or anything. But when I first really started paying attention to him, I thought this guy was definitely a high school wrestler because he uses leverage really well. Mm-hmm. What it actually is he had an assistant offensive line coach in Cleveland. I think his name's Scott Peters. I might be getting that wrong. But he's a former NFL offensive lineman who got into Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and ended up winning a couple championships in some form of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And when he started working with Wyatt Teller in Cleveland on exactly how to use his leverage and use his hands to create power, I think the MMA term is zero range power. Like it's where when you're in close quarters and you just torque a guy and you get him set up right. It's fun to watch. It's fun to watch Wyatt Teller's really good run plays because he'll do that thing where it looks like there's a stalemate and then all of a sudden the defensive lineman is on the ground. And it's very technique based and technique driven. I don't know how much of that Wyatt Teller can teach to the other guys on the offensive line, but it's kind of a force multiplier in terms of, okay, if you think you've got a physical guy, but then you add to this really extreme technique and hand placement and everything, it turns guys into monsters. And that's what happened with Wyatt Teller when he started working with him in Cleveland. I love that because it's technique. It's more than just a guy's measurables and everything. That's the kind of veteran that you have in the room that can work with younger guys. You take a draft pick and you add to that this kind of unorthodox technique amongst offensive linemen, you might really get the most out of him. I don't want to call him a player coach, but he could potentially be a real asset in that regard.
Scott Peters, you got it right.
Yeah.
Currently the offensive line coach for the Cincinnati Bengals, but he was in Cleveland 2020 through 2023, and this is what AI says, this is what Gemini says, playing a key role in developing one of the NFL's top rushing units under Bill Callahan, known for his tip of the spear techniques. Is that what it's called, Seth? Tip of the spear.
They're basically forcing all that power into just one spot, which is your hands.
He utilizes a unique background in MMA and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu to teach leverage and hand placement skills to offensive linemen. And then there's a video of him teaching it.
Yeah.
I need to pull some of the audio from that.
There's a lot of guys, especially with the offensive line and defensive line too, that because that's where I always with interior offensive and defensive linemen especially, that's where sometimes you can just see like, okay, I'm pretty sure this guy has a wrestling background. They just understand how to use leverage better.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know, like I wasn't a good enough athlete to have made it in the NFL. I don't think if I didn't have a wrestling background, because it really helped me in that regard. So when I see it on film, it's jarring. You're like, oh, wait a second, this guy knows something. And that was, Wyatt Teller started off at Buffalo and goes to Cleveland and was just kind of a guy. And then in 2020, I think it was his first All-Pro season. There's when he started working with Scott Peters.
I think 21 through 23 were his 3 Pro Bowl seasons.
2020, he was All-Pro, second-team All-Pro.
Oh, was he? Okay, gotcha. All right, there you go. So
he didn't make he did Daniil Hunter. He was second-team All-Pro, but didn't make the Pro Bowl.
In my mind, I was thinking of his Pro Football Reference page where they put the little star next to the season they made the Pro Bowl.
Yeah,
and he made the Pro Bowl the next 3 seasons after that. So he had all 4 of the years that Scott Peters was in the building, he was a great player for them.
It's one of the weird things about Cleveland that, as bad as they've been in this stretch of time, you look at the top interior offensive line free agents this year, and it was, okay, Kevin Zeitler, he was in Cleveland for a while. Bitonio, been with Cleveland his whole career. Wyatt Teller, for most of his career was in Cleveland.
Yep. Question number 2. So we're doing the 4 big questions still facing the Texans after the first 10 days of free agency. Number 1 was, what direction will they go in the draft? I think we figured out that they could go any direction in the draft. Number 2, how do they view Tank Dell? And I don't mean literally how do they view him like those of us viewing him making all these cuts and jukes on Twitter on video. Like literally right now as they look at they probably got a depth chart on the wall in one of their war rooms or something like that. Where is Tank Dell on that depth chart? Is he listed as a backup to one of the receivers right now, or is he being treated like sometimes you see injured guys on a depth chart like that, sort of off to the side in their own column in a different font or color over there?
Yeah.
Is Tank Dell viewed as somebody who is one of the 5 best receivers on this team right now? Or is he viewed as somebody that I think this would echo what a lot of people look at Tank Dell right now is like, if you get anything from Tank Dell, it's gravy based on the severity of the injury.
Yeah, I think
how do the Texans view him right
I think
now?
I think they have to look at it as that you really hope that it works out and you love Tank Dell, but the track record of guys coming back from injuries like that, especially when speed is their calling card, isn't all that great. It's not like it's never happened before or anything. The biggest thing he has going for him is that it happened to him while he was young. And, Joe Mixon had a really bad injury, Nick Chubb had a really bad injury like that, but came back from it the first time because he was young.
Yeah,
and then he had it again when he was older.
Yeah.
And it hasn't been as good because, he's really old by running back standards now. So that's it's very, very achievable and it's very possible, but I don't think you can bank on it until you see it happen.
Yeah. So that's question number 2. God, getting Tank back, man, just to something close to what he was would be incredible. Number 3, did they really replace Tommy Townsend with this guy? this Kai Kroger fella? Is this what they're rolling with at punter? Now, look, I'm not somebody who sits around watching footage of punters around the league. None of my fantasy leagues have the punter as part of the mix, as part of the calculus. But so I've not watched Kai Kroger, although Cody Stutes reminded me earlier this week, he was in camp with the Texans last year.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
For literally like one day.
Yeah.
And he was booming it in that one day that he was in practice.
They got that one little bit, and whatever Frank Ross saw of Kai Kroger in that one day, he put it in the back of his mind and thought, I'm going to keep an eye on this Kai Kroger.
Yeah.
You and I are both a fan of alliteration.
Yes.
So, if you want to be able to really, get excited about somebody with a name like Kai Kroger, that's a name worth getting excited over.
Well, and go Google Kai Kroger fake punts, and that'll get you excited as well, man. The guy throws dimes.
You know what? I mean, that's kind of one of those things where you could look at it and say, that's a stupid thing to base a decision on. But if you look at punters, if you put him into a big group of like, all right, he's a passable, acceptable punter.
Right.
He's no Shane Leckler or whatever, but we've got a guy that we're good at. That's potentially one or two games a year that can turn on a fake punt.
Absolutely.
If you've got that in your bag, and what does it do to teams when they have to anticipate a fake punt? How often, how much less frequently do they rush the punter? Perhaps that maybe they're thinking about it. Maybe they're thinking in 5-dimensional chess here a little bit of like, okay, his punting numbers are what they are, but he does have an effect on the punt return or the punt block unit just because they know that he's capable of these
Can't
throws.
set up their blocking the way they want to because they got to be cognizant of the fake and things like that for sure. I would say this is probably an indicator of where the Texans are roster-wise right now in terms of the depth or how they've addressed their needs, certainly how they've addressed their needs in free agency. Bill Barnwell of ESPN.com has a column or an article, a deep dive that dropped yesterday. And it's the biggest remaining issue for the 20 contenders in the NFL. I guess in Barnwell's mind, there's 20 teams that can win a Super Bowl and 12 that can't, Seth. So for the 20 teams that can win a Super Bowl, obviously the Texans are one of those teams. What's missing for each of those teams? Barnwell, who probably has at least as good a depth chart knowledge of all 32 teams. I don't agree with all of his opinions on certain players. What's missing? Punter. That's the Texans' big thing that's missing now.
That's a big missing thing. That's a good thing to go into the draft. Most GMs have a philosophy of you want to go into the draft without a glaring need.
To be able to field a team on a Sunday.
Yeah, you want to protect yourself from the urge to overdraft or overvalue somebody because you really, in the back of your mind, even though you're consciously telling yourself, no, we don't want to reach. We take best player available. You want to protect yourself from that. And I feel like they've put themselves in a position where they don't have to go into the draft super desperate.
I do too.
The one thing I would say is that they do have an offensive line that looks a lot better on paper, but only if you're ignoring injury history and age.
Yeah.
Because the guys, some of the additions, all the veteran players, the true veteran players that you've signed or retained have injury issues. Trent Brown, long history of injuries and not playing the entire season. Braden Smith missed a bunch of games over the last few years. Wyatt Teller's missed 4 games in each of the last 2 seasons, and he's 31 years old.
Yeah.
That you got to be conscious of that. All right, we look good for now. We look good in week 1, but can we really expect that the depth chart is going to look anything like this in week 8?
It's kind of funny because we did, you especially with Braden Smith, I know, brought it up, and with Wyatt Teller too, and his name would pop up. And I feel like once the Texans signed both those guys, I'm like, well, they sure have addressed things.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Braden Smith, I was very hot and cold on because of the injuries. Because of the injuries, yeah. So it's I don't want to forget that. That's my blind spot that I don't want to stay blind to is that I still feel like that personally, I feel like I still want to address the offensive line heavily because even if all those guys stayed healthy, they're aging and they're on relatively short-term deals. Ultimately, I think for long-term stability, I want to keep drafting offensive linemen so I can find a couple at some point that I feel good about being on the team for the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, I want to draft offensive linemen so that Sidy Sow is not starting a game in Week 10.
Right.
That's right. Yeah, and then no disrespect to Sidy Sow, still a Houston Texan. might be a big sports talk radio listener who's listening right this very minute. No disrespect to the City Sow, to the City Sows of the world. No disrespect, but they need depth in that room.
How far of a City Sow away are we from? Remember that one injury on the interior offensive line right now, and you're right back into a bunch of guys who couldn't win a starting position last year for the Texans. Evan Brown has been a starter, but he's also been on 6 different NFL teams.
Right.
I would much rather that some first rounder or second rounder that's had to wait in the wings all of a sudden gets thrust into action, and hopefully he's shown some progress in the first 5 or 6 weeks and he's learned some things than being in the same position you were last year. Yeah, you're not that far away from City South starting for you at some point this season.
Go pick some guys, man.
Wherever he is right now.
Yep, I'm with you.
Where is he? Who picked up City South?
He's a Texan still.
He is still?
Yeah, they re-signed him to like one of those, I think, futures contracts or whatever. So that's why I said he might be listening right now because he's still on the team. He might be in the building. He might be driving in to go do his workout so that he can start a game in Week 10 against Jacksonville again. And he's like, man, these guys are trash talking me right now.
Eli Cox is still on the still on the roster too.
Yeah, center out of Kentucky, man. Yeah, they still got some guys.
Who are the guys on the Texans roster that you're surprised are still on the Texans? You know who I forget about? Luke Lachey, the tight end.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He did some things in training camp
Lane Pryor.
No idea.
We haven't had a single Lane Pryor discussion this offseason.
Yeah, no idea who he is. Are there
tight end?
He's a tight end, Lane Pryor?
Yeah.
Okay, you say so. All right, the 4 biggest questions. We hit 3 of them. What direction do they go in the draft? How do they view Tank Dell? 4 biggest questions post-free agency for the Texans. Did they really replace Tommy Townsend with a guy who's at the bottom of all the Puntalytics websites? Number 4, this may be the biggest one. How is C.J. Stroud's offseason going so far?
Mm-hmm.
What's C.J. Stroud up to, man? How's he been adapting to life after a 4-interception playoff game?
I gotta get over some kind of mental hurdle because we've kind of put CJ to the side during all of these discussions. You know he's going to be the quarterback next year.
Yeah.
I'll be surprised if they extend him this offseason. Maybe they do, but I was at a family dinner this weekend and somebody asked me a question about CJ Stroud, and there was nothing that I wanted to talk about less in the world to a bunch of casual or non-Texans fans than C.J. Stroud. And
what did
they? Right
was it just in general, like what's up with C.J. Stroud?
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
thing?
It was just a vague. Yeah. So what's up with C.J. Because they had watched the playoffs.
That's even worse. That's even worse than if there was like a specific C.J. thing. Then you just answer that and you move on.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up with that? Oh.
It's like, I got to start off. Yeah. I got to start off from square one here, huh?
And relive the playoff game again, and
Yeah, I gave him a really weak take and just moved on to the mashed potatoes.
Oh, good for you. Good for you. So they were like, after you left, they're all like, God, how does Seth have a job?
Yeah, basically. Like, wow. That was the most boring conversation I've ever had about C.J. Stroud.
Yeah. You're supposed to entertain us, Seth.
I did. No, I gave it would have been a weak sports radio take, but I think he probably appreciated like a 45-second rundown.
Is there anything with C.J. Stroud this offseason, if we were to hear scuttlebutt or whatever, that you don't have an appetite for?
I don't want to hear about his personal records in the weight room. That is 100% something that I don't want to hear about, that he's missing OTAs. But don't worry, he set a PR in the bench press.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I need. Oh, boy, that was the missing ingredient.
Remember
I didn't
that?
realize, finally, that our quarterback didn't have a max bench that was worthy of all-pro status. So
CJ Shouldergate last year.
A lot of people care about, whether or not he's integrating himself into the offense and how he's working with Nick Caley. No. Rest assured, it's all worth it because he's got a PR in multiple different exercises.
Yes.
My God.
Yes.
Especially, it'd be one thing. It's not like he's Jalen Hurts or something. It's never going to be his calling card.
No.
So if Jalen Hurts if Jalen Hurts set a PR in some record, I'd say in some exercise, I'd say, oh, okay, wow, yeah, good. He's still really, really, really strong.
Yep.
CJ, I don't need to hear about it.
No, I'm with you on that one. All right, so those are the 4 big questions that we have post free agency. Weigh in on the base power text line 713-572-4610. I'll read a couple texts and then we'll move on. This is from 11 minutes ago, so I'm assuming this is right before we invoked the name Kai Kroger on the show. Mm-hmm. I'm curious why the Houston media isn't discussing that the punter the Texans traded for is a really, really bad punter. That could come back to haunt them later, don't we think? We do.
Yeah, that's as far as really, really bad. It's dicey with punters when you start looking at net punt yardage and everything because there's always a whole lot more nuance to it. And I'm going to be open with you. I'm not going to do the research. All right, I don't care. Like at some point, they either like Kai Kroger or they go out and they get somebody else. It's if you're worried about whether or not you're going to get coffin corner punts and everything,
right.
Cool. That's good on you. You can use mental bandwidth on that. But the fact that they signed him and that his net punt yardage and everything was as low as it was while he was on a better football team than they used to be. But
yep.
I don't worry about it as much. I kind of just I leave that to Frank Ross to worry about.
Someone is saying on the base power text line that left-footed punters are a New England / Belichick thing.
Oh yeah.
Does it matter that he's left-footed?
To the spin. Yeah, the spin's different and everything.
Okay.
So you're not as as a returner, you're not as used to judging the ball in the way that it's operating in the wind. And
okay, so we're playing a little bit of chess here, huh?
Yeah. Like I said, it's 5-dimensional chess.
Yeah.
His threat as a fake punt guy, the fact that he's a left-footed punter.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. The AFC has got to be shaking in their boots right now over this transaction.
This is the depth of my punter analysis. If you go out and you sign an Australian, I am all in. That's what's the rage these days.
Yes. Especially because they might get in on tackles, too, if they played rugby or whatnot back in the old country. Yeah.
This dude's from Illinois, which is one of the least Australia-like places in the world.
I can vouch for that. That is true. Hi, text message. Hi, this is City Sal. I'm a big Seth fan. I don't know why that tickles me.
Well, maybe he should earn my trust.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He said he's a big fan of yours. Adam Schefter went on ESPN. Or no, this was with Ty Schmidt, who's part of the McAfee cabal there, and does a podcast, and he has Schefter come on it fairly often. And this was your classic nugget hussy prediction that I know will get used if he's right about this, and it has to do with the AFC South. They got talking about the Tennessee Titans yesterday on that podcast. Here was Schefter talking about the Tennessee Titans.
Turns Cam Ward into the type of player that he has the talent to be as the former number 1 overall pick last year. Then the Titans can be, I'm not telling you they had the kind of season that the Patriots had last year, but they could go to the playoffs next year.
Yeah.
They could go to the playoffs. If Cam Ward is turned around and if Cam Ward is up to his potential, playing up to his potential from Dayball, watch out for the Titans.
Okay, now this will be one of those things that if the Titans, this is my prediction, if the Titans, and I don't think they're going to make the playoffs, but if they were to make the playoffs, they were to have like a Texans 2023 type turnaround. Mm-hmm. Or as Schefter just pointed out, a Patriots, that would be a Patriots type turnaround because you're talking about a quarterback in year 2, that kind of thing. New coach. Schefter will point back to that cut saying, I told you so.
Yeah,
even though he said they could make the playoffs.
If the top drafted quarterback is playing up to his potential, that they could make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, okay. If this team all of a sudden there's so many things that go into that happening. Above and beyond just the individual Cam Ward and his what he does and how he performs and everything. You can say that about every team in the league.
Is there single team?
If the top drafted quarterback ends up looking like the guy that gets like what you hope for when you draft him first in the draft, then they could make the playoffs. Could make the playoffs.
Yeah.
They got to stop asking him for opinion stuff.
He's bad on
Watch
the
out.
opinions, yeah.
If this team, if the Cleveland Browns get the most out of Shedeur Sanders, they could be in the playoffs.
He's not even a top pick.
Yeah.
If
Michael Penix ends up being a revelation, the Falcons could be in the playoffs.
In that division, 100%. Yeah. No, I think you could take any highly drafted quarterback, and that statement applies. The other thing Schefter said, and this feels more like a report or at least an informed opinion as opposed to his opinions on the Titans, an informed opinion about the market for Jeremiah Love. And this is important because I don't want Jeremiah Love in the AFC South for a variety of reasons. Here's what he says about the market for Jeremiah Love.
They've been linked to Jeremiah Love in the draft, too, who a lot of people think he might be the best player in the draft.
He might be the best player in the draft. That would surprise me if he's at 4. I think the Jeremiah Love watch starts at 5 with the Giants. and it's on from 5 through 9.
Okay.
I mean, here's the thing. Would the Chiefs still take Jeremiah Love having paid Kenneth Walker? You know what I say to that? If the Falcons could take Michael Penix having paid Kirk Cousins $100 million, then the Chiefs could take Jeremiah Love having paid Kenneth Walker what they did in free agency.
Okay, well, you're bringing up one of the stupidest moves that have been made in the last few years with Penix going to the Falcons, and I don't think the Chiefs are a stupid front office. I think Brent Veach and Andy Reid know what they're doing. Now, that would be a backfield.
Yeah.
Andy Reid, of all people, having a backfield of Jeremiah Love and Kenneth Walker. Andy Reid, who is allergic to running the ball at times.
Yeah.
Having 2 stud running backs. I doubt it. But the thing I like about that cut is it sounds like at least what Schefter might be hearing is that Jeremiah Love to the Titans, not really a thing right now.
That's right. Yeah, that's what I would read into that. Yeah. I think that Chiefs fans are not in love with Brett Veach right now. I think that the Chiefs fans are more dialed in and understanding of the fact that offense hasn't looked like the Chiefs offense that people keep talking about. It is really weird the way people continue to hold that offense in such high regard and up on a pedestal, despite not really having been all that impressive for the past 3 seasons, compared to the standards in the days of old. And Chiefs fans are really frustrated with the wide receiver situation. The injuries on the offensive line really hurt them last year, so you can give them a little bit of a pass on that. But, I wouldn't put it outside of that at all.
Yeah. Speaking of Jeremiah Love, there is one thing I need to, and I hate being the one to do this, to pour cold water on something, because people know Jeremiah Love's my favorite player in this draft. Might be my favorite Notre Dame player of all time. The Wyatt Teller signing yesterday, Seth, kind of goes back to what you and I were talking about at the beginning of this segment, all the way back at 7:05 or whatever it was, where we were talking about the draft for the Texans. And boy, now that they've really addressed some needs on the offensive line and in other places, they can go any sort of direction in the draft. I saw this from multiple people yesterday on the Base Power text line. They're like, yeah, now they can package all that draft capital and move up and go get Jeremiah Love.
Yeah.
That's not happening. They don't have enough to go up to 5. Even if they said, we'll give you 28, 38, even if they traded both their second-round picks, you ain't getting from 28 up to where Jeremiah Love's getting.
And I think also, I don't think it would be responsible at this point. I think the biggest thing that I hope the Texans are conscious of and thinking about, too, is that they had real good injury luck on the defensive side of the ball. Now, I say that they didn't have good luck at the defensive tackle position in terms of injuries. Like two-thirds of their depth chart at defensive tackle ended up on IR by the end of the season. Really,
right.
75% of their defensive tackles ended up on injured reserve.
Yep.
But amongst their starters, they had pretty damn good luck. And we saw what it looked like when they had to play replacements at cornerback. I think that the number of depth, I don't want to relinquish the number of draft picks they have right now.
Yeah.
I think the depth on defense and offense still needs to be addressed, and that's where some of your second and third round picks that might have to come in and play in spot duty and you're hoping to develop over time, that's the quantity matters more than the getting yourself into the top 5 or top 6 right now.
To that point, I think the Teller signing brings cornerback into play at 28 if there's a really good one there. If there's a really good one there, I think they could draft, and now you got 3 good, highly drafted corners in Stingley, Lassiter, and if they were to take one at 28, whoever it might be, I don't have a name in mind. We're going to do the mock draft injection in the next segment, so I'm sure we got Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft, so that's about as good a one as you're going to find out there. But yeah, just to frame what you just said about the health of the defense. And I know you're referring to like the 6 or 7 key foundational guys, the 2 edge guys, Will and Daniil, the 2 corners, Kamari Lassiter and Stingley, the safety, Kalen Bullock, Jalen Petrie, whatever we're calling him, and Aziz. Those are 7 guys. Those 7 guys missed a combined total of 5 or 6 games last year, combined amongst all of them. That's not going to happen again this year. It just doesn't work that way in the NFL. That was amazing injury luck that they had defensively. All right, that was fun. Nice long Texans segment there, talking a little football here on Sports Radio 610. Let's give away some tickets to the Texas Children's Houston Open. We need some music for this, Ben. I'm going to find some music for this giveaway tomorrow. It just feels weird to give away tickets with nothing underneath me right now. I'm going to go find some music from the movie Tin Cup. Anyways, 713-572-4610. Caller number 5 wins 4 tickets to one select day of the Texas Children's Houston Open at Memorial Golf Course, March 26th through the 29th. 713-572-4610. It'll be caller number 5. We're doing this every morning all week, so we'll do it again tomorrow. And be listening during the drive as well with Stoerner and Hughley for more chances all week long to win. Coming up next, mock draft injection. Daniel Jeremiah, one of the OGs when it comes to mock drafts. He of the NFL Network. We'll find out what he's got the Texans doing at 28th overall, particularly after all the moves that have been made in free agency. That's coming up next.
Also, coming up next today, you're going to
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you on a Thursday. Mock draft injection time. Daniel Jeremiah, NFL Network. I would say, he's one of the more respected mock drafters out there, Seth, wouldn't you say? Jeremiah, former scout, right? Ravens,
I don't know. I guess I struggle to say most respected mock drafter because mock draft is a whole different world. So I would say one of the more respected talent evaluators in that world.
Yeah.
Because he's a former NFL personnel guy,
right.
And he has a lot of ties to everything.
Yeah.
Like mock drafting itself, it's a dicey proposition.
That's not
There's a lot that goes into it.
I get it. I just meant one of the more respected guys that does.
I don't respect any mock draft, but yes, yeah.
Okay, well, that's a good lead into this segment here.
No. I mean, it depends. It's like what are you reading into it? Because if you're judging it by, I got this specific guy right.
No.
And, to go into this team, there's so many things that once you get past the first few picks, all these different variables come into play.
Yeah, I wasn't referencing his accuracy percentage or anything like that. I just meant he's a big name out there that does these things. All right, so here we go. Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft, NFL Network. This is his third one. This is his mock draft 3.0. So post free agency. So let's do this here. He doesn't do a multi-round, just one round. With the 28th pick, this is interesting. This kind of plays into something you and I were talking about in the previous segment about, hey, you draft into one of these positions where you've made some moves already. The Houston Texans select Chase Bisontis, Texas A&M interior offensive lineman. Jeremiah says this: there are a lot of similarly graded interior offensive linemen that I have in the second round range. I have a feeling one of them is going to climb into round one. In this case, Houston stays in state to add Chase Bisontis, who, for those who don't know, is a Texas A&M Fighting Aggie.
I think he fits the profile of really what's been the theme of the offseason so far for the Texans on offense is they want more physicality. They want the offense to look more like the defense. So do you see nasty in his scouting profile? And you look across various profiles of Chase Bisontis and the word nasty pops up. I can do a control F on my offensive line prospects and kind of figure out whether or not this is a guy that the Texans might be looking at, because they're definitely looking for guys that have a nasty element to them, and I think he does. We know John Harris just absolutely loves him.
Yep.
And I think John's probably thinking along those lines as well. I think is this higher than he's been going? He's been more of a second round guy, or has he been the back end of the first round?
He's been more of a second round guy in the mock drafts that I've seen that have multiple rounds.
Yeah.
He's been more of a second round guy, and I think Jeremiah is even admitting that in his mini write up here, where he says that a lot of similarly graded interior guys that he has in the second round range, but one of them's going to climb into round one, and in this case, it's Bisontis. So even Jeremiah says that Jeremiah's prediction here is probably over what he has in terms of a big board.
It's funny because, you get into the science of the mock draft and, how do different teams operate? And for the Texans, it feels like, this actually seems like the kind of guy the Texans would trade back and think, we're not going to reach on him if we think he's going to be available in the second round.
Yeah.
That if there's multiple guards at that point that we like, we're going to trade back. On average, he's going like 48th in mock drafts.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like. And that would make this strange on two fronts. One, that he's a kid who's, and take the whatever calculus led to him being 48th in whatever it is you're looking at. Let's take that for what it's worth, but that the Texans would take a guy who the general consensus is a guy who would be there 38 if they wanted to take him at 38. And two, having signed Wyatt Teller to a 2-year contract and Ed Ingram to a 3-year contract, you're using pretty high draft capital on a guy who, if the world works out the way you wanted it to in free agency, and health concerns, health obviously factors in as well. But if it plays out the way you draw it up on the chalkboard, this guy doesn't see the field really for a couple of years.
Right.
You're signing Wyatt Teller to a 2-year and Ed Ingram to a 3-year. And then, and again, I'm not saying don't draft the kid, but I don't know that I would draft him 28th in the first round. Especially, look, this is an interesting one because there's a run on offensive linemen in Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft here. 21 through 24 are all offensive linemen who we've had going to the Texans at one time or another during this mock draft exercise. Blake Miller from Clemson, Caden Proctor, Alabama, Caleb Lomu from Utah. The Ione kid from, and I know I'm mispronouncing his name, from Iwane from Penn State slips to 22 in this one. That's kind of interesting. Would they be more inclined, if they really wanted an interior guy, to trade, Duke a 4th to somebody to move up and get that? But Kenyon Sadiq drops to 27th in this one to the Niners. Do you trade a day 3 pick to move up one spot and get Sadiq? I don't. Those all feel like maybe more viable options to me than Basantis at 28. I'm fine with whatever. We just said that a half hour ago. Like, hey, they could go any number of directions, and I'm cool with whatever they decide.
Yeah, and I think in general, one thing Nick will talk about is, okay, what's a role for this guy on the team when they're looking at when they want to draft somebody. And at that point, in the first round, usually you think, okay, we'd like a guy that can contribute right away. If it works out, then, we could see this guy starting or at the very least contributing right away. And that's where I wonder if we are veering back towards the potential that they take a defensive tackle in the first round, because they will play. They rotate their 100%. Defensive linemen. Yeah. You got a guy that, okay, maybe he's a little rough around the edges, but we're gonna plan on him playing this year unless he turns into an absolute bust.
Yep.
Then it might make more sense that some of these guys with their second and third round picks that are interior offensive linemen, we like their upside, but it might take some time. So we'll draft them and get them in the development pipeline. The Cole Popovich pipeline.
Well, that's an interesting topic too. Like, what are if indeed, because you're absolutely right. Nick has said that multiple times on this show, which is they look at players through what are they going to do for us.
Yeah.
Not just what the general grade is in the 40 times, and what is their role on the 2026, in this case, Houston Texans. That's a valid question. How many, if that's the case, and it's first-round draft capital we're talking about, what are those areas right now in the Texans where you feel strongly that a first-round pick can come in and contribute right away? Right now, it's just it's positions like that where there's 4 or 5 guys that get on the field.
Well, right, and center
maybe
would be one of those.
Slot corner or something.
I think that Jake Andrews is going to have to earn the starting center spot.
Yeah.
So that might be something where you see them. It might end up feeling like a reach or something, but they take a center, which with their first pick, wherever that ends up being.
Yeah. Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Mock draft injection. By the way, Jeremiah Love in this one, since we were talking about him in the previous segment, to the Titans with the 4th overall pick. So Daniel Jeremiah with a big middle finger to Adam Schefter's conjecture is how I read that. All right, Payne and Pendergast, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Some good text rolling in on some of the football stuff we've been talking about. We'll get to that. We'll get to those in the 8 o'clock hour, I promise. 713-572-4610 on the base power text line. Rockets lose last night to the Lakers. Is the season slipping away right now? Is the season slipping away for a guy on the Rockets who bet on himself? Is the worst gambler in basketball on the Houston Rockets right now? We will have that for you coming up next.
You might feel like your sanity is slipping away. If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault,
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, we're back.
You were transfixed by Glover Quinn.
Well, I was looking. I went on Instagram during the break. Like the kids do these days, and just doing a little scroll. And the first thing that pops up on my Instagram feed, I follow former Texans safety Glover Quinn on Instagram, and he's just sitting in his car driving. And the caption for the and the scroll, the video's gone now because I just closed the app. But the caption below his video of him just sitting there talking to the camera was, "This being a business owner is not for the faint of heart," something to that effect. And I'm like, oh, okay. So Glover Quinn, as a lot of players do in their post-career and the retirement, is apparently a business owner now. And he was just sitting in his car. I guess he hired a graphic designer or something like that for a really important project. I don't know what his business is, Glover Quinn. I'm not sure. But he was just telling his Instagram audience, like, man, this is tough. Like, you hire somebody to do a job for you.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't show up. Just didn't show up. Didn't show up. And so it was about a minute and a half of Glover Quinn lamenting that guy not showing up. But the bigger picture of, man, being a business owner, it ain't easy, man. It ain't easy out on these streets.
It's one of the things that what they really, really, really got wrong back when communism was just a philosophy. Before they actually tried to play it out, was like, oh, yeah, being the boss really sucks. There's not a lot of people that really want to do it unless they're going to make more money at it.
Yep.
And they're not going to necessarily, because there's a whole lot of headaches that go into it that you don't think about when you're the employee.
Yeah, man.
It's like I've lived in that world, and I know I don't want to be the boss. It's not worth it to me.
You did. You like Glover did some of that after you were done with your playing days, right?
Yeah. I'm like, I'm not cut out for this. No, I like having somebody tell me what to do. Yeah,
right.
I'm good at that regard. And if you want to, yes, could I be making more money in any particular thing if I had multiple people that have to answer to me? Sure, it's a multiplier.
Yeah.
But I don't want to deal with that. It's not worth the money to me.
Dude, the worst part's hiring. Hiring is not fun, man. All the job interviews and everything else. It's not for me.
So he hired a graphic designer. Like, is just an employee or is somebody? Usually a graphic designer, you're just gonna. Unless he's getting big time, he's got a full-time graphic designer.
The extent of my knowledge of Glover Quinn's business is the 90 seconds I just watched on Instagram.
Oh, okay.
So I
thought he was talking. I was listening in, and I thought he was talking about not being able to get his printer to work. Because whether you're an employee or an employer, man, what the hell?
He did mention a printer in there. Yes.
I don't. I know. Look, I know I'm dumb with a lot of computer stuff and everything, but my God, the next printer I get that is always online when I need it to be will be the first. What the hell? Why is it so hard to get printers to work properly?
And I've never had a printer where when I go buy either a new computer or a new iPad is able to connect to that printer. I'm like, well, guess I got to get a new printer now too. It never connects.
Usually, what they say is you gotta just connect it with a USB cable.
There's nowhere to. It's an iPad. They don't have.
Why did I? I don't have a place for it on my desk. Yeah. I want it over there in the corner because I use a printer about once every 3 months.
That's true.
I just don't need. I don't want more clutter anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, so
we'll spend the entire 9 o'clock hour on complaining about printers.
That's right. Yeah. Thanks, Glover. Thanks for the segment. So the Rockets lose last night, 124-116. To the Los Angeles Lakers. This was a frustrating loss in that it continues to push the Rockets further down the standings. There's not enough runway left, I think, Seth, for this season to end in a way that's going to feel good. I'm more likely right now that this is a one and done playoff team than I am that they're going to win a playoff series at this point. They're just not equipped to beat good teams. I don't even know that the Lakers are that great a team. They're third in the Western Conference now. Their stars outplayed the Rockets' stars last night. How about this? This tweet just popped up on my timeline. Tari Eason. I hope the momster's not listening because I'm bringing up this stat, but this is just data. This isn't anything. He is 0 for 21 on his last 21 three-point field goal attempts.
This is veering into the statistical improbability of the 27 missed threes.
I almost want him to miss his next 6 for that reason.
Just as a nod to disappointing Rockets teams of the past.
Game 7, 2018 Western Conference Finals, the Rockets missed against the Golden State Warriors, and Kevin Durant, ironically, missed 27 straight three-point shots. Yes,
yeah.
I want Tari Eason to miss at least 6 more as a tip of the cap to that. Boy, this is turning into a really bad gamble on himself. The Rockets offered Tari Eason a nice extension this offseason to be part of the whole crew, the foundational crew they're putting together. Şengün got his long-term deal. Jabari Smith got his long-term deal. Long-term in the NBA is relative. But, Jabari Smith got a 3 or 4 year deal. Kevin Durant got a 3-year extension even.
Yeah.
And they offered Tari Eason one, and Tari Eason said nope. Now, he's not an unrestricted free agent after this year. He's a restricted free agent, which means he can go out and get an offer sheet from somebody, and the Rockets have the right to match it. But, man.
There are a lot of other teams out there, though, that might look at Tari Eason and be like, well, if he was actually running any kind of an actual offense, if he was a cog in a well-oiled offense, we'd be seeing a different version of Tari Eason. But we don't know what the hell the Rockets are trying to do.
Yeah.
So how would Tari Eason expect to know what the hell he's trying to do?
That could very well be. The problem for Tari Eason is he's not making up for the lack of shooting in a ton of ways. He's always going to crash the boards. He's really good at that. He'll attack the glass. He's athletic, so you're going to get decent defense from him too. It's just he makes so many other mistakes. There was a big chunk of the game last night that Ime just had to – it felt like he had to take him off the floor just because every time the ball got into his hands, there were bad decisions being made. He was bad last night again.
No, and that's where the compounding effect of everything that's wrong with the offense right now, though, it shows up, and you see the worst version of individuals.
Yes.
When you don't have defined roles or understand expectations, and there's no flow, there's no anything. It becomes even worse that a down performance becomes a cataclysmically down performance because just nothing looks or feels right offensively.
No, it was bad again last night. More of a conventional loss than one where they're just handing the ball to the other team. They only had 11 turnovers, and they didn't shoot all that poorly. I think they were 11 of 32 from 3. That's not great, but it's not like some of these other games they've had lately where they – what game was it? I think it was the Denver game. They were 4 for 33 or something like that. I mentioned this earlier. Former Rockets feeling skittish about the current Rockets. This is actually, we mentioned this. Carmelo Anthony was on the studio show on NBC/Peacock on. I'm guessing this was Monday when the Rockets were on Peacock playing the Lakers, and he at the beginning of this cut seems pretty bullish on the Rockets, actually. And Tracy McGrady is the other voice you're going to hear in this cut. But here's Carmelo Anthony at first saying he thinks the Rockets could be one of ththose teams that gets to the Western Conference Finals.
You're essentially saying Houston, Minnesota can make it to the Western Conference Finals.
Yes.
You say so?
They can.
Houston.
Yes.
Oh my God.
They can.
With no point guard.
They can.
No point guard, man.
Yeah, because we got a matchup now. It's about matchups. Who we matching up with?
Okay,
at the end of the season, if you're saying Houston is going to be
Let's start with the first matchup. They got to get past the Nuggets.
They have who? Houston?
Yeah.
Let's start with the first matchup.
I'm trying to hold my guys down over there in Houston.
But that's a tough.
I like it 2 things. One, I love how quickly he got talked out of his take.
Yeah.
He didn't even get through a cut. It was 4 cuts, 39 seconds. He didn't get through. Number 2, Carmelo Anthony played like 10 games for the Rockets, and he kind of has their back right now.
He's a legend.
He's a Rockets legend.
He's a Rockets legend.
Yeah, man.
Damn it, Sean.
Yeah. What a bad take, though. Hey, it's all about the matchups. Okay, well, let's see who they'd match up with.
Who's the best matchup right now of the playoff teams and bubble teams in the
West?
Yeah.
For the Rockets?
Yeah.
Well, they're not going to get to the 2 seed, so we're talking about the 3, 4, 5, and 6. So those teams, I'm not looking at the standings, but in my knowledge,
Lakers, Timberwolves, and Nuggets.
Nuggets. Of those 3, I would say I would rank them Timberwolves, Lakers, Nuggets. The Nuggets are a bad matchup for the Rockets. Jokic is just going to eat them alive in a 7-game series. So it would be none of them are great, though. I mean, none of them are great matchups.
That's the trouble with the Rockets, especially with the fast start that they had this year. That's where it feels even that much worse, is because they got off to that fast start, and you're envisioning the possibilities of what happens when they really figure things out.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have expected at that point, even as we were telling ourselves during the fast start, all right, the schedule's going to get tougher. Teams are going to start to figure out what you can and can't do. But in those first 10 games, the size disparity alone was just so jarring visually that you could see, wow, look at the potential here.
Yeah,
look at
right.
the potential
that
here.
Was the
largest
topic.
Lineup in NBA history.
That was the topic coming into the season. Is 6'8" Amen Thompson is going to be the smallest guy.
Yeah.
In our start, Kevin Durant's going to be our 2 guard.
Yeah,
we're
let's
going to
think
have
back down to
Jabari
the good old
Smith,
days here.
Steven Adams, and Alperen Şengün as the front line.
Autumn of 25. I remember it like it was just months ago. The Rockets were full of opportunity and promise, and there was just a matter of refining and honing this gigantic howitzer of a basketball team that you had. They take all the good that they did last year and just turn it into something even better. God, I miss that. I miss how naive I was back then.
14,
I was innocent.
I know. Yeah, it was a simpler time and place.
We didn't know what we didn't know.
Simpler time and place.
The world was full of opportunity. I felt like I just got off the boat from the old country. I was staring at Ellis Island thinking like, this is where I'm going to make something of myself. Yeah.
Yep, you came over.
Yeah. 3 months later, I'm working in some sweatshop somewhere.
Yeah. Yep.
I've had to sell off my youngest child.
You came over.
And it's just it's miserable. My kids are all malnourished.
Yep. Your name was actually Paintangelo. And
sent my wife to go down and work at the brothel down the street. That's where we are now.
That's where we are.
Thank God, land of opportunity.
Yeah, thanks a lot. 41-27. The Rockets' season win total number was 52.5, and I remember back to, like you're saying, Seth, a simpler time and place when you and I both came over to the Ellis Island of the NBA, the opportunity, saying 52.5. They won 52 last year, and that was with no Kevin Durant. And now to get to 53, if you took over on the Rockets, this is how bad it is. If you took over on the Rockets at the beginning of the season, they've got to go. They've got 14 games left. They've got to win 53 games. They got to go 12-2 down the stretch for you to win your bet. And I'm already looking at the schedule, and I'm going, okay, are there 3 losable games? Now, the schedule is not that difficult. These teams that we were talking about, of the teams that we're talking about, let's talk about the top of the Eastern Conference. So you're talking about Detroit and Cleveland, and I'll say the Knicks, and then we'll talk about the top of the Western Conference, OKC, San Antonio, the Lakers, the Nuggets, and the Timberwolves. We'll say the playoff team. So that's 9 teams. They play at Minnesota a game. They host the Knicks in a game, and other than that, and they go to and they host Minnesota. So of those final 14 games, there's only 3 that are against teams that are taken seriously as playoff teams. So they do have an opportunity here.
They're playing at a below 500 clip against good teams.
Yeah.
But they're beating up on teams that have inferior overall talent.
Yes.
So it's possible. They could go on an inspirational run that nobody actually believes in.
They host 2 of those teams on a back-to-back. Now, granted, one of them you lost to a couple of weeks ago in Miami. But they've got a back-to-back this weekend, Atlanta and Miami at home. You got to win those 2, man. Look, you just lost 2 games to the Lakers, so you're 2.5 games back of them. You fell to the 5 seed, but all is not lost here, man. You got a schedule that gives you an opportunity to get right. The big thing is that, and I've seen multiple studio analysts say this, is that they look like a team that doesn't really like playing with each other right now.
Yeah,
they look like they look like a team with chemistry issues.
I would say, to Kevin Durant's credit, I guess, that the biggest off-court drama or anything else has basically been about him in his alleged burner account so far. But other than that, if you didn't know about the alleged burner account, he hasn't really given signs that he's miserable and wants out or anything like that. Even with the alleged burner account, it wasn't like, what if the burner account had been like, man, Durant's got to get out of there.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, Durant didn't sign on for this.
Yeah.
All this stuff.
Yep.
It wasn't anything like that. It was just kind of normal, just complaining about certain guys at whatever.
That's right.
I guess that people try to stir up that drama. Is Durant going to want out, this or that? But there's not really a whole lot of substance to it.
No.
So it feels like right now the most likely thing is that Durant is going to be able to punt on this season emotionally and just, figure that things are going to be better when Van Vliet is back next year.
Yeah, that may be the only way right now. Now, here's the question. Do they need Vernon Maxwell to come in and give them a pep talk? Here was Mad Max on Matt Barnes's podcast earlier this week, giving his opinion on the Houston Rockets.
The Rockets, man, like I said last year, all we needed was KD. We got KD, a guy to roll the ball out to, get you a bucket. But now everybody's standing around watching KD, and I don't know. They said some about some secret page KD did, and talked about some of the players on the team, and it's split the damn guys up, and guys don't like to high five each other no more. No more. I don't want to bump chests no more with each other. Everybody it's to split up the whole team. So I don't know, man. It's a lot of going on out there in Houston. But Houston, y'all need to get me back out to that motherfucker though, where I can change this around. Talk to them young motherfuckers out there.
I wish the younger generation wouldn't swear so much on podcasts.
No, that's what's funny. That's what's funny. And that's being sorry. Yeah, but Vernon's older than the two of us.
Yeah.
Blah blah blah. But that playing into that, it seemed like Vernon Maxwell wasn't all that tuned in with the burner account drama. The way he talked about it
was on a page somewhere.
Yeah, he's like, he put up a bunch of things on the teammates on a page somewhere.
It's
and
funny,
bleep this and bleep that.
He's talking about how guys don't high five as much and all that, and it's fun. People have done studies on this on. The amount of physical contact between players on good teams is a lot higher.
Yeah.
But it's hard to figure it out. Some coaches have taken that and saying, hey, we need to be sure we're always patting each other on the back and high-fiving and everything. But it's a chicken and the egg dynamic there. It's really hard to study because, the good teams, there's a good chance that, they feel better. They're playing well, so there's more congratulating. So is one the cause and one the effect or not? I think that, you can look at the body language, and it's not like the remedy is, they need to high five each other more.
They need to chest this bump more.
After every consecutive missed three, do you guys need to be chest bumping?
Yeah, dapping each other up. Good miss, Tari. Good. Tari would be getting all kinds of hugs right now.
Yeah. Positive support. Hey. So, I don't know. Is that something we need to lean into more? Have I not paid attention enough? Are there conspiracy theories out there about how there's evidence? I want to see the number of physical touches amongst teammates before and after the burner account.
I just know whatever Vernon Maxwell says, I'm subscribing to. That's all I know. Hey, by the way, big news of one of the teams we just mentioned in that tier of teams, those 9 teams that are viewed as contenders or at least serious playoff teams. Cade Cunningham, Shams Charania just had this a minute ago, diagnosed with a collapsed lung and is expected to miss an extended period of time. Cade Cunningham's an MVP candidate. He's the best player on the Detroit Pistons, who are a prominent team in the Eastern Conference. That's big NBA news.
Is it just me, or does it seem like there's more collapsed lungs in sports these days?
I don't know.
No, I'm serious.
Yeah, no, I know you are. I just don't.
Now, there's definitely data on, I would imagine. But I don't remember talking as much about collapsed lungs as we have since Deshaun Watson had to take a bus to Jacksonville.
Yeah, that was physicality. Like, I wonder what happened with Cade Cunningham where he has a collapse.
Well, T.J. Watt got it from dry needling procedure.
That's true. Yeah.
So I don't know. Is there how many of these are dry needling caused or not?
Good question. All right. In the aftermath of the World Baseball Classic, how far into the season for the Astros until we hear fans clamoring for this? We will tell you what it is coming up next.
You're clamoring for a good home builder. You're thinking about building your custom dream home, but it can be overwhelming. Boy, who do I go with? This is a big problem.
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Got an extra pep in my step, Seth. Two reasons. One, we have new chairs in the studio that have armrests, and this has just been a game changer for me to rest my elbows on an armrest.
You didn't realize how much energy you were expending on
holding my
arms
up. Yeah. I feel more pensive also, but not to where it's reducing my energy level. I feel like it's making me a more thoughtful radio host. That's what people really love is thoughtfulness.
Yes.
In their talk radio,
And screaming. We should scream more.
We should definitely scream more, yes.
Sometimes I watch these podcasts where guys are sitting in recliners, and I don't like it. I get uncomfortable thinking about it. It's too relaxing. Like, I try to envision myself doing an entire show in a recliner, and I don't think I would like it at all.
It looks like a therapist visit. When you're kind of laid back and relaxed and you're on that metaphorical couch kind of thing.
A therapist visit, except where your therapist is also in a recliner.
Right, yeah. Just to relax everything. Yeah.
Hey, all of our psychotherapists out there, have you guys ever tried that? You ever thought about that? Maybe your client would feel a little bit more comfortable if you were also laying on a couch.
Good call. Also, my credit score.
Maybe spoon me a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay? I need to feel comforted and secure.
Depends on what my issues are, but the spooning may work. Yeah. My credit score went up 2 points also. That's why I got pep in my step. I just got a notification.
Oh, good. Your credit score went up, which means sometimes that you actually took on more credit or something. There's nothing worse than when you pay off something and, God forbid you've got zero balance on your credit card. And, oh, no, my credit score went down because I was being mature and responsible.
What screwed me is I paid off, this is within the last year or something, I paid off a certain kind of loan.
Yeah.
That wasn't a revolving credit line or a credit card or a car loan or something.
So your credit mix went
My mix went from an A to a C or something like that.
You look like a damn novice.
There's all of a sudden all the pieces of the pie that were all green. Yeah. There's this yellow mutated piece of pie, and it's my credit mix.
What they want is somebody that could be on the brink of financial collapse, but is managing it really well.
Right.
That's where, boy, he's got a lot of loans out from a lot of different dudes.
I used to be one of those.
But he's managing it pretty well.
Yeah. Well, I used to be one of those things. The Astros. Okay. Omar Lopez. I'm happy for Omar Lopez. Are you happy for Omar Lopez, Seth, winning the World Baseball Classic?
Yeah, wins the World Baseball Classic as the manager. He's won a World Series as an assistant
Seems
coach.
like a good guy, too, right?
Yeah.
Really happy for him. This is my question. He is still on the staff with the Astros as their first base coach.
Right.
If the Astros get off to a slow start this year, how loud will the drumbeat become to move on from Joe Espada and promote the now very popular, likable, and successful Omar Lopez?
Well, because he's the bench coach, which is, hey, he's got the pulse of the team, et cetera.
Espada used to be the bench coach.
Right. It seems to be the stepping stone for an Astros coach to become the next manager.
Yeah.
Is there going to be a drumbeat for Omar Lopez to be that guy?
I'll remind you two things as we wrap our brains around this question. Spada's been the manager 2 years. Made the playoffs 1 year, so he's done that. Hasn't won a playoff game yet, but that's, hopefully that happens. Didn't make the playoffs last year, but I thought the team, given all the injuries, especially the injuries to prominent players, Yordan Alvarez in particular, that, you win 87 games and your best player plays 48 games, not even really healthy games, then whatever. It's definitely enough to get him another year. But he's not started well in either of these seasons. They've gotten off to slow starts in both of Espada's seasons, most notably the 12-24 start they got off to in his first season as the manager, and then last year wasn't great. They were the 12-24 in 2024 through 36 games. They were 17-18 through 35 games in 2025. If they get off to a start like that this year, maybe something in between, or even a 17-18, I think there's going to be people saying, "Look, you got the guy that won the World Baseball Classic right there. Been in the organization for 30 years. He was a scout back in the day. He was part of the team that went and found Jose Altuve in Venezuela." I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to rabble rouse here or anything like that. I just think it is on a platter right now that if Joe Espada doesn't get off to a fast start, there's going to be people clamoring for Omar Lopez to be the manager.
And it's tough with Espada because, like so many of the issues, sometimes our complaints about Espada are how has he handled situations that are inherently almost impossible to manage, especially when it comes to injuries? You don't like how he's handling the lineup and having to juggle a lineup that could be – it feels like it's 9 different guys from game to game depending on who's available. The number of – like how is he using the relievers? But it's hard to figure that out when also your starters aren't going as deep into games as you'd like them to. I've always struggled with that where I want to blame something on Espada, but he's also been dealing with a whole host of issues these last few years that previous managers didn't necessarily have to deal with on as large a scale.
Yeah,
that's the really tough part.
Should this team – I think they won 88 games in Espada's first year. They won 87, if I'm not mistaken, last year. Should this team – have won more than 88 or 87 games these last couple of years, given all the injuries. I don't know.
Right, given all the injuries. And that's what, like, when it comes down to bullpen management, and when there's just so many times where, okay, you've got all these injuries on the staff, and you've got closers and setup guys, et cetera, that have already pitched, and it's a really, really hard tightrope to walk. And I tend to veer more on the side of the sum total of it is, man, we're just with a few extra games from guys like Yordan Alvarez last year, they're in the playoffs.
Probably so, yeah.
There's a really good chance. It's not even wishful thinking or anything. 20 more games played by some of your injured starters, and you're probably in the playoffs.
Yep.
That's where I maybe I'm too nice. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I need to have a higher standard. I just tend to give him the benefit of the doubt on a lot of that.
Yeah. I just wonder, with this new dynamic of Omar Lopez managing Venezuela to that championship, if that's going to hit differently with Astro fans.
Well, remember in 2024 there was that report that there were a couple of veteran players that didn't like Espada's communication style.
Yes.
Yeah, like that was I don't recall hearing anything like that in 2025.
I don't either.
But that's a little bit of smoke that I don't know. Like, what are the actual feelings of the veteran players on the team as it relates to Espada? I don't know.
Brian McTaggart, who covers the Astros for MLB.com, we love tags. He does a great job covering the team. He had his 5 observations from spring training. He's been at spring training, watching the team on a daily basis, and he had 5 observations. Biggest takeaway from camp so far, Seth, he said, was that the team's efforts to add pitching depth have worked out well so far. Leaving the Astros with actually some tough decisions to make when it comes to the back end of their rotation, which is a phenomenal problem to have. Looks like it's going to be obviously Hunter Brown headlining the group. Tatsuya Imai and Mike Burrows have also both pitched really well. They're going to be in the rotation. Christian Javier pitched better his last time out. They're going to give him every opportunity to be in that mix among the top 4.
Yeah.
And then you got Lance McCullers, you got Ryan Weiss, Spencer Arrighetti is still hanging around spring training. I don't know that we've seen much from him. Kai Wei Tang has done some good things. They've even got guys, he says, non-roster guys like Peter Lambert and Christian Roa put themselves in position to make the team. The pitching has been a big success this spring training.
Right, yeah, and I think also is at some point they'll open up with a 5-man rotation, and then when the schedule demands it, because Imai doesn't normally he pitches with an extra day of rest, they'll go to a 6-man rotation. It's fair to be optimistic at this point.
Yeah.
Without reading too much into spring training, it's just that even if you caution yourself against reading too much into spring training like I do, you look at the overall performance of everybody across the board, and then how it actually looks when guys like Burrow is pitching. It's not just like he looks statistically good. No, his pitches look like he's really dialed in.
Yep.
So I'm way more optimistic that this year starts off better on that front than it did last year.
Well, and the performance is so extreme with the top guys. Like Hunter Brown and Burrows and Tatsuya Imai have had they've had stats that they look unhittable at times.
Well, and that's where you look at it. Okay, don't read too much into spring training. No, you're not facing the best hitters all the time and everything, but by spring training standards, they've been the best pitching team in the league so far. So that part of it, I feel like that's valid. I think that's actually something substantial.
Now, that said, so which new players made the biggest impact? He picks Mike Burrows. I feel like we just kind of talked about that. So 12 2/3 scoreless innings, 6 walks, 15 strikeouts. So, the ratios are really good with that. 6 walks and 6 hits in 12 2/3. That's a whip of under 1, so it's not like he's been putting guys on base and working out of jams. Like, he's been legitimately dominant in spring training. The most concerning development at camp, according to Brian McTaggart, and I would agree with this, is that Josh Hader is beginning the season on the injured list with this shoulder. Now, Hader's a guy who's never had injuries up until last season with that capsule in his shoulder where he missed the last month or 2 of the season. Then you get some tendonitis in your biceps. He's resumed throwing in the bullpen within the last week, and he's beginning his build-up for the regular season. But he is a very important piece, obviously. He's one of your highest-paid guys. He's your closer, and he allows you to have Brian Abreu be in the role that Abreu's been best at, which is the setup guy to Hader.
This is where we find out where the rubber meets the road. I want to, 1 or 2 months into the Astros season, be able to say the most underrated signing of the offseason was the new medical staff.
Yeah.
They swapped out a whole bunch of people on the medical side of things.
Would be a take right
there.
That
would be, yes, yeah. And then I'll have to learn the names of all these new people.
Right. No,
the new trainer, whichever medical staff they swapped out, all of that. Yeah.
Yep.
I want to be able to, at some point during the season, when they honor one of the members of the medical staff, I want to not sneer at it. Like last year when the hand specialist was honored as who was it that was struggling with a hand issue?
Jordan has.
It was Jordan. Yeah, it was Jordan. Yeah, it was Jordan's 67% healed broken bone.
Yeah.
I want to be able to enjoy that unironically.
Yes, that's great. Speaking of Jordan, one bold prediction for this is from Brian McTaggart, MLB.com. And I will tell you this right now. If this prediction comes true, the Astros are back in the postseason and probably winning the division. McTaggart predicts Yordan Alvarez will break Jeff Bagwell's franchise home run record for a season. Bagwell set that mark in 2000, the first year in back then Enron Field. Bagwell hit 47 home runs. It's wild to think that only one Astros player since then has touched 40 home runs, and it was Bregman in the year that he was runner-up for the MVP in the American League back in 2019. It's also crazy to think Alex Bregman had a year where he hit 40 home runs. Now that Bregman's kind of evolved into what he is, which is, pretty good hitter, really good fielder, and a big leader in the clubhouse, but hasn't come close to that since then. Anyways, Tags predicts Jordan will break Bagwell's single-season home run record for the team. So Yordan Alvarez set at least 48 home runs, according to Brian McTaggart. That's a bold prediction, right? That's a bold prediction, not because Jordan's not capable of it, but you're predicting that Jordan's going to play enough games to hit 47 home runs.
That he's going to play enough games and that he'll get back into form, that hopefully the injuries were what was fueling, because he has the hand issue. It's not ever even clear exactly when and for how long he was struggling with it. He's just back into form and stays healthy the whole time. Isaac Paredes won't be a threat as long as they can get rid of the guy that they desperately need to get rid of this guy who's just built for that ballpark. Can't have this guy on the team. Come back, Jeremy Pena, so we can get rid of this guy who's built to hit home runs in this ballpark. I
wish I knew Isak was going to get regular at-bats, because they just put out all the season totals, like individual prop bets for players, and Isak's home run total is like 17.5 or something like that. It's like, oh my God, if he were the regular third baseman and stayed healthy, he's 30 easily in that ballpark. So, all right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We roll on here on a Thursday. What does it sound like? What does a player sound like who just got a call from D'Amico Ryans to say, we want you on the Houston Texans? What does excitement sound like about this defense? We're going to let you hear it coming up next. What does excitement sound like when you have your patio furniture in the backyard?
610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we heading towards the 9 o'clock hour. Here was Reed Blankenship. You want to know what it sounds like when a guy gets a call from D'Amico Ryans and he's super excited about becoming a Houston Texan? It's a Zoom call, actually. Here's what it sounds like. Reed Blankenship. This is what it feels like to be wanted.
I'm going through free agency, so I really didn't know how it worked. But my agent was giving me live updates, and it seemed like Houston was always the top team, keeping in contact with my agent. And I guess it's this new thing now where teams have the ability to call 5 players during the free agency. So I got a call from D'Amico, and just hearing what he had to say, and I could tell that he wanted me, and I could tell that he really liked me as a player. And obviously we haven't met truly in person, but I feel like he knows what my character is and what my personality is. So you could tell that he really wanted me and really liked me. And after we hung up, I was with my wife, and I'm like, I really feel like Houston really wants me. And that honestly felt like the first time in my whole career, NFL career, that somebody really wanted me as a player and as a person to come and perform for them.
This is Reed Blankenship's interesting, Seth, because heading into free agency, shoring up the offensive line, imperative. Getting a frontline running back, and I know that wasn't a free agent, that was a trade, but it's all bundled into the same ball of wax. That was imperative. They did both of those things. They even went and got a blocking tight end. I would have said heading into free agency that a safety, the level of Reed Blankenship, who's not an all-pro by any means, but he's a good football player, and I think a really good fit for the Houston Texans, would have felt like a luxury item to me, and yet they were able to do that. They were able to get that done.
Yeah, no, I think also that if you look at, okay, it's a luxury item if what you're trying to do is just be a really good defense and you already are one. I think that if you're thinking about it through the lens of, hey, we can't be allowing 1 or 2 extra big plays in some critical games in the playoffs, for instance, because we don't like the guy we have playing safety other than Kalen Bullock, that it's a championship type of, fix this need on the defense to be sure that they're as close to a defense that could win you a championship. Like, it's rare to have a defense that's that good that you can ride a defense to a championship. And the Texans, if the quarterback hadn't turned the ball over 4 times in that game, they might have been that defense. But they also had some issues in that game that were safety related. So I don't think it's a luxury purchase as much as this is the one glaring need on an otherwise superb defense. And I like it a lot. I think the other part where people might not realize outside of Houston, and I know a lot of people wouldn't realize this outside of Houston, because I saw a lot of people during the playoffs or as they were discussing the Texans' defense and how good it was, say things like, well, yeah, I mean, it's a defense that works when you've got incredible talent in the secondary. Yeah. Which is cool, but you have to recognize, too, that they only have 1 first-rounder in that secondary. So it's easy to look at it now. All the same people that thought that Kamari Lassiter wasn't fast enough because he ran a slow 40 are now saying, well, yeah, look, sure they're good. Look at how talented their secondary is. All right, you can't have it both ways. No. They've gotten through a combination of those guys being the right kinds of guys that play above the measurables, but then also really good coaching and the fact they've got a really good defensive line in front of them. You've got 1 first-rounder and then a bunch of second- and third-rounders. You add to them a guy that was an undrafted rookie free agent. It's way more about the types of guys those guys are and their ability to take coaching and to play that scheme to a T than it is that they've just got all these exceptionally physically gifted guys out there.
Yeah. And I guess with respect to Blankenship, you're right. Like, luxury item, it was a need. For sure it was a need. So not a luxury item. I guess the way I would say it is if you had told me before free agency they were going to get Wyatt Teller, Braden Smith, and bring back Ed Ingram, but they weren't able to address safety, I would have been like, okay, I get that. But that they were able to address it alongside all this other stuff. I just think Nick's done a really good job over these last 10 days.
I'd like it would be really cool to find out if Blankenship had any other similar offers on the table. And that the conversation with D'Amico is what put them over the top. That's interesting.
That's what I when I hear that, and I felt strongly this way about D'Amico Ryans since they hired him, which is, man, I bet the way I've put it is I bet he's great in the living room. You know, like that's the way they talk about college recruiting. Like I bet he is a great salesperson.
He would have been awesome back in the day. Remember back when college recruits actually wanted to have conversations other than NIL? Remember way back when?
Yeah.
When it wasn't just about who's throwing the most cash at me?
Yeah.
Well, all right. There's always been a little bit of that. But
ostensibly it wasn't that way. Yeah.
It used to be back in the day that people would throw money at you and it didn't tie you to them. You'd say, all right, hey, thanks, University of Tennessee alum, for the $100,000, but I'm going to Alabama. But now it's way more of like a free agency deal. But yeah, back in the day when the meeting with the parents and everything, and parents wanting to know that their kid was going to be taken care of, the D'Amico would have been awesome in that day and age. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I could just see D'Amico as a college coach. Son, you're not making a 4-year decision to come with me. You're making a 40-year decision.
Oh, D'Amico in some small town in Alabama.
Oh man,
you know, talking to some kid's parents.
Yeah.
Oh, they'd be just they'd be shoving their kid out the door to go sign up.
The conversation I would have loved to been a fly on the wall for was certainly the D'Amico and Blankenship Zoom call, but the Reed Blankenship conversation with his wife afterwards, where he's talking about, boy, this Houston, I tell you, like I would have loved to have heard what is exuberant, because she's right there with him on all this stuff. That would have been fun to listen to.
One thing Wyatt Teller said was that he likes that it's warm. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That was Braden Smith. Braden Smith in his interview with Aaron Wilson said that his wife at some point had just said, can we just go somewhere warm?
Yeah.
And where the people aren't so inbred. Because they were in Indiana all those years.
Yeah.
She didn't say that last part.
She didn't say the inbred part. No, but Blankenship did mention the weather when he was doing the podcast with Cooper DeJean. Remember that?
Yeah, he said that it's in the South and the weather is beautiful.
Weather's beautiful, and you and I are both like, training camp's in July, right? You do know this.
Tennessee's in the South, but it's not the same type of weather as you get further south, and certainly not like in Houston. Yeah. He hasn't been on the Gulf Coast yet, other than probably for maybe a spring break trip or something.
All right, we just got done talking a little bit about free agency. Reed Blankenship, a free agent coming here. Coming up next, do the Texans or do we have any interest in any of these names in the top 20 remaining free agent? They all seemingly have one thing in common. They all, for the most part, old. They're all old heads on this list. Do we have interest in any of these guys? And speaking of old, an NFL player announced his retirement yesterday. What is the amount of time that needs to have elapsed to where you just don't need to announce your retirement anymore? This is one of the stranger ones I've seen yesterday. We'll tell you who it was coming up next. But speaking of retirement, I would say if you want to retire, the earlier you want to retire, the more money you need in your
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go here on a Thursday, just cruising along. I know there's a lot of you that are trying to get all your work done so you can get out and watch basketball today. American tradition, Thursday and Friday, tons of games. My son is going to Vegas later today. That's the place to be for the fire hose if you're a gambler, man. Be sitting in a sports book. Nothing better than that on the first couple days of March Madness. All right, so the Texans have done, I would say, an ample amount of shopping in free agency, bringing in a few offensive linemen. Actually, if we're counting Ed Ingram as a free agency signing, they signed 4 offensive linemen in this go-round. Ed Ingram never hit the market. They re-signed him ahead of time. But that's, quantity and quality, I think, this time around. The big caveat being, and you brought this up a little earlier in the show, Seth, and I do feel like since signing both guys, Braden Smith and Wyatt Teller, we've been doing a little bit of whistling past the graveyard on it, but got to stay healthy. Yeah. And I'll throw, I'll throw Trent Brown in there too. They brought him back. He's got to stay healthy. And these guys, there will be injuries along the way, but they need to, as a unit, remain relatively healthy so you're not leaning on your depth again. Because as of right now, they don't have a ton of depth. We'll see what happens after the draft. There's not a lot of offensive line help left on the free agency market, at least at the top portion of it. I'm looking at USA Today, which, as we know, that's the publication that really seems to love the Houston Texans.
That's right. Yeah, they're always at the top of our power ranking of the power ranking.
USA Today, yes. Tyler Dragon, that's a good name. Tyler Dragon is the writer that put this together. He's got the top 20 remaining free agents with the best fit for each one.
Yeah.
I will say right now that the best fit, the Texans are not the best fit, according to Tyler Dragon of USA Today, for any of these top 20 remaining free agents. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't talk about this and see if we disagree with him.
Yeah.
The names that of the 20, there's 8 names that I think would generate the most fun conversation for our audience. Stephon Diggs is number. Well, let me just. I think people are probably curious who's at the top of the list. Top of the list is Aaron Rodgers and Tyreek Hill. And I would guess that Aaron Rodgers, it's probably either Steelers or bust for him, especially because the Vikings, which were always another team talked about with Aaron Rodgers, signed Kyler Murray. They also just signed Carson Wentz a few minutes ago. The Vikings did. So they've got Wentz, Kyler, and J.J. McCarthy in that room now.
That
Minnesota.
This list, there's not necessarily a whole lot of guys that intrigue me. We'll get to the ESPN's list of top remaining free agents is still chock full of offensive linemen, and there are some guys there that I might not be surprised if even the Texans took a swing at some of these guys still in free agency. I would be surprised. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities. But I think, the remaining depth on the offensive line is probably going to come through the draft.
Yeah, I would think so. So Aaron Rodgers 1, Tyreek Hill 2. They've got him best fit being the Chiefs. That's what we've seen. Ever since Tyreek Hill got cut by the Dolphins, every topic about him on TV is he the guy that can help the Chiefs get their mojo back?
Well, and he's an interesting one, too, because his injury situation is dicey. It's it's not altogether clear or obvious that he's definitely going to be fine and good to go in week 1, or that he might ever actually even play football again. So he's a top name 100%, but I wonder how most teams are really even looking at him right now.
Yeah. The names that I think are fun for Texan fans just to kick around, or maybe the Texans might even themselves be entertaining. And let me preface this by saying a lot of these are wide receiver names, and I know they've got Nico, and I know they've got the two guys, the Iowa State guys they drafted last year, Hutchinson, an Iowa State guy they drafted 3 years ago, and Tank Dell is sort of a mystery. That 5 is not a 5 that precludes me from them bringing in a veteran wide receiver in free agency at all.
Yeah.
Not big money, obviously, but I think we're at the stage of the shopping with free agency where I don't know that these guys are going to be big money guys. These are the 4 names. Tell me if you would be interested in any of these 4 for the Texans, Seth, at the right price. Stephon Diggs, Jawan Jennings, who D'Amico Ryans is familiar with from his time in San Francisco, Deebo Samuel, also familiar with from time in San Francisco, and Keenan Allen, our close personal friend from when we went to the Bounty activation at the Super Bowl on Radio Row last year and had a nice conversation with him.
Yeah, I think, Stephon Diggs, I feel like that ship has sailed, and that he's probably, depending on his legal situation, probably going to end up getting more money than I think the Texans should be spending on a wide receiver right now.
Yeah.
They've got their veterans, they've got their young guys. I'm good with them for now. Jawan Jennings is very interesting if it was at the right price tag. I'm not overly eager for wide receivers right now.
Yeah.
Deebo Samuel, hell no.
He's fat.
And what's that?
He's fat.
Yeah, I shouldn't say hell much. You know what? No, I can't let Brandon Ayuk filter into Deebo Samuel.
Right.
I'm sometimes guilty of this.
Don't do
I'm sometimes
that.
guilty of because their names are kind of cool and funky and they come from the same place.
Yeah.
I always forget. Wait, no. Deebo Samuel is not the head case that Brandon Ayuk is. So Deebo Samuel, I'd be intrigued. I'd be intrigued depending on, again, the price tag.
Keenan Allen had a decent season last year for the Chargers.
Keenan Allen is the one that the thing with Keenan Allen is kind of an unorthodox route runner. And one of the things that I think held back the offense last year was some of the timing and some of the spacing on the routes. And as it started to get more consistent, and as guys like Jaden Higgins learned to be more precise in the route running, that's when CJ could start to trust those guys. With Keenan Allen, it's always dicey because you don't want to discount the fact that he's a really good receiver. But I also think that as you're trying to integrate everybody into this new offense still in year 2, it might be adding a level of difficulty to it for CJ that's not you're not getting the bang for the buck. I don't think.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so those are the wide receiver names on the list. These are the other names on the list that I think are interesting. DJ Reader. I know we brought him up before. DJ Reader is 6th on this list right now of available free agents.
Yeah, I think the Texans love to rotate, and I know DJ Reader doesn't look like the type of defensive tackle that D'Amico's usually interested in, but they've tweaked the defense to have a little bit more of a run stuffer element with one of the defensive tackles at any given time. And I think that D'Amico might look at a guy like DJ and think, all right, you know what? For certain situations and certain packages, I'd actually like having DJ Reader out there. But how old is he now?
31.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
They got to have they've reduced the number of 30-year-olds in the they always like to have at least 4 old guys in there.
Yeah,
and DJ's old now.
Yeah, no, we actually at the defense in the interior defensive line, we actually card people. You know, we have to look at your ID. You look I don't know, Mario Edwards. You look a little. Let's see your ID here. You got to be at least 32.
You know, some of those clubs where it's not good enough to be 21, you got to be 24 or older.
Right.
Yeah, that's the football version of that.
That's exactly right. So DJ Reader, the other 3 names that I think are interesting on this, again, it's the USA Today 20 remaining, the best 20 remaining free agents. Jadeveon Clowney, number 16.
Yeah.
Probably not a Houston Texan, I would say. Doesn't
Probably
seem super
not.
swarmy to me, but he's fun to have around.
It would be interesting to have the meeting at least. I think that Clowney he's older now. He's matured, and he's still a valuable football player. The one thing that people never appreciate about Clowney is that he's really solid against the run. And there's times where if you need to set the edge, et cetera. Yeah. And it would be interesting for D'Amico just to have a meeting with Jadeveon.
He had 9 sacks last year for the Cowboys. He played well for them.
The other thing about Jadeveon that he's done his entire career is on game day, he's swarmy as hell.
Yeah.
He's making plays 25 yards downfield. Yep. Like, he's got a really good motor on game day. I think the issue with Bill O'Brien at times was, okay, what's your motor like every other day of the week, and how are you conducting yourself around the building, all of that. But that's, again, he's a more mature guy now than when he left Houston.
Here's where the article falls apart on Jadeveon Clowney.
Yeah.
This is what Tyler Dragon says. Clowney compiled 9 sacks in 2021 with the Browns, but he's at his best when he's not a primary edge rusher. The Browns have reigning Defensive Player of the Year Myles Garrett, who commands most of the attention. Clowney's shown he can play in tandem with Garrett. I beg to differ.
Yeah.
Remember when Clowney, his last year in Cleveland, Clowney was complaining that they let Garrett line up over the biggest scrub on the other team.
Because they were giving him star treatment. That they were allowing Myles Garrett to seek out, and go up against the weaker offensive lineman, moving him around to where he could have the most success. And Clowney felt like he had earned that right.
Yep.
So, I don't know. But again, Clowney's a little bit more mature than he was even back then a few years ago.
Yeah.
And now he'd be stepping into a situation where clearly Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter are the main guys.
Yep. So Clowney's an interesting name.
He's so much fun to have around.
He is. Clowney you're talking about?
Smile and he's always saying something interesting.
Yeah.
He's divulging more medical information than he should.
Dr. Clowney, yes. Would it hurt to have another doctor on the staff?
Right.
Have Clowney there? I bet he still lives here. I bet he still has a house here. All those guys end up keeping a house here that come here at some point or another.
Yeah.
Maybe. 2 more names. The last 2 on the list, 19 and 20. Rasul Douglas, cornerback, who I don't know if people remember, he was at either Camp Cully or Camp Lovey. He was a camp body for the Houston Texans at one point during those really, really bad years, and ended up not making the team and ends up going to Green Bay. And I think he was in Buffalo last year. He's carved out. He ended up getting a big contract from Green Bay.
Yeah.
Rasul Douglas did. He's out there now as a free agent. I said this all the way back in February, Seth, after the season was over. I know we did a segment where I gave sort of my 5-point plan for the offseason, one of those types of segments. And I think number 4 or 5 on my list was go shopping in the veteran bargain bin cornerback market when free agency rolls around. Don't give $15 or $20 million to a guy. You don't need to do that. You've got Derek Stingley Jr. and Kamari Lassiter. But if you pick the right veteran guys, I think you can build better depth than you have with Tremont Smith and other street guys that you've got.
It's always, the attainability of some of those guys is always tougher, though, because Rasul Douglas is probably going to go someplace where he's got at least an opportunity to start. Where he's looking at this situation now where there's no place for him.
Yeah.
They've got their top 5 guys in the secondary until somebody gets injured.
That's a good point because you go, okay, well, you got Blankenship and Bullock as your safeties, and you got Lassiter and Stingley as your corners, but Petrie is the sort of the roadblock to a guy like that getting on the field because he's not your traditional slot corner. But for the defense for the Texans, he plays this role where it's a little bit of everything, and he doesn't come off the field.
So his amount of opportunities, so it turns into whenever I do get a chance to play, it's going to be as if they slot me into some spot that maybe I'm not even comfortable with.
Right.
As I'm playing safety or something, all of a sudden on a moment's notice. Yeah. So when you're talking about the type of contract he's going to get, you're probably not able to compete with that.
I'm glad
the guy on this list that I'm intrigued by and doesn't really fit the D'Amico Ryans type, but in a lot of ways, but totally fits him in terms of that age, wisdom, and experience way that they like having in that D-line meeting room. Calais Campbell.
Yes,
he'd be 40 years old. He's still plugging along. He's amazing.
He doesn't miss games.
No, and he's just you talk about having a gray beard out there. And he, by the way, doesn't have any gray hair at all yet.
No,
but in terms of the metaphorical gray beard, he's still grading out on PFF like close to what he has his entire career. And he's just an awesome guy to have around.
I feel like if they signed him and the Texans go back to the Greenbrier next year, and then you and I make our pilgrimage up there, and we do our interviews after practice or whatever, I feel like Calais Campbell will be one of the first guys you seek out. Mostly just to see how the hell he's lasted this long playing the same position you did. And I mean, you played 10 years. That's a long time.
He's 40 years old.
40 years old, yeah, and he's out there right now. He's out there as a free agent. How did you couch him? You said that he might not be a great fit for.
Well, he's more of a He's not necessarily an upfield menace.
So stylistically, he might not be a great fit. Okay,
but he's going to be able to he still gets a lot of pressures.
Yeah.
It's just not like he used to.
Yeah.
But he's still very effective. So that's where I guess if you looked at him in his prime, he's kind of in a lot of ways he's like the ideal 3-4 in a 3-4 defense.
Mm-hmm.
He's a really good defensive end in a 3-4 defense.
Yeah.
He can go down and rush inside on passing downs and everything. But there's a place for him in different situations where he can still provide pass rush. He can still be a run stuffer. So he's not the ideal guy that they might want to be planning on using heavily all the time in the rotation. But there's certain looks that the Texans use now where a guy like him really fits. And you don't expect to get more than 500 snaps in a season out of him. So that's where I think he fits everything else in terms of his personality and his professionalism and all of that really, really well. Yeah. He'd be a good guy to have around.
No question. Base power text line. This goes back to when you and I played that. I don't know if it was a prediction or whatever it was that Schefter had that if the Titans get good play from Cam Ward this year, they could make the playoffs. It's a valid question from a listener. Will the Titans, like the Patriots last year, have an obscenely easy schedule? Then it could happen and they could make the playoffs. Okay, so do they have an obscenely easy schedule? I will say this. The one thing the Patriots had going for them last year that the Titans will not have going for them this year, Patriots played in a division where they got to play the Jets and the Dolphins twice. The Titans are going to be playing the Texans, the Jags, and the Colts inside the division. There's way fewer layups inside the division. Now, the three games that sort of shuffle based on record. There's the 14 of the 17 games are already determined in perpetuity. But the three variable games that are based on where you finish in the standings, the Titans would be getting the Raiders, the Raiders, the Jets, and who over in the NFC? The Texans are playing, I forget. But anyways, they'd be playing three last-place teams on those three games, whereas the Texans and Jags are playing probably playoff teams.
As it is right now, it looks like every team in the AFC South has, you know what, no, I don't know if this is an historical one or a...
The schedule is easier this coming season than it was last year. No question.
I was looking at the way it finished out last year.
You cross over with the NFC North, which is the Ravens, the Steelers, the Bengals, and the Browns. There's no, depending on how you feel about the Ravens with the new head coach and Lamar coming back and whatever, but the other three teams, the Steelers, the Bengals, and the Browns, that ain't the NFC West or the AFC West like you were dealing with last year. And then they're crossing over with the NFC East, which is Giants, Commanders, Eagles, Cowboys.
This isn't based on the Vegas odds, which is the better way to do it, but just the normal way you do it based on the opponent record and everything. Right now, the Texans have the 26th hardest schedule. The Titans have the 25th hardest schedule.
That checks out.
Jaguars have the 22nd hardest schedule.
That has everything to do with who you're crossing over with.
Yeah, so the Colts are the 28th hardest schedule. So anywhere from 22nd through 28th right now. So it shouldn't be. Now, that'll change, obviously, as it always does. But yeah, it's not going to be the same as last year, most likely.
And even with that was so extreme. I mean, the Patriots were 4-13, and they went from 4-13 to 14-3. I don't care how easy your schedule is. That is still pretty freaking amazing to improve in the NFL.
Yeah,
where most of the games, the spread on most games are within a touchdown. You got to give the Patriots credit that at least they, there's an easy schedule. But they were winning all those games.
That actually, the one that I was reading, that was, So we'll have the one based on win totals at some point.
Yep. That might be my project for today. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Our friend Garrett, the web guy, had an interesting characterization when he was texting us early in the show of the Houston sports scene right now, Seth. Is this a fair characterization of our favorite teams here right now? We will discuss that coming up next, but I'll give you a characterization of West Point Lincoln. Triple Crown Award winner.
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so Seth, you and I really almost every day during the show, I mean, he won't leave us alone, honestly. Garrett, the web guy. Garrett, our former web guy here at Sports Radio 610, who remains a friend, but loves to text us during the show. Mm-hmm. He's got his own private text line with us. It's called Our Cell Phones.
Yeah.
And he loves when we talk about punters like we did earlier. That's what got him going. We were talking about Kai Kroger. Oh, the excitement level that Garrett had about that and the Tin Cup soundtrack that I brought up. But he said this. He said, just out of nowhere, almost a drive-by on Houston sports, and we should point out that Garrett is a fan of, like, the 49ers and the A's and teams like that.
He's a fan of the California A's of Anaheim.
The orphaned A's.
Yeah, they are the California A's of Sacramento.
Sacramento, right, yeah. He says this. Curious if you agree. Houston sports are in their fool's gold era. They are all playoff teams who are good but are terrible at the same time. You talk yourself into them being real gold until they show themselves for who they are. You've brought up not necessarily recently, but I remember back in the day, to much critical acclaim, you brought up the possibility of a golden era.
I had said
Houston sports.
They were a franchise quarterback away from a golden era back in Houston sports.
2016 or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Back in the day.
And it ended up looking like once Deshaun Watson came in and did what he did, the Rockets were doing what they did. The Astros were very much entering their golden era.
Might be right.
I was almost correct.
Almost.
But they never quite captured that. The Fool's Gold, if this is the Fool's Gold era, I would say let's say this past calendar year.
Yeah.
I think the Rockets weren't a team. The Rockets were a pleasant surprise that looked like they were on the precipice of, and it wasn't even that much of a surprise. It was a nice steady development, and then going into the playoffs last year, they looked like they might be on the precipice of something great, and then Durant comes in, and holy crap, we really got something. That's all happening as the Texans looked very much like a team that might become a genuine contender. I think it's the Astros, though, that keep it from being fool's gold, just because we've been in this boat for a couple years with the Astros where it feels like, all right, I mean, we've conclusively shut the door on the golden era, and now it's a matter of, all right, can we start a new era of Astros baseball?
Yeah.
So I think that the Astros kind of being in this treading water stage, it keeps it from feeling like that we've been sold a bill of goods that didn't come true or something.
Yeah, I'm going through each of the teams in my head, and I'm like, fool's gold implies that you were sold a bill of goods, that you were supposed to be this and you're that. And I would say with the Rockets, boy, the Rockets are definitely underwhelming. Even without Fred VanVleet, I didn't think it would look this bad. And I get it, they're the 5 seed. It's not like the bottom's falling out of it or anything. They're going to make the playoffs. We'll see if they win a playoff series, let alone make it to the conference finals or NBA finals. If the Rockets were playing the way they were and Fred VanVleet were healthy, I would say this is fool's gold for sure. If he were healthy, like you can offshoot some of it with the injuries. It looks worse than it should, I think. They look like children out there playing at times with the way they protect the basketball. So Rockets, I'm not totally fool's gold. Texans, or the Texans fool's gold. Great defense. I mean, the Texans are kind of a microcosm of how you were describing the Houston sports scene when you brought up the golden era back in the day. You know?
Yeah, I think we know what the issues or where the glass ceiling is on the Texans right now, and it's all on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
That's where is it fool's gold? Is anybody on the Texans looking at the team right now and having watched last season saying, "Oh yeah, now they're going to be 100% a Super Bowl contender and a favorite"? It's impossible to say that right now because we still don't know exactly where C.J. Stroud's ceiling is as a quarterback, what Nick Caley is as an offensive coordinator, whether the new offensive line is going to make a difference. I think there's still a lot of there's a lot of unknowns. Nobody's mortgaging their house because they just found this Texans team right now.
Well, is it? Man, am I out of bounds by kind of echoing what you said several years ago about the Houston sports scene when you said we're a quarterback away from a golden era of Houston sports? If I were to say we are better quarterback play away from a golden era of Texans football, is that a crazy thing to say? I mean, if they had average quarterback play, we might have had a parade last year.
It's somebody had a stat out the other day, and I want to say it was Texans Jacob. It was interesting because it showed the number of quarterbacks who had a top 15 EPA, expected points added, while also having a bottom 5 EPA rushing attack.
Yep.
And it's only happened, I think, 5 times in the last several years, and C.J. Stroud's had 2 of those performances.
Yep.
That's the part where I don't know. I don't know if any quarterback can be expected to look like a franchise caliber quarterback when the rushing attack is as decrepit as it's been with the Texans. As much as you want to downplay or diminish the importance of the run game in the modern NFL, if you can't run the ball at all, it makes it really, really hard to operate. It just makes it so much easier for defenses to kind of sit on their heels and check and confirm that it is indeed run before you leave your pass coverage responsibilities and all of that. That it's a really tough environment in which to operate. That's the thing that keeps me from feeling like all the good things we've seen from CJ is fool's gold. He's had adverse circumstances. Could he have dealt with it better? Sure. Could he have been more careful with the ball? 100% in the playoffs and all of that. But it's also not the kind of environment where you're going to look like an all-pro.
So my statement, the golden era statement of Texans football that I just said, where they said you need better quarterback play. If they get better quarterback play, it could be a golden era of Texans football. What I'm hearing is that, you need better quarterback play, obviously, but it's not all CJ's fault.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not pointing to him as I'm not 100% convinced that, because he will be the driving force once you start running the ball better. But he's not the only issue.
Right.
And we're in that uncomfortable spot where it's really impossible to point. You can't say, this is the one specific thing.
Yep.
This is what it is. From Texans Jacob, since C.J. Stroud entered the NFL in 2023, there are just 3 quarterbacks who've been in the top 12 in EPA per dropback in a season, while their team has a bottom 5 run game in EPA. And it's 2025, C.J. Stroud, 2024, Tuivasa.
I was going to say, I saw that tweet. I thought Tua was one of them. Okay, good.
And then C.J. Stroud and Justin Herbert in 2023.
Yeah.
So it's hard to operate that way with a bottom 5 rushing attack.
Interesting. Wow, the genius Mike McDaniel was the coordinator of one of those offenses, huh?
Yeah. And just say there's still a chance that CJ could be as good as Tua Tagovailoa. So there you go, everybody.
Yeah.
If that's the good news you were hoping for, then there you go.
He can compete with Michael Penix for a spot on the Atlanta Falcons.
And third place finisher in NFL MVP, Justin Herbert.
That's
with
right.
One vote.
Yeah, with one. Yeah. That's right.
I don't know if he even finished third, did he? But he finished third in terms of first place votes.
Yeah, he got one vote. I don't know if he finished third overall.
Because they have a graduated system there, right?
Yep, They do now. They used to not, and that was the dumbest thing ever. Just one vote. Here's the name. There you go. I like graduated voting. Question on the base power text line: how does getting Reed Blankenship affect Petrie in this defense? I don't think it does. I mean, they're just plugging Blankenship in where they had a bunch of rotating subpar perforers last year.
I think that this is the thing. Petrie's not a safety. I don't know. I feel like they list him as a safety in a lot of just on a lot of graphics.
The Pro Bowl ballot has him as a safety.
Yeah, Blankenship is playing the position that last year when Petrie was on the field, the guy playing Blankenship's position was either Jalen Reed or C.J. Gardner-Johnson or that Kayvon Wallace or whomever else.
Miles Bryant played a little bit there.
Yeah, it doesn't it affects him minimally.
Yeah, that's good. It's good. We want Petrie still doing Petrie things. On a C.J. Stroud contract extension, who calls first and how does that conversation go?
Right. We've had this conversation before. I think at this point it would be it'd be CJ's agent.
Mulligetta.
It's David Mulligetta.
Yep.
I don't think that I think you know what the answer to that is, honestly? Almost every single NFL team at some point, I'm guessing, is like, oh, what the hell is it with this? Quarterbacks all of a sudden are the thing you do is you give them an extension after their third season. I'd say the last guy that a team might have felt really good about it was with Pat Mahomes. Since Pat Mahomes, who's the quarterback that got the third-year extension where you feel like, oh yeah, 100%, you got to lock that down right this moment.
Joe Burrow.
Yeah. Okay, there you go.
Joe Burrow. But your point is valid that there are more question marks that have gotten those types of extensions than guys where you just go, well, it's a formality.
Yeah. Trevor Lawrence, Tua Tagovailoa, like these guys, I think teams were basically like, all right, yeah, I guess. Yeah, it looks like probably. I think, did Josh Allen get a third-year extension?
He did. He did,
but he hadn't turned into what he is now completely.
His first 3 years were 18, 19, and 20. 19 was the year they lost to the Texans in the playoffs. So
that's right. And then the next year he took off.
He blew up the next year.
So 2020 he blew up.
Yep, he did. Hell, even Lamar Jackson. Remember, it took Lamar forever to get his extension just because of all the posturing and his mom's his agent and this and that. And that was kind of wild. But yeah, there have been more question marks than not.
Yeah. On average, I would say in any given situation, usually it's the player that's agitated. Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
It's going to be the player agitating for it. And
100%.
the team does it with gusto when they know for 100% sure this is our guy.
This could be something, Seth, that Nick Caserio is able to kind of flip the narrative around the league when it comes to other general managers and what they think of what some of his business practices are, because I think there's a lot of GMs around the league that didn't like when he gave Jaden Higgins a fully guaranteed contract as a high second-round pick. Mm-hmm. He did something weird with Dameon Pierce's contract back in the day. He does, tend to be – he's not afraid to set the market for certain things. If Nick Caserio is the one that digs in on this trend of just paying quarterbacks because they're quarterbacks, he could make a lot of new friends.
I think he's in a position to do it partly because he's got an established track record now of taking care of guys once they really do establish
when
themselves
the time comes. Yes,
as one of the better players in the league, he's extended a lot of guys now, and I think that if he has a conversation with Mulligetta where it's basically, hey, look, we still want to see him grow and progress, and just know that. We look at our record. We keep giving guys on extensions league-leading contracts. Yeah. So if CJ plays well this year, the price tag is going to go up. We realize that we'll have to pay more next year than we would have had to this year. But we're cool with that, and we'll do it because we've done it in the past.
Yep. All right, final segment coming up. The NFL is laying the groundwork to do something that I am anxious to see. If it comes to this, how does it affect the 2026 season? And Seth actually has experience playing in an environment like we're about to talk about. We will discuss coming up next.
Oh, I've also got experience with Lincoln Stahl, the managing partner at Easy Honda, and you're going to love.
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Boy, that Fool's Gold segment got a few people worked up.
Oh, yeah?
Stop. Yeah. Look, I'll read this to you, Seth. Stop, please. I am so tired of the coulda, woulda, shoulda with the Houston Texans. They were not close to the Super Bowl last year. They were a long way from making the conference final last year. I disagree with that. I don't think they were a long way from making it. They were in a one-score game in the fourth quarter of the divisional round. By definition, they were close to making it. I get what you're saying, Tex.
I feel like that's somebody that's got a knee-jerk, like, these guys are too positive about something all the time, take or something. Like, no, you can be very, very close, but also a million miles away. Hence, the question, was it fool's gold? And, the ironic thing about this is we answered that, last year it was fool's gold.
Right.
In a respect. Yeah. So where are they now?
Yeah.
You know what? I like sometimes I get agitated with people who – there's people that are basically agree with us, and yet they're upset that we're not agreeing as specifically as they would like us to.
Stop, please. I'm so tired of the coulda, woulda, shoulda. So are we.
Yeah, it wasn't like that's the thing. We didn't present that as, oh, wow, they were so close, and it was just we didn't say it was bad luck or anything. No, clearly – They had systemic issues on the offense and in the play of the quarterback in the playoffs that prevented them from going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So I don't even know what that person's mad at. Well, that person's mad at everything all the time.
Let me guess. That may very well be. If I had to guess, I would say maybe they're upset that when you were laying out the importance of the run game, maybe they felt like you were taking some of the blame, maybe a disproportionate share of the blame away from CJ.
Yeah.
I think your point was perfectly valid. I'm just trying to climb inside the head of this person.
No, that is, I do. It's weird. There's every now and then we'll get somebody who's really, really angry about the text line, something we said, and then they'll say, what actually happened is, and it was exactly what we said. I don't, and that's where you feel like somebody's so deep in their lizard brain at that point, and they're just angry about something that they're not even listening. Right. There's some topics that are like that. Yeah. Like as soon as you bring up the topic, if I just say this, Sean, we're going to do a segment. It's going to last 7 seconds on one player, and it's this player, Shedeur Sanders. Boom. I can't believe you guys are saying this about Shedeur Sanders. I can't believe how stupid you are about Shedeur Sanders. You don't know anything about the exact Shedeur Sanders situation. You stopped thinking. Yeah. You read the first two words of a tweet or a comment on social media or something you heard on the radio, and you're triggered instantly.
Yeah. That is something Twitter does now. If you go to comment tweet about an article, it does go like, hey, you might want to
Have you actually read
Have you
this?
read the article?
Yeah.
It reminds you, like, it's a good idea to actually read the article before you comment about it. All right, so Kevin Seifert, ESPN.com, this article. This is just a news article, basically. The NFL is laying the groundwork for hiring replacement officials this season.
Oh!
If the league is unable – I can't wait for you to react to this. You are reacting to it. If the league is unable to agree on a new collective bargaining agreement with the NFL Referees Association, according to emails reviewed Wednesday by ESPN. I love this. That means somebody that's on one side or the other of this bargaining said, here you go, Seifert, take this and run with it. The proposed approach is similar to what the NFL carried out during a 2012 lockout of officials, which extended 110 days and ended after the third week of the regular season. The current CBA is due to expire at the end of May. So according to the emails, real quick, the league is looking for a list of about 150 mostly small college officials by the end of this weekend. Those officials could begin onboarding as early as April and then attend a 4-day clinic in May. Absent a CBA agreement, they would continue training through the summer, visit training camps before the regular season begins. The NFL declined comment.
Okay, so this has happened a couple times this century, or at least maybe in the previous century. Because one time it happened when I played in a game with replacement officials. maybe a game or two. I can't remember how many. And then it happened again in 2012.
Why were they? Was it a work stoppage like this, or
it was something?
Yeah,
something like this.
Okay.
And the biggest thing I remember, and I'll have to fact check myself on this, but I think it was borne out in the stats both times.
Yeah.
It's that these guys. It seemed to me that they'd been instructed, be very careful about when you throw flags. And when I played, we got through the film, and you're like, okay, they've been instructed not to call holding at all. And to a really frustrating degree. And I think on the defensive side of it, where it could have benefited defenses. So, like, not calling offensive holding, that's going to hurt the D-line, obviously. On the defensive side of things, look, in college, man, they let defensive backs get away with all-out physical assault.
Yeah.
So they weren't calling it. They were way less likely to call pass interference on the defensive side of the ball, especially when you consider that it's lower-level colleges that they're taking these officials from.
Yeah.
It's not the SEC or anything.
No.
So the difference in speed, it would already be extreme from college, from top-tier programs to the NFL. But if you're talking about from Division II and Division III schools or high school, yeah, it's a big deal.
Yeah.
So as much as we love to malign the officials and talk about how stupid and bad they are, remember, no matter how bad you think they are, they're way, 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 way better than a lot of the other officials, and they're accustomed to the high speed and the style of play and everything else like that.
Okay, so
it's frustrating.
Yeah. Okay, so let me ask you this to localize the topic here a little bit. Let's pretend that the same thing happens this season that happened in 2012. That there's a lockout or there's some work stoppage, whether it's a strike or a lockout. They don't come to an agreement. In the 2000, I look back at 2012 and I don't remember this being a topic.
Yeah.
So it's not like I was on the radio that I can recall exceedingly angry about it. And it's a long time ago. It predates my time here at 610. How would this affect the Texans if the replacement refs conduct themselves the same way they did that you described, Seth, where they're less inclined to call holding, they're less inclined to call defensive pass interference? Is there – I tell you what, I mean, I start taking the under on sack numbers for some guys if we're just looking at a gambling angle to the whole thing. But does this – as a Texan fan, do I look at this any differently than the other 31 teams?
I fact-checked myself, and in 2012, they actually called more holding than usual. And I guess that it was really erratic, though, too. They would call more – so they would call – there were some things – there was more holding penalties, but I get the picture that there was actually like some egregious holding penalties that went uncalled, but then there were some really ticky-tack ones. So there, like that flips it on my head in terms of the way I was thinking about it was, all right, well, just go ahead and hold more. Which is always dicey when you're telling guys to change the way that they play or something.
Sure. Well, then you
don't want to alter that too much.
And these refs aren't always going to be there.
Right.
They're going to go away at some point. Now you've gotten used to using holding as one of your tactics.
It's like becoming a bootlegger like 3 weeks before the end of Prohibition. Great. I sunk my 401k into my bootlegging operation.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't think it's probably something you got to be aware of, but you don't necessarily want to have your guys alter their complete style of play. I think that I'm more saying it to warn the fans. Just be ready to be extra angry at the officials. No matter how angry you were before, you might be extra angry at the beginning of this season.
When you were playing with replacement officials for however long it was, did you gain a greater appreciation for the regular officials during that time?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. I can remember that being the...
Did you argue less after? I don't know if you were an arguer to begin with on calls.
I remember I hugged all of them. I gave a long and heartfelt hug to the point where... they would try to pull away, and I'd keep hugging them.
I know that's not true.
I was just like,
You're not a hugger.
I never appreciated how much I love you and care about
Miss you so much.
You stupid bum.
But you, okay, so
remember?
Yeah, I gained a greater respect, and it lasted for one game. Yeah.
That's coming from somebody who actually literally knocked an umpire out once in a game.
I
gave him a concussion.
Yeah.
It wasn't intentional.
No,
mostly. And I didn't get flagged or penalized for it. I just ran into him.
Right.
I was turning to pursue on a screen, and he was in my way.
Blammo.
And I knocked Garth DeFelice to the ground.
You knew his name.
He was a good dude, yeah.
Did you know his name before you truck rolled him?
I don't think I did.
Yeah, so that's nice of you. So you
I
went
felt
like
bad.
What's his name?
Actually thought about. I didn't know whether I kind of thought about sending him something. I felt bad, but then I didn't know if that's like bribing a judge or something.
Yeah.
Like,
what's the etiquette for a referee that you steamroll in a game?
I didn't have ChatGPT to ask back then.
Yeah.
Now I would know. I would ask ChatGPT, what's the standard protocol when you knock out an official in a game? Are you allowed to give him some kind of a gift?
ChatGPT would know, too. They would know. Someone's saying on the text page that the Fool's Gold label is fair for the Rockets and Texans, but they still think the Astros are in their championship window. That's an optimistic Astros fan right there. Yeah.
It would be a different window now, though.
Yeah.
It's just whatever.
It's a playoff window.
However much you subscribe or don't subscribe to the concept of windows, I feel like you can say that, this would be a different window. If they started, if they went on another run and won a championship or 7, that's a different window. That's like with the Patriots. They have 2 different windows from when they were a serious menace in the NFL.
Yep. Yeah. The way I would the way I would frame that for the Astros is there was a time where the floor was the ALCS for 7 straight years. The floor was the ALCS.
The floor was the ceiling.
Well, I think now that
the ceiling is the floor.
Well, I think now my ceiling. I mean, look, it's the World Series. It's baseball. You get on a hot run with your pitchers. Anything can happen. I would be happy if they made it to the ALCS this year. I would be happy. Whereas before, during the real golden era with the Astros, losing in the ALCS, losing in the World Series was a disappointment the 2 times they did it, especially the year that they lost to the Nationals and lost all those games at home. Hey, I know you and I got to bounce in a few minutes here, so I want to make sure we talk to the fellas who are out at the rodeo, Reggie Atatula and John Lopez. They are in the loop. What's going on, gentlemen?
Hey, what's happening with you guys?
We're just hanging out, doing a little bit of radio. Well, you guys are going to be so psyched when you get back. There's new chairs in the studio.
There's new chairs in the studio?
They have armrests.
Armrests?
Yeah. It's a game changer. I feel more pensive. I feel more relaxed. It's nice.
Yeah, what percentage better are you at radio because of those armrests?
Well, it's only been 1 day, so Seth would say it's a small sample size, but I would say 250% better. I've been.
Wow,
at least
that's incredible.
It'll backtrack. Don't worry, but I've been amazing today. Yeah.
There's the immediate hit, and then eventually you have a creeping back down of the efficiency.
Okay, he's got a little bit of like a placebo effect going on right now.
Okay, fair enough. The new coach bounce. Huh?
That's right. The dead cat new coach bounce. So since we got to bounce quickly here, what is the question of the day?
The question of the day is not your teams, but you. What is your biggest upset in the spirit of the first day of greatness?
March Madness. Yeah.
Biggest upset? Like
your biggest personal upset.
Like is that when we triumphed or that we were
It could go either way. I was telling Reggie, like you could be like, I thought this was a lock.
You were the 2 seed and the 15 seed comes get
I'd
you.
say,
or it could be the other way.
Mine's easy, and Sean knows this one. It's that in the year 2007, I was offered a contract with the New York Giants with a strict explanation that, listen, we're not even going to plan on playing you until midway through the season. You're going to make the team, et cetera, et cetera. And I declined that offer, and they would go on to win the Super Bowl. So instead, I went to a team where I wasn't given that same guarantee, and I ended up retiring instead. I would have a Super Bowl ring right now, whether I played or not in the year 2007.
Sweet.
Yeah,
mine is probably, if we're doing upset in terms of like unlikely success or failure or whatever. Yeah. Mine is probably my radio career, if I'm being honest. Like resume or training wise, I've got no business being where I'm at right now. I was a caller to the Jim Rome show.
Business being.
Yeah. Don't tell our bosses, but I'm not classically trained to do this. That's the thing that pops off at the top of my head. So
well, we'll give ours later. We know you guys have got something you got to get to.
Yep.
You know what? I'm running off to do an interview with Chris Sims, so we'll have some audio from Chris Sims tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
Oh, fun.
Nice.
Yeah. Chris Sims, noted supporter of the Texans throughout the year, I would say.
Yeah, that's been fun.
Yeah.
It's been hot.
A little of that for you. All right. Well, gentlemen, have a great time out at the rodeo today.
We will.
You're listening to KLTM, KLTFM HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. I repeat, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Atatula and John Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies and armrests to you.
And thank you. Have fun. I got them. And look, they're here. He wished me armrests, and I've got I'm telling you guys, these armrests are a game changer. You're going to love them when you get back in studio. All right,
will.
Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. The fellas are out at the rodeo. They are in the loop, and they start now.
You're in the loop, too, here on a Thursday. Is it Thursday?
It is Thursday.
Okay,
yes.
For a second there, I got.
How dare you, by the way?
What?
How dare you?
What? What? Look,
dare you?
There's a lot of things that are moving fast and furious for me, but it is a Thursday. It is a first day of the NCAA tournament Thursday.
That's why I said, how dare you?
It is a final Thursday of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo 2026 Thursday, and of course, it's just a regular old Thursday in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Hope you're having a good Thursday to this point. Let's have a good one as we go along. All the fellas out at the Built for Tough broadcast studios at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. How y'all feeling?
Man, couldn't be better. Actually, just kind of spitballing here before we get into to last night's game, and certainly
there was a game last night.
March Madness. This was a good example of why I put, and I'm not trying to go back there, but this is a good example of why I put St. Patrick's Day as a third-tier holiday.
Oh, here we go. Here, we're starting with this energy.
By the way, what you had for dinner that night?
I had homemade corned beef and cabbage. And
so you celebrated, huh?
No.
You celebrating third-tier holidays, huh?
Yeah. What's wrong with that? It's third tier. Still celebrate. It's just third tier. We're not going there. But when I woke up this morning, as opposed to when I woke up on the 17th, on, was it Tuesday? Yeah, Tuesday. I went, it's happening.
Tournament?
Today's the day.
Tournament time,
and that was one of my qualifiers, remember?
But see, that's something you care about, though.
Everybody, that's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong.
You're doing the same thing with St. Patrick's Day, though.
Nope.
Because you don't care about it.
Nope.
No means everybody don't care about it.
You're telling me more people are excited about St. Patrick's Day than the first day of March Madness?
A lot of people was wearing green.
I didn't say a lot of people. I said more people. I thought about that. It's a great day. The first thing I wrote down on the doc today is it's here and it is special. It is special. Actually, I said it's beautiful. It's here and it's beautiful.
You haven't even seen it yet. How do you know it's beautiful?
It's beautiful. I can tell you right now.
I ain't wake up like that. The first thing I did when I woke up was like, damn, I'm going to the rodeo.
Yeah, baby, we out here.
The rodeo, man.
And we got, obviously, Figgy Fig, not confined to the studio, out here with us. Fig, what are you looking to get into? Because you're not confined to the Built Ford Tough studio like we are. I feel like we might need to send you on assignment to go try some stuff and see some stuff and get some stuff.
And we got the equipment to do it. So I might be rolling around here a little bit. And right now I'm looking, is that Triple J's over there?
Oh, yeah. That might be assignment number one.
I'm a big fan of Triple J's, man. Shout out to Triple J's on the north side, I want to say.
Hey, I see Oak Ridge Smokehouse within walking distance.
Do we have to get the turkey leg today?
No, I'm going to get that barbecue sandwich at Oak Ridge.
Well, the reason why I say that is, I mean, turkey leg is one of those kind of staples.
You can get you're a big turkey leg guy.
I am, and I have not had one this rodeo season. And so do I have to get a turkey leg, except I'm at work, right? Like, we're at work doing radio. Is that something I got to do? 713-572-4610. That is the base power text line. Get involved. Somebody said, y'all are already on one, and I appreciate that. 713 said the drive will probably break those armchairs today. Somebody also asked me what I thought about the new Spider-Man trailer. I'll tell you, I don't watch trailers to movies I know I'm going to see.
Yeah.
Like, why would I do that? I'm going to see it, so don't ruin anything for me.
I'm excited about it.
Okay, good.
Super excited about it.
Now, I don't know what the trailers would be, and I don't know if you could even have a trailer for the excitement that is March Madness, but we'll get into that. Games are starting as of, like 11:15 is when we get going, so we'll get to that.
I already got it called up on my laptop.
You do? You got the game? You got the CBS,
I got the channel,
True TV, all that in front of yourself?
So, look, man, just as an indicator of how big a day, how fun a day we are all, including our listeners, going to have on Sports Radio 610 today in the Loop. Figgy's going to go. Where are you going, Triple J?
I was thinking about Triple J's. I usually get Triple J's every time I go to the road.
All right, that's one. I see within walking distance a giant Ferris wheel that I would love to send Figgy on that Ferris wheel and report live, because I know you're kind of afraid of heights, aren't you?
A little bit.
So we'll see what that is. Reggie's going to get a turkey leg.
Wait, they said get 2 turkey legs? Y'all are going to kill me today.
I'm gonna get an Oak Ridge barbecue sandwich.
Wait, there's bacon cotton candy out here?
We got.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
We got mariachis playing already.
All right.
I can hear mariachis in the distance.
All right, we have assignments.
It's a big day.
So we'll be obviously rolling with you all day to 2 p.m. like we always do, but we're out here at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, and we're going to try and pack in all the fun into these 4 hours. Let's start with last night's basketball game. I don't know how fun that was for everybody. The Rockets fall to the Los Angeles Lakers at home on ESPN, as we have come to say on the show in front of the host. 124-116. And the question that I want to ask you, dear listener, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, did that game make you feel better or worse about this Rockets team? Because oddly enough, I think there's some stuff that could actually make you feel better in that game.
Okay. I want to get to that, but you said hose.
All right. Okay.
So just
I knew it was a bad idea as soon as it left my lips.
Just as a public service to the city of Houston that I love so dearly, and our listeners, I would like to volunteer to be at the gate and see who gets in and who gets out.
Oh, you're going to be that guy.
Okay. Who gets in and who gets out.
Yeah, girl, you good. Go ahead. Go ahead.
In fact, you real good. Keep going.
Hey, do a little spin around just to make sure.
Oh, I got to check that.
Yeah,
I got to check that.
All right.
All right, so Rockets.
Yes.
In a weird way, and tell me if I'm wrong, 713-572-4610.
You're wrong.
In a weird... I haven't heard what I said.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
In a weird way, last night's game kind of made me a little more discouraged overall about what the Rockets are going to be the rest of this season. And let me explain that, because I'm watching this game and I'm like, there is urgency with this team.
Correct.
They feel it. They've heard all the criticism. They know how important this game is. They know about the tiebreaker. They know this could be one of those games that might damn well send them to the road in the first round of the postseason. They were hungry. You could tell they had it. They were locked in. Number two, Aman and Şengün played their asses off. Like they played their asses off.
Yeah, those are two dudes that are, I think, unassailable in that game. I'm watching that game, and I don't know why I did it this way. I was keeping a running track of good game. Good game.
Yeah.
Okay game. Bad game.
Yeah.
And Amen and Alperin were very much on the top of it, obviously alongside Kevin Durant. These are good games.
So that's two. The third thing, I'm watching this game. They actually had a plan for when I call it being rushed. Yeah, when they were rushing.
When those blitzes
when they were rushing
those double teams.
Yeah, rushing KD and other things. They actually had a plan. There was some semblance of a counterpunch, so to speak. Speaking of punches, that's number 4. They took the Lakers' punch early, big time. I mean, what Lakers end up shooting? 60%?
61% from the field, 47% from 3.
Yeah.
They were hot shooting in this game.
And yet the Rockets came back, and we're right there in the fourth quarter. So I'm like, all right, this is what we want to see. And yet there was still confusion at the end. There was still a disjointed approach at the end. They got by one of the best players on the planet, and they ended up losing by 8 points. So I'm like, all right, this is encouraging. What's discouraging is even at their best against a team that is basically tied with them, no longer, but was basically tied with them, they couldn't find a way to win. I was like, damn, that might be the takeaway. Trust your eyes. They are just not at the top tier.
And I can't fault you for having that take from the 281. I bought season tickets because we got Durant. I am out. Ime seems to not know how to coach in the second half. Durant is lazy. Şengün cries all the time. Damn it! I hear that. I hear that perspective. The thing about it is this game might actually give you some feeling where you can cut against some of that. The idea that Ime can't coach in the second half. This is a team that won the third quarter 37-22 and in demonstrative fashion. This is the point in the game. The third quarter is when I went, oh, okay, I can see a little light at the end of the tunnel on this. Am I saying that this is, and now I know people are going, here goes Reggie with that optimism again. Ain't nobody trying to hear that. But I'm not trying to tell you that this is now a Rockets team that can contend for a championship. That would be asinine. They still lose this basketball game. But what you're talking about the effort, the energy, I saw a team that was serious. The way that I'll describe it is they looked serious, particularly starting in that third quarter where they're locking in. I'm talking about their rotations are much better. Navigating screens looks good. They understand what the team is throwing at them in the Lakers, and they're countering it. And the biggest one is the biggest thing that I think teams have been able to throw at you to try and ruin your flow, ruin your motion, is these double teams that you mentioned at Kevin Durant. For the first time, it felt like they had an answer, and they were consistently answering the call of having someone shoulder the basketball, pass the ball, move the ball quickly, get to an open shot. And that feels like, okay, you're starting to find some answers for the challenges that people throw at you. Ultimately, how, Reggie, now do you answer the fact that you get to crunch time or clutch time and you still lose it? Well, and maybe this is being a little too lenient on them. You let me know. I looked at that as, oh, you got Luka. I've seen that a number of times, being someone that actually covered Luka for a good amount, actually pretty much all of his early portions of his career. That is what that dude does. I will also remind us, because it's easy to get locked in on our team, on Houston, and just kind of view it through their lens. That dude is going to be a top 3 MVP candidate, and he's not going to be third.
Yeah.
He might honestly be making the case to be the MVP by doing the stuff that you're seeing. The only reason that the Lakers are where they are, which is now third place with a good buffer against the other teams, including the Rockets, because they have the tiebreaker on all of them. That is the Nuggets, the Rockets, and the Timberwolves, is because Luka Doncic has been playing out of his mind. And you saw it. He was talking cold cash, you-know-what, on that court. And I think that you just kind of got Luka. And if this season was not the way that it was, and I know it's hard to take yourself out of that context, if this season was not the way that it was for the Rockets, and you were having a more, maybe a similar record, but with less of the disappointing, frustrating play in there, you would look at an ending like that and go, hey, man, that one happened. You tip your cap and you kind of keep it pushing. And that's kind of the way that I'm trying to look at this end, because for the most part, they stayed attached in the clutch. Now, there were still some of these instances where there was breakdowns on defense.
That's what I'm talking about.
There was still some of those in there. There was still some of that. But I think that for the most part, I saw a lot more good in this. There's still a lot of bad that I personally look at, but I think that you could look at the Lakers where they have felt like that at times before they hit this, 9 wins in a row streak. So I'm actually oddly more encouraged with the caveat that it requires them to play with that locked-in nature that you saw in the third quarter. It requires them to play with that level of intensity, and how much of that was we're playing against the Lakers team where we know we're trying to not lose this tiebreaker so that we don't get boxed out at third. We're trying to make sure that we keep ourselves attached in the race here. We're trying to, we're trying to not embarrass ourselves on national TV again, right? How much of that intensity that we saw last night was just specifically that, or how much of it was we are finding some answers for this final real sprint towards the playoffs? I'm hoping that it's the latter, but there's a possibility it's the former.
Yeah, that is the optimistic way to look at it, and I can get down with that. I understand what you're saying. My only thing is, once you get to the postseason, Luka is playing out of his skin right now, out of his skull. But you're going to get a lot of Luka performances. When you get into the better opponents, especially after the first round, there's going to be a lot of times where you have to face that. The second thing is, that was one game where, like I said, I was like, all right, this is what the Rockets can be if they're locked in and they feel the urgency and all that. But now that was one. That was one in the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever it is. I don't know if I can rely on this team. I don't know if I can rely on this team to be that all the time. You can find some things where you're encouraged, and I talked about them, and you talked about them, and it's what's swaying your opinion. I can't get to a place where, we're going to see that every night.
Correct.
We're going to see that every night. There is no way in hell I could say that.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's absolutely absolutely fair, and that's absolutely the case, and you still have to bring that intensity consistently. And again, that's the That is the hinging point that we're talking about here. Some of the negative things here, because I was talking about having a steady run of who's having a good game and who's having a bad game. If you are inclined to go, I am discouraged, dude, look at the bench points that are coming here, and you had 11 from Reed, and that was your best bench player. And did you see the game that Reed had? Because I don't think it was a good one.
Yeah, it wasn't one of his best.
I am designated, at least on the station, as the Reed hater. I thought I had reason. He was awful defensively. They were cooking his ass up and down. And then you take that to Clint Capello could only play 3 minutes because he got played off the court. Yeah. This Dorian Finney-Smith thing, man. I mean, I know he finally knocked down a shot, which was cool, but I mean, I saw one pick and roll play where it's Reed Shepherd and Dorian Finney-Smith as the two defenders, and it was some of the most putrid stuff I ever saw.
Yeah.
Even if you have the starters in that starting lineup, when they played as 5, it looked like you actually were competing really well with the Lakers, and you won a decent amount of those minutes as well. But then you came back around and you go, once you filter in the bench, it just didn't look right.
You didn't mention Tari Eason.
Oh, yes, and I did not mention Tari Eason. This is getting to be an issue, especially because you talk about the answer of, hey, being able to move the ball, or show to the basketball.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the things that. Sorry, I'm on a tangent.
No, that's why I brought it up. Was he 1 for 28?
Yeah, from 3, he's been awful. Actually, I think he's like 0 for
34. I just looked at it.
Over the last
0 for
34. That is almost. Did he make a witch mad? Right? Did he make somebody that has some level of magical capabilities upset and he was cursed?
Yeah.
That's what I'm starting to ask. At this point, did he get on the wrong side of a Cajun woman, right? These are the things that I'm asking to this point. But on top of that, right, the answers that they have had offensively, rather, when teams are blitzing KD, is once you see that double team, if you're going to have a read and react offense, it can't just be the ball handler who's reading and reacting. It has to be the rest of the guys who are reading and reacting. When you can see KD's about to be under pressure, your responsibility as somebody else's, I got to show to the basketball so that he has somewhere to pass the ball. I thought Tari was maybe one of the less good guys at doing that, and that's saying something because I thought that all the dudes on the court took a little time to get to that place, and then we saw it happening in the third quarter. So, yeah, there's reasons for you to go, no, I'm not actually very encouraged. A fair point from the 7-1-3. About half the game, they looked out of sync. That is probably a fair point to put in there. Now, they were working through it in some of the first half is why I would probably maybe try and make that point. But, no, it's fair to bring that up, right? Tari has no business starting on any team in the NBA. Not right now, not with the way that he's playing right this moment. I can see that. And then you can also make the point that Şengün played damn near out of his mind. Kevin Durant had a really, really good game. And Thompson had a really good game. And as you mentioned, you end up coming up short.
Yeah, and LeBron was
the leak outs. LeBron scored 30 points, only missed 1 shot, and it felt like 10 of those were just easy layups. And it's not like this was something that you didn't know. LeBron has been the best.
What he's been doing his whole life.
He's been, not just his whole life, this year at 41 years of age, he's the best transition player. He's been doing that all season. If you've read the scouting report, you know that that's what's happened, and it felt like they were caught off guard every single time.
Well, that's the other part that we haven't even mentioned yet. Is the whole Ime thing, and I wouldn't necessarily put a lot of it on Ime, and a lot of the losses you can put a lot of it on Ime, but again, you're playing your ass off. You have the urgency. You're locked in. You have a lot of good things going on. End of the fourth quarter again. The fourth quarter is just. It's just not there for them offensively. It's really, really something that, again, do you expect that to change once you get to the postseason?
The only thing that I have in that way is Kevin Durant is still a closer, and if they are doing the thing where they're actually passing out of those doubles, moving the ball around, and sometimes getting the ball back to him, or even they had him off ball a little bit more. I thought Richard Jefferson on the broadcast made mention of that. They actually were doing that, and it seemed to work out a decent amount. I wonder if that helps. Plus, I guess the one more thing that I'll put out as a potential positive as I really try and make the case here is this is a little bit close to what a playoff series is going to be, where you have one game and you can react. And they did react in this game. It took a little, they got into the game to react, but they did react. And I wonder if, as much as somebody asked, what was it, a week or two ago, Reggie, do you feel like a playoff series will benefit them? And I was like, I don't think so.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of, okay, they're actually going to take a punch and react to it and maybe try and find some tweaks.
Yeah.
And maybe that's a little bit of encouragement. But right now, the Rockets are sitting at 6th based off of that loss in the West. Just like that, straight like that, from 3rd to 6th in a matter of 2 games.
Yeah. Wow.
So 116-124 was the loss to the Lakers at home again. And that was another thing that somebody brought. I think it was Chancellor Johnson made the point that, hey, man, you having teams come into your house, talk crazy to you, and feel so comfortable at home. That's another thing that's
on that fan,
disconcerting.
That was on that fan, though.
Yeah, we probably need to talk to old buddy because you know who Luka Doncic is. Why are you getting under his skin?
And he was turning right at him. It's like, okay.
Right? Like, I feel like, yes, I get it. Crowds want to be involved in the game. You want to see if you could take someone out of the game. That's like being like, you know who I'm going to talk trash to?
Yeah.
Michael Jordan. I think that'll go well for my home team. No, leave him alone.
Yes.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Thursday. Coming up next, it's day one of the NCAA tournament. Games will get going here in about an hour. So who you got? Who are you riding with to win the NCAA tournament? And let's do some day one superlatives. Get ourselves ready for basketball, college basketball today. We'll do that next on Sports Radio 610.
The Texans made another move to solidify the offensive line. Former Brown. Get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the, off the slide?
Oh, God,
if you listen to Lil Kiki?
I was crazy.
Hey, no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these cities.
No,
if Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, and of course the OG John Lopez out at the Built for Tough broadcast studios at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo here on this Thursday. Hope you're having a good one. It's going to get even better, especially if you're a sports fan who enjoys the madness, as they call it, because the NCAA tournament getting fired up day one today. With starting here at about 11:15.
Yeah,
I
man.
believe. I have all the games in front of me, and I should remember that. Starts with TCU, Ohio State, an 8-9 matchup on CBS. Which, have we figured out how we're going to be watching this?
I got it up here on my screen already, man.
Okay, so you figured.
I can see it great.
You figured yourself out. Okay. I thought you were going to help us out. All right, no problem. But yeah, man, who you got? Who you got for this tournament? I'm sure. If you're under the sound of my voice, as many Americans do, you've put together a bracket. So who are you rocking with in the tournament in general? And then we'll get to some superlatives. What are the big things that we're looking at for this tournament? But I think the general excitement is who you rolling with, right? You've put your bracket together. I hope that you put it in. If not, maybe we can give you a few things before you get it in.
Well, okay, so you talking Final Four already?
Well, I mean,
let's go there.
Just put it on the table just in case so that we know.
Let's go ahead and say it out loud. I've got on one side of the Final Four, I've got Duke and Florida. Florida's been playing their asses off all year long. They are really deep, really athletic, although I do have Duke winning that game. The other side, I've got two Big Ten teams, Purdue and Michigan. Purdue and Michigan on the other side. So you
went one seeds and a 2 seed.
3 1s and a 2 seed. I know that doesn't sound real creative. I think, by and large, there's always exceptions, but by and large, the chalk does ultimately get there. But I got some upsets in my bracket. I mean, I feel pretty good about it. Some of those are obvious. We got Alabama, one of them missing their second leading scorer. Louisville had a player injured, is not going to play.
Michael Brown.
Yeah. So those might be some upset candidates. Who you got? Your Final Four?
Yeah, my Final Four. I couldn't do it. I know that I talked about it. Was it yesterday? So I do have Duke winning in one of those regions. I believe that's the East, the South. I ended up putting the Cougs. I think that they have that they'll manage to avenge last year's national championship game, get themselves to the Final Four. I went with Arizona, and I went with Iowa State. I went Big 12 heavy.
I love Iowa State.
I do as well. I went Big 12 heavy, so it's 2 2s and 2 1 seeds. But I ultimately have the 1 seeds meeting in the championship, Duke and Arizona, and I'm riding with the Wildcats of Arizona to get it done this year. They've looked like the best team all year long, in my opinion.
Yeah, I have Iowa State losing at the very end there in the Elite Eight to Michigan. I love that squad. Who are your? Okay, you talk about some superlatives.
Well, before we get there, it just feels like as you're putting your bracket together, I was like, all right, let's do what I think makes sense, and I'm like, hey, I'm having a hard time picking some upsets, especially after like last year was a relatively chalk year. I was like, man, this feels like a year, especially when you talk about analysis and everything. Even it feels like a year where the strong seeds are going to be pretty strong, and I think that that's in part because of the way the NIL and the transfer portal has happened. I think that the talent has filtered to such a way where the bubbles, those teams that are kind of in that middle place that you would expect to have some good teams that could probably knock some off, those teams are not really as strong to the point where I don't know that they can knock off some of these big teams. But
that's what's beautiful about today. The first round today and tomorrow, there will be upsets, and you have to pick some in your bracket. I'm not trying to tell you, that otherwise, because every year it happens. It's what makes it so beautiful. That's what I said this morning. It's here and it's beautiful. Give me 2 or 3 of your. Did you pick very many upsets?
I picked some upsets, and that's one of the superlatives. Let's get into them. What is your? Well, I mean, we have some for today, but I just kind of want to let's just throw in one of the upsets that you're really fond of, especially if it's one of the games that's being played today. But what's one of the upsets you're really fond of?
One of the games being played today, I have number 11 seed South Florida over Louisville.
Everybody's on that one. Yeah, and I don't think that you're wrong for it.
For the reason that I talked about, I have
Michael Brown not playing, big time offensive player for them.
Yeah, tomorrow I have Central Florida over UCLA at 10 over a 7. Obviously, I'm not going to go 8s and 9s. There's 2 that I really like as an upset. Out there. The first one.
Someone said, y'all know Nick Casaria has Iowa State, too. That's a great point. That's
He's got him winning the championship. The one I feel good about today is this evening. By the way, Cougs, 9:10, or is it 8:10? Start tonight, so it's going to be a late game.
Yep.
But the one I really like, VCU over North Carolina.
I'm with that one as well.
Today. I think they're, first of all, because they're a really good team. You talk about NIL. Sometimes the small schools have that big money, too, and they've got some talent on that thing. The biggest upset on the board, and this is one of those, because you always have a couple of fingers crossed games, where he's like, whether it's just a feeling or whatever you want to call it, you want to make sure you have upsets in your bracket because they always happen. I have Santa Clara beating Kentucky.
I'm there as well.
You do?
I'm there as well.
I have Santa Clara beating. Figgy, you got any of these?
Yeah, I was like, you know it's superlative. Figgy, I don't know if he knows it's superlative. He rattled off the whole damn bracket. He rattled off all the upsets.
Yeah, so the one I thought I was being a little spicy with was Akron upsetting Texas Tech.
That's a good one.
That's the one I was kind of thinking about.
Both those teams, big three-point shooting teams, mind you.
Yeah.
So, and both of them, not just do they get them up a lot, they also knock them down a lot. So that one actually probably is an answer that you could throw up, although I don't know if that one's today. I think that one's tomorrow. But for this superlative, how you like this one? Oh, yeah, my upset, by the way. Troy over Nebraska, which, mind you.
They have never won a tournament game.
Neither of those teams have won a tournament game. So there will be a team that for the first time ever has won a tournament game.
I think Nebraska breaks
today.
the seal today.
You think Nebraska does it?
Yeah.
Quite possible. But I had to go with Troy, especially because they're comfortable taking a lot of shots like Nebraska wants them to do. Also, I know the coach. I used to. He coached at my alma mater while I was there, so I had to go with a little bit of sentimentality. And if you're doing a bracket, if you're not using a little sentimentality,
of course,
it's not really all that fun. Is it?
My sentimentality went like very briefly. I have the Aggies beating St. Mary's in the first round, but losing to U of H in the second.
Okay, so let's start there. Let's hit some superlatives real quick. Game that's most likely to make you insane, because I figured that was going to be your answer.
Yeah, St. Mary's is a tough draw. They play a completely different style than the Aggies. The Aggies, if you haven't watched them play.
And mind you, I mean of the games that are happening today. This is day one.
If you haven't watched the Aggies play, they are, whether you love them or hate them, they're fun to watch. They are a fun team to watch. They are pressing you full court, trapping you full court. They don't care if you score a bucket. It's not Loyola Marymount like back in the day where they wouldn't play any defense. They try to play defense, but they're not afraid to let the ball go up and then get it in transition. They're fun to watch. St. Mary's is molasses. St. Mary's is absolute molasses, and that makes for a scary opponent. But I do have the Aggies winning today and then losing to U of H.
Yeah, I think that's my game that's most likely to make me insane because of what you talked about. That's in Oklahoma City. All right, Fig, is there one for you the game that you're looking at on today where you're like, oh, this one's going to drive me insane?
Not really, to be honest.
Okay, fair enough.
I think I'm trying to see who actually played today that I'm kind of keeping an eye on.
Yeah, I know that there's you have a couple of big time games or with high level seeds that are showing up. I think the ones that I'm looking at, which obviously you mentioned the last game of the night, will be Houston versus Idaho. TCU, Ohio State right out the gate.
That's going to be the best
an interesting one.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about too. Yeah,
that might be the best game in terms of just level of play.
Yeah, the 8-9s felt even more impossible than normal years. I know that sounds insane because usually those are pretty well situated. Which game do you feel like is the biggest potential for fireworks? Because I have an answer for it.
Okay, what is your answer? Because I do too.
It's Louisville USF.
I love that. I love that idea.
Both of those teams, top 20 offenses in the nation, and you mentioned no Michael Brown for Louisville, which does create more of an upset opportunity. But that one's at 12:30. That if you're looking for a game where you're just going to see offense, that's likely to make it happen.
Yeah, that is one. Mine is Texas Tech and Akron. I do have Tech winning, but because of what you said, like to put up the threes. I think this could be one of those where last second type shot wins it. I do have Tech winning. And I also have Tech beating Alabama because I think Alabama is going to be flailing a little bit in the second round.
You have Alabama winning, though, in the first round.
Yes, I do.
So you still think that they can make it even though they're on short notice? Well, actually, relatively short notice because they played 12 games without the gentleman who ended up with the kilo of that illegal.
One real quick thing because it deserves mention. I want to apologize to Miami of Ohio. I was not familiar with your game.
Yeah, Miami of Ohio showed up last night.
I was not familiar.
They handled SMU
with
really
game.
well. It was a steady, 10-point lead for damn near all the second half. And Prairie View. Shout out to Prairie View handling Lehigh.
Yeah, how about that?
And then one more thing, just in case your bracket isn't turned in just yet, and if you're still wondering, do I have the right champion? There's a historical way to handle this. So remember that when it comes to the history, at least dating back in the, since the year 2000, 2004, somewhat about, no team or every team that's won a championship has been top 57 in the nation in offense and top 37 in the nation in defense. No team has ever won after losing their first game of their conference tournament. In fact, every team that's won to this point, it gets to the semifinal of their conference tournament, and every championship team since 2004 was a top 6 seed at the Week 12 tournament. And so that means that if you want to make sure that you have a tournament winning team in your bracket, you're picking between Duke, Michigan, Arizona, Iowa State, the University of Houston, Purdue, and maybe with the caveat possibly UConn, Louisville, Gonzaga, Vanderbilt, and Florida. If your team if you have that big logo in the middle of your bracket and it's not one of those teams, I personally would advise you change it. You don't got to do nothing. I'm not your daddy.
Who do you have winning?
I have Arizona.
U of H.
Michigan.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Shout out to Mike Meltzer.
We'll see if any of us end up winning the.
I do have U of H versus Michigan, though.
Ooh, okay.
That kind of hurt my soul, but I'm trying to win at this point.
I respect it. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 6. I'm very, very excited for day one of the NCAA tournament, and I have to figure out how I'm going to watch this. But we're going to keep it rolling here, as we often do here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. And this is not about your team. This is about you. What is your biggest upset? 713-572-4610 is the base power text line. Let's talk about it next.
The Rockets' recent struggles have Sean in a really rough place.
This is why.
I appreciate you.
Could be.
Holding it down. Well, all right. You didn't have to throw him under the bus like that. That was
Well,
unnecessary.
he's a Kentucky fan. What are we doing?
Okay. Yeah.
And
Byron, you're a Kentucky fan?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if this first round is going to go well for you, my boy. Just being honest. But what do I know? Because I probably would have, if I had to put money on the first 4 games, I probably would have lost a good amount of it. So.
Ooh, who's your lock?
Oh,
real quick before we get to the question of the day.
When you say
you got to put a
lock as far as just on the first game,
$100
or just
one
today.
Game today.
One game today that I'm putting as a lock.
And don't make it a 116.
No, of course. It's not fun if you do that. Let's see.
Like you got $100. It's a win line mode.
Okay. If I want to get, and especially I'm trying to get as many points as possible.
Yeah.
I really want to go to like the High Point versus Wisconsin, right? Is the 12-5. I put it on my bracket just to have one. I don't think there's going to be a 5-12 upset this year. I'm going to be entirely honest.
That would be an upset.
Give me, if I had to answer that question,
give me Arkansas.
Arkansas, I
know
that.
they're a 4 seed. Maybe that I need to come up with something better.
How much money you said?
$100. I'll say South Florida. They're in 11. I'll say South Florida over Louisville. Yeah.
Give me. I'll go with the Billikens. Give me St. Louis over Georgia.
For $300, I'll take Akron. $300, I'll roll with Akron.
I wanted to go BYU over Texas, seeing how Texas played in that first 4 game. I was like, yeah, that'll work.
Yeah.
All right, question of the day. Speaking of upsets and the bracket and so on and so forth, what was your personal biggest upset? 713-572-4610. That's the base power text line.
All right, so not games.
No. We're not talking about your favorite team or something that you saw. I'm talking about what was you having an upset, whether in the you were the low man and you got over, or you were the favorite and you lost.
Yeah.
What was the upset for you?
It's funny because just things. I'm sure there are plenty where I should not have been expected to do something and did, or something really bad happened when I was confident. But when things just pop into your mind, they just pop into your mind. And I remember when I was in high school and I was applying for colleges, that almost on a dare, someone either said or dared me or whatever, you should apply for an Ivy League school. I was like, I ain't going to an Ivy League school. You should apply, because back then it was real cheap. It was easy to do.
Yeah,
and
must have been nice.
And I'm not bragging, because I had no business going into an Ivy League school. I mean, I really didn't, and I wasn't going to go anyway. But I've always been able to, to write a little bit. And Princeton, like 75% of the things is the essay. So I wrote this essay, and I got accepted to Princeton.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. And the reason was, I remember more of it now. Our kicker got accepted to print, what they used to get, not scholarships, grants.
Yes.
To kick for Princeton, and he did for 4 years actually. And I think he was the one that said you should apply, and I did. And I never told him that I actually got accepted. I was like, nah.
Why didn't you go to Princeton?
Yeah. If you could have
been a senator or something.
If you do that all over again, would you?
No, my A&M changed my life, like literally, like from you have no idea what. Okay. How about you guys?
I actually, do I want to tell this? All right, I'm going the other way.
You got to tell it.
Yeah, I'm going the other way. So a friend of mine, very attractive young woman, was in town, and so she hit me up like, hey, me, some friends going out. You want to come out? All right, let's go.
Yeah.
Had a fun night, bounced around some bars, and at the end of the night, it's like, all right, we're going back to the house. Went back to the house, was eating food, we were kind of settling in, and then it's like, hey, lay down, you need to lay down. Yeah, a lot of drinking. And I was like, no, I'm good, lay down. All right, lay down. Reversal of fortune.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Wow.
It all came back up. It all came back up. So,
there's a lot of upsets like that.
Anything and everything from that point over was completely done.
Yeah.
Because the vibe is completely shifted. Once you up, Chuck, everything's over.
Boy, there's a lot of those you can think of.
Yeah. So, like, great night. It's still very enjoyable, but the upchuck happens, and it's like, all right, well, we're done here. Everything's good.
Yeah, I got a million those type of with a woman, but I ain't even gonna get to those. So mine is the one I always talk about. This one, how I got into radio, and originally I was trying to apply for to be a mail carrier, and so I went and took the test, the little driving test. I didn't even get home yet, and they said I failed it. Wow. I'm like, what happened?
Yeah.
I'm like, I did everything right. The guy said I was good.
Yeah.
Years later, I found out it was because I had some points on my license or something like that. But when I tell you, I was already cashing my paycheck before I even got the doggone job. And honestly,
it's a government job. You're like, man, that's easy. We gonna handle that.
I was gonna be making $19 an hour.
Yeah.
And that's including overtime and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So didn't get the job, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm gonna do with my life. I like music. What up?
You got it. Oh man,
field trip day.
Yeah.
Field trip.
Yeah. So I didn't know what I was gonna do with my life. The only thing I knew I love music.
Yeah.
So I'm like, somebody told me to go to this broadcasting school.
Yeah.
Get an internship, and play my music on the radio.
Yeah.
And I got in, and that changed my life. That gave me a whole different career. And if I would have got that mail carrying job, I wouldn't be here. I would probably still be working.
So it's kind of a good and a bad upset.
Yeah. The other one is, the bad one upset is, as I'm working in radio and all that stuff, doing the podcast, shout out to the Gems and Juice podcast, we had Carl Crawford on. And it was a good podcast and all that stuff. And I was sitting there talking to T. Ferris, who was there. And he was just like, yeah, they were talking about Meg Thee Stallion, this artist I never even knew about.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, you want to get on the podcast? And I was just like, yeah, it's cool. You ain't got to. I was so focused on getting Paul Wall on the podcast.
Oh, you would have had Meg Thee
Didn't
Stallion.
even realize. Could have had
That
Meg.
was Meg.
And this was early on, too.
Oh, boy.
I'm like, man, every time I see her, I'm like, dog it. Could have had her on the podcast.
He got by UMBC.
Yeah. I'm sitting there focused on Paul Wall. Salute to Paul Wall. But I'm like, man, I could have got Paul Wall anytime.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's Meg Thee Stallion, the one that she was taking over the internet early on with the freestyles outside the car and all that.
Yeah.
And now I'm like, dang, I totally dropped the ball on that one.
All right, now I got to tell one where I got upset, because we're not just going to sit here, I go to Princeton. No, not that. So about 4 or 5 years ago, fishing tournament I got invited to, and I was in the middle of a fishing tournament, and it was the biggest. This was back when you could keep big trout. Now they have a limit on it. But anyway, and I caught a 29-inch trout. And for those who don't know, a 29-inch trout is a monster. It's an absolute monster trout. And I was texting all my buddies, ain't nobody gonna beat this. Ain't nobody gonna beat this. I got this one today. And I got to the weigh-in, and I pulled the trout out of the box, the cooler. Everybody's like, wow, man, that's, whatever. Everybody, all the other competitors and everything. Some dude comes in after me with about a 25, 26-inch trout that was real fat, like it hadn't laid. Mine apparently had laid its eggs. It was a girl, and it was
sure.
It was a thinner.
I understand what you're saying right now.
It was a thinner big trout. And so now I'm wondering, and he beat me by like 4 ounces, 3 or 4 ounces.
Damn.
So I finished second, and I'm like, how the hell did that whatever it was, 26-inch trout beat me? Now, after all this walleye stuff, remember when the guys put weights in the fish?
Yeah.
And all that stuff. I'm wondering if that guy did that to me.
Oh, man.
I'm wondering if he put weights in his fish. Remember that big controversy?
Yeah, I remember that.
And so 5 years later, when that thing happened, I was like, damn, I wonder if I got like that. But I did get upset. I was talking. I was like, nobody's going to beat me on this one.
832. One time in the 90s, I got pulled over by Pasadena PD for speeding. I just knew it was over because let's just say I had something on my person I should not have. And as the officer was instructing me to get out so he could search me, he literally got called over the dispatch radio.
Oh, man. That's a movie type deal right there, man.
Yeah, that
sounds like a scene in a movie.
That's a really big upset. Like, you went from probably going downtown to just go slower. And a warning, you didn't even get a ticket for the speeding.
He's about to get searched and all. Hey, 1017. All right, go ahead. Drive safe.
832, biggest upset was when I was a recruiter for the Marine Corps. Thought I was locked to be recruiter of the year. Got beat out by one of my rival recruiters in the other office who slid in with the college graduate to enlist the night before. You got hit with the buzzer beater. Oh, that's rough. Boy. And then shout out to the 713. Got passed over for a supervisor position at my job because the higher up son graduated from college and came home to that position. Yep, nepotism's gonna get you.
Yeah,
nepotism's gonna get you every time, huh? All right, there you go. That's question of the day here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, let's get to Around the NFL. Is this NFL executive right in his argument for an NFL rule change. We'll talk about that and more next.
All right.
tough broadcast studios out at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. I'm still getting that right. I'm amazed. Honestly, every time. It's just I hit a flow state, and the words are just coming out, and I managed to get it right. God bless. But we're having a blast at Rodeo. We're already trying to figure out and coordinate what lunch is going to look like.
Mine's set. What are you going to go with?
Oh, you're set? What are you with?
Okay, so there's that Oak Ridge Smokehouse over there. Their barbecue sandwiches are good. It's halfway from here to San Antonio if anybody's ever made that drive.
No, it's just right there.
No, I'm saying the actual one.
I know. Just being a joke. It's cool.
That's halfway to San Antonio? It's halfway to that dump behind it. But anyway.
All right. You and this Astrodome, man.
And then here, they got biscuits.
Oh, wait, what?
They got biscuits.
I can have a biscuit before my turkey leg.
I'm thinking about getting a biscuit this break.
I can put my turkey leg on a biscuit. You feel me? You know what I'm going?
You're not high, are you? We got a game plan over here, man.
No, I am not, officer.
We got a game plan. And we have to get Figgy out.
Yeah, Figgy's out here. Yeah, we got to put you on the
Where
remote.
y'all want me to go?
I don't know.
Did you? The Ferris wheel is not open yet.
Yeah, we might need you to just go do some reconnaissance. You know what I mean? Just go do some recon.
Talk to some teachers about field trips.
Okay.
I bet you're going to get some stories, man.
Maybe we do that with What's Poppin'.
Hey, you ever lost a kid? You know.
I'm guessing the answer is going to be no.
And I love the way they tag them, kind of, so to speak.
Yeah. Yes,
they put
so
bright colored headbands or bandanas or something. Oh, we got a yellow over there. That's one of ours.
What was the craziest thing your kid did on the field trip?
There's a bunch of field trips inside right now. We'll get you ask some teachers about field trips.
All right, let's go around the NFL now, where the Browns have now formally asked to extend the draft window, or the window in which you can trade draft picks from the current 3. You can trade 3 years out to 5. And we talked about this before. It seems like a bad idea for actually protecting, or like the current rule seems like it protects ownerships and front offices from themselves in a way. But the Browns of all people,
the
seem
Browns
to
don't need to protect themselves from themselves.
Yes, they do.
But you know what they're trying to do, right? They know Myles Garrett gonna ask out eventually.
Yeah,
they want to get 6.
Yeah. They trying to get 4 or 5 first round picks.
Good point.
Yeah, I think that's what they trying to do.
That's a great point. All right, well, with that being the case, Rams executive, and I believe his name is Kevin Demoff. He oddly enough supports this proposal. He sent out a tweet that, and let me make sure I'm reading this correctly, nothing creates more interest in the NFL than trades. This is why Cleveland's proposal to allow the teams to trade picks up to 5 years out as opposed to 3 years out makes so much sense. More picks to trade equals more trades equals more interest and team building options. Do you agree with noted bleep them picks proprietors, Rams executive here, in this thought for why you should let NFL teams trade more picks?
I think if you take the Browns out of the equation, let's say it was the Rams. Let's say it was the Rams that proposed it officially and formally. I think more people would be behind this. And I think the NFL likes it. I think the NFL likes it because the NFL has, for decades, and they're finally getting better at it, have tried to enhance trades. Because trades is PR. Trades is staying at the front of the news cycle and all that stuff. And they fixed it in the last few years, but it could still be better. The NFL has always been kind of lagging behind. This trade is happening, and then they kick back the deadline at one point. Twice, I think they've done it
to make it later in the season.
To make it later in the season,
which I thought made sense because you're playing the car crash sport, right?
Yeah.
Later in the season, you can maybe answer and deal with the possibility of more injuries and being able to get something done.
I like it. I think the NFL likes it, and I think if anybody else other than the Browns were proposing it, would have a lot more support.
I don't like it because it feels like you're trying to be the NBA. Well, why would you do that when you're the NFL?
Yeah.
The NBA absolutely tries to kill free agency and the possibility of mega trades like that to, help, build interest. It's one of the places where they do succeed. The NFL, man, you eat 365 days a year off of the quality of your games and the intrigue and the urgency, and off of just team building generally without needing to kill the franchise or mortgage futures of franchises. And I think that the downside of the possibility of a team getting so far over their skis, trading out draft picks that they have no hope in the near future, it weighs heavier than the possibility of getting one more interesting trade that carries a news cycle for 24 hours, 48 hours. I think that the idea that any team, even teams as bad as the Browns, whatever, is only just a few years away from a reasonable expectation or a reasonable, idea that they could be good again is way, way more important than the idea that, we get a couple more trades this year because teams could trade more picks out.
But that's on them.
Yeah, it is.
That's on them. And
you got to protect the interest of your league.
Yeah, screw that. If teams are going to be dumb, they're going to be dumb no matter what. They're going to be dumb.
Do you feel like this can possibly help quarterbacks like, let's say, a Joe Burrow, who might be stuck at a bad franchise?
It'll be more tangible, plausible.
Yeah, because right now, I'm sure the Cincinnati Bengals nope, we're not trading three first-round picks. That ain't enough.
Yeah.
But if you're talking 5 first-round picks, it seemed like that kind of give quarterbacks that stuck in the franchise a little more hope.
Yeah.
Where they could, somebody could give up a haul.
No, I get what you're saying. All I'm saying is.
Because I'm right.
No, because teams are going to be dumb no matter what.
Yeah, and that's why you protect them from being dumb.
Why is it the NFL's responsibility?
Because the NFL's a cartel, right?
Yeah, but why is it? Hold on.
Because they need everybody to be good. Like the idea is, yes, it's a competition, but you still are selling an entertainment product, and it doesn't help your entertainment product if more teams end up being in a place where they're irredeemably bad.
The NFL does not need every team to be good. The NFL every year, there are a lot of teams that are not good.
But there's a plausible way for them to get good sooner rather than later that keeps the fans of those teams from completely backing out of the interest in the league.
The NFL doesn't need that. They want that, and they get that at the end of the year with a lot of teams. But what I'm saying is, you say it's not plausible. I think it gives organizations hope. It gives organizations hope. Hey, we made this big deal, and now we've got Joe Burrow or whomever, just to use Figgy's example. No, you can't legislate protecting stupidity. What you can do...
You absolutely can. We do it all the time.
But see, the thing is, I feel like...
What do you think a seatbelt law is?
Well,
we are legislating protecting stupidity.
That's a totally different thing.
It's the same thing.
It's totally different.
You're forcing them to not do something that is stupid in the best interest of everybody involved.
That's totally different.
The thing is, I feel like teams still do stupid stuff.
That's my point.
We saw the Atlanta Falcons doing something stupid.
That's my point.
They gave up that pick, and it didn't work out right.
But on the other hand, if you're smart, this is going to give your team hope, to be able to make that big swing. And maybe it's actually a strategy that can work for you.
And then also, I don't know if it's going to be a lot of teams that just give up 5 first-round picks.
Right.
I think it's probably going to be maybe a couple, and that's a big.
So then, what's the necessity of it then?
Well, why
are we doing it then? If there's not going to be that much benefit to it anyways.
Nobody said that. Nobody said it's not going to be that much benefit to anybody anyway. What I'm saying is, and by the way, you don't have to give out all 5 years. You can also build your team, in the here and now and give up a 2031 pick, and that's the risk you're going to take.
Buddy, when you open up those floodgates, we watched the NBA, man. We've seen teams get themselves to the brink of this. I think that this is where the NFL should look at the NBA and say, why are we going to go and make the mistakes that the NBA has made? They had to go and add a Stepien rule in order to curb them being too lenient with the availability of picks. This feels like an unforced error if they do it.
Yeah, I just feel like just with those type of picks like that, we could probably count on one hand how many teams did something really stupid, and one of them is the Browns. I just don't know if a lot of teams are willing to just give up 5 first-round picks for anybody right at this moment.
Well, yeah, and I'm not talking about that. That's just conceivable. To your point on the Burrow thing. What I'm saying is, smart general managers can use this to get better. To get better in the here and now.
I think it will really work for a team like the Chiefs. It will work for like the Rams, teams like that. But also bad teams, if they try to do that, it obviously ain't going to work out for them.
Hell, it could work for the Texans.
All right, so you're in the loop. We're continuing to go around the NFL here. How about this? Did you see that the NFL is looking for a list of possible replacement referees if they are not able to reach a CBA collective bargaining agreement with the current referees? The proposed approach is similar to what the NFL carried out during the 2012 lockout of the officials. That was 110 days. And you remember that we had we had the instance where was that the Seahawks game, Seahawks-Packers, where you had the touchdown that was also an interception. All of those things. This is not good, right?
It's not good. What I'm looking at is, if this is just a negotiating tool that they're trying to use, like, hey, be careful. If you don't come to the table, we're going to get those replacements, and we all know how that wound up. Clearly they're doing it. And clearly there's, I guess, the possibility of that, but I think they're trying to strong-arm the referees.
Yeah, that's quite possible.
Yeah.
I also, when I saw this, I was like, okay. I did not realize, because I don't keep track of
that it was coming up.
When the CBA is coming up.
Yeah.
But you remember, was that last, and they do this kind of all the time, but at the Super Bowl when Goodell was asked about the referees when he was effusive in his praise of their work, I was like, oh, they must be coming up on a CBA. And lo and behold, they're preparing themselves for the possibility of lockout. I was like, okay, because you have to remember, it's easy for us to not think about it and just think, oh, well, that they're, the refs are employed by the league, so they're part of the league. No, they also negotiate their terms of working, and they have to play that game as well, the NFL does. So I think when the NFL talks about refs, you keep that in context. But according to emails, the league is looking for a list of apparently 150 mostly small college officials by the end of this weekend.
That was put in there deliberately.
Oh, yeah. I don't know who. This is probably, whenever you hear some information, you have to ask yourself, who does this benefit to maybe get your idea of who the source may be? Yeah. I'm having a feeling that it was the NFL's officials union that maybe gave ESPN this information because they were like, you know who they're going to replace us with?
Yeah.
People that covered Iona. people that
referees that are
D3 football.
Yeah, referees that are 1 or 2 years removed from calling high school games.
That's right. Those high school officials that y'all love yelling at the stadiums. Yeah. That's who might be calling these NFL football games. I mean, it worked on me because I was like, please don't do that. Please don't put me through 2012 again. Yeah. We already have such a disdain for refs in all professional sports, and the thing that's always funny to me is when you step back and you go, these are the best we got. Yeah. It can indeed get worse. And so, I would very much not like to see it. So oddly enough, we have to keep our eye on the possibility of replacing refs and a CBA there.
I honestly don't know what would make, and God bless them, why would you want to become a referee? You know what's coming.
And this is where I respect the hell out of them. Yes. They really do love being a part of the game and helping the game go, because there is very little, if none, probably none, of any level of respect or really upside to this. Because if somebody knows your name, it's probably because you're bad at this, or because at least they think you're bad at this, or they dislike you. Yeah. So we'll continue to watch that space. Did you realize this though, that CBS could hypothetically lose NFL rights? Speaking of negotiations with the National Football League, I think this was last week. CNBC's parent company, Paramount, seeing as there's the TV dealing that's happening with the possibility of buying Warner Brothers or whatever. There is, in the contract a clause that says if there's ever a change of ownership, that there's the possibility for the NFL to take this back to market, which would mean that CBS I imagine the way this goes, the CBS renegotiates, and now we get to more money into the NFL, which means higher salary cap, so on and so forth. But there is the distinct possibility that all the CBS's rights, which I guess historically was AFC football games, but now is just all over the place, could possibly open up, and now we get to another bidding war.
When I first saw this, and it was last week, right? It was earlier last week.
Yeah, I saw the reporting on the story earlier this week, but I think last week is when we started seeing things kind of come together.
When I first saw this, I was like, yeah, right, whatever. CBS is always going to, call the NFL games. This is another one of those, rights fees kind of things. Then I started thinking about it a little bit. It's not implausible, given the direction that broadcasts are going. In terms of streaming and all that thing. So I still largely fall in, they're going to pay a lot of money, they're going to take a lot of money, they're going to have games. I still largely fall there. But it's not implausible that really, we've had the discussion. Is there a world in which we can see, all games are streamed? And I think we're kind of like, yes, there is a world. This is kind of it.
Yeah, this is kind of especially it. Especially if it really does open up to the market, and then the big money comes through with NBC and Amazon, those type stuff continue to pay more. Yeah, the NFL. This only helps build the ego of the NFL where they go, we think our stuff is worth more, and now they have an opportunity to see if it happens again.
All it takes is another streaming app or something to be like, hey, we'll give you $1 billion.
Like, do you think Apple would want to get in on the NFL money?
100%.
Yes.
Right.
That's why I was like at first, nah, come on. And then I'm like,
I'm about to say, if they get to the open market, man, Apple going to come down with that bag.
Although, gosh, can you imagine? All right, it's noon. All right, where's the games? Do I need to get on my Apple app?
Download the Apple TV.
Another one. All right, one more thing around the NFL here. Is this anything to you? I saw this. Apparently, Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson is adding boxing to his offseason regimen. In a social media post, the Ravens showed the starting quarterback for the Ravens, doing a little bit of a boxing workouts. Form, not that good. It's not awful, but it's not that good.
He got the old Stephen A. Smith workout.
I think he's got a little bit. He's got a leg up on Stephen A.
Yeah.
I will say that. But he is the undercurrent of this is that he seemingly wants to play a little slimmer. Interestingly enough, which is funny because it felt like
he's slim.
He had bulked up a little bit over the last couple years. Does this feel like a reaction to what was like a weird last season where he did not seem like the best version of himself?
I mean, maybe. I'm not going to say no. I think if I were a Ravens fan, I'd be cool with it. I mean, I think this is just more or less a guy. How old is he now? 30?
No, he's not that old.
Is he 28?
He got to be 28, 29.
You know what this is? I'm setting myself up for the thing that we all hate where we go, no, that guy's not that old. You put it in Google and you go,
32 years old.
But thankfully, that is not the case here. He is 29, though.
He wasn't that far.
He'll be 30 by the end of this upcoming football season.
So there's my point. So that's my point. Here's a guy that's inching up on 30, just trying everything he can to stay at the top. Stay at the top physically. And
he's probably doing this workout because he's going to be fighting for his life.
No Tyler Linderbaum in the middle?
Yeah.
Have they addressed that yet? I actually haven't. Have they addressed center? Or are they going to be also in the draft pool trying to add a center?
Yeah.
A rookie center maybe, even to what they're doing there. Yeah. Actually, that's an interesting segue here. That's around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. But coming up next, are the Ravens still at that top tier? What are the tiers of the NFL now that we're through the large part of the free agency period and headed towards the draft? And how far are the Texans from the top, or are they in the top tier for you? 713-572-4610 is the base power text line. Text in and we'll talk about it next.
In the Loop.
The Texans have agreed to terms on a 2-year deal with guard
final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by base power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Built Ford Tough broadcast studio at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. I always forget about the show. I always forget about it. But we are here at the Built Ford Tough broadcast studios of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, having a good time on a beautiful, sunny, and not windy day out here, man. It's nice because I'm not having to hold up my cowboy hat to try and stop the wind from hitting in this microphone. But it's been a very good day to this point. We're having a lot of fun.
We're playing basketball.
We are. We do have basketball going here.
We are playing basketball.
What's the scope?
Well, we haven't. They haven't tipped still, have they? They're about to tip off here.
Yeah.
We'll give you updates as we see them to keep you up to date as to what's happening there. The game that I'm watching intently, which is Troy versus Nebraska, where one team will win their first NCAA tournament game.
Yeah.
I'm looking at number 13 Troy there. That one starts in about 15 minutes as well. I always love the feeling of the first day of the tournament where you can have a number of TVs going, and I can't wait to get home for that. But for right now, I want to talk about the NFL in general. Where are you looking at in the AFC especially, and who is the cream of the crop? How far off are the Texans, especially now that we've seen a large part of free agency happen? And I kind of want to see exactly where you feel they are, as opposed, to the top, right? How far are they, or are they in that top tier? So I felt tiers was probably the best way to do it.
Yeah.
And also to kind of look at how we're feeling about these teams after we've gotten the brunt of free agency gone through.
That's what makes it interesting right now to talk about this. After Wyatt Teller and some of the, before the draft, but some of the moves that a lot of teams have made. When you talk about tier one teams in the AFC, before I get there, I feel as if, tell me if I'm crazy here. Maybe I'm just kind of getting swept up in everything here.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, I got a barbecue sandwich, baby. That's going down in the next break.
It's still the rodeo. We're still going to do rodeo things.
Rodeo. Huh? Shout out to Maddie, by the way.
Yeah.
That's big time right there. And she got a corn dog for her effort, so that's awesome. So this is the question. Tell me if I'm nuts, if I'm just getting swept up in the Texans' momentum right now.
Okay.
I feel as if the Texans have passed some teams on these tiers.
Okay. I'm interested to see that. I haven't really, I'm working it out as we go, so I haven't really seen who it might be. There probably are some teams.
All right, I'm going to mention one team, and it's going to sound nuts.
In the top of, or that they've passed?
I'm going to mention two teams.
Okay.
I'm going to mention two teams. Jacksonville Jaguars. And that's going to lead into my tiers.
That one's tough. I don't know for certain if that's the case, but
Yeah.
I can see the argument there. I'm having a hard time definitively saying that.
Yeah, I'm tricky. And as crazy as it sounds, I feel like Jacksonville still got the quarterback advantage right there.
No,
I don't like the way that sounds at all.
Yeah,
I don't like that.
That's the first thing I thought about.
Yeah.
I'm like, you might be right, but I think it's going to come down to the quarterback.
And mind you, this is on the heels of your man's Lopez, Pete Prisco, going on CBS, CBS Sports HQ, and saying that the Texans are one of the biggest fallers in the offseason somehow.
When did this post?
Literally was yesterday. He put out his power rankings. He had the Texans as 17th in the NFL in general.
He's just hating.
And apparently he said the offensive line, are they that much better? Probably
Yes.
not. Wyatt Teller was added to.
Yes, they are that much better.
Wyatt Teller's 31. He called him 35 to 36 years old. I do think that the larger point of how much better is the offensive line is one that we do have to examine, and obviously we won't have much to work on until we actually see them play.
Yeah.
But he's being a hater right now.
Yeah, I think he's hating.
But I think that it is fair to also have a less optimistic approach as we try and balance this.
So yes or no, do you think they passed the Jacksonville Jaguars?
I'm going to call it a push.
That's close. It is close.
Okay.
Here's the other one. New England Patriots.
You think they passed the Patriots?
I think they passed the Patriots.
What makes you say that?
I think their defense is so much better. Now, the Patriots have good defense. I think their offensive line, if the Texans played, well, now we saw what they did with the Patriots, and flat out would have beaten them if they had any offensive line at all. I think it's, and again, that's why I was even hedging when I brought these up, and we're going to get to the tiers. I feel as if they have passed the Patriots, huge if that running game and the protection for C.J. Stroud, if the protection for C.J. Stroud was better, a lot of it fell on C.J., we know that. They beat him.
I thought the Patriots having a really well-called defense and in an offense, I know that they moved on from Stephon Diggs. I thought they answered that really well with Romeo Doubs. I thought that they made acquisitions that at the very least keep them being able to play the style of football that they did, which I guess with the Patriots, you go, if the Patriots are playing similar styles of football, they're not going to have the schedule advantage that really helped them look as good.
Yeah.
Again, that one feels like they're right in that same place. I think I could hear you on the argument. So
right.
if we're building the AFC tiers.
So that's why I had to say that to get to my tiers.
Fair enough.
Tier 1, I know I hate saying it myself. I hate myself for saying it. I think Kansas City Chiefs.
I wouldn't start. I mean, obviously, it's a tier list. It's not in order. But if I'm putting, when I think of the tiers, I think the very first team I put in the AFC is actually the Denver Broncos right now.
Denver Broncos is my other one, and that might be it. Buffalo would be my third if I put another one in the top tier.
Buffalo's interesting.
Yeah.
So no Ravens.
Yeah, the Ravens actually they've made they're worse than they were last year right now, this moment until we get into the draft. We were just talking about it on the offensive line. They don't have a center, and their center was not only a physical one, but one that helped organize everything that happened.
Best center in the league. Yeah.
And they're coming in with an offensive coordinator who's Declan Doyle, who hasn't called plays before. Where have you heard that before?
Yeah.
And so they come in with a defensive head coach and an offensive coordinator that hasn't called plays before. That I don't think that you can say definitively that the Ravens are going to be a better version of themselves as of this moment. So I think that they can't be in that top tier.
They lost a lot of players too, man.
They did.
A lot of players left.
Right.
Would you put anybody besides those three teams in tier 1?
That is a good question.
Kansas City, Denver,
specifically
and
in the AFC. I don't know that I could. I'm interested in the Chargers. I think that they are right on that borderline. It'd be okay. I'd be okay with you sliding them in there, but I'd probably put them in a second tier.
To tier 1?
I can't do that.
Yeah, I can't do that either.
You know me and my affinity for Black Mike. You know what I mean? You know I like Black Mike.
Yeah.
So
they got to show me something.
So my tier 2 would be Texans, Ravens, Chargers. Am I missing anybody? I said Ravens. Ravens, Texans, Chargers.
Jags? Or are you putting them on an entirely different tier?
No, and Jags. Yeah.
And Patriots? No?
Yeah, and Patriots. So there's 5 in tier 2.
But you feel like they're at the higher portion of that tier.
Right.
I don't think that you'd be wrong in that. How do we feel about the Colts? The Colts are really interesting. They've lost some of their pieces. Also, they're leaning on Daniel Jones and his ability once he gets back from injury. And I don't like that, really.
Yeah.
So the Colts, I could easily see them falling out of this kind of area of a tier.
Yeah, the Colts
as
are
well.
Colts are the St. Patrick's Day of
all right.
Good, you respect them, but they're a tier 3 team.
And the Texans.
I hate that worked out so perfectly.
It worked out beautifully.
And the Texans, Cinco de Mayo.
The Texans are Cinco de Mayo.
That's right.
Okay, so
That's
again,
right.
one more time for me. That second tier, I think we've rounded it out in a way that feels comfortable. What is that second tier? One more time for me.
Ravens, Patriots, Texans, Jags, Chargers.
Okay, so of those 5 teams, I think that especially if this Texas team is going to be a lot better running the football, which, again, I think they are. Byron, do you have Woody Marks talking about these acquisitions? Woody Marks, I believe he had the first shot at the Rockets game yesterday, where the Rockets lost to the Lakers. And Woody Marks was actually talking to the media. I think our guy B. Scott actually got this audio asking him about these additions. And the reason why I play this is how they're feeling in the building when it comes to their ability to now possibly run the football. This is Woody Marks talking about the additions.
Some of the moves that the team made on the offensive line, just your reaction to that. Braden Smith and obviously Wyatt Tillers just a couple of days ago. What's your impression of those moves?
Oh, yeah, I love it. I watched them guys film, watched some games from them, just seeing how they go out there and ball. I watched a lot of Wyatt Taylor because he was blocking for a person that I used to look up to, but look at a lot. So it was phenomenal moves that they done made.
Phenomenal moves. Now, of course, I don't know what else he's going to say in that instance, but there's an optimism that happens. And if they can run this football the way that they want to, it should free up C.J. Stroud to be a better version of himself.
Yeah.
And don't see a way in which this defense is worse. Now, maybe I need to knock on wood there, but I don't see a way in which this defense is not a similar style of dominating, a similar style of turning teams over, and giving the ball back to an offense that hopefully can churn out running the football at a rate that is better than bottom 5. That feels like a recipe for, at the very least, being a team that is steady.
Yeah.
Which it feels like the Texans needed to do at a little bit of a higher rate.
And the interesting thing is, when you're thinking about the Texans, really the only thing keeping them from Tier 1 is C.J. Stroud. If you really think about it, which is wild, man. By the way, TCU 14, Ohio State 13.
Damn, already?
If you're keeping up, we'll keep everybody up to date.
Yeah, it does feel good. Mind you, if we're talking about running backs, the Philadelphia Eagles apparently enjoying taking the sloppy seconds of the Texans because Dameon Pierce has been signed for the Philadelphia
Eagles. Good luck. Good luck to him. He had his rookie run and then fell off, the face of the earth.
Are you in a place where you're still just really hoping that he comes on and he can make it work?
We've had him on the show more than once. And great dude, great attitude, great approach, great rookie season, and then nothing. So yeah, there's nothing but good wishes for them.
But the way that you said that made it seem like you didn't sound.
Well, I'm not gonna grab some pom poms and cheer for him. I'm just saying good luck.
All right, fair enough. Yeah. But yeah, it does feel like this Texas team has bettered the position. The draft will also give them an opportunity to do more of that, but the draft will also clarify teams like the Ravens, where I think they still will be lesser than where they were prior, but there's a lot of things where you go, maybe they answer some questions in that, right? Maybe the Bills are able to answer some questions and they look a lot more appealing when they go through the draft. But at this moment, I think the Texans have handled this really well to put themselves within shouting distance of the top. I think it's fair to say that if you have CJ playing even 2024 levels of CJ Stroud without even getting to rookie CJ Stroud, you could slide them into the back half of that tier, that top tier.
Absolutely, just off the defense alone, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the only thing keeping them from Tier 1 is CJ Stroud.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, where basketball has started. I think the latest update you gave is TCU up very narrow, 14-13.
Against Ohio State, yes.
Against Ohio State. We'll keep you updated with that. But coming up next, let's get what's popping, where obviously there was a game that happened last night, but also there's a little bit of an update on something wild in the NBA. Plus, I think we're going to get Figgy to walk around the grounds of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo and tell us what's popping out here on the ground. So we'll do all of that next.
The Texans made another move to solidify. Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 on this Thursday, where we're live at the Built for Tough broadcast studios here at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Myself, John Lopez. Lopez, I'm not seeing Figgy Fig.
Where is Figgy Fig?
Hey, Figgy Fig, where you at, my man?
Hey, man, I'm out in these streets right now. Hey, I'm just talking to this random person right here. He thought I worked for Trill Burger because I got the Trill Burger shirt on.
Oh, yeah.
So he's trying to get some Trill Burgers and all that.
Wait, when you say he was trying to get him, was he trying to get him for free? Was he like, hey, can you hook me up? Or was he just like, where can I get it?
I think he was. I think he's trying to get it for free, man. Why not try to get it for free? I don't think he's trying to give me $20 for a burger or nothing like that.
Hey, start asking for $20.
All right, don't do that.
Hey, you got $20 I can borrow?
Hey, man, I did. I would give it to you. Look here, man. I know how gas prices is. Not sure.
All right.
20 went on the gas to get over here.
All right.
All right, so what's your name? Who you here with?
I'm Dennis Trout. I'm here with A-Leaf Hastings, 9th grade center.
Hey!
We brought 22 students here today to have fun here at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
Nice,
Have you ever lost a kid on a field trip?
Yes. The kids are having fun. This is our second day here. Yesterday we brought some students in. They did real well, and they enjoyed it as well. So I've been doing this going on 5 years in the school district, helping our students.
So have you ever lost a kid on a field trip before?
I have not had that problem.
Did you ever scare?
Was I scared?
I said, did you have a scare?
Yeah.
Not really. But they pretty much be trained before they leave the school.
There you go.
That's how you got to do it, man. Appreciate you, man.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right.
All right, Figgy. So, what, can you give me just the landscape of where you are on the rodeo? What are you seeing? What's happening?
So right now, I'm over here in the area, little picnic area, and just like my man was saying, he's here with A-Leaf. We got the kids over here, and they all got the orange bandanas on.
Of course they do.
So, of course, you ain't going to lose one of them kids. You know, if you got that orange, you know you came straight from A-Leaf. And they out here chowing down. Look like they brought their own lunch, too.
All right,
I see somebody eating look like a little peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
All right.
That is smart, but I would feel bad bringing my own lunch to the rodeo. Like, it definitely would help save you money.
Yeah.
Definitely, that's the case. But
Yeah, you got to send these kids with like, what, 30 to 50 bucks?
Yeah.
That's for a snack. All right, keep looking out there. We'll check back in with you here in a second, all right?
All right.
All right, so Figgy Fig is out roaming. That's part of what's popping. What's also popping, sorry, I'm just going to, well, let's start with the fact that the Rockets lost to the Lakers last night, 124-16, 116 rather. 16 would be insane. It was you got Luka in some ways at the end. Luka Doncic played out of his mind. We probably need to find whoever it was at Toyota Center that was being a menace towards him, because that very much got him into that place where he was fired up to another level. LeBron James also 30-point game, only missed one shot. Lakers shot 61% from the field, and some of that was the Rockets in defensive, and sometimes some of that was just the Lakers having a great game.
Yeah.
But oddly enough, it felt like the Rockets found some things.
They did, and I loved the urgency with which they played. And we were talking. I was really bringing it up mostly. That in a lot of these games they looked like they checked out. Well, they were checked in, yesterday from beginning to end. The issue might be, it still wasn't good enough. And you talk about they got Luka. That is absolutely true. Get in the postseason, you start playing these teams that have these, these types of performances out of players. All of a sudden, you're going to have to overcome these types of odds, these kinds of obstacles.
Yeah. So they're back in action on Friday. Interestingly enough, also on national TV. I don't know what that is, man. I don't know why it is that they were like, here, let's put. Well, I do know. Yeah. This is the Rockets team that has Kevin Durant, one of the great players. At least it's the NBA TV, so it's a little bit of a step down. 7 p.m. on Friday, they'll play against the Hawks, which is a winnable game, and they need to win it because now they're sitting in 6th in the West after losing to the Lakers. Now they also don't have the tiebreaker versus the Lakers, so it's reasonable to say that the Lakers are going to, especially if they keep playing like this, Lakers will have the 3rd seed, and now your best chance of being having a home court advantage is the 4th seed, where you're likely to play the Denver Nuggets, or if you mess up and you have the mess up and have the 6th seed, and you see those Lakers again. Yeah, man,
without the home court,
it's getting a little dicey when it comes to the playoff standings for the Rockets. Some other things that are popping. We have some more insight rather into who's going into the Houston Sports Hall of Fame this year.
Yeah, this is the 3rd entry. Clearly we had J.J. Watt. We had, who was the first one? Boy, I'm forgetting, and I shouldn't.
Yeah, and I feel bad about it. I'll pull it up.
But Billy Wagner, they're staggering the announcements, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, everybody gets to have their day. I appreciate that.
Yeah, they have their day. So Billy Wagner is the latest entry into the Houston Sports Hall of Fame, gets into the Baseball Hall of Fame. They're going to have a big event. It's going to be great. It's going to be great for Billy Wagner. Well deserved.
Yeah, it gets to be in the Baseball Hall of Fame and the Houston Sports Hall of Fame, as should be the case. We got some new numbers for jerseys. Go ahead and start working on this. Obviously, training camp will really help us out. But when you see the Texans next season, you're going to have to look for different numbers in different places. Kamari Lassiter now going to move from that 4 to the number 3, going back to his college number. Woody Marks getting to go back to his college number as well. Now that 4 is vacated, he'll have 4, so you'll have 4 running out of the backfield. Reed Blankenship, the new safety, will be wearing the number 6. Cade Stover, tight end, will wear the number 8. Jamarcus Ingram will wear 20. David Montgomery will have 32 when he comes in as well. So Kamari Lassiter, Woody Marks, Cade Stover, all going back to their college numbers. How do you like, especially, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure if I really like the tight end wearing the singular number.
Well, that's what I was going to say. A lot of single digits there. Lassiter looks like a 3. He looks like a 3. That's Tank Dell's old number.
And Tank moved to 1. Yeah. Because so I like that.
I like 3 on him. Tank Dell as a 1 looks right.
He's got the body frame of a 1 now, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely does. So I guess it seems to fit them. I think I'm with you on the 8 for Cade Stover, but hey, if that's what he wants.
If that's what he wants, is ultimately what you said. Yeah. A couple more things here that are popping. Let's see.
NCAA tournament. What you got on as an update? I think
I'm watching one right here. Troy came out blazing, 2 for 3 from 3-point range.
What I tell you,
9-6 over Nebraska.
Clearly, they're going to win it.
Clearly,
a 3-point lead in the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah,
game's over, guys. Go ahead and wrap it up.
And really, like 5 minutes left in the half. TCU up by 7 on Ohio State, 23-17.
Very good.
23-16, I think.
This was a wild thing that I saw just this morning. Now, it's in the East, so it does not impact the Rockets that much, but it's just a general story. The Detroit Pistons star guard Cade Cunningham was diagnosed with a collapsed lung. This is not something you see too often in basketball. You definitely will see it more in the heavier contact sports, obviously football being one of those, but he'll be reevaluated in 2 weeks. Not he's back to playing in 2 weeks. Yeah. He'll be reevaluated. I saw one of the conversations about this going around the timeline. I think CJ McCollum has had this happen to him a couple times before, and he missed something around 3 weeks. 3 weeks from today would be heading into the final weekend of the regular season.
Yeah.
6 weeks from today would be near the end of the first round of the playoffs. And so this is a team in the Pistons that has been one of, if not the best teams in the East this year. Losing their star guard, the dude who runs the show at this time period, is kind of a big deal when it comes to
more than that. It's absolutely a huge deal for them. I guess he was. I don't remember, and I didn't see this. Maybe you did. Of a particular, event, a little particular hit or fall or anything like that. It's very, very scary and beyond impactful.
Yeah. So
now this is a new look.
What are we looking at?
Pink rabbit ears.
Is that all of it? No, I think it's just the ladies in that group.
Oh, okay.
I think they might have. That might be something that's being sold out here at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
Pink rabbit ears as the identifier
for a group of folks.
Yeah.
If those were kids, they're definitely high schoolers.
Oh yeah.
All right. One more thing here, and we'll check in on Figgy again, see where he's at in the rodeo in a second. Did you see this? Apparently, Kalshi, one of those prediction market folks, they're facing criminal charges in Arizona for running an illegal gambling business. That's right. So this is something we've talked about a little bit, as obviously sports gaming is not widely legal in the United States. There's obviously some states here and there. But what's kind of been a little bit of a backdoor is the prediction markets, where you can you're just buying into a particular prediction and you're selling that. That has been a way that, if we're going to be entirely honest and open, has kind of backdoored sports gaming into various different places. Arizona Arizona seems like they want to be on the front line of this, with Attorney General Chris Mays filing criminal charges against that prediction market platform. And if they win this, which I think is possible, I'm not going to pretend like I am any level of legal expert. This could bring, kind of knock that back on the Kalshis, the Poly Markets of the world, and their capability to kind of spread sports gaming in the way that they had.
So let's try to explain in simple terms what this is.
Oh, I thought I did. My bad.
You did, but just in very simple terms. You're not betting the point spread.
No.
But you kind of are.
Yes.
That's what it is, because you're betting sports futures markets.
Yes, it's like am I betting that the Rockets will win on Friday
by
versus
3.5
the Hawks?
points?
No, I'm not betting that, but I will buy stock into
the Rockets being alive after that
the
game.
Rockets winning that game, right? That is the best way I can explain it.
Yes,
Even then,
yes.
it's convoluted intentionally to kind of work around the legal gray areas, and it seems like the state of Arizona is going to challenge this in a way to try and knock it down. This is going to be watershed, I think.
That's exactly what I was going to say. You took the word right out of my mouth, because this doesn't just impact this. If you're talking about futures, markets, that's everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I actually, it is possible that they will win this.
Yeah, that is the
thing. It's also probable that they won't.
What if Kalshi makes a way to win this, then all hell's broken loose, and sports gaming really will just be fully nationwide.
It does make me laugh though. Just like, you can't bet on the point spread, but you can bet on the future of this team.
Yes.
After this game.
Hey man, so I know there's some lawyer out there getting paid buku dollars because they figured out that one loophole.
Yeah.
And shout out to that person, because that's a tough job to just be like, how can I work around this? That's not easy. But that will be up in court. Hey, is Figgy Fig? You still out here?
Man, I'm still out in these streets, man. I think it was a bad idea me wearing this shirt. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh, you've had a lot of people hitting you up on the Trail Burger?
I got like 3 different people hit me up. Hey, where's Trail Burger? Thank you. So I explained to like 3 different people how to get the Trail Burger.
Yeah.
All right, so outside of directing people to Trail Town, we'll work on that. We talked to Bun. We'll see if we can get him a burger over there. But outside of you directing people to Trail Town, what else is popping?
It's popping right now. So I'm standing with somebody who is on the committee.
Oh, well, perfect.
All right.
And she is kind of helping people kind of find places. And I want to keep your identity secret, okay? So, okay, I can't do it. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I don't want to get nobody in.
All right, so with that, you don't have to put her on air, but can you ask her for me, what should I eat? If I have to pick one thing, because she's been out here, I'm imagining a whole bunch during this whole rodeo stint. If there's one thing that I need to eat.
She's shaking her head. She says she can't.
She can't even do that? All right.
I don't want to get nobody in trouble.
That's fair. We don't want to get anybody in trouble.
Yeah.
All right. I think good work. Keep finding out what's popping. Maybe see what's happening
I'm
with
going to
that.
keep walking around here seeing what's up.
All right, perfect. We appreciate you doing that. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 from the 832. Does Kalshi have a futures market on their case in Arizona? I mean,
that's great.
Would it be? Is that the ultimate thing? Just get on the market and then go ahead and bet on this, because you can bet on these prediction markets. You can bet on everything, right? And so in my head, tell me if I'm wrong here. If you bet on them winning, then you win money if they win. But if you bet on them winning and you lose the lawsuit, are they going to be able to collect? Because now this is vacated, right? I feel like this might be the infinite money hack. Don't take my word for it, because I have no idea what the hell I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But it seems to make sense in my brain right in this moment. Okay. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Rodeo Thursday. All right. Coming up next, there was an interesting text that we got on the text line yesterday that kind of seemed to intimate that the Astros should have moved on from Jose Altuve. And this brought me to a question that I want to work out with you, Lopez, and you, listener, on the text line, 713-572-4610. When and how do you say goodbye to a team great, or a great on your team or in your sport? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it next.
The Rockets' recent struggles have Sean in a really rough place.
This is why I and many others can't get behind this team.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Built Ford Tough broadcast studio at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, broadcasting from the Built Ford Tough broadcast studios here at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. It's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig. Shout out to my girl Maddie, who is the MVP out there, as she is walking up to me right this moment. A gorgeous turkey leg. My first of this rodeo.
Ooh, man. That is a good-looking turkey leg.
Yeah, and I have half of mine. We got a whole segment to do.
Well,
and I just got to hold this and not take a bite out of this.
Here's the deal.
You got to look like Fred Flintstone.
You can take one bite while I give an update on the NCAA tournament here. Right now, the game that is ongoing right now.
You took a bite out of crime, man.
I heard it. I wasn't going to say anything. Troy 15, Nebraska 12. But how about this at the half? TCU 39, Ohio State 24.
I was going to say, what did I tell you? But then I realized, I'm pretty sure I went to Ohio State on my bracket.
I've got TCU.
I wanted to go TCU. I thought I was going to go TCU. This is what happens when you fiddle, right?
Yeah.
You make last-second decision.
Don't overthink it. I kind of want to hear you take another bite. Because that sounded awesome. Dude. That's the best segment of the day so far. There's some crunch in that turkey. There's some crunch in that turkey.
That was a man bite.
I'm going to be working on this turkey leg for a little bit. All right, let's work on this, though. Because yesterday on the Base Power text line, somebody texted in, especially when we were talking about the infield log jam or whatever, and they were like, well, you wouldn't have a log jam if you moved on from Jose Altuve.
Right.
And I think you kind of just flatly said, well, they're never going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And it made me think of how are you supposed to, or how do you, handle, or how do you go about saying goodbye to a great? Because I think you're squarely in that place with Jose Altuve, who is, I think you classify him as the greatest Astro in the history of the franchise.
He is. And that being said, this is the old saying, why you make the big bucks. No, they will never do it, ever. We know that. His contract goes through, what, 3 more years?
I believe so.
3 more years? But you know what? It's the hardest thing that a general manager, an organization, because that's an owner call, that an organization can.
Yeah, at that point, it definitely goes up to the owner. We're talking about selling seats and jerseys and all that type of stuff.
And, obviously, getting some fans against you and all that. So we have to start everything with, in Jose Altuve's case, it will never, ever, ever happen. And he's got the contract to prove it. He's not going anywhere. But if you're asking, like, what's the smartest thing to do? Probably would have been that.
It's 4 more.
It's 4 more years?
Because it's the 26th season, 27, 28, and 29. Now, 28 and 29 are a little bit better payroll-wise. $13 million is what you're looking at, as opposed to the $33 million that he has this year and next year. But that kind of puts it in context, because if we're going to be cold, hard capitalists about this, you start looking at it and you go, is he going to continue producing at the level that you're talking about paying a $33 million player? But the thing about it is, there is always a calculus outside of pure spreadsheets. It's the reason why we don't just do this in Excel. And I think that's the heart of the conversation here. How much value should you have in a great? Because as you mentioned, from the business side of it, there's a lot of value in that. This is what you're looking for when you find a great player. Yes, one that can help you win, but then one that galvanizes a community. I mean, we were in here rooting for Venezuela, some of us, and off of the strength of just, damn, Jose Altuve wants it that bad, and I rock with that dude, so I rock with who he rocks with.
Yeah, it's interesting, but the other side of that coin is, the teams that have managed to do that successfully and withstand, I'm trying to think of a good, perfect example here, but, they managed to successfully to move on, have been able to, both teams have been able to, to thrive, and not, is Stafford a good example maybe?
Well, Stafford's tough because I think they made a trade that ultimately ended up working for both sides.
It did help for both sides,
But it does
He was beloved.
Yeah,
he wasn't Altuve level maybe. But in Detroit, maybe, who knows?
And they found their new boo, and so to say, like they love themselves Jared Goff. I still remember when the Lions came to town last year. Was that last year or 2 years ago? Going to dinner. It had to be 2 years ago, I think.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
Going to dinner, and it was at Papado. And I mean, you know what them Lions fans can be a little obnoxious.
Yeah.
They just in here in the Papado as people are eating their pontchartrain or whatever. And they're just chanting Jared Goff for no reason.
Yeah.
They love that cat. And I think that there's something to be said for now. I don't know that Matt Stafford is the same thing as legend as we're talking about here, but
that was the best example I could think of.
And that's also because this doesn't happen often. Now, should you say goodbye before they fall off? But if you try and do that, do you end up with like a Brady or a Manning circumstance? And of course, those are the first two that came to mind. Clearly not the only ones. Because you end up in a place where, I mean, even the Stafford, even though you got some good things on the back end, do you then look like a fool if that dude manages to continue to beat Father Time?
But what's best for your organization? You know, that's the other part of the calculus here. Yeah, you kind of look bad because Brady goes on and wins the Super Bowl, Manning goes on and wins the Super Bowl, and yeah, you look bad, but you're in a better spot as an organization, and so. That's the big bucks call. That's the thing that you have to deliberate on. Here's the thing with Altuve in particular. He's been sliding.
Yeah.
His performance has dropped. If he has another drop this year, you think they're...
no, we've already established they're not going to do it.
Do you think they would regret not doing it a little sooner?
And now that is a great question.
As a baseball organization, because right now the infield would be no question whatsoever. You would have obviously.
The only question is how good is Isaac Paredes playing second base?
But there wouldn't be this trying to do this funky math to make sure everybody's happy. The outfield, you probably would have moved on to another player that could maybe be with the Altuve trade or whatever.
You talk about the competitive balance tax, which especially for this team ends up being a de facto salary cap.
Yeah.
That's a lot more money that you have to play with.
Yeah.
In that range, when you talk about adding a player that can be an impact and also that could help you defensively. Yeah, one of the questions I wrote down in thinking about this, is it responsible to ride out the decline because of respect?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think the relationship with the team is going to play a big part in this because if it was any other player, Correa or something like that, I think they probably would have moved on.
Yeah.
But with this being Jose Altuve, the best player in franchise history, I just don't think they just gonna make a business decision like that.
Well, that's
unless Jose Altuve come to you and say, "Hey, I think we should move on. I want to move on." Then they'll probably make that move.
The responsibility from the emotional standpoint and the business standpoint, you're 100% right. Responsibility as a baseball team, it's fair to say he's shown. He's shown a drop in production the last 2, maybe 3 years.
Yeah, if it wasn't Jose Altuve, we'd be talking about trading him.
Yeah,
we wouldn't be having this tough conversation like this.
But that's the thing is it becomes part of the calculation. And then I don't know how much of this ends up being on the team themselves, but is it worth seeing a great in a jersey that you don't identify them with?
Yeah.
Because I saw it on the text line. I thought of it myself. I always go back to watching Hakeem Olajuwon playing a damn Toronto Raptors jersey, and that I can't get that out of my mind. It makes me sick.
Yeah.
And there's a little part of me that doesn't forgive the Houston Rockets for doing that.
Yeah. I'm the same way with J.J. Watt. Like I ain't like seeing him in the Cardinals, but I know that was more on J.J. Watt too. He wanted to go.
Yeah.
Well,
that's part of it. That's part of it.
Yeah.
But Altuve does not want to go anywhere.
Exactly.
I mean, he's entrenched.
Yeah.
Yeah. So ultimately, I think we know that it's not going to be a move, and I think I feel good about, and we've talked about this. I think I feel good about this Astros team for this year.
Yeah.
But with the way that you've handled your business, you've seen the kind of talent drip. I'm kind of afraid that you get to, especially 4 more years of Jose Altuve, where you get to the back end of that, and you start. Maybe you won't even have the confidence to say it out loud, but you start going, "Should we?
Yeah.
Should we have?"
And then, should we have is the question. Because should we, at some point you're going to have that uncomfortable conversation with Altuve himself. If there's a precipitous drop-off, whether it's this year or next year or the year after that, you owe it to yourself to say, hey, man, we can't play you. We can't play as much, however you want to frame it. And that almost looks worse because it's sad,
Yeah, I guess that's true. If you do, and of course, I wanted this to be more general, but we've kind of just talked about Jose Altuve.
Well, a lot of textures are really surprisingly to me. A lot of people coming in with, they think it could be asking a bit much to just keep it going the way it is. Which is crazy because
Jose Altuve, of a lot of the names that we mentioned, is one of those that feels just unassailable. And he's still producing to some extent. I don't want it to make it seem like we're seeing...
It's not MVP Altuve.
Yeah, he's not walking dead Altuve out there in the outfield. But you did try and play him at left field just to make this more tenable last year. And I don't want to be the dude who sounded like I'm advocating for this, but it was a thought that came up that I was like, I kind of want to talk about this because... I think the responsibility is to serve the audience, but I do wonder when you talk about serving the fans here. This is why it's difficult to run an organization to some degree, because what is serving the fans if you have a dude who everybody loves, is a fan favorite? If you were counting the number of jerseys that had Altuve on them on any given day at Dyson Park, what do we talk about? 40-50% of the jerseys in the stands?
Somewhere close to that. The interesting thing with the Astros is, and ownership always has to be involved, as we mentioned, with stuff like this. But Jim Creighton, as much as he's a guy that loves the relationships and loves certain players. We know about Verlander and Jim Creighton, and that their personal relationship had to have been a factor in why he's sort of clung to Verlander more than once. He clearly has a very special relationship with Altuve, and that's why we don't expect him to go anywhere. But Jim Creighton is also a former, baseball. He's a baseball guy. He has this this mentality of what's best for the team and being able to do things, for the long term. We know they became the Astros because he was willing to do things in the long term, in terms of basically losing 100 games 3 years in a row. Long term, I'm wondering what he's thinking.
Well, I wonder if this is the answer of how you do it properly, if there is indeed a singular way to do it properly. Is it being able to situate the legend in the right role for them right now? And the way I say that is giving them the opportunity to become the mentor that hands over the torch. Mm-hmm. I think you might have seen a little bit of that last night, unfortunately, with the opponent that was in the building. LeBron James is no longer a first option in the National Basketball Association. On that team with the Lakers, he's the third option there, and it works really well because he can still dial it up every once in a while. One of the things I feel about greatness is greatness doesn't just go to where it slides off. It's like you could still reach those heights, but not as consistently every once in a while. Yeah. And I feel like what happens is if you can find a way to slide in the young talent, especially like high-level talent, that then you could see that legend become more of a mentor so they can age gracefully into the right position. Right. You don't have to move on from the legend.
I think this year is going to be very telling in how they do, because let's keep in mind, they're going to have to play Altuve at DH a lot this year. Yeah. He's going to be DH a lot. Well, that bites into some other guys that would be DH as well. Like, it has a very immediate impact.
Yeah, that's the tough part about it. Yeah. I think if let's say it was no Yordan Alvarez, I think it would be no question.
It'd be easy.
He's a DH. Yeah. You ain't got to put him out in the outfield.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a great point. It's really more just about, because if you did have a more flexible roster, this would not feel nearly as uncomfortable as it does right now.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, 281 makes a great point. To my idea of finding that right role for him. Ichiro is a great example with the Mariners, where he was not still that same dude who had to be somebody that they leaned on. Right. He was a guy that still could do things, and Ichiro is also very particular because Ichiro could still play defense, right?
Ichiro could probably do it right now.
You say probably. I feel like once every few months
you see a video.
I see a video of him somewhere.
Some high schoolers or something.
Just swinging the bat, doing fun stuff. And Ichiro got to be like 50-something at this point.
Yo, easy.
Right. Yeah. So that kind of is the uncomfortable thing, is that Yordan, that logjam created by your DH spot,
and then the infield on top of that.
Well, honestly, the infield would be more manageable if you have a DH spot.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, everything is affected right there. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I found that to be interesting, and clearly we know the way that they're going to play this. I guess ultimately the question then becomes, does this become a thing that I don't think it happens this year, but in 2 years, are we looking at it and we go, did they make the right call?
Last thing on this that I'm curious about, is Altuve the type of guy that would just call it?
And that also can help sometimes.
Let's say after next year, even without the encouragement, even though he might be.
This is hard.
I'm not sure.
He loves the game.
Yeah.
He's in there for his country especially. He's in there in the stands, and I don't know if he was in 100 level either.
No.
He's in the stands biting his fingernails off in a tight game. He loves this. And so I don't know and I don't know that any of these guys know until they absolutely know, which sounds absurd, but you get what I'm saying, right? You just wake up one day and you go, actually, I think it's it. And I don't know. He might be the dude that tries to fight it until the bitter end, or he might wake up someday and go, I think I gave it everything I got, and it's time to go. And it might be more advantageous if it's the latter versus the former. Not this year, though.
Yeah.
Don't do that, big dog. Not this year.
Not
but
this year.
2-3 years, maybe that's the case. I don't know. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate y'all having that conversation with us on the station. Coming up next, it's about that time where we do our lunchtime confessions. We'll do that next.
The NCAA tournament is here. Want to hear your Cougs as they Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
First mini confession before my first one. That whole break, I was just thinking about Altuve, and I was going, damn. I was going.
Sorry, my bad. I didn't mean to do that.
No, because we were going to talk about just getting, the superstar, the icon, and how you part ways. And it ended up being a Altuve discussion. The whole time I was like, damn, this is going to be a problem. This is really going to be a problem.
And a great point was made on the text line from the 713. If Altuve would become an all-fields hitter, right, just high average instead of, big swing taker that we know him to be.
That's not him.
That's the only issue. But I mean, that's the thing about playing sports or just any life in general.
Mm-hmm.
You have to mold and adjust over time for the circumstances. And I think as he's getting to that point where he might need to become more of an average hitter to make himself more viable, and honestly to push for what we all want him to do is to end up with 3,000 hits.
Well, and that was the second thing I was going to say, just real quick here, because I was like, damn, the whole time, what's going to happen? How are they going to do it? How much? 3,000 matters a lot to a lot of, and he's not real close. He still has a ways to go.
If he plays out the contract and he hits at a high level, he'll do it.
He'll do it, but anyway.
Real quick before you do that, a couple of games that are going right now. TCU, Ohio State are into the second half. TCU leads by 11, 39-28 with 18 minutes to go. And then Nebraska has managed to blitz Troy. It's 34-21 with just under 4 minutes in the first half.
Yeah. So anyway, here's my other confession. There aren't a lot of things from your youth or from, let's say, decades ago that remain the same, right? I mean, you ever go back to your elementary school as an adult and you're like, dang, this place is small, they've changed everything, all that stuff. So I mentioned yesterday during Confessions, I believe it was during Confessions, that I was going to take my grandkids to Chuck E. Cheese, or as my oldest granddaughter called it, Chuck It Cheese.
Actually sound better.
Chuck It Cheese. It's a lot that it hasn't changed that much. It was very heartwarming.
Are you sure? There's definitely some big changes in the modernization of it. There's no more there's no more the animatronics.
It's not that big of a change.
I walked in and it was like time stood still other than the little things that you have to look for. Like there's still the mascot that comes out every 45 minutes or an hour.
Yeah,
whatever.
but he looked different. He don't got the big head no more.
This one, well, I mean, it was big. I don't know if it's like the old one. And instead of tokens, you have the little card. But like the games, same types of games, same games in some cases. They had the little bounce house. They had pizza. This one didn't have wings. It had meatballs of all things.
Oh, meatballs.
Yeah, that I went to.
Let me find out y'all getting some meatballs at Chuck E. Cheese, man.
Were they like the IKEA meatballs?
You might be doggone serial killer.
To the point that
I ordered meatballs.
To the point that I got there about 10 minutes before my wife. And she called and said, "How is it?" Because we hadn't been. We didn't know, whatever. And I said, "It's Chuck E. Cheese. It smells like feet and looks the same."
Oh. I'm eating, right?
Well, it smells like feet and it looks the same.
You didn't have to say it again.
It's kind of heartwarming that things can just have that kind of shelf.
How was the pizza?
It was good. No, it was good. I had my share, and boy, man, the look of wonder on those little kids' faces when they were looking at those. We made them eat their pizza first.
There you go. That's the way you do it.
And then they could play. And when they were in their pizza, they were. Well, my granddaughter was standing on the bench with like this look of awe on her face, just eating her pizza, just like I'm gonna do some work on those games. It was hilarious.
These are my confessions.
So I happened to catch and of course, me being the sicko I am, I happened on my algorithm on social media to stumble upon a soccer blogger who was talking about the game, and he was arguing against some of the folks that are like, man, the game is gone. It's real bad right now. And the point that he made kind of resonated, talking about how the good times that you're thinking about, they only could broadcast like a quarter of the games, and you're remembering all the highlights and all the bad ones. It really made me wonder, I think I'm leaning into the idea that there's a lot of the discontentment that we have in modern sports, you name the sport, that's actually just an exposure in what I'm calling the con of nostalgia, right? The con of nostalgia being, when you think back, you think about the good things, like things that are really great, and you maybe even think about the things that are really bad, but you don't think about all the things in the middle, which sometimes is just boring and stuff or whatever. And for me, that hits me with basketball, I think, when sometimes people are like, oh, man, they're so bad now compared to, like, have you gone back and watched some of these games where you go, oh, like some of these 84 to 92 basketball games, or even 84 to 73 basketball games, and how exciting would that be if you put it in this context? I do wonder if just some of the discontentment is we just think fondly backwards and we don't consider that.
That's everything, though, isn't it?
We see a lot more of these games and a lot more than we previously had, and a lot more of that is just kind of the mid stuff, the boring stuff.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're right, but I also think that's kind of, you can translate that to everything, all the good things, whether it's high school or college, or those are like, man, that was such a great time. You don't remember some of the ones were just boring. You're just sitting in your dorm or whatever,
just trying to figure out something to do on a Wednesday night. Like, what are we going to do?
You don't think about stuff like, or even relationships. Oh, she was perfect. No, she wasn't. She really wasn't.
Yeah, and I wonder. I don't feel like we bring that to the sports portion of this nearly that much.
Yeah.
Before we move on to the next one, real quick though, from the 713. Lopez, we had to call Chuck E. Cheese Carlito Queso in front of our kids when they were little because one mentioned a Chuck E. Cheese and they would flip out.
I don't know what it's like a drug, man.
Yeah.
I mean, their faces just like blanked and awe. It was crazy.
Yeah, that's kind of like riding by, the kids see that golden arch.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, nah.
Can we get some McDonald's?
McDonald's.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So we were talking a little earlier about me possibly getting on the Ferris wheel, and we kind of made the joke, hey, play the role, you might be scared of heights and all that stuff. I gotta confess, I think I might be close to it, man. I used to ride every single roller coaster, wasn't scared of heights and all that stuff. And it had to be probably like a month ago.
Month ago?
About a month ago. No, I'm not riding the roller coasters a month ago.
No, I know.
But I was telling you a month ago, we went to the aquarium. And, they got that Ferris wheel out there. And me and my wife got on it. And I got on it. And I was just like, man, nah, I can't do this.
Wow.
I just had a weird feeling in my stomach, just the rocking back and forth. And then, on the Ferris wheel, they stop up there.
Yeah.
And I was trying to turn around, look, I'm like, nah, the game ain't for me no more. I don't know if I could really do it, man. And I used to be.
So if I pay for you to get on this Ferris wheel, you wouldn't do it?
I would do it, but I would probably get sick. I would probably get motion sick and all that.
Yeah.
So
I was going to do that, but I don't know if I want you getting sick.
Yeah, like I ain't gonna throw up or nothing. But
okay, well then you're good. Yeah, we get you on the Ferris wheel.
Yeah. Nah,
Hey, they just opened it.
No, it was a line when I was walking over there.
It's a line right now?
It was a line, yeah.
Oh, yep, and I see someone on it. I was like, are they running with anybody?
Yeah,
people are
was running it. But, yeah, I used to get on every single roller coaster, the biggest, baddest ones. And last month when I got on that Ferris wheel, I was just like, nah, this ain't entertaining at all, man. I didn't even want to get no video.
Yeah.
I was just kind of nervous. I'm like, damn, we ain't got no real seatbelt or nothing. I'm like, when if this thing stops?
My man started thinking about a lot of things. Like, hey, this Ferris wheel was not here a month ago.
I'm just like, nah, I'm cool.
What do I do with that?
I'm good with that.
I can't do it no more,
I'm
man.
good with that.
I hadn't thought about that. Like, you just developed the fear of heights because you think about it more.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So you were mentioning people getting conditioned, to certain memories or nostalgia or whatever.
That's right.
I'm gonna buck that trend because.
Excuse me?
Well, because we are conditioned whenever we see the official Masters dinner. In this case, it's Rory McIlroy. You know how they get to pick the entire menu?
Yep.
And everything. People are like, what's your favorite? It's not that. This is wrong. That's wrong. Rory McIlroy knocked it out of the park. I have no complaints about his Masters dinner. So appetizers are balsamic honey, hot honey, and basil flatbread with ricotta.
Flatbreads, not too bad.
That's an appetizer. Rock shrimp, with a creamy, spicy sauce. Bacon-wrapped dates, which I like dates. Some people might not like that part of it.
Okay.
And grilled elk sliders.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Sweet caramelized onion jam.
I think he does a good job of, at least from what I've heard thus far, he does a good job of something that's a little bit elevated, but something that's a little bit, casual.
Yeah, we're just conditioned to this menu. And then let's talk about his main courses. Yellowfin tuna carpaccio.
I don't know what that is.
It's a foie gras with on a baguette.
Oddly enough, I know what that is.
And yellowfin. And then Wagyu filet mignon.
Keep it simple.
I mean, come on.
I like it.
Yeah.
I think
dessert, sticky toffee pudding. Which that's an Irish thing, so I don't mind that one. Yeah.
Shout out to the Irish.
But I mean, everybody's like, oh, this menu, I would do this and that. No, I said, I think he nailed it. I think old Rory nailed it for his Masters dinner.
No, I imagine there won't be too many people complaining, although it is the year of our Lord 2026. We're good at complaining, aren't we?
Yeah, exactly.
So there you go. Let me see, from 346. You're not alone. I used to be afraid of heights. I'm 50 now, and I'm terrified of heights. Oh, used to not be afraid of heights. Yeah, maybe we need to just do some exposure therapy for you. I think that's my
what about we all go find a roller coaster and get on?
What about we don't?
Oh,
you never liked roller coasters?
I was a roller coaster freak, but about
what happened?
Kind of what's happening to you right now.
Okay.
About 15, 20 years ago, I was like, let's go. Because I always rode roller coasters everywhere. I was first in line.
Yeah.
And I got off one a few years ago, and I went, that wasn't as good as I thought it was going to be.
I can't remember the last time I was on a roller coaster.
Round about 40, 45.
Really?
Yeah.
The only thing, because I like what you're doing here. The only thing is, can I do the show, hold this turkey leg, and go and do a roller coaster at the same time?
There's only one way to find out.
Yeah, that seems very, very dangerous.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. That seems like a very tough line to try and straddle. All right, the 713-572-4610 base power text line. You know I'm a man of the people. If we get an overwhelming outpouring that says that we need to try that, I will do my best.
Oh, well, you're going then.
You're going to give it a shot. All right, that is your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Thursday. Again, quick update: TCU with a 10-point lead in their game, 14 minutes in the game there, and then Nebraska with a halftime lead of 41-25 over Troy. Those are the only two games. Oh no. One more game going. We got Louisville, USF. That's the one that I said has the biggest opportunity to be a fireworks game. Currently 5 points apiece early on in that. All right, coming up next, are you buying what these various folks in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610. Let's do a little buy or sell next.
Yeah, and I got to tell you about another confession I got. Take it.
basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Built Ford Tough broadcast studio at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We're broadcasting from the Built Ford Tough broadcast studio here at the Houston Livestock Show. Why'd you say it like that?
That's how you said it. From the Built Ford Tough.
I feel like it's just how you have to say it, man. Yeah. Like the idea is you gotta punch it. Built Ford Tough.
Tough. That's
right. That's what we are out here, broadcasting live on the YouTube page. Somebody said, "Why is Reggie using a webcam from 2002?" I don't know, man. I put my computer down. Make sure that I'm on the stream and
wipe the camera. Make sure you wipe the camera.
Okay, I'll do that. See, there we boom, boom, boom. I don't think that's why. I think it's hitching. Lopez just walking back to the tent with. Okay, it's a biscuit. I was about to say, what am I looking at?
Got a biscuit and a cinnamon biscuit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's mine? Which one's mine?
No, that's why I got two.
Okay, all right.
We're gonna split them.
All right, excellent. Because I was really about to say what was happening.
Go down, man.
Ohio State getting back into their game a little bit. Now only down. They're only down 3, 43-40, with just under 13 minutes to go in that one. So maybe my bracket will not immediately have a loss on it. Nebraska with a big-time lead at half, 41-25. And Louisville, USF, about 6 minutes into that basketball game, both are tied at 7. All right, so that's what's happening in the tournament, trying to keep our eye on that. But let's keep our eye on this. Are you buying what these folks in sports are trying to sell you? That's what we're doing here with a little buy or sell.
All right, let's get to it. Carmelo Anthony, former Rockets great.
Yes.
Carmelo Anthony was on a podcast with, I think T-Mac was on that podcast. And he told T-Mac, the Rockets can make it to the Western Conference Finals. To which T-Mac, it was great. He goes, what? And then at the end, I'm not gonna, we don't have the audio. I didn't send it to Byron, but he's like, and Carmelo's going through this whole thing of, yeah, they got this and they can do that. Kind of sounded like Reggie, but either way.
Wow. Wow.
Then he said, they can play the Denver Nuggets to start in the first round, and Carmelo goes, oh yeah. So are you buying or selling? The Rockets can make it to the Western Conference Finals.
I'm selling it off of the strength of. The two best teams in the West are the Oklahoma City Thunder and the San Antonio Spurs, and they've both given you issues.
Yeah.
And if you're going to make it out and make it to the Western Conference Finals, you're facing one of those teams before you get there. So regardless of how good you think the Rockets can be in this final few game stretch before they get to the postseason, and whether or not they found a little something last night versus the Lakers, they're going to have to be a much better version of themselves to beat one of those teams. Now, the thing that's nice about it is that would be in probably like 2 months, right?
Yeah.
That'd be like, let's talk 7-8 weeks maybe. And maybe over that time you find a lot more of yourself. I don't know if they find a lot more of themselves to that degree, so I'm selling it.
Yeah, I'm selling it too. At this point, I'm hoping they can at least get out the first round.
Yeah.
I'm trying to win a game.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so I just don't see it right now.
All right, last night, Kevin Durant spoke, and he said, I think LeBron can still play another 4 or 5 years.
I am going to...
Oh, by the way, I'm also selling that, but go ahead.
I'm going to... What's tough about this is I can buy
46.
this. I can buy this in the terms of, like, could he play in one way or another? I'm selling this in that I don't think LeBron would want to. And even that, like, he's playing at 41. He's still the third best player. He put up 30 last night. I think if you really got him all the way to a point where he's just like a role player, he could play for 5 or 6 years, but I don't think anybody would be interested in that particular version of him at that point. And then at that point, he would feel like the old guy going back to the reunion, just always trying to kick it like a kid. Hey man, you might just need to go home. Right? You might not need to kick it like the kids no more. So I don't think that he can in the realistic sort of way, but I think in the way that Kevin Durant was talking about, just in his physicality and his capability of getting out there, I think he actually probably could.
Yeah, I'm buying that. I think he could play another 4 or 5 years. Just the way he plays and the way he kind of keep his body together and all that stuff. I'm not saying he'd be out here averaging 25 points a game or anything like that, but I do think he could probably, I would say at the age of 45, I think he could put up a good 18 points a game.
Now,
hold on. Per game as an average?
Yeah, I think he could average 18 points.
Oh.
I think he could average.
Because I'm with both you guys in terms of just what he's capable of doing. He's a physical freak. He has all the means to stay on top of his game, health and diet and all that stuff.
He's a very smart player too.
Yeah, but here's why I am selling it. Well, two reasons. 45 hits you like a ton of bricks. 45, your eyes start going, your back starts going, and that's just, even healthy people and healthiest people like LeBron, like I'm sure he is to some degree.
Did you see the bruise that he had when he laid out earlier this week, or was it last week where he just laid out for basketball, giving maximum effort? The man's body bruised up, and I'm like, 20-year-old LeBron would have bounced off the floor and would have left a dent in the floor.
Yeah, no, so that's part of it. Like, it hits you fast when you're a professional athlete. That's the first part. The second part is, I don't doubt that he can do what you guys were talking about. I doubt that he can do it for a season. Can he score? Can he go up there and score 28 points at age 45? I wouldn't doubt that. But he can't do it for a season.
So what's the season like? Do you include him playing all 82 games?
Well, no. Even with load management, like let's say he plays 65. I still don't know.
No, that's fair.
Yeah, I still don't know.
And honestly, probably the best case for this is I don't know that any team wants to put up with LeBron here in 4 years where you're paying him a good amount of money and having to deal with all the things that come with LeBron, even a LeBron that's willing to accept a role.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go to another buy or sell here. Max Crosby. We know what happened with him. Raven, then not a Raven. He said, quote, the energy felt off in the Ravens facility when he visited.
Oh, I buy that.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember I heard him talking about this as well, and he said that he didn't get to talk to Jesse Minter until later in the day.
5 hours,
and didn't talk to Eric DeCosta, the general manager, at all. You just made, in theory, you had just made a deal where you sent 2 first-round picks to get him. Wasn't nobody in the welcoming committee?
Yeah.
I feel like when somebody is traded to the Texans and they get to NRG Stadium, I have a feeling that they talked to D'Amico and Nick Caserio pretty early into them stepping foot on these here premises, and so that definitely would feel off. I can only imagine.
Yeah, I'm buying it too. I think just off the strength of John Harbaugh not there anymore.
Yeah.
I think it is some type of energy change within that organization, man, because the brother been there for 18 years.
Yeah.
So I think the Ravens are trying to do some soul searching right now. I think they're trying to figure some stuff out, and it's probably they probably struggling right now. To me, I feel like they struggling.
Yeah. I am, I'm with both you guys on that as well. Aaron Judge, your favorite player, Reggie. After the United States lost to Venezuela in the World Baseball Championship.
Shame.
He said, I'm really happy for them. It's not about me or us. It's about our game.
When did he say this?
After losing
Immediately
to
after
Venezuela,
the game?
in the post game.
Yeah, I'm selling that big dog. and if that is true, we need to examine. We need to examine all. You the cap like this would be
captain.
This would be one of those things if you just one of the dudes on the team.
Yeah,
you the captain, man.
You know what? I'm happy for him. It's not about me or us. It's about the game.
And like more power to you on having that kind of demeanor generally. Except we don't want that in the captain. You supposed to be like understanding. Yes, you want to be a good sport generally. Yeah. But I think right after the game, we don't need you to be that much of a good sport. I'm selling that because you should want to win. I don't know why you're the captain if you're not coming in with that.
Yeah, I'm selling it too. I'm trying to figure out why did he say that? Like, is he trying to pull the whole this was a good series for baseball general or something like that?
Yeah.
To me, like, you could say that.
That's exactly what he's trying to do.
You could say that another time. You ain't got to say that right after the game. If somebody asks you about the whole WBC, then you could say, I think overall it was good for baseball, but you still wanted to win. You wanted to win for your country.
Yes. This is one of those where not only am I questioning that he said it then, this is one of those that I'm selling so quickly and so much. I'm wondering how he expects anyone to believe that. Well, how does he expect anyone? Like, it's not about me or us, it's about the game.
It might be the case, and I do wonder, though, if this is why it was such a stark, juxtaposition between the U.S. and some of the Latin American countries, because that quote, at the very least, doesn't say passion.
No.
The way that you saw a lot of these teams, whether it was Dominican, Venezuela, any of these teams, it oozed, like it just reeked of passion in a way that quote is the complete antithesis of.
Aaron Judge, my goodness. And we went through his World Series and World Baseball Classic numbers and all that. Just ridiculous. Yeah,
you don't have to stop there. Just all his numbers in big-time games.
In big games, big moments. All right, I got another one for you here. J.C. Tretter is the new NFLPA Executive Director. The board of they're elected by the Board of Players Directors, which I don't even know. I don't know what this board consists of. I'm guessing multiple people in the game, like literally in the game as players or whatever. They released a statement about. By the way, he also is not going to have a press conference.
Yes.
Weird.
Wonder why.
Weird.
Whenever you get anybody new, I mean, Reed Blankenship had at least Zoom meeting, same as David Montgomery, right? You present this to the media, right?
Yeah.
That it smells like you're trying to hide something.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
all I'm saying.
Well, tell me how this smells. The Board of Players Directors released a statement about J.C. Tretter getting the job. There was a little bit of controversy surrounding him, etc. And there's one part of this that I immediately went sell. But I'll just read the whole thing. See if you can guess which part. We conducted a thorough, deliberate search to identify the right long-term leader to deliver sustained, meaningful progress for our members. We interviewed more than 300 candidates.
I heard about 2 or 3 sales. What's that first line you just said? What was the first line in that?
We conducted a thorough, deliberate
sale.
A sustained, meaningful, long-term leader to deliver sustained, meaningful progress for our members. Sell. This is the part that got me. We interviewed more than 300 candidates. There is no way in hell. There is no way in hell. He was considered to be sort of getting shoehorned into the job, a favorite.
They said they considered, not interviewed, right? They considered, which I think
they considered a bunch of candidates. They interviewed 300.
Okay.
If you interview for that job, raise your hand. Like, who interviewed for that job? All 300?
Oh, no, you're right. I said we considered 300.
Yeah, and that sounds like we took applications from 300 people.
Okay.
You know how you dress things up when you go, we considered them. No, we saw the paper and we were like, nah. I think they interviewed like 3 people. Which
one person.
Which is why this is a sell.
But it considered 300 candidates? Do you do that on any job?
Oh, yeah, I bet you do. If
maybe 50 or 100.
If we're talking about consideration being like, hey, look, an application.
Well, yeah, I guess.
Which I think is what we're talking about here, if we're going to be entirely honest. All right, that's a little buy or sell here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. On the conversation about the World Baseball Classic, the real conversation I had with my wife, how do you feel about the USA losing the World Baseball Classic? I'm fine. How many Americans do you think have that perspective to the World Baseball Classic?
I don't think as many as in other events. Like, let's say you're cheering for USA Hockey. No, that's not a good example either. Like let's just some American in the Olympics that's in curling or something, and they lose. You're like, oh, well, you were cheering for them. But this one, I think, hit a little different. I think this one, because it was familiar faces in Major League Baseball, it was Aaron Judge, it was, all of them, all those players, exactly. I think people were invested a little more in it.
Okay, feel that. All right, real quick, looks like Ohio State really tight again, back to a 3-point game. TCU still leading 50-47, and Louisville opened up a little bit of lead on USF in their game. They're still in the first half, about 8 minutes to go.
How y'all brackets looking so far?
I mean, there are no games that are over yet. By the way, Wisconsin, so we have the full breadth of 4 games going at the same time. Wisconsin 10-3 early on High Point in the first 3 minutes of basketball there. All right, you're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I saw a tweet that made an interesting point in a roundabout way. Are these Houston Rockets basically just the 2024 Houston Texans? I'll try and make the case next.
The Texans made another move to solidify the offensive line. Former Browns guard Wyatt Teller is reportedly coming to Houston on a 2-year, $16+ million deal. The 3-time Pro Bowler should fit in nicely alongside Tay Ursery on the left-hand side of the line. Welcome to H-Town, Wyatt.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Miami of Ohio beat SMU last night, 89-79, to advance out of the first 4 into the field of 64 in the NCAA tournament. The knock on Miami is that people will point to their soft schedule that they played in the regular season. Winning in the first 4 has proven that the Red Hawks belong. Next up, Tennessee in the round of 64 on Friday. I'm Chris Black.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At Jiffy Lube, our quick, quality 15-minute oil change service means your car will be ready before you know it.
It's already ready?
Like ready already? At Jiffy Lube, it's impossible not to say it.
Really? Now? Ready already?
That's right. Drive into Jiffy Lube today for a quick, quality 15-minute oil change service and take the already ready challenge. Jiffy Lube. In and out in a jiffy.
Stop in today. Tell them Sports Radio 610 sent you for $26 off a full synthetic oil change.
This is an important message for anyone struggling with $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans. Due to ongoing inflation, job loss, and the rising cost of living, many Americans are facing overwhelming credit card balances. If you're drowning in credit card debt, you may qualify for powerful debt relief options currently being offered by National Debt Relief that can significantly reduce what you owe. You don't have to declare bankruptcy or take out a debt consolidation loan. You could qualify for this debt relief option and only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe. Act now to see if you qualify. With thousands of 5-star reviews online and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, National Debt Relief has helped over 1 million consumers with their debt that qualified for this relief option. So don't wait. Call the Debt Reduction Hotline now. Dial 800-428-5757. 800-428-5757. That's 800-428-5757.
No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ownwell.com/terms. Estimate based on your neighborhood average and individual results may vary.
When I saw how high my property tax bill was, I was shocked. We couldn't afford this. But I discovered Ownwell. Ownwell reduced my property taxes and saved me over $1,000.
Your property taxes aren't set in stone.
diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Built Ford Tough broadcast studio at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, broadcasting from the Built Ford Tough broadcast studio here at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. You're in the loop on Sports Radio.
That gets me every time.
What, the yell?
The yeehaw.
But you notice I didn't step on.
No, you didn't.
I was able to wait, held on side, and we got it. I've never felt older than in this moment right now, where I tried to switch from one laptop that clearly didn't have a good enough picture to another laptop that should have a better picture, and then it's frozen. I don't know what to do. I did my best.
How does this thing work?
I'm out here. We're broadcasting at the rodeo. I'm trying to take down this turkey leg. I'm tech directing, watching.
You quit on it like 3 times, but you keep eating it.
Because I'm not a quitter. You know what I mean?
Right.
Definitely not a quitter. I don't know. Would you say that about this Rockets team right now?
They've had their moments.
They've had their moments where you thought they would. Last night they gave it a good go. Unfortunately, they fall to the Lakers 124-116. And shout out to DJ Bijani, covers the Rockets for ESPN. He put out on Twitter, hey, Texans fans that are also Rockets fans, how are you feeling about this team right now? And the fact that he said, how are you feeling about this team right now? I'm glad that he said it the way that he did, because I was like, are you trolling right now? But I think he was genuinely trying to get an insight. And somebody said in response, this feels like the 2024 Texans. And I was like, is this Rockets team just the 2024 Texans?
You're going to have to explain that.
All right, so I'm gonna try and make the case, okay? So we're comparing this. Obviously, this past year was the 2025 Texans, but the year prior, when you had an offensive line that was kind of putrid and everything, CJ's second year, that was the 2024 Texans. Are there similarities here? But maybe you're like, no, it's not. 713-572-4610 is the base power text line. I'll start with some of the things as I try and make the case, okay?
Okay.
As I was thinking through this. Let's start here. Injuries depleted an expected strength of the team. For the Texans in 2024, that was the receiving core. You remember that you had the receiving core, you were coming in. Was it Dalton Schultz that hit you with the 5-headed monster? Right? And you were like, oh, man, here we go. I remember that year you had a concussion for Nico Collins that made him miss some time. You remember definitely in Kansas City where, actually before we even got there, was it week 8 that Stephon Diggs ends up being lost for the year? And then you have Tank Dell. Once he gets to Kansas City, he's finally starting to hit his stride, and all of a sudden you have what happens in the end zone on that deep over. And so what was supposed to be a big strength was your pass catching core, your skill talent was knocked down by an injury. You can say the same for these Rockets this year when you talk about rebounding. Their superpower was supposed to be rebounding, and now you look at their depth at bigs, and it's limited. I mean, in the game last night, it was just Alperen Şengün, and you're rolling out Dorian Finney-Smith as a small by 5 sometimes because you can't play Clint Capella based off of the strength that of Steven Adams being injured. What was that, over a month ago? And so I think that you look at that and you go, there's one thing that I think overlaps with both teams.
I could get down with that one.
Okay.
I could absolutely get down with that.
How about this as a second one? Just the feeling of get him some help. Have you not had that feeling a number of times with Kevin Durant this year where you're just like, it can't just be Kevin Durant by his lonesome? Ain't that how you felt about C.J. Stroud behind that offensive line 2 years ago?
Maybe that one's a little bit more of a stretch to me because no one has ever really questioned the talent as they did with the offensive line.
But
the talent of Şengün, Jabari was supposed. By the way, he's been playing pretty well.
Well, actually, there are people that are having some questions. I think if you're trying to bring it to Rafael Stone with this team, you go, the picks that he's made, have they lived up to the pick selection space, right? Because Jabari Smith Jr. has been good over the last month. I want to give him that credit, but there's been times in his career where you go, was he worthy of this third round? Is he living up to that?
But what I'm saying,
Reed Shepard, is he living up to that? Even someone like Atari Eason, as of right now.
Yeah, no, that one to me is a little bit more of a stretch because we knew the 24 offensive line was just bad.
We had some hope going into the season, and it ended up being not worth that hope at all.
But Şengün has been an all-star. Jabari, we talked about. Reed Shepard has been largely one of the good things for this squad when they have success. Yeah, that one I could see the parallel, but I'm not going to quite go all in on that one.
Okay, how about this? You have real questions about the offensive scheme. 2024 with Bobby Slowick, right? You're like, we were up in arms every time that we saw Bobby Slowick getting out here. Thursdays were hell because you knew Bobby Slowick and Frank Ross and Mac Burke were going to talk, and you knew that you were going to get in there and be frustrated by the answers that you got from Bobby Slowick, and then you got on Sunday and you were, what is happening here?
Yeah.
Why are we not seeing more answers for C.J. Stroud in this circumstance where you know there's going to be pressure? Similarly, how much hell are we bringing to Ime Udoka for? What are you doing offensively? Why is it that you're talking about a read and react offense and you're not having a full team that is reading and reacting? Why is Kevin Durant having to be on ball when there's so many turnovers? There's a lot of questions when it comes to the offensive schemes in both of these situations.
Yeah, no, I could absolutely see that parallel. The interesting thing is, Bobby Slowick obviously got fired ultimately. Ime Udoka isn't going anywhere.
Well, but I think in this instance, if we're doing
we're
the
just
parallel,
comparing the team.
Ime Udoka isn't the Bobby Slowick. Ime Udoka is the D'Amico Ryans. The problem is I don't know who the Bobby Slowick is for the Rockets. That's part of the issue.
Right.
I don't know who the offensive guy is supposed to be.
And also, the parallel is that the offenses are struggling like that.
100%.
Yeah.
All right, so how about this one? This is the last one that I had on wax, and we can kind of bounce it around. What you thought would be good was even better than you realized.
Mm-hmm.
And for the 2024 Texans, that was the defense.
Right.
The defense, we were like, this is a good defense, and then it was like, oh, sorry, this is a monster defense. Sorry, I don't think that we properly attributed this, right? You obviously, Aziz Henry shows off in a way where you go, oh, this is really nice. Defensive tackles play pretty damn well. Obviously, you know what you have in your edges. In a similar vein, you went and got Kevin Durant knowing, hey, he's going to be good on offense, and he has been better than you could ask. He has been healthy. He has been now going from what you would hope would be an offensive complement to what you're doing defensively to the entirety of your offense. He is initiating action. He's doing even more than you could have imagined as an offensive playmaker than when you brought him in.
No, I think that's fair. With the Texans and the defense in 2024, like as you mentioned, we thought it'd be pretty good. It has become since a monster. The interesting thing with Kevin Durant is we knew he was going to be good. We knew that he was the final piece. It kind of goes back to your first point of the other parts of the team sort of letting them down. Like we're getting what we expected with Kevin Durant and then some, to be honest.
So with that being the case, would you agree with the hypothesis I'm throwing forward that the Rockets are kind of just basketball 2024 Texans?
It's interesting. My first instinct was to say I can't get down with that. I'm not 100% sure, and I still am wondering simply because this was a much more mature Rockets team, even though there were some real young players.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, Şengün, even though he's 23, was an all-star and considered to be so good. We got some young players in essence. I think there was a higher bar. Maybe I'll put it that way. There was a higher bar for this Rockets team than what you thought with the Texans. So if they are, in fact...
But funny enough, you were asking for the same things, right? Win in the first round of the playoffs, get to that next level. Hopefully win there.
Yeah.
And
no, but this one was... You thought you were going to get a championship, or at least contend for a championship.
Finals.
Yeah, the bar was higher.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the one thing that I'm hesitating on.
And now it's not over yet for the Rockets. I think the reasonable minds will say that it's a long shot, but it's not over there. But how do you stop yourself from being? Because again, there's enough similarities. You did not knock down all these ones.
Just
that I
the
put
one was like, that's a little bit of a stretch, but I can see where you were.
The feeling of getting him some help.
Yeah.
Which I don't know. I've felt that sometimes. I felt that last night when I'm seeing Kevin Durant clearly looking for someone to pass the ball to and them not coming to the basketball. It's one of those things. I always lean on you being a basketball coach in your time. One of the things that I know that you say to players is show to the basketball, right? If he has the basketball and you want it, make yourself a target. Get yourself
hands first,
right? They weren't doing that.
Yeah.
And there's times where I'm like, help him.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, that sounds like me talking about CJ. not just this past year, but the year prior. And so even if you're not all the way in, it's clear that at least you go, it's plausible.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think they could stop themselves from having the same fate as the 2024 Texans?
I personally do not. But what I'm curious about is can they become the 2025 Texans outside of what CJ was, of course, but where all of a sudden you started to see almost all the pieces outside of the line and CJ Stroud reaching an altogether higher level, you know?
So if we're going to continue to belabor this, how do they become the 2025 Texans outside of CJ with that caveat? Because one of the things that the 2025 Texans were able to do was the thing that was great kept getting better, and then the thing that was bad, they raised the floor on it just enough to make this all tenable. And the thing that's great is Kevin Durant, and it does seem like he's continuing to be the best version of himself. So check on that.
Yeah.
The thing that hasn't been that good, which is, the rest of the support, it's clearly shot making, helping out, maybe not being so much of not being so many, I guess, places where the defense can fail. Right. That's the best way that I could put this. Look, I think they have the capability of doing that, and that's one of the reasons why I was excited about last night, because those were the things that they were doing in that small sample of, at the very least, the third quarter.
They need to change offensive coordinators and figure out a way to get it going on offense. But again, the problem is Ime even going to allow a different set of eyes, calling the shots on offense to all of a sudden do things differently that would help this team? Obviously, you need to get Fred VanVleet back, but that's a different topic.
Yeah, no, that's a really good question on is Ime going to allow it, because I do wonder if there is that, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday when we were talking about the leadership of the various teams of Houston. I wonder what the synergy is like between Ime and Rafael Stone. It had seemed like they were on pretty much the same page, but
I mentioned it yesterday. Are we sure?
It does feel like D'Amico Ryans, because we were asking that question in 2024 as well. Is D'Amico Ryans capable of firing his friend? And he did. Right? Him and Bobby Slowick came in at the same time, and ultimately he fired.
He doesn't get
Slowick.
enough credit for that, and maybe that's something that we're talking about Altuve and all that stuff. The tough calls that you have to make. He doesn't have enough credit for it. They were tight. They were tight, and he did what was best.
Well, I mean, Ime Udoka, his staff is, to put it as simply as possible here, which probably isn't fair to him. That's a lot of his friends. It's a lot of dudes that he has a lot of familiarity with, dating back to even just his time in the Pacific Northwest. It's a lot of dudes that, feel like they're pretty young as well. But there's not a lot of guys you look at that you go, there's a lot of offensive experience to be able to get this. Does he have the willingness, or is there enough, I don't know, people in the room in the larger organization to be like, hey, you need to do this so this offense is better, because what we have is not sufficient.
Did you have Troy in the tournament?
I did.
Not looking good.
No, it's not. They're down
62-40 Nebraska. If we give a little update here, some of these other games are getting interesting. How about Wisconsin, 29-23, with 7.5 minutes left over High Point. So that game is still pretty good. USF has brought it a little closer, 30-20 with 2:52 left in the first half there. And TCU Ohio State, what are we talking about? That's probably going to be the best game earlier, 58-57. 2 minutes left in the game.
Yeah, it definitely has the possibility of being that. And I think the one that I went for with the possibility of being most explosive was actually the USF Louisville game, which as of right now has not been explosive. It's actually the complete opposite. It's kind of the magic of March, isn't it? You go in and you look at all the statistics, and boy, did I look at a whole bunch of statistics, and all right, here are the things that are going to happen. And then you see the ball on the court, and you go, oh, it's not breaking exactly the way that I thought it would. But yeah, so excited to see what's going to continue to happen there. Now, we haven't been watching it crazy closely, but we've seen some runs in this game, but it's been pretty steady early on. I imagine the real mayhem kicks up here once we get to kind of that second round of games.
There's going to be some upsets. So there's some, all of a sudden, it happens every year. There's going to be some, and High Point's getting a little frisky on Wisconsin. Nebraska's just destroying Troy 65-40 now.
So you're out on the Rockets at this point in the larger scheme of things of being able to accomplish something that you can have some pride in this year.
I mean, look, yes. I mean, short answer, yes. This is not a championship team. This is not a conference championship team. I did like the discussion earlier. I really did, because you brought up the point of you saw some things and maybe there's some hope there. I can't go there. But what they showed yesterday was actually the team that we could all get behind and we could all kind of figure could make some noise or whatever. I just don't know if they can dial it up again. How often do they dial it up? They've been a little bit too checked out too often. compared to what they were last night.
Yeah. Somebody said Hero Bowl, the Rockets have turned back into the Harden Rockets. And they have when you have Tari Eason shooting 4% from 3 in the month of March. They have when you have guys not, showing to the basketball and helping him pass out of things, so he kind of feels like he has to just go for broke by himself. I think if you could play consistently like you did in that real hot streak, and it wasn't like it was a hot streak of 2 minutes. You had a nice.
Well, my favorite part was they made a comeback.
They made a nice good comeback.
Yeah.
If you could find a way to take that distillation and spread it out a little further and actually play like that, that's the type of team that I think you could respect.
Yeah.
If you see the Rockets team that you saw a little bit more in some of these more recent games, I'm gonna have some real problems, and I'm going to have to crown them as the 2024 Texans of this basketball season. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us as we're live at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. And hey, I look to my left, and it's one Figgy Fig as we typically hand it off to you for the mixtape. What you got?
Yeah, we got to talk about this rapper that was fighting the case, and not that type of case. It's a case you probably would have never guessed.
Okay, let's dig into it next.
The Rockets' recent struggles have. final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by base power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday live from the Houston Livestock Show in Rodeo. Sports Radio 610. Shout out to Juan, who just came by listening. He just came by, too.
And Justin earlier?
Justin, yep. Salute to Justin.
Justin is doing the real work out
Keeping
here.
things clean around here. No pun intended.
Yeah.
So shout out to everybody. If you still around here at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, come by. We at the Built for Tough studio. Built for Tough.
Yes.
Studio.
It's right outside the NRG Center, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, we right by, I want to say, if you know where Triple J's is, Triple J's been in that spot for years. We like right across from there.
I almost called it like the kind of food court area, but that feels like that does a disservice to what we're doing over here.
This whole area is a food court.
Yeah.
Everything's a food court.
There's a lot of food over here.
By the way, not to really good. I haven't had a bad thing yet.
Correct.
I guess if you're going to be here, you better be top of your game.
Correct.
Yeah.
I just had that bacon wrap, was it the bacon cotton candy?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I was a little skeptical on it, man, but it wasn't bad. It was just a little messy. It's sticky.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that's the only
wasn't
thing about
bad.
cotton candy. Now, have you had this chicken fried bacon that's right here?
That was pretty good. That was solid, man.
Yeah.
And it was a good price, too. I thought they was going to knock me over the head for it.
Yeah.
It was a pretty good price for it.
Nah, I went and played basketball yesterday, and I feel like I got to go do some more cardio eating the way that I'm eating today.
Yeah, but salute to everybody at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Got to talk about a rapper, though. A rapper that was fighting the case. I didn't even know this was a thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, are you familiar with Afro Man, John Lopez?
I've heard of him. I couldn't
I like
tell
how you skip right over me. Right
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I like that. I think that's a bit on this show where I'm just like, have you heard of this rapper?
If I've heard of the rapper or the artist,
You know exactly who he is.
then I probably will know who he is if I saw him.
Yeah,
but
you
I
know-
couldn't place him
You
in
know
my
his song.
mind's eye.
So he got a legendary song called "Because I Got High."
Okay.
I was going to clean my room, but then I got high.
You heard that song before. I think we played it on the air before years ago.
Yeah.
But apparently he was fighting a case. And let's go to Fox 19 in Cincinnati with the story on what was going on with him.
In August of 2022, Adams County deputies raided the home of Joseph Foreman, better known as the rapper Afro Man. They had a search warrant tied to an investigation into possible drugs and kidnapping victims.
They didn't charge me for any crimes. They didn't find no large amounts of marijuana or whatever narcotic they were saying. They didn't find any kidnapping victims.
Afro Man was never charged with a crime after the raid. Deputies seized thousands of dollars in cash that was later returned, but Afro Man says about $400 was never recovered. The raid also left damage throughout his home, and he says the department told him it was not responsible for paying for the repairs.
The guy started laughing and waddling his head. He goes, "We're not required to do that." And they were unapologetic.
Afro Man used his own security footage from the raids in a music video to make money to pay for the damages sustained to his home.
I got freedom of speech, and then I used my personal life to write my music. I was going to clean my room, but then I got up. Will you help me repair my gate? Will you help me repair my door? I'm singing about what actually happened to me.
Deputies who appear in the video are now suing the rapper for the damages caused by their faces being in the videos.
Hey, we raid your house, we steal your money, we disconnect your cameras. Now we need to sue you for saying something about it.
Afro Man filed a countersuit for the damages to his home, and Judge Jonathan Hines dismissed those charges in February.
They dismissed all of my claims with the click of a mouse in some little office somewhere without a hearing.
Afro Man believes this lawsuit violates his free speech rights as an American and as a working artist in the United States.
As a working rapper that raps for a living and pays taxes to America with rap money, I need raw materials. Raw materials is my life experience.
Man.
Yeah, so it was a lot going on there. And
I like how he called it rap money.
Yeah, rap money.
As if it was different. As if it was Monopoly money.
Yeah, so you're probably wondering what kind of video did you make, or what kind of song did you make? Do y'all want to hear the song that he came up with?
Yeah,
in response to this?
Absolutely.
Yeah, Byron, we're gonna play a little. I'll let you know when to cue it down. But here's the song he made called "Lemon Pound Cake."
The Adams County Sheriff kicked down my door. Then I heard the glass spray. They found no kidnapping victims, just some lemon pound cake. Mama's lemon pound cake. It tastes so nice. It made the sheriff wanna put down his gun and cut him a slice. Of what? Lemon pound cake. He wanna put down his Glock. Lemon pound cake. Trending on TikTok. Lemon pound cake. He's a family guy. Lemon pound cake. Munchies.
All right, Byron. So if you watch this video, he actually have the real footage from the security cam of them in this house looking around. And the cop did look at the lemon pound.
Oh, no.
So he just took like a quick look. Yeah, I think he was going around, like sneaking around. He looked at the table, looked at the lemon pound cake.
Looks good.
Have you ever done that where you're supposed to be doing something and then you
every
see,
day.
Yeah. And you're like, you see something that you know is not yours, be like, hey, nobody would notice.
Oh, that, yeah.
Yeah, like you'd be looking like, ooh, should I?
That looks like evidence to me.
Yeah.
So you need to examine it to make sure that there's no no drugs in here.
Yeah, so the cops was pretty upset about this, kind of embarrassed by this. And here is, you know what, let's go to cut number 4, Byron. Here's the cop, also known as lemon pound cake guy in these streets. Here's him on the stand discussing how cops are teasing him now.
One of the things that really kind of upset me, I was doing an investigation as a detective, and I had to go all the way up to eastern Ohio on the Pennsylvania border. And when I walked into the deputy's room up there to talk to them, they all knew me, all knew that I've been called a thief, lemon pound cake. You know, it's everywhere. You can go anywhere, and if people recognize you, they start that stuff, whether they're being sarcastic or what.
He looked legit hurt too.
He said,
just imagine walking in the station. Hey, lemon pound cake guy. Hey, that's the lemon pound cake guy over there.
So he's mad. He's getting teased.
He's suing because he's embarrassed.
Yes,
he's suing because he's embarrassed.
Which honestly, that's the American way, litigation.
I guess.
It's our American pastime.
I am also very fascinated. Do you have a verdict yet? Because I am very fascinated.
Yeah. So he actually won this. They sided with Afro Man on this one.
Oh, good.
So the cops lost on this one. And speaking of cops, here's another cop that was on the stand. Somebody else that was in the video out of a few. And here's the cop discussing something else Afro Man said in the song.
Oh, no.
So you're claiming that is the defamation statements that he said he had sex with your wife?
Yes.
And that's painted you in a false light?
It's caused tremendous pain in my life.
I'll get to that. We have to go through false light first. So does it paint you in a false light?
Yes, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman.
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know.
You had it was just say no.
Yeah.
Like, listen to Nancy Reagan. Just say no in that moment.
Hey, do we really know though?
Yeah.
But that's the thing. I felt the
he was coached.
I felt no, but that's the thing. He wasn't.
Yeah.
I felt the lawyer's issue because he's like, yeah, and that's why I have a defamation case. And the lawyer's like, just listen to what I ask you and just answer it, okay? And he's like, so we know that it's not true, right? Because in order to win our case, we have to determine that this is false. And he's like, I don't know. He's like, oh man, you don't even deserve to get this. You should have just taken the lemon pound cake.
Yeah, this was a wild case, man. If you get the chance, check it out. Afro Man was actually in court with an American flag suit. So he was
That's a
proud.
nice move.
Yeah, he was a proud American. Still had the afro.
Yeah.
But he had the American flag suit from head. So he actually made another song too. He was wilding out on these songs. So
he was mad.
I kind of don't blame the cops for just throwing the Hail Mary. Like, man, let's try to sue his ass and see what happened.
Yeah.
But so the courts did side with Afro Man on this one. So I guess that was a win. He still got to pay for his door and all that stuff that was broken. But hopefully they can run these streams up on the song. And
Yeah, he didn't get sued.
Yeah.
I might play it a couple times, see if that helps him out.
Yeah.
Shout out to Afro.
That man pound cake. All right, you go to the next one, Byron. It's the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Charlamagne the God,
Okay.
who is the co-host of the Breakfast Club. He hosts a segment called Donkey of the Day. And he actually gave everybody Donkey of the Day. Us. Everybody. Everyone.
What?
And
What did I do?
You're the donkey of the day.
I didn't do anything.
Yeah, I gotta say, I kind of agree with him on this. Here's Charlamagne.
Donkey of the Day for Wednesday, March 18th goes to We the People, okay, a.k.a. all of humanity. Why? Because a 7-ton meteor, okay, fell from the Cleveland sky at 45,000 miles per hour on yesterday, and nobody cared. Okay, I know it's a lot going on in the world. Okay, we as Americans have an administration in power that's hell-bent on implementing authoritarian strategy. We got Epstein files showing that the elite love pieces of babies on their pizza. We at war with Iran. Gas prices are high. Grocery prices are high. The cost of living is kicking the average American's ass. I completely understand it's a lot going on this planet, but a 7-ton meteor landed in Cleveland yesterday, and nobody gave a damn.
I agree with him, man. I feel like nobody talked about this meteor, man. And the funny thing is, so, you know, I'm from Cleveland, and my Facebook page got a lot of Cleveland friends on there, and my timeline was going crazy. Like, y'all hear that boom? Y'all hear that boom in Maple? And somebody like, hey, I'm in Pepper Pike. I heard that boom. Hey, I'm in East Cleveland. I heard that boom.
Yeah.
And I got nervous to the point I had to call my dad. I hit my dad up like, hey, you good?
Yeah.
And he was like, what's going on? What happened?
There might be one coming right now.
Yeah. I don't know. Or you about to get arrested for something.
He's pulling up here.
He's pulling right next
Lopez,
to us.
what'd you do?
Well, I didn't know they knew about it.
Yeah. It was him right there.
Yeah, they're getting you, Lopez.
right there.
Yeah. I always knew the day would come,
Again,
Lopez.
I'll say this again. I already said it once
they got
this week.
the chains too.
I already said it once this week. I'll say it again. You really find out.
Was it
You really find out.
Was it the lemon pound cake?
Both you guys pointed at me.
That's right. Well, to be fair, I do this every day. Whenever our production,
any issues, he did it.
Whenever our PD comes in, I'm like, it was you. You did it.
Yeah, so
I think we're good. They're walking past. It wasn't us. Okay, good.
Yeah, so I did hit my dad up, and he didn't even know it happened.
Yeah.
And he said, "Dang it! The one time I slept in, I missed it.
I missed a 7-ton meteor."
He was disappointed that he didn't hear it.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like, dang. I guess Charlamagne is kind of right. Just so much stuff going on that nobody talked about this meteor.
I'm so bad. That's the first I've heard of it.
Yeah, I hadn't heard it either.
It was kind of
clearly I was dealing with more important things. The Texans signed offensive linemen.
Yeah.
You know, ended up getting Reed Blankenship. Numbers are changing. There's a lot of things happening in my life.
You can actually see the meteor too in the sky. Like it caught some of the ring cameras. People saying,
"Oh, really?"
Wow. You can see in the daytime. In the daytime.
Dang.
And it actually landed. It was a big old boom.
And you said it hit Cleveland, huh?
I think it landed somewhere in Cleveland.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if anybody was hurt or not. Hopefully it wasn't, but that was kind of scary, man. I think that ended up on the back of the newspaper page.
I guess.
Just the back, though, not the front.
Yeah, right.
We've got more important things to do right now.
Yeah. All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. It's the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Mama Tina's Gumbo.
Ah, yes.
Oh.
That's out here, ain't it?
Yeah, I was just over there. It wasn't a lot.
What was that?
What was that?
Oh, listen to Figgy.
Yeah. Hey, what you mean listen to me, man? I didn't try it yet. And I probably won't try it anytime soon.
Wait, what? Okay, so I missed something clearly.
Yeah, so
all right.
So
people are we're literally, if you're listening on the radio, we are literally in the Bill Ford Tough broadcast studio. We're right next to a whole bunch of tables here as people are for, eating the various different fantastic foods that are out here at the rodeo.
I hope none of them are the gumbo.
All right.
Yeah. So this was a tweet from KPRC2 Bryce. He said the Houston Health Department confirms to KPRC2 Mama Tina's Gumbo at Houston Rodeo was temporarily shut down. The department said the shutdown happened on Monday, and the gumbo stand serving up Beyonce's mother, Tina Knowles' recipe was able to reopen again. So it's currently open now. I think they had a minor hiccup that was going on. And
not just hiccups.
Yeah.
All right.
So I'm glad you said that. So I saw a lot of people saying it was good. I also saw a lot of people saying it was awful. So let's go to some of the reviews that went viral on Mama's Tina Gumbo. That was the bad reviews.
Oh my God. This tastes like water that they added some. You know the seasoning for noodles? That's what it tastes like, the noodle juice. It is bad. Oh Lord, please, I can't. All right, I gotta go.
It stinks. It smells like burnt fish stuff, like burnt fish stuff with gravy. I can't even go through with taking a real taste. I'm gonna pass, and I'm gonna leave it for the dogs. I'm gonna set it over there where she can have her back.
I don't think how good it is.
Is he just coughing?
Not for this little thing. Yeah. It's good though. It's good. It's pretty good, Mama Tina.
He said it was good.
A few moments later.
I just ate some of Mama Tina Gumbo.
Oh, is he sick?
Yeah.
This brother is sweating in the car.
No.
Just threw up.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I see I'm sweating. I just threw up all that throw up.
He was sweating bullets.
Yeah.
He panned to the ground, a bunch of throw up from the.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Could have just told us.
Apologies to everyone eating.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. Hit me up 713-572-4610 if you try Mama Tina's Gumbo. I ain't gonna lie.
Just go try it right now.
I'm down with trying stuff.
Yeah.
I feel like gumbo is a little tricky, man, because I feel like people, they don't try everybody's gumbo. That's what I learned moving down here. I feel like you just don't pick up a cup of gumbo and try it. It got to be, it's kind of like potato salad. Some people don't eat everybody potato salad.
Yeah.
I feel like that's how people feel with gumbo down here.
But it feels like when you go to the rodeo, there's just kind of a certain bar, like there's a certain
we were talking
there's a
about
certain
earlier.
floor that you feel that you expect. Hey, if it's at rodeo, it's probably going to be good. Honestly, as we were walking in, one of the things I was thinking about is it's kind of amazing that like the food quality standards that they're able to uphold out here, considering like, I mean, none of this was here a month ago, right? Like this gets set up and it ends up running in a way where you have incredible quality out here, basically in parking lots. It's kind of incredible.
I mentioned earlier, that's what's most impressive. I mean, it's good, except for Mama Tina's Gumbo.
All right.
Everything else is
y'all
really
gonna have Miss Tina come over here and say something, and it's not gonna be my fault.
If she was to bring something over here, would you try it?
Yeah.
Not now. You would try it?
Yeah.
And it looked like what was that? The noodle juice?
Noodle juice
with fish stuff. Noodle juice with fish stuff. You would eat that.
She said, I'm about to leave this over there for the dogs. I'm like, man, why you gonna do the dogs like that?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna give that to my dog.
Yeah.
I'll try a little bit if it's free.
What? If it's free?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I will say too.
I mean, worst case scenario, y'all be working with B. Scott tomorrow.
You ain't going home in my truck.
The windows roll down. Come on now. You all right? There you go. That's the mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. 1:20 p.m. every weekday on the program at the Figgy Fig on social media if you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy. All right, it's been a blast out here at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. One more to go before we hand things off to the fellas of the drive, and we'll do that next.
The NCAA tournament is here. Want to hear your Cougs?
predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Built Ford Tough broadcast studio at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Been a fun show today thus far out here at the Built Ford Tough Studios at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you, getting ready to hand things over to the fellas to drive here in a second today. It'll be B. Scott and Luke Morrow. Looking forward to checking in with them shortly. Just a little update on what the scores are.
You had Troy, right?
I did have Troy.
Yeah, they lost by 29.
Yep. That didn't go the way that I was hoping. 76-47 was the score in favor of Nebraska. They get it done. TCU managing to get the ball deep into the paint, get a 2-point lead at the end, and Ohio State couldn't get a heave to win the game, so TCU will move on in that game, 66-41. The games that are still going as of right now, Wisconsin has a 2-point lead at half versus High Point. Louisville has a 9-point lead, 41-33, early on in the second half. But yeah, NCAA tournament is getting going. I have already been wrong at least twice, actually.
Twice? What's the other one? You had Ohio State?
Yeah, I had Ohio State.
What was the other one you was wrong? Oh, Troy.
Yeah.
Troy, yeah.
You know, they lost by 29.
I was trying to get spiked. But honestly, I'm still right because
You're still right.
I'm finding ways to be correct, and you can't stop me. No, because I did say it earlier. I do think that this is a year in which it's probably going to lean a little more chalk than we care to admit. But I was trying to find upsets because what fun is it?
What you do?
What fun is turning in a bracket that's all chalk? That's all the bigger seeds. Unfortunately, that's kind of been the way that it's gone. Outside of obviously TCU was a 9 seed, but those 8-9s feel kind of like it's just on level terms. But there's that. Did you see that that congratulations are in order for our friends Cal and Hannah McNair?
I did. Go ahead.
As apparently they have been named by the Houston Business Journal as the best family-owned business.
One of the best family-owned businesses, right?
I guess so.
Yeah.
Does it feel fair to be able to add a sports team, major sports team, in that when it comes to like family-owned business? Because like the Lakers are a family-owned business, but that's a worldwide known
good question.
Known organization. Does that feel like that's fair?
It's just a big one.
Yeah.
It's just a big family-owned business.
Yeah, when we say family-owned business, I feel like we know what we're trying to say. Right?
I think it's fair, though, because they are, I feel like they've been doing a really good job. Like, the Browns also a family-owned business.
Yeah.
Like, are they winning an award?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
There should be categories, over $1 billion versus, OG sauce or something.
They could easily be running this team into the ground.
Yeah.
They could be.
I feel like they've been doing a really good job the last couple years, though.
Yeah, my objection is not with the quality of the business. It is with the size of the business and the scope of the business.
Right.
It feels like it.
Are they running against other like mom and pop?
That's what I'm saying. Is that's when you hear family run business, you think mom and pop shop, right?
Yeah.
I think mom and pop shop.
Yeah.
I did not expect the Houston Texans, your favorite mom and pop football team.
They're just trying to rub two dimes together, man. They're just
hey, we're just getting this thing started, man.
It's check to check right now, baby.
Trying to see where it goes.
But one day,
soon, it's gonna be
we're gonna have a big old practice facility. One day,
wait, all the way out there in
no man's land.
Yeah.
All right, don't do that now. Somebody said
maybe
surprise.
we get another stadium. I don't know.
Yeah.
Surprise turkey leg hut didn't get an honorable mention. All right, very good.
Or Mama Tina's.
Okay. You're not surprised by that right now, are you? 832. My bracket's still perfect. I'm a Michigan fan, so I knew Ohio State would fold.
Hey, I'm an Ohio State fan, and I'm like, nope, I'm not picking y'all.
Y'all couldn't tell me that a couple hours ago? Y'all just
had it. You said, remember, you said you had a booklet or something. You went by numbers. You did some research on numbers and all that.
I did. And look at where that got me. That's the beauty of the NCAA tournament.
So
if you
numbers do lie.
The NCAA tournament, you can think that you know everything, but you are trying to to figure out the future of 18, 19, 20-year-olds. And when has that ever been a good thing to try and figure out?
Exactly.
Trying to predict. All right, real quick before we get to the fellas of the drive, Sports Illustrated put out their moves that general managers should have made during free agency. So do you think that they're on with some of these? Like, how about I get you the Pittsburgh Steelers? General manager Omar Khan. One of the writers for Sports Illustrated said that Omar Khan should have pursued for the Steelers signing Malik Willis to play quarterback, give him 3 years, $68 million deal. You don't have to worry about the contract itself, but basically make him the next starter of the Pittsburgh Steelers instead of sitting in this place where they're waiting for Aaron Rodgers to come down.
I like that one. That's a tough one to top as far as I'm concerned, because it puts pressure on Aaron Rodgers, or he's out, and you got your quarterback.
I was about to say no, but I forgot Mike Tomlin ain't there anymore.
Yeah.
You got Mike McCarthy, and say what you want about his offense. But
It's antiquated, and it's from 2008, and everybody knows how to play it.
Yeah, that might not be bad. Not saying they will win a Super Bowl with it, but it might be okay.
The only thing that's uncomfortable about that is with Miami, you know that they're not trying to win by evidence by they have traded away so many of their talented players, minus Devon Achane. Outside of that, though, the Miami Dolphins, they're not trying to win. So getting him Malik Willis, and if he turns out to be something, that's cool.
Then
if not, that's fine. The Steelers, however, they're in this weird place where they still want to be winners. And if you lock in Malik Willis for 3 years, it does make me wonder if you get to a place where you go, hey, that's now we have a dude who, as opposed to just kind of being old, and we get a guy who maybe can't play, and you locked in there, and you kind of might need to turn this thing over.
Yeah, look, I kind of like that Malik Willis. People are up and down on him, but he's not old. He's good. Not a bad place to start if you're if you're McCarthy.
All right, is Albert Breer sick with this one?
Okay.
He said if he was the Lions, he would have topped a deal that the Houston Texans did, the 2-year, $20 million deal that the Texans did with Brady Smith. He would have paid more and used that as a pivot point to then flip Penei Sewell, all-pro left tackle, over to the left side. Do you think he's with it? Or do you think he's sick for doing that?
I thought flip him to get him out of there.
Yeah, I was about to say, oh, no, he bugging.
I don't think that's that crazy.
That's not that bad.
Yeah. Do you?
I don't know. I feel like, I guess it's not the worst thing in the world, but I'm glad that they didn't, because obviously the Texans get Brady Smith. Although, in the hypothetical that nobody cares about because it's not actually the case, and you do have the offensive line that you do.
Yeah.
If instead of getting the Brady Smith deal done, they end up with Wyatt Teller, and you're still looking at left or right tackle as maybe it's Trent Brown or a rookie. Are you upset?
Yes.
You are upset?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that would have been a situation that I felt okay with if you end up with a rookie tackle battling with Trent Brown.
Because then Trent Brown would be the starter.
Probably, but maybe.
And what if he gets hurt?
If you get a rookie who is like in the first round.
Yeah, maybe a first rounder. You could maybe have some possibility, but you're still sort of growing. Braden Smith's just a little bit more of not, I was going to say sure thing, but short thing in terms of, there's a floor, there's a level of play that you're going to get.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough. Appreciation to DNMLC for always giving us an opportunity to crosstalk with the fellas of the drive. Today, it is my guy Luke Morrow and our guy B. Scott. Fellas, what's popping?
Hey, how you guys doing? How tough was it to put away the Nalga shorts today on your way to the rodeo and have to dress like a normal human?
Hey. Honestly, Lopez pulled up in his truck, and I was like, dog, you can't do that. Yeah. Thankfully, he had a pair of jeans there, so we got him right.
Yeah. I did offer to stand at the gate and determine who could come in and who could come out.
Of course. Yes.
Trying to do his civic duty.
It's crazy. I ain't seen nothing revealing.
No.
It's early. It's early.
And to be fair, it was never I don't think the rodeo was ever worried about all the patrons at noon. Out here looking indecent.
Yeah.
That was never it.
The freaks come out at night.
Yes.
I have heard that once or twice. Yeah. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Just wanted to get that out the way. Fellas, our question of the day that I would like to offer to you guys in honor of the NCAA tournament going on, what was an upset, like your personal upset, right? What was an upset that happened, whether you were the underdog or, I guess, the overdog, for lack of a better
heavy
term?
Favorite.
Because Lopez told a story of, what was the one that you gave?
The fish?
Yes.
I had a fish that was a 29-inch trout that was a sure thing to win a fishing tournament I was in. Some bozo comes in with a 25-inch trout. that outweighed it by 4 ounces, and I'm thinking they put weights in that son of a gun.
Yeah.
But I was talking so much trash to everybody. Oh, I got this one, guys. Don't even worry about it. This trout, ain't nobody gonna get a trout this big, and nobody did. But one that was 4 inches smaller weighed more. I was like, damn.
Dang. So you were like Virginia. You were on the wrong side of the upset, you're saying.
I was very much on the wrong side of the upset, yes.
It's a good question.
Yeah. No, I mean, mine is much easier. It's 2019 Houston Astros, the best baseball team that I've ever seen, that did not win the World Series. So that's the big upset for me.
No, but for you personally, not your team.
We weren't even talking about teams.
Oh, like in a personal life?
Upset.
Yeah, man.
Oh, man, I ain't never
because we got plenty of teams getting upsets. We're watching the NCAA tournament.
Yeah. What's your big upset, either positive or negative?
Oh, I've never taken a nail. Never taken a nail.
At least not one that you're willing to admit on the air. Huh?
Zero. I'm 32-0.
Well, who do y'all got then? Like, who are y'all looking at in the tournament here?
I did very few upsets. So here's the quick backstory. You might remember. I did a lot of upsets last year in the first round, and after Thursday, I was in last place for our pool here. And when I came in on Friday, Lopez was making fun of me, and Ron was making fun of me.
I do remember that.
Yeah, I was in dead last. And I ended up finishing okay at the end of the tournament. But anyways, long story longer, I decided this year, very few upsets. I went very chalk. But the one team I did like was South Florida, and now I see they're down like double digits, so that's why I stopped picking upsets.
Yeah, I thought I got a little cute. I was like, all right, I like this Troy team. I like this High Point team. What was the one that you just said, USF? All of them are doing me dirty right now. So
High
I look
Point's hanging in there.
Thank God. Thank God, honestly. B. Scott?
No, I'm not gonna lie. I actually did not do a bracket because those stress me out. No, I don't. I actually don't like. I like to just watch the game and watch y'all stress over your bracket.
That, you know what? That is actually probably the best take of anybody when it comes to these brackets to this point.
Yeah,
that's a good way of playing.
I'm gonna have fun for the entire 2 weeks.
No, and that, I mean, we're already getting some of that, and I'm already feeling the stress because Lopez is already getting on my keister about a team losing by 30 points. It's like, it's not my fault. I didn't do that.
Yeah. Got to start calling him Troy. His name is Troy.
Yeah. Nah, don't do that to me. Yeah, fellas, I feel like we need to now litigate which of us had the best meal out here, because we all went for different food out here at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Figgy, you went for?
Yeah, I had the candy, what is it?
Cotton candy?
Cotton candy
bacon, yeah.
And I had the chicken fried bacon.
So he went full pork.
Yep.
I ended up with I went up with the turkey leg that I took down on the stream the whole show. And then I think I also had half a biscuit. So I had a fully balanced meal in protein and carbs. I think that was it.
And I had the beautiful, thick, juicy, awesome Oak Ridge Smokehouse barbecue sandwich, and I had a cinnamon biscuit and a regular biscuit, and they were outstanding.
That's it. I mean, not really much of a competition there. A regular biscuit.
Although Lopez did go past Triple J's. I'm like, man, you should have went to Triple J's. I think he still made a good choice.
I think Lopez crushed it in this competition. And I think we might see Reggie eating that turkey leg on like OnlyFans later or something. On the stream.
It's possible. Thankfully, I think my video was buffering too much, so I don't know how much people actually saw of it. All right, fellas, it's been real fun to be out here at the Built for Tough broadcast studio at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Till next year, because I don't think we're going to be out here tomorrow. Always appreciate Rodeo. Thanks for keeping us company, and we're happy to do the same for you until tomorrow, where we'll get back into it with all the fun of the tournament and everything. We hand it off to the fellas of the drive, and right now, the drive is live.
Yes, it sure is. Appreciate you guys, and welcome in. Yeah, it's
boy.
So that's the one thing.
Goodness, my headphones sound so much better. I ain't never been so glad to see you two, man. Goodness gracious.
When Rob Manfred presented the trophy one year and everyone thought he was drunk.
Yeah.
But the people that are kind of inside broadcasting thought like, oh, it's probably just the delay in his earpiece.
Yeah.
That for people that don't normally talk, or even for people that do talk into a microphone, it throws you off so much. If there's any sort of echo or slight delay, it is the most confusing and weird thing.
I don't think we sounded drunk in the crosstalk, but if by chance we did, you know why.
Yeah, that's a
bit of an echo.
Definitely get it.
It is very tough. That's the one struggle. That's the one tough part of the broadcasting world. Hey, March Madness is off and rolling. Oh, by the way, B. Scott, I'm Luke Morrow. T. Mills here. Get to the best bets later on. I know people were saying earlier, I guess there was an issue with the Odyssey app while trying to listen to In the Loop, and they were saying it was playing some other random show.
Yeah, dude, I got up this morning, started my day like I always do, getting in the shower, got the app open. I'm going to turn it on, start listening. And I tune in, and there is a very clear sound coming through, a very clear sports show happening. But it was not our guys. It was not Lopez Reggie there, but I think they fixed it up.
Okay. Well, I was going to say, people tuning in on the Odyssey app are going to be thinking the same thing right now. Like, what? This is not the normal show. What's going on here? Ron and Clint are out today, but we're happy to be in instead, as we got a lot to get to over the next few hours, and you can always join the conversation as well throughout. By the way, coming up a little bit later on in the 5 o'clock hour, be listening to us all afternoon, because in the 5 p.m. hour today and all week long on The Drive, we'll have a chance for you to win a 4-pack of tickets to this year's Texas Children's Houston Open. That's coming up later on this afternoon, so stay tuned. Just to get you caught up on everything March Madness-wise, TCU beat Ohio State by 2. That's the really only good game so far.
Yeah.
As the guys referenced, Nebraska embarrassed Troy. That wasn't even close. And South Florida, a popular pick, like myself, for an upset. They're getting killed by 20. High Point's hanging in there with Wisconsin, so maybe we'll get one early upset. There's actually been some sort of streak, I think it's like 15 straight years, that there has been a double-digit seed that has won in one of the first 2 TV windows, either the first batch of 4 games or the second batch of 4 games. But by dinner time, a top seed has been knocked off, like I said, like something like 15 straight years. We'll see if we actually get that today, and if High Point's the team that's able to do it. But I'm not expecting a lot of upsets in March Madness once again this year.
Yeah, no, the draw of the tournament this year, and in most years, it's actually the upset part of it, the Cinderella stories of the past. And I think we're reaching an era where Cinderella stories are going to be far and far and far less likely, given NIL and players' ability to kind of decide where they want to go much more freely than they used to. But and of course the money that's out there and available to them. But the charm of this tournament is going to be the top end of it, the best teams. Like, I don't think you want to see upsets. You want to see the best teams, the top seeds, be there at the end of it in the Final Four and in the championship game, because there are some really good players and some really good teams in this tournament. Unlike a lot of years where it's just kind of a hodgepodge of talent, this year you kind of the top heaviness of it is what the draw is. So you want to see the best kind of be the ones at the end.
And that's the thing that I've always said. People always want upsets because they're fun in the moment, but then you get to the Elite Eight and the Sweet 16 and even the Final Four, and you're missing the top teams of the tournament, and it's not so fun anymore. And that's when people tune out because you don't care about George Mason. So to your point, look, I think kind of like last year, the first couple rounds, I project, will be kind of boring in this tournament. But once you get to the Sweet 16, Elite 8, especially the Final Four, that's when you get some really good games like we did a year ago. Because I do believe the top tier of teams in college basketball this year, in fact, the metrics tell you there's never been a larger gap between the top tier teams and everyone else in college basketball historically. So we'll see how it plays out this year. But maybe while we're on the air day, maybe we'll get a couple of upsets. We also have Clint's Arkansas tipping off in, I think, like 20 minutes. And they have an interesting matchup with Hawaii. So I'm curious to see how that game goes, because Arkansas likes to shoot a lot of threes, and Hawaii plays this no help, no switch type of defense. They want to give up threes. So anyways.
Yeah, and obviously Darius Acuff, the Arkansas guard that is incredible, one of the best players in the country, and kind of when you talk about must-see, like people that are going to draw people, the type of players that will draw people in to watch the games, Arkansas definitely has one of those guys.
For sure. So that's coming up. We'll be able to watch that as we hang out with you throughout this afternoon. Actually, it's at 3:30 Central Time, so coming up in about an hour and a half. Tough to keep up with all the different time zones. But that'll come up later on. We'll watch that as we hang out here this afternoon. You can always text the show as well, 713-572-4610 to join the conversation. And I guess now, finally, like 7 minutes in, we got to get to it.
Yeah.
The Houston Rockets last night. You were in the building, B. Scott. We talked here on this show yesterday with Clint here as well. The Rockets, of course, lost Monday night to the Lakers. Had a chance to face them in the same building at home. 2 nights later last night, lost again. Just what stood out to you right off the jump when you saw that game last night? Rockets lose, big loss for the standings. Obviously not playing well lately. What's the first thing? What was the first reaction you had after that loss?
Well, so the big thing about the game, and we talked about this yesterday when I was in, is that it was the tiebreaker, right? So it wasn't a playoff game. Obviously, it's a regular season game, but it was supposed to have a playoff feel, a playoff vibe to it, playoff energy to it. And I thought it did for the Lakers, and I didn't feel that way necessarily for the Rockets. Not to say that they didn't give effort, but there wasn't like an added level of intensity, and that part was disappointing given that, you know, the fact that they lost the first game meant that they absolutely had to win this one, and you know, with the tiebreaker on the line. And so I did like some things, like, you know, we talked about, would the Rockets have an adjustment to the adjustment? Would they have something for what we knew was going to happen, which was the trap on Kevin Durant? And they did that early in the game. The Lakers started doing that early in the first quarter against Kevin Durant, and it was semi-effective again early in the first quarter. And then there were some adjustments between Kevin Durant moving early, like trying to just basically rejecting the double team. Yeah, his teammates, some guys did step up. So it stood out to me that they did play better than they did. I thought they played better Wednesday night than they did on Monday night. But it still comes back to, like, how well do you shoot the ball? How well do you shoot the ball? Can you put the ball in the basket? And look, that was the difference, right? These guys had Luka Doncic and they had LeBron James reach back in the time machine. They had 70 points between the two of them. And you didn't really have much offensively, especially late in the fourth quarter. Or late in the game and in the fourth quarter, the fact that Kevin Durant only takes a couple of shots. You've got, I think, 7 guys between the two teams. 7 guys took more shots than Kevin Durant in the fourth quarter. I think 4 guys on his own team and maybe 3 guys on the other team. But 7 guys took more shots than Kevin Durant in the fourth quarter. How could that be? It's Kevin Durant.
Right.
You know, so it stood out to me that on Monday they lost because they overexposed Kevin Durant as a ball handler. And Wednesday, it felt like they lost because they underutilized him as a primary scorer, right? And some of that was on him, right? He's passing the ball to Tari Eason in the fourth quarter with less than 6 minutes to play. What are we doing? And we're getting we got a couple of Tari Eason jump shots. He missed. Spoiler alert.
Yeah, you don't say.
So that, I mean, and you know, I was talking about it with some guys in the media after the game. They're like, man, I think he thought he was supposed to get the ball back. Well, maybe he was, but however it goes, like, that just can't be the end result. So I thought they were actually better in this game and still not good enough, which was the disappointing part for me.
Exactly. That was the most concerning part, that I thought last night's loss was worse than Monday. Because when you look at Monday's loss, there's some things that you could try to tweak or fix to improve. But last night, I thought they played, as you said, I thought they played better. I thought they played a lot better, but still they're not good enough to be able to win on their home floor against the Lakers after having played them 48 hours before. And I think as a coach, like, you get more frustrated when you have a performance like Monday as opposed to a game like last night, and you would almost rather take the Monday performance because you can fix all of these things. But when you have that game last night where at the end of the day you're just not good enough, that's the most concerning part. The Rockets now, last I checked, 8-13 against the top 10 teams in the NBA. Like, they just haven't played well enough against the best teams in the league, the teams that you're going to have to get through if you want to do anything in the postseason. And then, obviously, as you said off the top, I mean, the biggest thing is just for the seeding. They slide down now with the Nuggets there for the 5th, 6th seeds. And I think a big thing for the Rockets, look, when you look in the West, the 2 best teams at home are the Thunder and the Spurs, the 2 best teams in the conference. Then the Rockets have the next best home record, but they're only 500 on the road. So if you're not a top 4 seed and you have to go on the road in the first round, I don't know how much Rockets fans are even expecting from this team in the playoffs, but if you then don't have home court advantage either in the first round, obviously it gets a whole lot tougher. So it was a huge loss last night for the standings, of course, but I thought it was just like deflating in that. Actually, you know what? They played a lot better. They only turned it over, I think, 11 times, and even at home, still wasn't enough. The Lakers had the players that made the plays down the stretch, and the Rockets still don't.
We suck. It was actually sobering in the sense of I've been trying to decide if the Rockets are the worst of the good teams,
right?
The worst of the supposed good teams. And who's in contention for that with them? We're supposed to be. It's supposed to be the Lakers, right? we consider the best teams in the Western Conference to be, in some order, Oklahoma City, San Antonio, and, of course, Denver is struggling right now, but we've put them – I mean, they're proven. They've got arguably the best player in the league, so they're kind of put up there, right, as the top 3 teams, even though Denver is the 6th seed right now.
Yeah.
And then those other 3 teams that are trying to prove themselves are the Rockets, the Timberwolves, and the Lakers, right? And based off of how these 2 games and 3 nights went, I don't know how you don't give the nod to the Lakers. I understand the Rockets beat them, a couple of months back at I was going to say at Staples Center, whatever they call that place now, in L.A. But the fact is, they look like the worst team of the supposed good teams right now, right? You mentioned their record on the road. They're not very good on the road. They're not very good against the good teams. They're not very good in close games. If you look that up, their record in close games is abysmal. They're like something like 1-6 in overtimes.
Yep.
So like all of these things that would point toward being a good basketball team, they don't necessarily do those things well. And it really just kind of just leaves you in a spot where you're kind of wondering what exactly is the team at this point, and then what is the pivot point, right? Like I was looking forward to the playoffs for the Rockets. Now I'm kind of looking forward to the offseason and figuring out what the answers are supposed to be, and that's a very different place to be in right now.
Yeah, it sure is, and not what Rockets fans were hoping or expecting this year. Yeah, I remember sounding those alarms. I mean, even before New Year's, back in the 2025 calendar year, that this has been the trend for this Rockets team all season. That they've struggled against the better teams, they have struggled in close games, they have struggled on the road, they've struggled in overtime, which are all the scenarios that you have to be good at in order to win in the postseason. And yet they were still able to hold water through the first few months of the season and win enough games against maybe some lesser competition. And look, obviously they still have a good record. However, they're now towards the back half of the playoff field in the Western Conference. And as we've seen time and time again, just haven't been good enough to beat the teams that are in front of them and the teams that they would have to beat in the playoffs. And I think you mentioned it as well. And by the way, they showed the stat up there that during this Lakers winning streak, Luka is averaging 38 points per game, which is wild. He goes for 40 last night. And I think you mentioned it, too, a moment ago, but just that idea of like LeBron goes for 30 on the road, Luka goes for 40 last night, making plays down the stretch. And for the Rockets, you're still looking at their side and wondering who's the guy that's going to be able to make enough plays to win a game like that, or, of course, come playoff time. Is Durant capable? Is someone else going to step up to be able to win these tough games down the stretch?
Well, it's tough, too, because it's not like they were terrible. These guys, every one of their starters scored in double figures. Mm-hmm. That's not a common thing, right? Jabari Smith Jr., 7 of 15. That's an efficient night. Kevin Durant himself, 7 of 11 from the field. Amen Thompson had another really good night where he flirted with a triple-double. He's got 26, 11, he's got 26, 11, and 4. I'm looking at his defensive rebounding stats. But he's got 26 and 11. So it's not like, Reed Shepherd comes off the bench and hits 3 threes for you, and he's got 11. It just wasn't good enough, right? It's just not quite enough, and they need more. Alperen Sengun, who was wildly efficient, right? Really good in this game in his first game back. He's got 27 points for him on 10 of 15 shooting. And I've been begging for a superstar, all-star Alperen Sengun to reemerge. He kind of does a little bit in this game because the Lakers don't really have anybody that can guard him, but it's not good enough. One number that stands out to me really is the three-point shooting. Like if we wanted to simplify it really to the basics, Luke.
Yeah.
They don't shoot threes well enough. Mm-hmm. And they don't shoot them enough, period, in volume either, which early in the season was okay because they shot at a decent enough clip. Now they don't shoot a lot of them, and the few that they shoot, they don't shoot that at a well enough clip.
Yeah.
And so they're just not a good enough shooting team. I mean, that was the difference between them in the game. 11 of 32 from 3 for the Rockets, 15 of 32 from 3 for the Lakers. And there you have it. They lose by 8.
Yeah, and the Rockets haven't defended the three-point line well enough throughout the year.
Yeah. That's another thing.
Yep. So Rockets lose last night. And even though it looked better on paper or even on film than Monday, at least for me, maybe other Rockets fans, maybe most fans, maybe it was the main takeaway. I thought last night was actually a worse loss because it still wasn't good enough despite the improvements and the better performance to beat the Lakers. And then also, of course, just a big loss for the standings, as well as the Rockets continue to slide. Now just percentage points ahead of the Nuggets for the 6th seed in the Western Conference and just 2 games out of the play-in round.
You feel like far less of a contender than you did just a week ago.
It's true.
That's the big takeaway. You feel far less like a contender than you did a week ago.
Yeah, tough week. Lakers come into the building and win both on your floor this week. That's tough to swallow for the Rockets and the fans, of course. You can always text the show. Let us know what you think. 713-572-4610 to join the conversation throughout the afternoon. Coming up, have the Texans now reached a level of luxury after some of the moves this offseason? I'll explain when we come back. It's The Drive.
In the Loop.
The Texans have agreed to terms on a 2-year deal with guard Wyatt Teller. This fits the idea that we're going to get up there, we're going to push you on the offensive line, we're going to run the football.
Yeah, Texans fans.
Anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Have the Texans reached a point of luxury now after what they've done so far this offseason? It is The Drive, but the fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside B. Scott. T-Mill still here holding us down on the ones and twos this afternoon. You could join the conversation as well, 713-572-4610. Also, what was that time in your life where you reached a comfortable enough point? I'm not talking about living a fancy lifestyle or hitting it big or anything. But the one we always used to say back in the day was like when you could get the guac at Chipotle and not have to worry about the extra, whatever it is, $2, whatever they charge for that stuff now. What was that time where you got to that point of luxury? What, luxury looks different for everyone. B. Scott, is there a moment in your life where you think of like, okay, like now I've made it, or I'm a little more comfortable now. I don't have to worry about this anymore or that or whatever it might be.
Oh, it's definitely when I got a cleaning lady for the first time.
There you go. That's a good one.
The house is a little too big to clean on your own, right? To clean, I'm not to like tidy up and to make it neat, but to really clean it well. Like it's tall, so you can't really get up. Can't really get up to the ceiling.
Yeah.
So it's one of those types of things where you get a clean. I have since stopped with the cleaning lady, but for a while, for about a year and a half, 2 year stretch there, I had a cleaning lady.
That's a nice.
She'd come every other week or so.
Yeah, that's a nice luxury. That's a good one.
Yeah.
You can let us know on the text line too, 713-572-4610. When did you reach that point of luxury in your life? What was it? Have the Texans gotten there? And what I mean by it is now for the Wyatt Teller signing, I don't know, you look around this roster, I don't know if I see a big hole on this team right now for the Texans that still needs addressing. I know on the text line someone said they still need to add more pieces to the offensive line. Honestly, maybe this is crazy of me. When we talk about the Texans, I actually feel pretty good about this offensive line right now.
Well,
maybe I am being crazy.
No, I feel good about the idea that they've added the pieces.
Mm-hmm.
It all just remains to be seen. They're not going to play football for a while, right? So we'll see how it all works out. But they definitely have the pieces. I think we should. Like, I was excited about the Wyatt Teller sign, and I still am. I think it's a big thing. I'm good with what they've done, but I've seen this movie before, I feel like, and so I want to see it actually play out. I give them credit for not doing the thing that I was afraid that they were going to do, which is not take it all the way seriously or think that they were the smartest guys in the room and that they were just going to be able to piece it together with has-beens or the whatever was a castaway from another team and that sort of thing, which you could say that that's what this is, but we understand Wyatt Teller's an accomplished player, certainly as a run blocker. The guys that they got fit the identity of what they want to be. So I'm bullish on it, but I still want to see it, But I'm with you, though, on that the offensive line is no longer – you can definitely – whether you want to call it a luxury or not, you can definitely pivot now from what your – priority would have been with your top pick in the draft or what your priority is in remaining in free agency or in the trade market.
Right. Yeah, and that's why I do view it as like a luxury. Like whatever you do the rest of the way, if you still have more money in the salary cap and you want to go sign somebody you like out there, I don't think you have to go target like, we need a running back or we need this offensive lineman. Well, you could go get, if there's a good player on the market that you think can help you, you can spend some money on them, assuming that they have it in the cap. Same thing in the draft. And we talked about this a little bit with Clint, but similar idea where I'm always draft for need, and I don't buy into this draft best available player. But again, in this case, I don't know if there is that need for the Texans that when you come up on the draft board, you can kind of take the best player or even maybe draft for like the future. Get that guy that will take over for when another guy leaves. Maybe I'm getting out in front of my skis, but I feel like the Texans have done a good enough job this offseason to plug all these gaps and question marks that now you can operate either for beyond this season or just to further supplement this team with those luxurious types of additions here the rest of the way this offseason.
Is it too boring to suggest that you balance the need with the availability? Like you try to match it if you can, right? Like it's perfectly possible. It's totally possible, I should say, that you don't need a cornerback, right? You don't need a cornerback, and there's just cornerbacks available, right? Like that sort of thing. But I think the Texans have 3 noticeable needs that I would mention. And so if one of these 3 needs are there, you get to decide how much you want to prioritize which or how you want to rank the needs. But I think they have 3 spots where they could stand to upgrade, especially now to your luxury point that offensive line isn't as glaring as it isn't glaring at all. Certainly not as glaring as it was before. Those needs to me are interior defensive line.
I do agree with you there.
Defensive tackle. Jake Andrews is still the center. Now, Evan Brown has a chance to compete there, but I don't think we know exactly what their plan is for Evan Brown, whether it's to compete for a backup center job, just be a backup guard. He's got starter experience. I don't know what's going on there. So do you need to bring in another center? And then you could argue this is even more important than all of it because D'Amico and Matt Burke and Rod Wright can coach seems like any interior defensive lineman, and they seem to love Jake Andrews for better and or worse. But there's not enough speed on this offense. Like the guy that sits in this chair normally, Clint Stoerner, has talked about this plenty, but there isn't. He's right about this. There is not enough explosivity. It is not there. It is lacking. So like they've got some guys, but I think they could do a lot to. I think a priority now should be speed on the offense, becoming faster, having a guy. Clint's talked about this. Having a guy that can, you can throw a screen to him and he's gonna hit his head on the goalpost, as Clint likes to say. Right? They do not have a whole lot of that. They got some solid players, but that's a thing I would prioritize. Like I had when it was just offensive line, I hadn't thought about, is there a receiver there that you might be able to get? Is there, what the Tyler? What's your guy from A&M, Concepcion? Like is somebody like that going to be available to you? I wasn't even considering something like that before, but now I'd be open to them even drafting a wide receiver with their first pick, and I would have thought that was blasphemous about a week ago or 2 weeks ago.
Right.
But now I'm with it. So I think those are the 3 needs: defensive tackle, center, and some sort of weapon. I don't care exactly what position it is. You get to decide how you're going to use it. A weapon of some sort. Those are the priorities. And I think once you get to the board, there should be something that looks like that available to you.
Yeah. And I don't disagree with you. I just think when it comes to the defense, like I feel like we were having a similar conversation about the D-line last year, and it's just like this defense is so good around it that I think, you'll be fine. The center, I'm with you, but I think it's an area where you can, if you could upgrade if possible, but I still have enough faith in this offensive line, which give it a few months, I'll probably be proven an idiot. And then the speed, I do agree with you. But I think I view that, you and Clint might disagree, like more of that quote-unquote luxury as opposed to a necessity type of deal. That now that the other things are addressed, now you can try to bolster that as well.
You watch the offense though, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like who scares you? Like if you grew up a Giants fan, right?
No, I grew up a Vikings fan.
That's right, my bad. Okay, so that's right, a Vikings fan with your dad. Okay, so so the Vikings are playing the Texans. Let's just say, who scares you on the Texans offense?
Nico Collins,
right? Aside from the one obvious guy.
Oh yeah, that's
it, right? So I feel like they need at least one more guy like that, where when the Vikings fans come in, or when we go to Minnesota, or whatever it is, whatever place it is, they're like, man, watch out for that guy. I feel like Tank Dell was one of those guys before the injury.
Yes.
And he has a chance to be that again as he's coming back. But those other 2 positions that I mentioned are more of numbers issues. Like you just don't have enough bodies, I feel like, at defense. You need at least another and probably a couple more for camp. So you need to take a couple swings at defensive tackle and the center position as well. There's just not enough people there. So one of my priorities was to minimize competition. I thought that was getting kind of corny. Let's compete. No, let's get guys that aren't competing, that are going to be in those positions. But these are places where they could stand to bring in some competition.
On the text line, someone said, if we can't look in the mirror and say this is a Super Bowl winning team, then there's always a need. That's fair. I could get behind that. And in terms of luxurious things in life, when did you reach that point of luxury in your life, or what was it? Someone said didn't have to budget for a trip, just get up and go. That's nice. Getting Supreme gas instead of regular. That just still feels like a waste to me.
I bought a Navigator with no credit.
Oh,
because I walked in with cold cash.
Yeah, that's a good feeling.
Yeah, that happens.
Slap it down on the table.
Yeah,
putting bills on auto pay just hits different for sure. And then lastly, someone said, I can afford to buy bigger bags of weed now. Okay. There you go.
All right.
Blessings, man.
They also don't, well, anyway, they don't come in as big as bags, in as big bags as they used to, I feel like. You know?
Inflation. It's hit that market as well. Coming up, did Joe Espada's seat just get hotter while sitting at home this week? We'll talk about it next. It's The Drive.
The Texans made another move to solidify.
Main Street in downtown Kilgore, or look for us on the web at texasbroadcastmuseum.org.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Did Joe Espada's seat just get hotter this week while sitting on the couch? We'll talk about that. It's The Drive. Fellas are out today, though. I'm Luke Morrow alongside B. Scott. T. Mill with us on the other side of the glass as well. And you, too, you can join the conversation throughout 713-572-4610. Tell you what, March Madness here on day one, getting a little mad early on. We got High Point down by 1 with Wisconsin. In the final minute of that game, High Point has hung tough. They're a 12 seed. They're within 1 on Wisconsin final minute. South Florida has battled back. That's a 6-point game with a minute to go. Another 11 seed South Florida against Louisville. And then Siena up 11 on number 1 Duke with 1 minute to play in the first half. That would be huge.
Dude, what the hell is Duke doing?
I so regret not doing any research on High Point or Siena. Dude, I so just assumed that Wisconsin would handle business against High Point and certainly Duke, right? I talked earlier about the charm of the tournament being the 1 seeds, the Dukes and Arizonas of the world.
Yeah.
The Floridas of the world. Like, I did not, I don't, like, and this is what people come to see,
Absolutely.
right? Like, this is what a lot of people come to see. I just didn't think they would see it. I just assumed we would kind of mosey our way through this early part of the tournament, but
what if I told you?
What if I told you? Not so fast, my friend. Not so fast.
I just said in the top of the show like 40 minutes ago, I was not expecting many upsets early. All these top seeds would advance, and maybe it still works out that way, but at least we got some interesting games here coming down the stretch in the early window today.
Yeah.
I got nothing on Siena. I mean, I grew up in kind of in that area. I'm familiar with the school, but I know nothing about that program. High Point, though, this is their 3rd straight tournament. They've always been a fun team to watch, fun offense, shoot a lot of threes, and their coach actually left to go be the coach in waiting at Creighton, which I always thought was odd. Like, you're already a head coach. McDermott's not all that old at Creighton. I don't know how long you have to wait around. But that always seemed weird to me, to leave a head coaching job to go hope to get a head coaching job years down the road.
Yeah, there's got to be a backstory there.
Yeah, right?
You know, something's not right. Tonight. Something's going on there.
Yeah, it seems you just led the team to the tournament back-to-back years, and like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to go wait around over here at Creighton, even though it's obviously a better job. Anyways, the new coach has taken them to the tournament, and now they're within 1 of Wisconsin, minute to go there. So we'll keep you up to date. If you have Duke in your national championship, you're already sweating it out here 20 minutes in.
Yeah.
So they're down 11 to number 16, Siena.
But also, that's what you get for picking Duke.
It's true.
Right. That's what you get for picking Duke.
That's right. I have Duke in my Elite 8, so it wouldn't, shatter my bracket. I don't have them in the Final Four. Obviously, it would hurt, but I would love to see them lose this game.
Yeah.
That would be great.
It's so weird, like, because it's almost like so many of us growing up, like if you grew up in any portion of the 90s or before, certainly, but even the early 2000s, it's like you're kind of trained to hate Duke, to dislike Duke, even when they have kind of a likable team or some likable guy. Like, there's nothing about the actual team itself that I've got anything against. I kind of even like that the Boozer twins are there after, because I remember, obviously, Carlos Boozer, so that's kind of cool to me. But it's Duke. So I'm just like that. I rooted against Carlos Boozer when he was there. I'm going to root against his sons because that's just what we do.
I know. I have to admit, when Zion was there, that team with like R.J. Barrett, I was like, this is kind of a fun team. I
kind of like him.
Yeah, I kind of like him, but it's Duke, so I can't.
So I can't, yeah.
I just didn't hate him as much as I usually did.
Yeah, I saw J.J. Redick last night. I was like, the hell on, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just kind of the thing. But look at them, down 11 with a minute left in the first half.
Yeah, I mean,
who'd have thunk it?
I know, still a lot of time, obviously, but to be down 11 at half, usually you see these teams start slow, but by 10 minutes into the game, they get it going, as opposed to being down double digits at halftime.
Hit them in the mouth.
For sure.
Hit them in the mouth for sure.
They've given up 43 points to Siena here in the first half. Siena might put 100 on them.
What is happening?
And Duke's a team, I think that was an air ball 3. They don't shoot a lot of threes, but their center is injured now, so it really, I guess, has really thrown them out of whack. They like to play inside. And they're missing a part of that. High Point just took the lead on Wisconsin, by the way, with like 10 seconds left. So we might get our first upset here early. Wisconsin could be in trouble. But getting back to what I teased here to begin the segment, did Joe Espada's seat get even hotter this week while just sitting at home doing nothing, and that's because of what happened in the World Baseball Classic as Omar Lopez led Team Venezuela to the title in the WBC. First off, are you a WBC, you a World Baseball Classic guy?
I love baseball. So, and look, I know Tyler hates the WBC because Jose Altuve got hurt a few years ago. You know, it's like it's the
and
thing.
And other Astros.
Well, right, and other Astros got hurt. But the thing is, it's just so much fun. It's so much fun, and they don't do it like to me. If I wish MLB could capture even just a little bit of the energy that's in the World Baseball Classic. I was enthralled. Absolutely a World Baseball Classic guy.
Yeah, it's fun. I was into it the last couple games, semifinals, the finals. I jumped onto the Italian bandwagon because they were a fun team, and of course, those are my roots. I am Italian, so I was all in on that and their shenanigans. But I'm typically not a World Baseball Classic guy, and I didn't really pay attention, like I said, to the last few games. But the championship was fun, and even though it was Team USA, I don't know if this is like anti-patriotism to admit. Like I almost found myself kind of rooting for Venezuela because they just obviously cared about it a lot more, and they were into it. And when they won, they were like crying. I was like, you know what, good for them. I don't think Team USA would have the same reaction. Like these guys really wanted it. They won, and Omar Lopez was the leading manager there for Venezuela. And I already saw this conversation, so I could only imagine what it's going to be like when the season starts and the Astros go into a losing streak or something. But I've already seen Astro fans online at least saying, that's our next manager. Like, forget Joe Espada. Omar Lopez, the right-hand man, the bench coach. He's been with the Astros for 2 decades, helped find Altuve, so on and so forth. Like, this is the guy that should be leading us after just winning this championship for Team Venezuela. Do you think, I would almost compare it to, in football, I get worried for the head coach when they bring in a coordinator or an assistant with head coaching experience prior. Like even our guy Aaron Glenn in New York, they went and the organization hired Frank Reich this year.
Yeah.
If I'm Aaron Glenn, I'm like, oh, shoot, if we start slow, they're going to replace me with this 3-time head coach.
There's an obvious candidate to do so with, right?
Right. So then now I get a little more worried. Has that now happened for Joe Espada and the Astros where if they start slow, if they're underperforming a few months into the season, whatever it might be, does suddenly the Astros have more of a reason to look over and be like, hey, you know what? We got this guy over here. Why not just promote him?
So I think that Joe Espada has the confidence of the organization. I think that Joe, and especially the folks that matter, which is ultimately Jim Crane.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't think Dana Brown's firing Joe Espada, whether he wanted to or not. That's going to be a Jim Crane type of thing. I think that Joe Espada has also gained the respect of Astros fans by and large over the last couple of years. I think there were some people that were skeptical. And I think there were some moments early on, especially in his first season, where it was like, I'm not really sure. But by the end of his first season, and even last season, I think he's been perfectly fine. Joe Espada has been perfectly fine. The interesting part about it is that it does look like they've got another guy on the staff that's very much capable of being a manager. And so it's kind of almost like a good, for the Astros, it's like a good problem to have because you've got a guy that you got confidence in, but sort of in the background here, you've also got another guy that you feel is qualified or certainly would feel comfortable if he were to fill that role. So you kind of got 2 guys that could be your manager on your staff. It's a good thing for the Astros. If I'm Joe Espada, I do wonder myself if Joe Espada watches and is like, oh, man, the world got to see what a lot of us already know. Because I don't think the Astros learned anything about Omar Lopez per se. I think they know Omar Lopez pretty well, but the world got to see it. It was, Venezuela wasn't supposed to be in this position either, right? And so the fact that he was able to manage a Venezuelan team to a World Baseball Classic championship here in this case, or what? How did they do it? Is it a medal? I don't even know.
I know.
I watch the baseball, but I'm not into the pomp and circumstance of it all, right? So, I just like to watch people go crazy. Everybody's clearly drinking and having a good time and doing chants, and everybody's into the baseball, so it's really fun. Even the baseball players, actually, unlike, the Americans sometimes in Major League Baseball. But either way, I think the public got a chance to see Omar Lopez in action in a way that they don't normally get to do so. And I do wonder how that makes folks feel, if it would make anybody nervous to think, man, I hope everything goes right. If I'm a spot, I'm confident in what I can do. I'm confident in myself as a manager and my performance so far. But it's also true that we didn't go to the postseason last year and that there's going to be some angst about that and some urgency to get back there. You know, it's not like we're going to just be okay with, all right, now we're not a postseason contender year in and year out anymore. And what's the difference now? So, yeah, I think it's at least worth looking over your shoulder a little bit, even if I'm cool with what Joe Espada's been.
Yeah, right. I guess it depends on, like you said, how confident he is. I am a Joe Espada defender. I think he's done a good job the last 2 years when you figure, like in year one, they led the league in pinch hitting, and I think it was like even relievers used or whatever, just all the different pieces, and he tried to do as much as he could to get as much as he could out of that team. And then this past year, too, when you look at the different injuries they've had the last 2 years, and also I've always complained about the roster construction. You had no lefty hitters last year, and now even this season, they put on his plate that once Pena gets healthy, he's going to have to navigate this whole scenario where you have too many infielders and not enough spots, and you got to keep all these guys happy, and you got to keep them all fresh and make sure their timing is sharp when they're getting enough at-bats. He's going to have to deal with that. We'll see how good of a job he does. But my point being is he hasn't had the easiest job in these 3 years. He's had a lot of adversity thrown his way with injuries and whatnot. And this past year, they almost made the playoffs, even though Jordan played like a third of the season, you know? I think he's gotten as much as he could out of this team the last 2 years. And so kind of like Ime, too, and maybe I'm off on this, I always feel like the public perception's a lot different than like behind closed doors, where it seems like, just based off of social media, which is probably not very scientific, but it seems like the Astro fans have always been displeased with Joe Espada, want him gone, think he's on the hot seat. I don't know if behind the closed doors in the organization, if there's any sort of pressure like that these fans believe there is.
Yeah, so the issue, it's so weird because the issues with the Astros are not specific to Joe Espada. They just aren't. There are injuries, there's some mismanagement. The fact that the injuries happen to begin with is a poor injury luck thing, but then how they've managed the injuries I don't think is a Joe Espada issue, right? The fact that they have seen more talent leave than come in, so they got an attrition issue. So there's reasons to be frustrated about the state of the Astros, if you will, but Joe Espada just feels like both an easy and the wrong target for those frustrations if you're an Astros fan.
Yeah, which is usually the case. The manager, the head coach, they always are the ones that get blamed and easiest to replace, and the texts are already rolling in. Fire Espada. I couldn't disagree more. I've wanted Espada fired for 2 years.
Yeah, I see. I don't get it. I want a reliable left-handed bat outside of Jordan Alvarez, right? Like I want some thump in the outfield. I want clear and decisive roles for my infield. I'd like a backup catcher to speak of.
It's true.
These types of things. It's not really. I don't get the Joe Espada hate. I don't get it.
Me either. I'm on your side. I'm with you. I've said I think Dana Brown has deserves more of the criticism than Joe Espada for the last couple of years. And then also there's part, as you already alluded to, you never want to be the guy that replaces the guy. And even though Dusty Baker might not have been the guy, these Astro teams are not as good as the previous, whatever it was, 7 or 8 Astro teams that Espada stepped into. So kind of tough timing for him there as well. But nonetheless, it's already starting. So if the Astros get off to a slow start or if there's a losing streak in April or May, there's going to be a lot of clamoring from the fan base to replace him with the guy on the bench who just won the World Baseball Classic. Coming up, we're asking the question, was the Kevin Durant trade a mistake made by the Rockets? We'll talk about it next. It's The Drive.
Oh, it's 3.
Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
Well, hey, boys.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We're asking the question here on March 19th. With about 14 games left in the season, was the Kevin Durant trade actually a mistake for the Rockets? Let us know on the text line your thoughts, 713-572-4610. It is The Drive, but typical guys are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside B. Scott and T-Mill on the steel wheels this afternoon. And coming up a little bit later on, by the way, we also have a giveaway. Make sure you're listening during the 5 p.m. hour today and all week long here on The Drive for a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to this year's Texas Children's Houston Open. That's coming up a little bit later this afternoon. But after last night, Rockets losing back-to-back games to the Lakers at home this week, now just percentage points ahead of the Nuggets for the 6th seed in the Western Conference. They've lost 6 of their last 10, 41-27 on the year. And as we come down the home stretch, maybe it's fair to ponder if the Rockets actually made a mistake in trading for Kevin Durant. How do you look back on that move now? B. Scott, I tee up the question for you. What would you say, thinking back on it, knowing what we know now, seeing how this season has unfolded so far? Do you look back on that big move this offseason and label it as a mistake to make that trade to bring in Kevin Durant?
No, I wouldn't label it as a mistake, but it's also hard, given the results of it all, to say that it was a resounding success. Can two things be true? That Kevin Durant has been very, very good, has been borderline all-NBA level, certainly an all-star this year, and at the same time, his addition to the team has not had the expected net effect that it was supposed to have, right? So he is individually great, yet the team itself is not collectively better or noticeably better than it was last year. Now, I think the intention of what they were trying to do with this team would have been better, right? They get Kevin Durant before Fred VanVleet suffers a torn ACL, obviously before Steven Adams has the ankle situation. So the team that they imagined and that they planned to have was a much better team than the one that they're putting out there right now. But it's still like what we're watching is still, I feel like parts of it are inexcusable. And also, Kevin Durant himself is not great enough to overcome them, right? We saw just last night the Lakers on the other side, they've got some issues as well. But they got a player in Luka Doncic that is so great, so excellent. They are individually excellent at the top end, on the top end between Luka, obviously LeBron, and Austin Reeves. They can overcome some warts, right? The Rockets don't really have that anymore, or don't have that at all. Kevin Durant did not result in that at the very least, right? And when it comes down to it, like you said, they got 14 games left. Yeah. They finished last season 52-30 as the number 2 seed in the West. To tie that record, they would have to finish the season 11-3, and they're 4-6 in their last 10 games. So, what do you think the odds are that they rattle off 11-3 and that they have an equivalent record? Certainly not going to be the 2 seed in the West this year.
No.
So they're going to be a lower seed, probably going to have a lesser record, and they're also, I think, going to lose in the first round.
Yeah.
Which to me, taken all together, is a less successful season, even if it was the right move to want to improve your team by adding Kevin Durant. Right. Like, Kevin Durant is still a better player than Jalen Green. I don't think and I like Jalen Green, but I don't think he's ever going to be what he was drafted to be at number 2 overall, and certainly not a Kevin Durant, even what Kevin Durant is this year. I don't think Jalen Green will ever be what Kevin Durant is right now at 37 years old.
Agreed.
So that part I'm good with. But has it worked? Has it been successful? I'm going to say, like, no. And not because of Kevin Durant, but I think because of both circumstance and how they plan the team, right? Like, they could have done something other than the Dorian Finney-Smith move. Maybe that could have been a point guard since you're bringing in Kevin Durant and you've got a gang of wings on the team.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you bring in a point guard with that mid-level exception?
Yep.
They could have done that. So they are not a better team despite having acquired such a better player. Not to mention the flaws in Kevin Durant's game on top of all of that I think are exacerbated by the fact, for fans, exacerbated by the fact that they are not as good as you wanted them to be. So now you're looking at the addition. You're like, oh, every time KD turns the ball over, it's like, oh, man, shouldn't have got that guy. And it's like, nah, man, we probably should have gotten another guy that can handle the basketball and get him the ball.
Yeah.
And it not be your center.
Right.
So there's a lot going on.
And that's something, it's easy to sit here and say that now, but I was saying that even before the Van Vliet injury, you could go back and find, the shows are archived. You could go back and find them. I was clamoring all offseason, bring in another veteran guard because I didn't think even with a healthy Fred that there was enough guard depth on this team. And I thought the Rockets really leaned too much into this whole, they almost became infatuated with all this size and length, and they wanted to get, even bigger as opposed to paying more attention or spending more resources on the guard position or specifically point guard. And then you have the Van Vliet injury, of course, and now that throws the whole thing out of whack. But yeah, look, I've admitted I've been talking out of both sides of my mouth all year because I did bet on the Rockets under win total, which was set, I believe, 52.5. So Vegas put it kind of right where they were last year. And I bet on a slide back because I thought, even with Durant, just the fact that they kind of overachieved last year, I thought there would be some regression. And then I also thought the Western Conference would be better, and there would be other teams that would win more than 52 games, unlike, just the Rockets being the second to do that in last year's Western Conference. But with all that said, even betting against a step back, I am still very disappointed. And as you laid out, this feels like a step back this year, even with the injuries where you're going to win fewer games, and you're going to have the same result in the playoff. In fact, probably a worse result. At least last year they went to Game 7. They had a shot. This year, I wouldn't even bet on them taking whoever they play in the first round to get to a 7th game. Doesn't mean that the trade was a mistake. I think instead you almost have to change the perspective of once the injuries have occurred, the mistake should have been, or the mistake would be that we didn't adjust our expectations properly, I suppose, and probably should have just chalked this up as like a bridge year, and then come back healthy next year, come back in full next year with a plan.
That's
and
so
really
tough to
it.
do. Bridge year talk is so tough to do when one of your best player is 37 years old, right? It's like in Dallas with Jerry Jones and the urgency. It's like, hey, man, how many more years does a guy got to try to relive and recapture this moment that he's trying to find? So, yeah, man, I get that, and I do know a lot of Rockets fans that did say that at the front end of this, when Fred VanVleet got injured, we're like, you know what? That's it. That's the end of contender status because they didn't get that point guard. And so this is kind of the team that we're left with. But I still thought that there was opportunity for them to, lean into what they got going, lean into the youth movement, lean into the Reed Shepherd experience, start him, right? Have him start games, finish games, and play starters minutes instead of doing like one of the three. Maybe he'll start a game and not finish it. Maybe he'll finish a game and not start it. Maybe he'll play starters minutes but not start or finish a game. Let's do all three. Let's check all three of those boxes with Reed Shepherd and see where that takes us. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're a championship contender, but I think you're better than you've been. I think it helps you win some games that you didn't win. I think about the Knicks game from several weeks back where if Reed Shepherd is just left in the game or brought back in the game, that they've got a chance to win that game or not crater the way that they did. But when it comes to Kevin Durant, I think there are three things that I've noticed with Rockets fans that, whether they realize it or not or articulate it or not, that are frustrating about the Kevin Durant experience. Number one, and we can actually put them in any kind of order, but starting with the turnovers. Kevin Durant as ball handler is like the flaws in it are magnified when you watch him every night. And I think that is like the residual effect of not having the reliable point guard part, right? But it still leaves you with, hey, man, sometimes Kevin Durant can be loose with the ball here or there, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so I think that frustrates people. The turnovers, I think are inexcusable, and it happens, okay? Also, a little bit of a prisoner of his own success of the greatness of Kevin Durant kind of handicaps him a little bit, or is used as a crutch, I should say, and prevents them from doing a little bit more offensively, right? Overly relying on, hey, we can just get a ball to Kevin Durant, and maybe we don't have to run a set here, or maybe we don't have to have a well thought out offense. We got Kevin Durant, right? And so it kind of keeps you from being a little bit more imaginative on offense a little bit, right? And then the elephant in the room, sort of awkward thing, is the whole KD Files thing, the whole burner account that came up at the All-Star break. And we're seeing a lot of it of folks saying, man, is the chemistry off? Do they not really like each other? You know, I've seen former players from Kendrick Perkins to Vernon Maxwell speculate that this could have more to do, those things could have more to do with the Rockets' sort of downslide, if you will. And I don't buy into that as much, really, at all. But all of that is out there. And leadership is being questioned. Camaraderie is being questioned. Man, I asked KD a question about like the disconnect between how they're playing against the good teams versus the bad teams. And I think he misunderstood the entire question and thought I meant the team was disconnected, because he answered it with something like, well, a disconnected team doesn't play defense like this. And like, hey, man, I didn't say you were a disconnected team. But I think he's feeling that because he is still chronically online, you have to believe.
Oh, yeah.
Even if he's not tweeting as much. And so he's like wearing that, you know, this conversation of, man, you messed up the mojo and the camaraderie of the team. So I think all of that combination of things, the turnovers, the over-reliance on him on offense and not having more answers, and then this idea that there's a leadership vacuum with him in there, and certainly that he's not feeling that leadership vacuum.
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of that. It almost reminds me of back in the day what they used to say about Magic Johnson, of like, he's too tall to be a point guard. He's going to turn the ball over. And now it's like, well, you know, 45 years later or whatever, they're kind of right if they were saying it about Durant. Like, he's too tall to be, he's too free with that basketball to be the point guard.
Yeah.
You referenced Vernon Maxwell. Here's actually what Vernon Maxwell said. I think this was on some sort of podcast, but here's what he had to say about the Rockets.
The Rockets, man, like I said last year, all we needed was KD. We got KD, a guy to roll the ball out to, get you a bucket. But now everybody's standing around watching KD, and I mean, it's just, I don't know. They said some about some secret page KD did, and talked about some of the players on the team, and it's split the goddamn guys up, and guys don't like to high five each other no more, no more. I don't want to bump chests no more with each other. Everybody just, it's to split up the whole team. So, I don't know, man. It's a lot of going on out there in Houston. But Houston, y'all need to get me back out to that motherfucker where I can change this around. Talk to them young motherfuckers out there.
Got it?
Jesus.
Got that?
He is so familiar, man.
What a potty mouth.
He is like literally everybody I'm related to. That is basically what it sounds like. Like, hey, what's the holidays with B. Scott like? Vernon Maxwell.
Hey, that sounds pretty fun.
This is literally what it sounds like. It's like, dang, he didn't switch it up at all.
No,
not even a little bit for the broadcast.
So I can tell by the that's the Matt Barnes podcast. I don't know what it's called, but credit to Matt Barnes.
All the smoke.
Okay,
got to be right. All the smoke.
NBA courtside.
Oh, it's just, wait a minute. So he doesn't do all the smoke anymore with Steven Adams?
Oh, I don't know.
Or Steven Adams. Steven Jackson?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't Matt Barnes. Maybe I'm wrong then. It just
no, I think it was, because I saw this. I think it was with Matt Barnes, but Matt Barnes might be doing his own thing now.
Oh, wow.
I'm not up on what they're doing individually now.
Yeah, I can't keep up with all these different podcasts. I'm sorry. So Matt, it was on your podcast, whatever it's called now. I know we got to hit a break, but real quick, our guy Rob, I thought, brought up an interesting question. He said, I don't think the trade was a mistake, but I think it shows that Ime Udoka was given too much credit for changing the culture when it was clearly Dylan Brooks.
Well, I think it was a combination of, like, Dylan Brooks is an Ime Udoka type of, like, I think that's kind of the same thing. Dylan Brooks, Ime Udoka, Fred VanVleet. So the culture changed with them, but I think you lost a lot with Dylan Brooks. And you lost a lot with Fred VanVleet not being out there.
Mm-hmm.
So you're missing, effectively, the Ime Udoka culture personified, if you will, or exemplified on the basketball court between Brooks and Fred VanVleet, neither of which have played for you this year.
Just to run through these texts quick to get the pulse of the Rocket fan out there. Someone said, I'm glad y'all are asking the real questions. Yes, failed trade. Not only do we mess up the development of our young core, we lost Dylan Brooks.
Yeah.
But then on the flip side, somebody said, seriously, guys, this team is injured. He's doing everything he can to keep us together. Durant is the best thing that has ever happened to us. That seems a little bold. I don't think the trade was a mistake, but I knew he wouldn't get the Rockets to the finals, said another texter. The trade was not a mistake, but not making a trade at the deadline doomed this team. I actually would agree more with that. But another texter said, yes, bad trade. Someone else said signing Dorian Finney-Smith was the biggest mistake of the offseason. So a bit of a mixed bag.
Yeah. But everyone has an opinion on this.
Yeah.
Everyone has an opinion on this, and I think all of them can be rationalized.
And someone says, if it's a bridge year, why didn't we let talent develop more? I do agree there, though. I've said that all year. Reed Sheppard should have thrown him out there sink or swim this year. That should have been the most defining part, or the answer you got most this year was, what do you have in Reed Sheppard to move forward? And yet, they still won't do it. Was the Kevin Durant trade a mistake? You could continue to let us know on the text line, 713-572-4610, as the Rockets continue to slide. But coming up, what does this offseason now mean for C.J. Stroud in 2026? We'll talk about it next. It's The Drive.
Stroud House.
baseball and basketball game with Area 45. Instant reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by Base Power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
What does this Texans offseason now mean for C.J. Stroud in 2026? It is The Drive, but the fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside B. Scott. Tyler on the steel wheels. And you as well. Text the show 713-572-4610 to join the conversation. The text still rolling in on the Kevin Durant conversation. Was it a mistake? Was it a good trade for Houston this offseason? You can continue to let us know. But what does this offseason, speaking of which, what does this offseason for the Texans now mean for C.J. Stroud? Because as we talked about earlier, I really like what they've done this offseason. And now you look at Houston, they improve this offensive line. They go out, they get a running back for you, David Montgomery. They even added a tight end the other day with a similar last name, Foster Moreau. And then you still have your offensive coordinator coming back. You have some stability with your play caller for the second straight year. And shoot, Gerard Johnson's gone. It seemed like just from the outside looking in that, I don't know, there was some sort of misconnect or some sort of issue there. The Texans seemed like they wanted to make a change. They obviously did, eventually at the quarterback coach. And so now you even have that going for you if you're C.J. Stroud. So a lot of good things, it seems, this offseason for the quarterback. But what does that now mean for Stroud in 2026? It's almost kind of like a careful what you wish for, where he got these upgrades seemingly on paper this offseason. We'll see if that plays out. But now it kind of ramps up the pressure even more on the quarterback, where it's like, okay, how many excuses are left now? Now it just kind of falls at your feet if you're C.J. Stroud. Do you think the pressure, if it's even possible, when you talk about a quarterback and this quarterback here for the Texans, do you think the pressure is now even greater on Stroud this season based off of what the Texans have done this offseason?
I think it's back-to-back seasons, back-to-back off seasons where either what the Texans are doing or are not doing in the offseason, or even in this case, how the season ended, put some level of pressure, or some increased pressure, I should say, some increased pressure on C.J. Stroud. So last year, it was the firing of the offensive coordinator, and to a lesser degree, the offensive line coach, but firing the offensive coordinator, changing the offense, and then also specifically making the offense one where he has much more control at the line of scrimmage, right? Clint's talked about this a lot. Like this was a big change in the offense, both learning new terminology and a new system and having more on your plate at your position. So that was the big thing. And it was something that he supposedly wanted, something that he lobbied for, something that he got. And we saw that last year's offense, for a number of reasons, just wasn't that good. Okay, so that's last offseason. And I thought there was some pressure on him given, hey, okay, who are we changing the offensive coordinator for? Who are we changing the offense itself for? Why are we empowering you as the quarterback? It's all because we do want to give you more responsibility, right? So I thought you could look at it last offseason from that perspective. This offseason, I think more than anything because of how the season ended, right? Like just the falling flat on your face type of ending of the season to me is going to be more of a, and then of course the timing of the calendar, right? Contract year, that's going to be more of a pressure cooker than anything that's going on with the Texans personnel wise in the offseason, but it just highlights it, right? It's like, okay, so what are you going to do to maximize the final year of C.J. Stroud's rookie deal in a year where you can make the case that, and I actually don't make this case, but I know a lot of people do, that he regressed over the last couple of years. I think that's a little bit overplayed, but I get where they're coming from, especially given how the season ended. It's hard to argue with that. So, okay, so now, to me, all of that weighed together definitely puts increased pressure on him. And then what do they do? What do they make their main priorities? The offensive line. Go get Wyatt Teller. Go get Braden Smith. Bring back the best offensive lineman that they had, that they didn't trade away, I guess, since they did trade Titus Howard. But they bring back their best free agent offensive lineman in Ed Ingram and Trent Brown, right? So it's all – I don't think it's all just for C.J. Stroud, but all of it is to address the offense that he is the leader of.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, no, I think there's clear increased pressure even before these moves, but especially with the moves. The moves are about the increased pressure on C.J. Stroud. You know, like offense hasn't been good. We got a quarterback that we are going to pay $55, $60 million a year, but we haven't had a good offense in 2 years. So how do we recreate that? How do we do that? Everything from there is about that.
Do you think anyone in the organization or on the roster will have more pressure on them this year than C.J. Stroud, or would he be clear number one on the list?
Oh, no. No way. No way. Yeah, no, he's number one on the list, and I think pretty comfortably number one. Then I would say it's Nick Caserio after that.
Ooh, interesting.
I would say it's Nick Caserio after that because he's the one that puts it all together, right? I mean, and everybody else has been pretty good. You know, even Caserio himself has been pretty good outside of this one thing. I compared on the podcast to, like, you know, if you were like in politics, they talk about a single issue voter. You could be that with Nick Caserio. You could just like boil down how much you care about Nick Caserio's performance to a single issue, right? He might check off the boxes on everything else, but this one issue of the offensive line, pass or fail, period. Everything else almost doesn't matter. Pass or fail when it comes down to it. So I'm almost single issue voter now on Nick Caserio in that way. But no, it's C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud comfortably, Nick Caserio after that, and I think he's pretty comfortable at 2. And then there's probably some distance there before you start getting to, you know, the D'Amico, Nick Caley combination. You know, I think that's the pecking order for most pressure going into this season.
Yeah, I think I could get behind that. As I've always said in regards to Caserio, I think everyone has a blind spot. And even like, you know, the great Bill Belichick, who we worked with in New England, Belichick could never really get playmakers on offense. I mean, they did a good job with Edelman and Wes Welker, but just in general, they didn't have a Pro Bowler at a skill position like his last, I think, like 10 years in New England. You know, everyone has a blind spot, and for Caserio, obviously, it seems to be offensive line. He can do well everywhere else except for that. And for Stroud, it's not a great comparison, but I almost think of like LeBron when he used to say he needed more help and he left Cleveland, and then like you go to Miami, it's like, all right, you have all these pieces, now you got to go win the thing. Yeah. Or you go back to Cleveland and you have Kyrie and Kevin Love, it's like, all right, now you actually have to deliver a championship, and obviously he did in year 2. Or like Elon Musk always complained about Twitter, so then he went and bought the thing, and it's like, okay, now you better actually improve it.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's any better now than it was before, but it's just kind of this like, okay, you got the things you need, now you have to actually go out there and prove to us that you are the guy, that you can get this done. And I've liked this offseason for the Texans, but now it's on Stroud to go out there and actually perform to a level where, you know, you can have faith in extending him.
Look, Stroud's playoff performances made a fool out of me, especially the last one, because after Pittsburgh, I went into New England saying, hey, there's no way it could be that bad. That's not the C.J. Stroud that we know. No way we'll see that again.
Yeah.
And boy, was I wrong. And so at the risk of doing that again, I am going to predict a monster comeback year for C.J. Stroud.
Ooh.
What exactly does that look like? Is it Pro Bowl, All Pro? No, I just think that the narrative is going to switch. It's C.J. Stroud, because the main thing that the dude's got to work on, like individually, is getting back to that pinpoint accuracy that we had come to understand him to be about his rookie year, which he still is a pretty accurate quarterback, but it's not to the elite level that it felt like it was his rookie year. He can get back to that. He can get back to being the quarterback that we were talking about coming out of that rookie year. So I am predicting that. I am predicting that we will talk about C.J. Stroud differently a year from now than we are right this second.
I hope you're right. I think a lot of people, at least nationally, are waiting till the playoffs to see, like, okay, what can Stroud do in the playoffs this time around to redeem himself?
That's the only way to really do it.
Yeah, but even for me, like, I'm not even going to wait to the playoffs. Like, I have to see it in the regular. If you start slow the first couple months, I'm not going to be like, oh, well, let's wait to see what he does in the postseason.
But see, that's going to come down to the offense as well, because the offense is just not designed for a light show.
No,
it's just not. But if he can, like, I would love for them to open things up. But if he can be similar to what he was, let's say post concussion, but actually perform in the playoffs, I think that'll go a long way. It doesn't have to be the massive numbers, or like it doesn't have to necessarily. I would love for it to be, but it doesn't look like that's what they even want to do, unfortunately.
No, it's true.
So if he can just play within the system and like, but also shine as a talent, I think we can kind of change the narrative.
How much has the pressure already ramped up on Stroud just this offseason alone? You can let us know, 713-572-4610. Coming up, speaking of those Texans, if nothing else, seems like they have a good reputation amongst others in the league. We'll talk about that next. It's The Drive.
In the Loop. Come on! Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
If nothing else, seems like the Texans at least have a good reputation amongst others in the league. Get to that here on The Drive. The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside B. Scott. Tyler's on the other side of the glass, and you're hanging with us as well. Appreciate you. 713-572-4610 to text the show. A March Madness underway today. Clint's Arkansas squad got off to an 11-0 start over Hawaii, and they currently lead 20-7 early on in that one. Vanderbilt having to sweat it out against McNeese right now with 13 minutes left. And Siena still holding on against Duke, but this second half has looked a lot different. Siena leads 61-60 with 5:47 to go. Siena has not made a sub all game. And maybe they're starting to wear down a little bit. They went through a stretch there where they missed like 12 of 13 shots, and Duke was down 13, their largest deficit of the year. Now they're within one, final 6 minutes there. So we'll see if Siena can hold on, but it hasn't been looking great.
Dude, could you imagine being on the Siena squad? And, I don't know what their normal substitution patterns are, but on the one game where you got to play all 40, it's like, you know what? You're going to go out there against Duke and just have to run the whole damn game. I don't care how good of a shape you're in. That's a tough ask to play a little bit above your weight class the entire game with no breaks. They're gonna feel like crap after this game. Even as young people, college kids, their bodies are going to ache. They'll be cramping. This game is gonna be tough on them if they don't sub.
Yeah, and if they do win, then they just got to turn around and play again in about 48 hours. Probably do the whole thing over again, play the same 5 starters the whole game.
Yeah. I mean, this is almost like your championship, though. You 6-16, take down to 1, beat Duke. Almost doesn't matter what happens after this.
No, it's true.
Easy for me to say, but, I mean, how could you not think that?
Oh, for sure. It'd be the biggest win in program history. They would be, they'd go down in history. They'd be iconic.
Yeah.
They're 15th in the nation in percentage of their points from the starters at almost like 90%. So I don't think they sub a whole lot, but they haven't subbed at all tonight, which has never happened in a tournament game since I think it said 1979. So we'll see if they could go the final 5 minutes without having a sub.
Is that worse, or are you more conditioned for it, right? You do it all the time, so you're conditioned, but also you do it all the time, so you're probably just tired as hell. Your body's taxed by this point of the season.
I know it.
I don't know which side of that I fall on, honestly.
I think the fade would happen anyways against Duke. Like, eventually the talent will win out, and Duke was expected to come back. But then it's also easy to second guess if you blow a 13-point lead in the second half and they haven't been shooting or scoring as well. The obvious things to point to is like, well, the guys played all 40 minutes. They probably just got tired. But we'll see.
And also, if you're Siena and you get a decent lead on Duke early in the game, you do have to ask yourself, okay, we're Siena. How many guys on the team do we actually have that can play with Duke? And is it only the 5 guys that got the lead to begin with?
That's a good point. Probably. I mean, even those 5's probably pushing it.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting at here.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
By the way, I do appreciate, Tyler, the tournament music that you play every time we start talking about March Madness.
I got you, bro. I got you setting the tone.
That's right. Duke just took their first lead since the first 4.5 minutes of the game. One upset so far today, High Point beating number 5 Wisconsin. In case you're just checking in, hopefully that didn't wreck your bracket. Let's get back to the Texans, though. The Texans apparently, at least, they got a good reputation throughout the league. I know you don't win Super Bowls on reputation and what others might think of you, but we heard David Montgomery talk about part of the reason why he wanted to come play for the Texans is because they practiced with the Texans in the past, and just what he saw from the outside looking in seemed like a good culture, tough defense, good hard practices. He wanted to be here. And then Reed Blankenship did his Zoom yesterday with the media, and he was talking about kind of that recruitment from the Texans after Wyatt Teller was apparently recruited by C.J. Stroud. For Reed, it was more D'Amico Ryans. Here's what Reed Blankenship, Cut 1, talked about yesterday with his conversation with D'Amico and what helped get him to Houston.
I'm going through free agency, so I really didn't know how it worked. But my agent was giving me live updates, and it seemed like Houston was always the top team, keeping in contact with my agent. And I guess it's this new thing now where teams have the ability to call 5 players during the free agency. So I got a call from D'Amico, and just hearing what he had to say, and I could tell that he wanted me, and I could tell that he really liked me as a player. And obviously we haven't met truly in person, but I feel like he knows what my character is and what my personality is. So you could tell that he really wanted me and really liked me. And after we hung up, I was with my wife, and I'm like, I really feel like Houston really wants me. And that honestly felt like the first time in my whole career, NFL career, that somebody really wanted me as a player and as a person to come and perform for them.
And so now we've heard from, Wyatt Teller, Montgomery, now Reed Blankenship, of that idea of kind of being recruited or for one reason or another wanting to be here in Houston because of either part of the leadership or part of the culture that's here or whatever it is. At least those 3 guys have kind of publicly, it's come out, one reason or another of why they wanted to be here. It doesn't help you to go win Super Bowls, but if nothing else, it seems like, the other folks throughout the league have taken notice of the culture, the leadership of D'Amico Ryans as a person, as a coach, whatever it might be, and has helped get some of the guys here at least this offseason.
Yeah, I think the Texans have earned a good reputation over the last few years. I think that's a justified stance. I think even going into the first year of the D'Amico Ryans era, they did a lot for their credibility. I think he extended it a lot by just joining the team, by just becoming the head coach. So, and I think for Nick Caserio's part, I think he did a lot for his reputation with the Deshaun Watson trade and the handling of that situation, which he kind of inherited. It wasn't really, like, none of that really had anything to do with him, and it was just up to him to make the most out of it, and he did. And so I think he did a lot for his reputation with that. And D'Amico came in with a certain level of credibility from around the league, both as a player and a coach. And so between the two of them, the culture that's been set with Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, and then the success of the last 3 years, it's hard not to take notice. It's hard not to take notice of the culture shift, especially once Ryans got here. And then the fact that this is a team that has finished in the top 8 in each of the last 3 seasons. Like, each of the last 3 seasons, this team could credibly say it is one of the 8 best teams in football. And so if you're moving teams, if you're switching teams, and you're a serious player, that should be like a bare minimum standard of where do I want to go? I want to go to at least one of the top half teams, and the higher up you can get me, the better, right? You can give me a team that's finished in the top 8 in each of the last 3 seasons, and then let me talk to the people there to kind of figure out why that is. Why are they having the success that they're having there? Oh, it's because they got a real head coach. Oh, because they've got a general manager that's bought into the head coach's vision and is willing to go out there and just kind of do his job, right? And I give Nick Caserio credit for that. I don't think he's like this, egomaniac type of general manager who's got to be like, look at me. This is, I'm the one that's putting this together. No, Caserio and D'Amico are working well together. And I think the league is taking notice of what they are building here. And if you look at it, you're, say, a safety like Reed Blankenship, or you're a guard like Wyatt Teller, or you're a running back like David Montgomery. It's easy for you to look at the Texans and think, oh, I could be one of the missing pieces that takes them from here to there, that gets them over the hump. So I think it makes sense.
Yeah, to your point, I was just trying to think of the AFC teams even that have gone to playoffs just the last 2 years. And I think it's just the Bills, Chargers, Broncos, and Texans of all teams. Not the Ravens, obviously, not the Chiefs after this past year. But, yeah, there's very few teams that even just can say the last 2 years they've been in the playoffs.
They're one of the most stable teams in the AFC right now.
Yeah, which is funny to think about.
It is.
But they have been, evidently.
Very much is.
Yeah.
Tyler, did you think in 2021, 2022, that 4 or 5 years from now, he'd be like, you know what, the Texans got one of the most stable teams in the AFC?
Would never guessed it.
Man.
Happy we're here, though.
Good to be here, man.
Yeah.
Good to be here, man, because we come a long way. Come a mighty long way.
Somebody on the text line did ask a little while ago, who's the worst coach in Texans history? Would it happen to be somebody that you ran into last night?
Come on, man. They did that. Who's the worst coach in Texans history? Well, honestly, look, David Culley was put in a really tough spot. Yeah. I said even at the time that it confused me that they hired Culley instead of Lovie Smith. Like, Lovie Smith was on the staff, but David Culley was the head coach. But, like, wouldn't it have made much more sense for Lovie Smith to have been the coach and David Culley to have been on his staff since we
It's
heard
really about the 69.
You know. And funny enough, I've seen both of these guys in the last 3 weeks or so. So I ran into David Culley at Toyota Center last night at the Rockets game. Got to speak to him briefly. Very pleasant. I think he was there with his wife. And then I saw Lovie Smith at the Texas Black Sports Hall of Fame, to which he was inducted about 2 weeks ago now out in Dallas. My cousin was also he was a journalist that was also honored in a part of the class. But so, yeah, my cousin and Lovie Smith are a part of the same Texas Black Sports Hall of Fame class. And I got to talk to him about Bears football with my dad, who's from Gary, Indiana, and is a Bears fan. So it's a moment I'll never forget. Over the last 2 to 3 weeks now, I have gotten a chit-chat with both Lovie Smith and David Culley.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
How about that?
I didn't even think about it until we just kind of mentioned it, but that definitely happened.
And even the Hall of Fame connection. And Gary, Indiana?
Yeah.
Right? Jackson 5?
Yeah, for sure.
Pretty cool. Hey, yeah, you can always text the show, 713-572-4610. Coming up, he might not be here, but we'll do it nonetheless. It's time for Dirty's Daily when we come back. What's the most underrated movie of all time? Plus, the NCAA really did one team dirty, as proven by last night's result. We'll get to that coming up. It's The Drive.
If we got to go 3 and out and punt it, we're good.
The Texans made enough.
life-saving coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It is The Drive, but the fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside B. Scott. T. Mill on the other side of the glass as well. And you too. Appreciate you hanging with us here on this Thursday, 713-572-4610 to join the conversation. And coming up later on, be listening during the 5 p.m. hour today and all week long on The Drive for a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to this year's Texas Children's Houston Open. Well, Clint might not be here today, but we'll hold it down here for the Dirty's Daily. Actually, Clint inspired this first part of it. As I would ask and send these in, we've already gotten some messages, but continue to send the text. What's the most underrated movie of all time? I don't know if I have the most underrated movie, but I think I have one of the most underrated movies, and I'll explain why. This actually harkens back to a conversation we had yesterday. Clint brought up this whole thing with Max Crosby. Max Crosby was talking on a podcast about the whole ordeal with the Ravens and how things did not work out. They flew him in there. The GM gave him the cold shoulder, wouldn't meet with anybody. He gets back home. They tell him, that the trade was falling through. Here was some of the audio of Max Crosby talking about this whole experience on a podcast.
As soon as they thought I was out, they pulled me back in. They pulled me back in, and that's exactly what it is. I'm in for life, and until that changes, which I don't foresee, you never know. Honestly, you never know in this damn league. I found that out for sure, but I just feel like I'm meant to be a Raider, and that's what it is.
Meant to be a Raider is wild.
Yeah.
I just feel like I'm meant to be a Raider.
Especially after they just tried to trade you, too. Like,
yikes.
You go back there and I wouldn't want to play another snap. Get me out of here. You already tried to get rid of me once.
I mean, I know they got a rabid and passionate fan base and a culture and an identity and all of that, Raider Nation. I just meant to be a Raider is crazy in 2026.
So we talked about that yesterday, and Clint was, hot and bothered about the way it went down, and I don't disagree with him. I was actually in lockstep with him yesterday. But honestly, my biggest takeaway was that quote that Max Crosby had at the beginning of the clip, which is why I think this is one of the most underrated movies of all time. When he said, just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. People use that line all the time. I don't know if they know where it's from. It's not the first Godfather. It's not the second Godfather. It's Godfather number 3, who everybody makes fun of and talks about how terrible of a movie it is. And yet I think that's the quote from the Godfather series that actually gets used the most, maybe up there with I'll make you an offer you can't refuse from the original Godfather. Those are like the only 2 lines I can think of off the top of my head, the only 2 references people use from the Godfathers. And ironically, the line that Max Crosby used, he's probably never even seen the movie, but it's from Godfather 3, which, by the way, I actually did like the ending. You get that famous line and scene in the kitchen with Pacino. And even though everyone makes fun of it, if you go on Rotten Tomatoes, it is, it's a 66 amongst audience, I think a 68 amongst critics. Not terrible, but the way people talk about Godfather 3, and I guess just in comparison to the first 2, they talk about how it should have never been made, it's this terrible movie, yada, yada, yada. I actually think it's slightly underrated. I thought it had a really good ending to it, and then it has maybe the most famous quote that people use from the 3 movies, even if they don't realize it's from Godfather 3.
What about Godfather 1, I think, is it leave the gun, keep the cannolis?
Yeah, but how often do people actually say it?
I don't know.
Or
I guess
use it.
I mean, even in The Sopranos, they use the pull me back in line,
Yeah,
and
that's
it
true.
became famous in that scene of The Sopranos.
Okay, fair enough. So I am with you 100% on this.
Oh, wow.
100% on this. I think that Godfather 3 is criminally underrated, but I do know what ruins it. There are 2 things that ruin it, or not ruin it, but so there's one thing that ruins it, and then another thing that just makes it not up there with the pantheon or makes it underrated. For starters, I think people underrate it because it is not as good as the first two,
No,
objectively. But the first two are so good. They're arguably the best movies ever made in the history of making movies. That's just a real difficult standard to hold it by, but it is being held by that standard, right? So it's so far off from the other two movies that are like in a whole nother sort of echelon and world existence, right? So that's the one thing. Also, though, the big problem with Godfather 3 is the daughter, the performance of the daughter, who's both the daughter of the director, and she went on to direct movies and have a successful directorial career, but was not an actress. No. And the acting, for how critical of a role she played in the movie, her acting was so bad that it really brought the property values down in the movie. It took the movie from a mansion to like, a duplex. Like, it really hurt.
That's fair.
Really, really hurt.
Yeah, it's a classic case of nepotism.
Yes.
She should not have had that role or been in a movie.
It was terrible.
Yeah, honestly, I think part of the reason why she's even been as successful as she has behind the camera is also part, because of her family.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Clearly. I mean, but at least, at the very least, it's not as obvious. It's behind the camera.
Right.
Like, you watch that movie, like, man, this girl's got to be kin to somebody to be in this movie. And she definitely was.
Yeah, it's true.
And I think it hurts the movie.
Yeah.
But I'm with you there in terms of the story, the acting otherwise. I think Godfather 3 is a damn good movie.
All right, finally.
I like it.
You might be the first person, honestly, that I think it's just become that whole like sheep thought process. Everyone just talks about how bad it is. It's not a bad movie.
I don't think it's terrible, but I have rewatched the first and second Godfathers like probably anywhere between 10 and 20 times, and I'm not sure I've ever rewatched the Godfather.
That's fair. It does not have the same rewatchability factor, but I think that goes back to the girl. I hate to say it. She was so bad.
Yeah, you might be right. It's a tough watch.
She was awful.
You can't watch her more than once. What would you guys say? I'm not saying Godfather 3 is the most underrated. I think it's one of the more underrated movies. If I'm putting you on the spot, anything come to mind that you would say is one of the more underrated films?
Underrated flicks.
I'm gonna go with Cooley High. And I'm going.
Heard of her.
I'm going Cooley High because just for the simple fact that y'all don't even know what Cooley High is. Now, this is a little bit of a Two Americas thing happening here, all right? But I think because of that, it makes the movie underrated. But it's a really good movie. 1975, Cooley High. If you look up, you'll see a lot of folks that you recognize from the movie that are like much older actors now, obviously. That being in 1975, but for me, there's like a cultural significance of it because it's like kind of known as this turning point for black movies, like where it kind of been a blaxploitation type of vibe up until that point. It was like, hey, this is just a regular ass black rom-com, just a normal movie, but also it was, I thought, trend-setting and groundbreaking in a lot of ways. Like, it's the first place. I don't know if you ever are with a group and you're about to drink from a bottle of liquor or a bottle of alcohol of any kind, and the person pours out a little bit. The first place where I've ever seen that done, pour this out for the brothers who ain't here, is from Cooley High. And they did it. They eventually do it in Boys in the Hood. Mm-hmm. And, it's like a cultural thing that we do now. Like, let's pour out a little bit of this for the people that are not here. I'd never seen that before Cooley High, in 1975. So, and I just rewatched Cooley High like 3 days ago. And it's always good watching movies as an adult that you watch as a kid and picking up on some things. But I'm going to go Cooley High because it is a black movie classic, but I feel like, no offense, white folks don't even know about Cooley High.
I did not know about it, so
great movie.
You're right there. I'm going to put it on my list. I got to check it out. It is an 88 on Rotten Tomatoes, by the way. So.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, graded out well.
I'll check that out, too.
Yeah, what about you, Tyler? You got anything that comes to mind, most underrated movie?
Been thinking over here. I think I got one, maybe. It's kind of a quirky, like, I guess, rom-com, like, comedy movie. It's called 500 Days of Summer. Y'all ever seen or heard of that?
I've never seen it.
So it's very rewatchable. I've rewatched it quite a few times because you could also argue it's a semi-chick flick, but a lot of comedy in it. So no, it's got Zooey Deschanel, Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Okay.
And just kind of follows them and their romance relationship, kind of what they go through as young people. But it's a really, really good movie, and I just don't think people know about it.
I'm gonna have to put it on the list.
Yeah, I'll check that
Days
one
of
out.
Summer.
I've always heard about it, never watched it. Maybe because I'm not opposed to chick flicks either, but I won't watch all of them. And maybe that's what turned me away.
Can I throw an extra one in here?
Yeah.
I don't remember how many awards, if any, this one won, but I feel like no one ever talks about Phone Booth with Colin Farrell and Kiefer
we
Sutherland.
loved that movie growing up.
I hadn't seen that in a while, but that's a good movie.
No one ever talks about it. But I'm like, man, what an awesome-ass movie that you can't remake today because what the hell is a phone booth? But at the time when, like, it was made at a time when, at the very least, you still knew what a phone booth was. It wasn't a foreign concept.
Yeah.
And it's so good. Like, Colin Farrell and Kiefer Sutherland, who
just voice acting,
acting for the most part,
Yeah.
for almost the entire movie.
So good.
It is some of the best stuff I've ever seen. No one ever talks about this movie.
I hadn't thought about that movie in
Phone Booth.
forever. Prime
Phone
Colin Farrell, man.
He was
great stuff.
It was around that time when Colin Farrell was at the top of the game. He had they did SWAT.
Yeah, he was doing like
a
2 movies a
Minority
year.
Report. Yeah, and then he just kind of disappeared. Obviously now he's made a comeback here in recent years, but he disappeared for a while. And I remember wondering for a time what happened to Colin? He was the hottest actor going for the early 2000s.
Yeah,
and then he had a lull, and now he's back and doing well again. But yeah, that's a good movie. I'm obviously a big Seinfeld guy, and Seinfeld always got a lot of credit for the Chinese restaurant episode where they just filmed it all in a Chinese restaurant. But this is similar where, it's just all in a phone booth with 2 guys on the phone, and it's such a captivating movie. That is a good movie. I haven't seen it in probably 20 years, but that's another one I would like to rewatch.
I should rewatch it.
Yeah.
It's maybe 15 for me, but hell, I'm 15 years older. I would love to watch it from, a late 30s or mid to late 30s lens than I did from, early 20s and certainly when I first watched it as a teenager.
And there is something that came out recently that was similar. Different idea. I can't think of it. I just tried to Google it. But I remember having the conversation when I saw the trailer with the missus where we were like, this is a lot like Phone Booth, but a modern version, obviously not in a phone booth. And I can't think of it now. I'm going to have to try to Google this and come up with it, where it's similar. It takes place like at one spot, the whole movie. And I think it's
How long ago did it come out?
Have her text in if she might
within the last year or two. Honestly, now I'm refreshing my memory. I might be thinking of the movie that came out about a year ago where a woman goes on a date. I don't know if it's called The Drop. She goes on a date with somebody and she's getting text messages and they're holding her kid hostage at home, but she can't leave the dinner.
Oh man, I think I've seen that.
Yeah, we watched it. It wasn't bad.
I have seen that. I can't remember the name of it.
That might be the movie I'm thinking of that we saw it and we're like, oh, this is kind of like Phone Booth, where she's at a dinner date for most of the movie and she's texting with the villain.
Right.
And the movie's taking place mostly with text communication while she's at one venue.
I was wondering if
but she can't leave the date.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that one. I'm gonna have to look into that. But I was wondering if it was Knock at the Cabin. Have you seen that one?
Yeah, that's a good movie. I saw that in theaters. I like that.
Yeah, all one setting, all within that one house.
Yeah.
That's a great movie.
That's a good movie because I'm not a M. Night Shyamalan guy. But that one, and I think that's based off a book, so that's why one of his movies was actually good, because he couldn't screw it up.
I like M. Night Shyamalan, man.
Oh, come on.
I mean, not all of them. Some of them were kind of duds, but I like a lot of his movies.
That was the joke about that movie, was the twist was that there was actually no twist for once in an M. Night Shyamalan movie.
Everybody's always waiting on that twist.
Yeah, some nonsense to ruin the movie. On the text line, people have said a lot of movies that I don't know if I would consider underrated. Friday, Ray, 300, Big Trouble in Little China.
Ray? Jamie Foxx won the Oscar.
Someone even said Scarface.
A lot of hardware for a lot of those you just listed.
Fridays. Some people watch Friday every Friday.
Yeah, right? Remember The Titans, The Departed?
Come on.
These are all...
So these are just the movies you like.
Yeah, exactly.
I was going for movies that I like that people don't talk about.
What about Zodiac? You ever seen Zodiac?
Yeah, I didn't like it. I didn't think it should have been made.
Oh, I love that
because we never solved who the Zodiac killer was. So you watch the whole movie, and then at the end, it's like, yeah, we still don't know.
Well, that's the kind of the. I mean, I felt like that was on purpose, though. Right?
I know, but that's why I didn't like it.
They're like jacking with you.
I was like, why did we make
Jake
this
Gyllenhaal.
movie?
Jake Gyllenhaal is like one of my favorite actors.
Yeah, he's excellent.
You and me both. It's kind of how I felt about Moneyball, which is a great movie.
Yeah.
But they didn't win the World Series. They got as far in the playoffs as they did the year before. Like, why do we make a movie about it? You changed this whole thing, and then, the same thing happened. Okay, we're right back where we started.
For the sake of movie making.
Why do we watch 2 hours of this?
If Luke's watching a movie based on a true story, it better have a damn good happy ending.
Yeah. What was the point? What was the point of this true story?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. What's the point? Zodiac, we know. He never found the killer. I watched 2 hours of Gyllenhaal running around, and at the end, it's like, we don't know. Okay. We didn't know 2 hours ago. I could have saved the time. There was one I did want to point out that I somewhat agree with. And now I lost it here. Beverly Hills Ninja with
Ooh, that's a good one.
With Chris Farley, right?
Yeah.
I think it's the last movie before he passed away.
I don't think I saw Beverly Hills Ninja.
It's
great
funny,
movie.
man. It's really funny.
It's good.
On the list.
Oh, I hadn't thought about that one in forever either. That is so good.
Yeah,
that was Farley's last one before he left us.
So 979 on the text line. I'm with you. That's an underrated movie. You always talk about Black Sheep and Tommy Boy, but that Chris Farley movie was really good. With a young Chris Tucker, right? It was Chris Tucker before Rush Hour, if I remember correctly. I don't think he was like a star yet.
I think that's right.
Was it after Friday?
Oh, that's a good question.
Because that's Chris Tucker's coming out party.
That's true. That's true. I don't know.
Friday is and now I'm going to screw up Friday. 95, 4.
Okay, well, it must have been around there. I think when did Farley pass away? Was it 96 or 98?
96, I think.
Right? So maybe they're around the same time. That movie might have come out in 95, Beverly Hills Ninja. Great movie. Check it out if you haven't already. Last thing, by the way.
97 is when Farley died.
Okay.
And Friday was 1995.
Okay.
So
we'll have to check Beverly Hills Ninja. Maybe it was after Friday. So maybe Chris Tucker was a known name at that point, but he's good in that movie. One last thing I do want to get to here on Dirty's Daily real quick is I'm so glad that Miami, Ohio won the play-in game last night against SMU. If you're an SMU fan, sorry, your team lost, season's over. But Miami, Ohio, this whole thing has really ticked me off. They lost one game all season. It was at the end of their season. They were undefeated. And there was all these conversations about should they even be put in the tournament. This whole conversation was so absurd. So I loved that they went and actually won last night and shoved it in the NCAA's face and Bruce Pearl's face and everyone else that they belong. And the fact that the NCAA put them in the play-in round, they couldn't even give them the courtesy to put them in the tournament. They said, yeah, we'll put you in the tournament, but you still have to earn your way in after a 30-1 season.
Yeah.
I thought it was disgraceful to do that. And everyone always says, like, well, they had the 60th easy schedule. Yeah, because that's the conference they're in. And some reporter FOIA'd the emails and showed that they tried to schedule all of these Power 4 teams that everyone said no.
Yeah.
So what are they supposed to do? They beat everyone on their schedule, went 30-1, and you were going to leave them out of the tournament because, why? They don't have the as good of a recruiting class as an Auburn?
It's the life of a mid-major now, man. And it's I was getting at this earlier. It's never been a worse time to be a mid-major.
It's true.
I think it's never been a worse time. And so I think maybe 10 years ago, there would have been more of an outrage about this. But now, because of the changing landscape of college athletics, you think even lesser of the lesser schools. And so go undefeated into your conference tournament like this team did. And for what? Who cares? Because they already view you as less than now.
Yeah.
Because you can't even compete with those teams because you obviously don't have the money to get those kind of players. You can't buy the players that are really going to contribute to this tournament. But I'm with you 100%.
Yeah, which is why it's wrong. And it drives me crazy to have the conversation where I don't understand why still in 2026 people get up on TV and be like, well, Auburn went 8-8 in the conference. Could Miami, Ohio go 8-8 in the conference? I don't know. Give them SEC talent and then see how they do. They're playing with comparable talent in their conference.
Exactly.
And they went undefeated. So they're the best of, like, they're even better than their peers. They're the best of their peers.
Yeah. And it's not football, like where, it's 60-something to 68 teams, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, what are we doing here? What are we doing? You have to more so weigh the conference play because of the number of games in the sample size.
Mm-hmm.
It's not It's like we make football arguments and apply it to basketball. It's really kind of weird. Shout out to Prairie View, too, by the way, for getting their first tournament win in program history. That was a big deal as well.
For sure. But, yeah, I'm glad Miami, Ohio won, and I thought it was disgraceful is the word I would use. The NCAA even put them in the play-in round.
Yeah.
Just put them in the tournament. They still have to earn their way in. Lousy. And I'm glad they won.
Does it count as a win, though?
I know. We talked about this earlier. I hate that they've called the play-in round the first round and they count it as tournament wins. I don't count them as tournament wins, but I'll make an exception for Miami, Ohio. And you brought up the good point earlier for schools like Prairie View, where this is like the only chance you can really get a win in a tournament. Then I'll count it for you.
Yeah. And what is it if it's not a win? It's like it's in a no man's land, a wasteland.
It's like the NBA Cup where like it doesn't count towards their stats, like the championship game.
Hell, man, weird.
It's like it never happened. Coming up, hey, speaking of the NBA, who deserves the most blame for the Rockets and everything that's going on right now? We'll talk about that next. It's The Drive.
The Rockets' recent struggles have Sean in a really rough place.
This is why I and many others.
tips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Who deserves the most blame for the Rockets' struggles right now? It's The Drive. The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside B. Scott. T-Mill on the steel wheels today. You can always text the show 713-572-4610. Appreciate you guys. The latter batch of texts, and a lot of texts have come in about most underrated movie. But the latter batch of texts, as we went to commercial break, provided a lot more underrated movies. So you came through in the end. And if I agree with a lot of those who texted in like the last, let's say, 10 minutes. By the way, also, to tell on myself, I do have to correct myself. Chris Tucker wasn't even in that movie. It was Chris Rock was the
Dude, I was with you. I thought it was.
I know.
See, and so if I had seen, and that's also how you can tell that I really hadn't seen the movie. And if I had lied and said I had seen the movie, that's how you would have known that I would have lied, because I would have clearly made that distinction, right? I wouldn't have, as your black friend in the room, would not have allowed that to happen.
I know, it's a bad look.
Yeah, I wouldn't have allowed that. So that's how you know I didn't see it, though.
I'm going to blame the Mandela effect, because when I think back on that movie, I picture Chris Tucker running around trying to catch the chickens or the roosters, whatever it was, not Chris Rock.
Look, you're not saying that they look alike. They're just two famous black Chris's.
Yeah,
who were comedians.
Exactly.
Yeah, man, I'm not going to hold that against you. Listen, this is America. You could do a lot worse. You could do a lot worse than confuse two black Chris's who tell jokes.
That's true.
You could do a lot worse than that.
Chris Tucker might actually prefer it, or Chris Rock. One of them might prefer. They might be like, that wasn't my best performance, or that wasn't a great movie.
Yeah.
You can claim that was Chris Tucker instead of me.
Yeah, do a lot worse.
Yeah, check out the movie though; it's still good with either one of them. Who deserves the most blame for the Rockets? So the reason why I bring this up is because I had to come on here and defend Ime yesterday with Clint. I've been an Ime supporter and defender, maybe one of the few left, I should say. But I found it interesting after the game last night. J.J. Redick was talking to the media. B. Scott, you were probably in the room.
I was.
And he was saying this about, so a lot of the talk was what the Lakers did Monday. What are the Rockets going to do in response? Last night in the rematch, here was J.J. Redick after the game when asked about the Rockets' adjustments.
In that orange flash, every time he got the ball of going quickly and sort of not allowing the double team, and rejected it a number of times and got to his spots, drew fouls, hit his pull-ups. It was a good adjustment on his part.
A little tough with the audio to hear, but he laid out what the Rockets did different. And as he said, good adjustment for Ime and the Rockets and how they approached what the Lakers did Monday night.
That room is tough, by the way. It's a small room, and they're using a microphone. It's like, the room is smaller than the one we're sitting in.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and they're using a microphone. It's like, we can hear them. But anyway, I digress, as you were saying.
So anyways, I bring this up. You could call it propaganda, whatever, but just in support of Ime, where everyone's talking about, he doesn't know what he's doing, they make no adjustments, yada, yada, yada. You have the other coach on the other side complimenting the change in the Rockets' approach in 48 hours in that rematch last night. And I shoehorn this into all this because, as I laid out yesterday, Ime is not the guy I blame most for all of this. Honestly, I put it more on the players and more on Durant first and foremost, and then I would blame the GM and the team put together here not doing anything at the point guard position before or after the Fred VanVleet injury before I would even blame Ime. It's not to say he's blameless and he's doing a perfect job. I think there's a lot that Ime Udoka could do differently or do better. But I just heard that from J.J. Redick last night, and I thought, they tried something different. They made an adjustment, still didn't make a difference. The team just wasn't good enough last night. Where do you fall in line? Who would you put the blame on most for the Rockets when you talk about things just haven't gone as planned here this season or certainly in recent weeks?
Yeah, I would reorder your blame. I would reorder your blame list, and just to start, point out that there is enough blame to go around here, and I think everybody does shoulder some level of blame. But if I got to nail it down, like to answer the question, I would start the blame up top with the GM. Like even before the player, like I would start it with the GM, and I would essentially just make it a trickle-down blame. Like I would go GM, coach, players, like, and keep it as simple as that. So I'd start with Rafael Stone, and that's because this is a roster construction issue by and large. Like I think it's the makeup of the team that is really the heart of the issue. How is it and why is it that you have a team, as we talked about yesterday when I joined you and Clint, that struggles with these three basic principles of basketball of dribbling, passing, and shooting? You know, like it sounds like I'm joking, but if you watch the Rockets, you know that they are limited in all three of those areas. It's not to say they can't do it at all, but they are limited in dribbling, passing, and shooting. It just the three basic parts of basketball, at least on the offensive side, right? What is the reason for that? Whose fault is that? And that, to me, is the biggest issue with the team. That's the fault of the general manager. The whole point guard thing. Why don't they have a point guard? I know we spent a lot of time talking about, they don't have a point guard. Fred VanVleet got hurt. But whose fault is it that there was not a backup point guard to speak of even before Fred VanVleet got hurt? And so certainly when he did get hurt, there wasn't somebody that was already there. And then after the fact, they didn't go out and get somebody that was more proven than the option that they already had, which they clearly have decided not to lean in as much as I think other people want them to with Reed Sheppard. So not using your mid-level exception on a point guard and instead going out and getting Dorian Finney-Smith, who you could argue is a duplicate kind of skill set in terms of what you got in Tari Eason and certainly on the defensive end with Amin Thompson, right? So I would start there. Now, when it comes to what they have, I would blame Ime Udoka for, like, why is it that their best offense is a Kevin Durant, Alperen Sengun pick and roll, but they'll only run it like 2 or 3 times a game? Whose fault is who do I blame for that? And whoever's fault that is, then you can go right under the GM, right? Is that the coach's fault? Is that the player's fault? Is it a mix of both? Honestly, whoever it is, like, those are tactical issues on top of the personnel issues, right? Why is Reed Sheppard just standing over there in the corner instead of being the initiator of the offense when maybe your second best offense is Reed Sheppard and Alperen Sengun pick and rolls? You know, so why is it a team full of guys who don't know how to move without the basketball? You know, like, so that to me all starts with the GM.
I'm with you on that, and it's that whole idea of the fish rots from the head down. But to your second point, that's where I put the blame on the players ahead of the coach, and I'll always do that in the NBA because I just think it's a players' league, and it comes down to the players, and the coach has more of an impact almost off the court or in between the games. And how many times have we seen, you know, it becomes a GIF and everything where LeBron's in the huddle not paying attention or he takes the white, whatever, you know? Like, yeah. I always put more blame and give more credit to the players in the NBA than the actual coaching when it comes to some of that scheme and the X's and O's or the plays that they do run. And so even like Kevin Durant said, what did he say the other night? Like, I am the offense. And so when the offense isn't working, like, I'm going to put that blame more on the star of the offense instead of the coach on the sidelines, which is why I put the blame more on the players and specifically Durant ahead of Ime. But I am with you on the GM. Certainly, I would agree, should be ahead of the head coach, and probably a poorly constructed roster in some aspects that has shown up this throughout this season.
Flawed for sure.
Yeah, flawed. Yeah, it's a good way to put it. With that said, maybe this is speaking out of both sides of my mouth, but with all of that said, were the Rockets actually ahead of the curve this year, but the curve just happened to get injured? Is there a simple way to explain away all of these struggles and give the Rockets the benefit of the doubt? We'll get to that next. It's The Drive.
610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Where the Rockets ahead of the curve just happened to get injured. It's The Drive. The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside B. Scott. Tyler's on the steel wheels, keeping us on track here this afternoon. Appreciate you hanging with us. 713-572-4610 to join the conversation throughout the afternoon. First day of March Madness as well, and the first upset was number 12 High Point beating Wisconsin by 1 point, made a basket with about 11 seconds left to go out on top and pull that out. Duke ended up winning by 6, in case you weren't following that one along. They trailed by 13 in the second half. Clint's Arkansas Razorbacks up 10 over Hawaii, 3 minutes left in the first half of that game. And McNeese hanging in there, down 6, or I should say down 8 to Vanderbilt with 3.5 minutes to play.
Arkansas and Hawaii are further along. They are, looks like 3 minutes or 2 minutes into the second half.
Oh, geez, I got to reload here.
And Arkansas is up, Arkansas is up by 15.
Okay, yep, that's a big difference.
A little over 2 minutes into the second half. So Arkansas starting to separate, as the 4 seed, starting to separate from the 13 seed Hawaii squad, at least early on in the second half.
Yeah, and McNeese did end up losing by 10. I thought these scores would automatically update. I didn't know how to hit refresh.
Yeah, man. They're going to make you work, man. They're going to make you work for these results, brother.
That's right. So, yeah, Arkansas pulling away. I was interested in watching Hawaii because they are so unique. They play this style of defense that nobody else does where, there's no help defense and they don't switch on screens and everything and try to hold you to threes. But Arkansas at 58 points so far, up by 15. Hey,
I guess I could turn to the game here. I'll do that for us.
Yeah, let's try to figure that out here. By the way, I'm glad to be in here today and tomorrow. I don't have cable. I use the internet cable, if you will. And AT&T, I have AT&T for internet. They have an outage. They said it'd be out for 24 hours. I said, what are you talking about? It's the start of March Madness.
Whoa, so that's a little too long.
I know, 24 hours. What's
going
on
one
here?
of the biggest sports days of the freaking year.
Seriously.
Yeah, 1 hour is pretty bad.
Right.
24 whole hours?
That's what they told me. It didn't work all morning by the time I came here. So hopefully it's back up and running this evening so I can actually watch TV. That's the one downside of cutting the cord is if the internet ever goes out, you can't watch TV.
Yeah. No, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I could do it on my phone, of course, but it's
and what we have is like a backup internet, But so we have like an actual internet, and there's a backup internet that I think comes with my girlfriend's phone plan that we're able to use, and it's like a whole device. We plug it up.
Oh, interesting.
And we can use it, but even that feels excessive.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, man, I could have just had cable instead of like
I know.
a internet generator.
Let alone paying 12 different streaming companies.
On top of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Instead of just paying one cable source. But
bro, I definitely pay more now.
I think so, too.
I definitely pay more now.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
So
hopefully my cable's even working. But, with it being March Madness and we all dive in even more to college basketball than you would throughout the year getting ready for this tournament, I did notice some things, and you can tell me this is crazy. Maybe there are two different types of sports. Maybe college basketball and the NBA can't compare. But I do find it interesting that when you look at the top teams in college basketball, and the thought in this tournament is that it would be very top-heavy, and then Duke almost goes and loses on the first day. But when you look at the 4 number 1 seeds in this tournament, they're all top 25 in the nation in offensive rebounding. And when you look at a couple of those 4 teams, Duke has the lowest three-point rate of any 1 seed in the history of the tournament. And Arizona is bottom 30 in the country in threes. So I thought it was interesting where I look at the teams that have been most successful in college basketball this year, and Arizona has been considered one of the top, if not the top teams in the country throughout the season, along with Duke. But when you look at the top teams in college basketball this year, how do they get to this point? Well, not shooting a ton of threes and actually doing a lot of offensive rebounding. And that sounds a lot like what the Rockets' plan was, at least before Steven Adams got injured. And again, maybe it doesn't correlate. Maybe college basketball is different than the NBA. But we were just talking last segment about where has this gone wrong? Who do we blame for the Rockets? should we give a pass to the GM? Should we give a pass to this whole thing in that, they built this team around the double big lineup and Steven Adams and offensive rebounding and not having to be so efficient because you're going to get a lot of opportunities. Then Steven Adams goes down and the whole plan goes out the window. Is it as simple to say the Steven Adams injury has changed this whole season and this Rockets team would be in a much better position if they had him, because apparently nowadays you just have to offensive rebound, not shoot a lot of threes, and you could be successful?
Yeah, so I think it is simple enough to say that they would be much better with Steven Adams. He is not only their best offensive rebounder, but he is also their best screener, right? And I think that's an underrated part in basketball is how solid of a screen do you set, and he's one of the best screen setters in the game for whatever it is worth. And I think it's worth more than people realize. And so they miss him there. They also miss the fact that when they go double big, when he and Şengün are in the lineup, he takes a little pressure off of Şengün of having to deal with the most physical guy on the other side and allows Şengün to be a power forward. So, he has, in addition to what he brings to the table, he kind of has this domino effect on the team. So I think that part is fair. But I also say that it feels kind of problematic to be building your team in the image of what works for a college team. What's my formula? What's my plan for success in the NBA? Let's do it how the college teams are winning their games. It's I don't know. Now, that being, I'm saying that a little tongue-in-cheek because I think that what they're all finding is that there's a missed market or a missed opportunity, here in that used to tell you not to crash the offensive boards, to get back on defense. And I was like, you know what? What if we just created extra possessions? And it's you know what? We know 3 is more than 2, but if all we do is shoot threes and we don't shoot them very well, then we're kind of conceding possessions. What if we were a little bit more selective, right? There's now a little bit more nuance to the nerd numbers, right? I think that's what's happening here. But at the same time, I think in the NBA, you have to shoot more threes because the difference is that in the NBA, there are enough skilled three-point shooting teams and players, right, to where you do have to fight enough fire with fire. So I don't think you can be a low volume, certainly not a poor percentage shooting, but I don't think you can be a low volume three-point shooting team in the NBA and expect to win unless you got the best player in the world or something like that, which the Rockets do not. So, yeah, I think they sorely miss Steven Adams, but it's not just as simple as that.
So if Steven Adams was still healthy all year, there would still be issues. They wouldn't be the 52+ win team that we were hoping for based off of last year, which was going to be. You kind of already answered. That was going to be my next question, which was going to be part of just an overall basketball question of is this the way that the sport is now moving?
Yeah.
But it seems like, you think it'll still always be about these threes.
No, I mean, it's fascinating to think about. That's why I said the nuance in the nerd numbers, right? You do. The issue with this theory is okay, don't shoot as many threes if you're not that good at shooting them, But the way that they've trained the players now is to work on the three-point shot. So in the NBA, I think this can work in college because there's just not as many good players or as skilled players in college as there are in the NBA, which goes without saying. So in the NBA, I think that you will be able to have enough teams who are able to put together enough shooting to where you're still going to have to shoot a certain amount of threes to really survive and a certain clip on those threes to survive, which I do not think is the case in college basketball. So it did work a little bit. If you could have the combination of, hey, we don't shoot a ton of threes, but we're efficient on it, and we create the extra possessions, right, which is very unique to what the Rockets were doing, right? Then you're talking about something. But it's so unique. I don't see that being a trendy thing in the NBA. What the Rockets it's going to be a don't try this at home type of thing. Don't try this at home. Hey, we're just gonna clank it up there, and Steven Adams' big ass is gonna get the ball and kick it back out, and all of our guards are gonna be 6'7", and everything's gonna work out fine because hey, we miss 4 shots in a row, but we're gonna get a 5th one up. Nah, that ain't it.
It is interesting, though, as you said, like the change where, it used to be get back on defense and not hit the glass, and now there is a larger emphasis, certainly at the college level, of offensive rebounding. And there's this new buzzword now of tagging, or tagging up, as they call it. And it comes from, like, Australia basketball, where the whole idea is to allow you to hit the offensive glass while also not giving up fast breaks. And it's not the idea is to not just crash the glass with reckless abandon, but it's almost to get to a defensive player to their area to beat them to the rebound, but also to be by them so that they don't just take off for a fast break.
Yep.
And it's become this whole thing now. If you ever hang around college or listen to college or anything, it's become such a buzzword this year. I heard so many people say that phrase, tag up, make sure we're tagging up, yada, yada, yada. It's the big teaching point now at the college level, and then maybe to a certain point at the NBA level. Like I said, it came from Australia. I think Aaron Fern played a big role in it, the coach that was actually just fired from Charlotte. But it has spread through the game. And also, in this conversation, I found it interesting. I believe it was earlier this season that I saw somebody tweeted out the numbers where this was the first time since the whole three-point phase has begun where, because of shooting percentages, that at the college level at least, it no longer became better analytically to shoot three. You know, like the whole idea was if you make a third of your threes, that's the same amount as half of your twos.
Right.
But this year, the three-point percentage was down so much in college basketball that I believe this was the first time since this craze started that actually now it's more efficient to shoot more twos because we're shooting so poorly on threes in college basketball.
Which is what I was trying to get earlier.
Yeah.
It's all predicated on shooting a certain clip from three, right? And so if you're going to be as bad at it, and boy, I watch – like, look, I have not watched every single team in this tournament, but I do watch enough college basketball throughout the year to know that it's a rough product. Even some of the good teams are rough to watch. So that tracks, actually. That does not surprise me that these guys are not shooting three-pointers at a great clip. But that is the difference. And I know you're going to have a lot of people that like college basketball more than the NBA. I do not understand those people. But I know them, and I'm around them very much. But if you needed an example, an explainer on the difference, this is the clear difference of, like, these guys can't shoot, at least not like these can in the NBA. So
Absolutely.
That's the big one.
I used to get that idea, not that I agreed with it, but I used to get when people say, like, I prefer college basketball. I could see it, but that was like –
See, prefer is different than better, though, and I think they mix the words together. Like,
right.
You know what I mean? They kind of conflate the two.
Right. But I used to understand that, like maybe 10, 15 years ago. Maybe I'm the old man yelling at the clouds, but I just think with NIL, transfer portal, all this stuff now, I can't get behind that idea anymore. Like, I think college basketball has really gone down in recent years. I think college football, too. As much as I watch all the games and I love it, but I just feel like the product is not nearly as good as it was even, 5 years ago.
Yeah.
At the college sports. And that's a whole other conversation and what they have to try to do to get that under control. But, yeah, I used to buy into that idea of, like, okay, I get it. Yeah, you prefer the college game. I understand. Now I think, like, the college
Then
game.
you flip over to a college game, and it's a nail-biter at the end of the second half, and it's a race to 60.
Yeah, right.
It's like, yo, this is rough.
Well, maybe we'll get some exciting finishes and upsets here this weekend to help you fall in love with college basketball and March Madness. Coming up, it's time for 5 o'clock fire, and we'll get to that next, let you know everything going on in the sports world. We'll do that next. It's The Drive.
In the Loop.
The Texans have agreed to terms.
Trimfaya. Visit trimfaya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
I have made fire!
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Yes, sir. 5 o'clock. Hopefully you're off work, heading home on this Thursday. It's just about the weekend. Weekend Eve. Appreciate you hanging out with us. We'll get you caught up on everything here on the 5 o'clock fire. Hey, also, by the way, coming up later on this hour, we got a giveaway to get to. Make sure you stay tuned and listen throughout this 5 p.m. hour today and all week long on The Drive for a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to this year's Texas Children's Houston Open. Not yet, but it's coming up at some point in this hour, so stay tuned. The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside B. Scott. T. Mills on the steel wheels. He'll have his best bets NCAA Tournament edition coming up a little bit later on. But as we've been talking throughout the afternoon, Rockets fell last night to the Lakers once again at home. They lost twice in a 3-night span at home, losing last night 124-116, dropping them down to essentially the 6th spot. They're just percentage of points ahead of the Nuggets in the Western Conference there. It's trying to stay out of the play-in game. B. Scott, you were in the building. Just what stood out most to you from that loss for the Rockets last night?
Yeah, and most importantly, they lose the tiebreaker against a team that they could very well finish tied with at the end of the season in the Lakers. You know, the Lakers right now are ascending and the Rockets appear to be descending, but it could all land them in a similar place at the end of the day. They could have the same record, and if they do, the Lakers will be the higher seed. So it was a massive loss on regular season standard or by regular season standards last night. Should point that out. But the thing that really stood out to me was just how, in spite of them playing better than they did Monday night, in spite of them having an adjustment to what the Lakers' clear plan was, which is to get the ball out of Kevin Durant's hands, Kevin Durant himself and his teammates both, I thought, responded fairly well to that in this game. In spite of, and you had every single starter score in double figures at a relatively efficient clip. Like the only inefficient guy that you had in there was Tari Eason, and he's kind of his own thing, his own struggles right now. But outside of that, everybody else was pretty decent offensively, just not good enough, man. Like the difference between a team that can just start shooting the ball lights out in the fourth quarter, which is essentially what the Lakers were able to do, especially with Luka really turning it on. He had 30 by the fourth quarter, by the way, and then just added another 10, for a smooth 40-piece. The Rockets did not have that. They also didn't have the three-point shooting to really keep up with the Lakers. I pointed this out. They shot the same amount of threes, 32 threes apiece. The Lakers made 15 of them. The Rockets made 11. And that's just the kind of team that they are. It was this realization of something that I already knew and suspected about the Rockets, was that they just do not shoot the ball well enough overall as a team to really compete with a team that's hot, much less a team that's really good and hot, which I think the Lakers could be if this is what they're going to be, right? If Luka's going to play at a MVP caliber level, and if LeBron's able to dial it up every now and again and be LeBron, and Austin Reeves is, if he's going to be your second or third best player on a given night, you're in pretty good shape. And then if they can figure things out defensively, which they did against the Rockets, and the Rockets unfortunately are a team that makes themselves very easy to defend at times, then yeah, they're going to have the edge over the Rockets. So that's the big standout, is that the Rockets feel like, after the culmination of the 2 games in 3 nights, they feel like the worst of the best teams.
That's why last night was more discouraging for me than Monday night, because they did those good things, as you mentioned. The 5 guys were in double figures, and they did make some adjustments, and yet it still wasn't good enough. Monday night, you watch that game, and you think, well, we can correct some things here and have a better effort. But last night, you watched that game, and I just thought, they're just not as good as the Lakers. And like you said, they're the worst of the good teams, it appears. 8-13, I believe, is the record against top 10 teams in the league. They just haven't played well enough against the better teams, and last night was the latest example. And I tried to lay this out earlier, but, I think a lot of times when you look at those last two games for the Rockets, usually last night's game can be easier to swallow than when you play terribly like you did down the stretch Monday and lose a game. But for me, it was tougher to swallow last night because, as I said, they did a lot of good things, and yet you still come away realizing, but they're still not good enough to beat the Lakers at home. And if they can't do that, who are they going to beat to be able to make a run in the postseason? The homestand continues. They get the Hawks tomorrow night and then the Heat Saturday. So a back-to-back coming up for the Rockets.
We have a liftoff.
5 o'clock fire.
Checking in on March Madness. Arkansas is now up 19 on Hawaii with 9 minutes to go. Some excitement earlier. Duke was down 13 in the second half to number 16 seed Siena. Largest deficit this year for Duke. They end up pulling away and winning by 6 over Siena. The one upset earlier, number 12 High Point beat Wisconsin 83-82. And that's the first ever tournament win in High Point history. Prairie View, A&M last night. Or was that 2 nights ago now? Was that last night?
Last night.
Yeah,
last night.
Okay, I'm mixing up the playing games. Yeah, they upset Lehigh and get their first win and move on to take on the top-seeded Florida. So some historic wins. By the way, would you guess which Power 5 team was the last? Maybe you already saw this, but do you know the Power 5 team that was the last to win a tournament game in program history?
I have no idea.
Which Power 5 team was last on the list for never having a NCAA tournament victory in their program history?
Vanderbilt?
No, not Vanderbilt. It was Nebraska, right? Is that who won today?
Nebraska.
Yeah, Nebraska when they beat Troy. Nebraska became the final Power 5 team to win an NCAA tournament game. They have to have been playing basketball, since the NCAA tournament began.
Yeah.
And finally they got a win.
What a contrast between how Nebraska football was viewed historically, in the past, not recently, but in the past, they were a powerhouse at one point, but clearly at no point were they ever that in basketball.
No.
That shocks me. I wouldn't, and I was even surprised or reluctantly picking Vanderbilt, but I was just trying to think of who could I be thinking of? Nebraska.
Yeah.
Wow. And they get it against Troy?
Yeah, they beat them by 30.
Oh, yeah. Congratulations, I think.
Now, Nebraska previously was 0-8, so this is only their 9th tournament they've ever been in, which also sounds pretty bad. But they get their first ever program victory.
How about High Point winning for an opportunity to face this Arkansas team that look, and I know they just upset Wisconsin, but I feel like that was the high point for High Point.
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll give High Point a shot against Arkansas because it is Coach Cal. I always fade Coach Cal this time of year.
Fair enough.
And we'll see if it happens. This is now 14 straight years that a number 11 seed or worse has won a game in the first 8 tip-offs on opening Thursday. 14 straight years now as High Point got the victory. So congratulations to Prairie View last night, High Point today, and Wisconsin. Or no, Nebraska. Nebraska as the teams that got their first ever tournament victories.
5 o'clock fire.
And we'll talk more about the NCAA tournament coming up in just a little bit, specifically the Houston Cougars as they begin tonight. Shifting over to the NFL, though. The NFL is talking about this. They're considering having a 5-year window to trade draft picks. So you can trade picks, 5 years in advance, somewhat like what we see in the NBA. I don't know if I have a strong opinion on this. I think I might have to think it out. But when you hear this potential rule change, does it hit you a certain way?
Man, hell no. Yes, it hits me a specific way. And hell no to this. As somebody who was a fan of a team, of a reckless trading GM, the whole thing for Texans fans when this came out was, man, could you imagine if Bill O'Brien had the power to make trades 5 years in advance or could trade picks 5 years out? There would have been no future to make up for or to recapture, if you will, once Nick Caserio and, the DeMeco Ryans era comes in. They would have still been dealing with that. if that was even a possibility.
Yeah.
Because there's no question at some point he would have done that. This would hurt bad GMs, and it would not. I don't think it would impact, or maybe positively impact, good GMs, because they would be the ones that would be acquiring the draft picks that are 5 years out, right? So I think to save them from themselves and to save battered fan bases of poor management, that they should stay away from this. And to think that it's the Browns of all teams that are proposing this. The Cleveland Browns, the model for incompetency in the NFL, wants to suggest this. What about what the Browns got going on and how they do business? Thinks that they should be trusted to be able to do this. This is silly. Don't do this. Don't do this for your own sake.
Yeah, I think you're convincing me.
I mean, if you believe in if you're an Eagles fan, like, oh yeah, no, Howie Roseman will cook.
Yeah.
And like, honestly, with Nick, the way he likes to trade draft picks and how he kind of, like, it seems like he kind of obsesses over that, I think he would be good at this. Even still, I'd rather just not. Just in case that the GM that you root for, whatever your team is, that he's bad at it. Root against this.
I think you convinced me in the sense that normally I wouldn't care. Like, it's up to the GM to do a good job, or the team, and don't get fleeced. But in this case, it seems counterintuitive to the NFL's whole idea of, like, parity and allowing the bad teams to draft first and have the easier schedules and the waiver wire. But then now this seems like a change in that power structure where you're going to help the good GMs do an even better job compared to the bad GMs. And like you're saying, it could really throw the Cleveland Browns out of whack, where the one saving grace, other than, I guess, draft order, schedule, the things I mentioned, is also that you get to keep those draft picks down the road. Like, you can't mortgage the entire future. So even when things are dire for, say, the Browns, or they have to go bring a new GM, you're not in total it's not a complete tear down, because you have these draft picks in the future that can help you turn the team around. Now there's a potential to take that away and, like you said, make a Howie Roseman even stronger, so on and so forth. So specifically for the NFL, I think you've convinced me that it'd be better without this, because the NFL has always been about trying to keep everything as even or as equal as possible. And I think if you are able to trade 5 years in advance, that's where you could get that equality out of whack.
Also, from like a consumer standpoint, like, how annoying is it to follow an NBA trade and then find out that the pick is like 4 and 5 years down the road? Like, I like not having to do that in the NFL. Like, I know, okay, you're talking about this year's first or next year's first. You know what I mean? Like, it's something close to now. Imagine, especially with more rounds, too. Like, you got 7 rounds in the NFL. It could be a 6-round pick 5 years from now, and trying to keep track of that. Like, call me lazy, but I want no parts of that as either a fan, consumer, or media person.
That's fair. Yeah, I hate in the NBA where they do these trades years in advance for draft picks.
Like, I can't think that far ahead, man. Can't do it.
And I even hate in the NFL just like the pick swaps. Like, okay, we're going to take their 6, they'll get our 6, but we're also going to get a 4. Like, I don't know.
Look, nothing against people who use spreadsheets to keep track of these types of things, but I shouldn't need a spreadsheet. You should be able to tell me the terms of the deal, and with just like a basic level of intelligence, I should be able to consume it, remember it, and move on. I shouldn't need like a document to figure out which pick this is and which year that is and who swap that is. Like, come on, man. Keep it simple.
Yeah, you convinced me. I don't like this rule.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
5 o'clock fire.
Lastly, opening day is a week from today in Major League Baseball, or at least opening day for the Astros. I believe the first baseball game is next Wednesday. They have this Netflix game, Yankees-Giants. I don't know if there's going to be other games next Wednesday that are standalone. I believe that's a Wednesday. Astros open up their season at home a week from today on Thursday. Hard to believe. And I know this is in October where you have all the sports going on. It's not even June where you have the NBA Finals, NHL Finals, and baseball season going on. But this time of year is pretty nice where you have March Madness and then you have baseball starting up as well. 2 of my favorite things. I like it. But with that said, and this might be better to consume reading it than talking about it on the radio, but the Astros did announce that they renewed their partnership with Evolve Technology Holding, which essentially it's the security when you enter the stadium. So if you are an Astros fan going to games this year, it's supposed to be easier than ever to get through the gates and enter the stadium. And the Astros have become the first team in Major League Baseball to use this new technology in their stadium where it uses AI and it uses this machine to detect concealed threats within bags in real time. So I don't think they have to do the bag checks anymore. You can walk through a machine, and it's almost like a TSA line.
Yeah.
And it's going to detect it. So if you're an Astros fan, I guess this is good news. It might be easier to get into the ballpark this year.
Yeah, so no emptying your pockets, don't have to empty your bag. Is it pessimistic, or what does it say about me that I wonder if they got this technology to be able to figure out all of that other type of stuff? What else is it that they can see about you when you walk through? What else are they checking for when you walk through for the ballpark? Yeah. Not to have like a dirty mind.
That's right.
But if you can figure all of that out, safe to say it ain't no mystery here once I walk in.
Yeah, the guy,
privacy
security guy. Yeah, his poor wife.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. I just came to watch a baseball game, and now I got to be judged by the damn Dyken Park staff.
That's right. That's true. That's a good point.
I don't know about that.
In case you're wondering like what the difference is, it sounds like an airport. The difference here is that it also doesn't require people to look at the machine. So when you're at an airport, there's somebody sitting there watching the x-rays. This is all like automated with AI and whatnot, and I guess it would only let you know if there is a problem. It's also supposed to be more accurate, which is sad for the humans that are working at TSA, that this machine will be able to do it more accurately.
Hey, look, somebody looking. We can AI everything we want, but somebody is behind it. Somebody knows what everything says and looks like. I'm convinced.
Yeah,
there is an Oz somewhere.
Yeah,
I'm sure of it.
Big brother.
Yeah, got to be.
Yeah, I don't disagree. So if you are going to Astros games this year, it's going to be a little bit different to get in, but it's supposed to be smoother to get into the ballpark. By the way, last year, it was last year when I went to a game and they did like this change where you got to use like the ballpark app or something, or there's only a specific entrance to get in for certain people if you're in like some membership club. Anyways, it was such a pain. So I hope it's smoother this year. I was really annoyed last year trying to get into that ballpark, and I had to download like an app or something, whatever it was. It was a pain. So now they'll be able to x-ray you and see everything you got going on. That's 5 o'clock fire. Coming up with the NCAA tournament rolling on, Houston gets underway this evening. What are the realistic chances that Houston can get it done, win a championship this year? We'll talk about it next. It's The Drive.
The Texans made another move to solidify the offensive line. Former Browns guard Wyatt Teller.
2222.
H-Town Postgame is live on Sports Radio 610. Join us following every weeknight baseball and basketball game with Area 45. Instant reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by base power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
What's Houston's chances of actually winning the national championship this year? With March Madness fully getting underway today. It is The Drive. The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside B. Scott. T-Mill on the steel wheels. We'll get to his best bets here in just a few moments. Stay tuned. And you can always join the conversation as well. 713-572-4610 to text the show. And the NCAA tournament, for all intents and purposes, beginning today. Arkansas dribbling out the clock. They're about to beat Hawaii 95-78. So, as I've mentioned a few times here on the show today, and a lot has been made about Hawaii this year. Part of the reason why they were so successful is because of their unique defense. Well, they've allowed 97 points today. So much for that defense against an SEC team. But as we look at this tournament, Houston gets underway tonight against Idaho?
Yeah, Idaho.
After 9 p.m.? Is that right? Is that
yeah,
the tip time?
Idaho.
I mean, you had to know that was coming from Tyler.
Sorry.
But yes.
Should have suspected.
Yes, a 9-10 start. So you might be the hoe for having to stay up that damn late to watch the game.
Yeah.
Is Idaho or Idaho?
Houston's favored, I think, by like 32, so it's not gonna be a good game. But what are the chances as Houston starts their run? How good of a chance would you give them to actually finish it off this year, go win a national championship?
I don't love it.
No?
I'm just being real with it now. I'm rooting for it. I want them to realize all of their, especially how close they came last year, getting to the championship game, the moment that they had in the Final Four, beating Duke. I mean, it's hard not to root for their success given how successful they've been. So it's hard not to root for their continued success given how successful they've been over the last decade or so, and especially given how close they were last season. But I suspect that their best chance to win it, so far at least, we'll see what happens next year, but just so far throughout this run that the Cougars have had under Kelvin Sampson, it felt like last year was their best chance to win it, both for the team that they had and for the field that they were going up against. But what's going on with this U of H team this year, at least from where I sit, is that they added a player in Kingston Flemings, their freshman point guard, that is better than any player that they've had during this run, but they somehow don't feel like as good of a team overall, even despite having added that player and having a lot of the same pieces that made them a good team before, right? So, you know, you sub LJ Cryer, you sub Kingston Flemings for LJ Cryer, and I feel like that's an upgrade. So now your backcourt is, you know, instead of LJ Cryer and Milo Shuzan and Emmanuel Sharp, now it's Kingston Flemings, Milo Shuzan and Emmanuel Sharp. And to me, that's better. But what don't they have? They don't have that reliable post option that they can just dump the ball down to Jawan Roberts and get an easy two whenever they need it, almost automatically. They don't have that anymore. For as talented as Chris Sinak Jr. is, and for as much heart as JoJo Tugler has, they are not just that same type of reliable offensive option. And then also the defense is still really, really good, but I don't feel like even that is as good as it used to be or as good as it has been in the past. And so they are better on the top end or at the top end because they have a better player on the team, but they are missing something that they used to have that I thought made them great. And then on top of that, the field is better. So, and I think that might matter even more than all the stuff that I just listed and named. But when you look at their side of the bracket, I mean, I think they're going to beat Idaho, but they could easily get tripped up against St. Mary's or Texas A&M, whoever wins that game tonight, right? They could easily get tripped up. I'm assuming Illinois is going to beat Penn, but they could easily get tripped up in that game. They could lose to North Carolina in the Sweet 16. Like the Elite Eight itself is not a given, And then once you get there, you're assuming that I guess Florida's going to be the one that's waiting for you on the other side. Are we sure that the Cougs can just for sure beat Florida, even if they get to the Elite Eight to get to the Final Four? Like, all of those things happening together, sure, they could happen. Would I bet on it? Am I confident in it? Got a tough time saying yeah.
Yeah, so I'm with you in the first part in that after that game, and I was fortunate enough to be there in person last year, and I thought, like, this was their chance. They're not coming back from this. And actually, credit to them. Houston has played better and has been better this year than I was anticipating. And I wouldn't have guessed that I would have given them as good of an opportunity in the tournament when we got to the tournament as I would currently. But they are the 2 seed in the South. Like you said, 3 is Illinois. They have Florida. That's where, not that it makes a difference. I don't know anything anyways, but I have Houston going out against Florida in the Elite Eight. I don't know if they could get by the Gators this year if they get to that point. But I will say, for Cougar fans, I have used this algorithm now for a number of years, and the champion has come from this group every year for a number of years, and Houston is part of the 6 teams. I think the national champion this year will be one of 6 teams: Duke, Iowa State, Houston, Florida, UConn, or Virginia. And you have to check certain boxes. For example, the last 29 national champions have all been from the eastern half of the country, which Houston checks. The Big Ten has not won a national title in 26 years, and the last time they won, Michigan State, that was even a surprise at the turn of the century. So you exclude like a Michigan and a Michigan State this year. The last 24 champions have all been top 40 in offense and top 20 in defense, which Houston is. And the last 41 champions have made it to at least the semifinals of their conference tournament. So if you check those boxes, that has led to our national champions 24 straight years have checked those 4 boxes.
And how many teams other than U of H do you say check these boxes?
5 others.
Okay.
Duke, Iowa State, Florida, UConn, Virginia, and then Houston. But Florida is one of those teams as well, which, of course, is in their bracket.
Right.
So I would tell you, because history has told us the last 24 years it's worked out, the champion would be one of those 6 teams. So you have a 17% chance that Houston's one of those 6 teams. And that's why I have some confidence in Houston, but also, like I said, I don't think they can beat Florida. I have them going out in the Elite Eight.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide if I'd rather them put everybody out of their misery before they get to Florida, or what would it be like for that to be the way it ends?
Yeah, once again.
Or the team that it ends against 2 years in a row. And then of course this time short of, a couple of games short of the national championship.
Yeah, that would be tough. Of course, we ran a little long. I always say I'm Matt Eberflus when it comes to the clock management.
Whoops.
But Tyler, we have time for your best bets here?
Yeah, I'll give them to the people real quick.
All right, let's do it.
All right, like I said yesterday, we are switching over to action in this tournament, March Madness, the NCAA tournament going on. All action, these 4 picks for your best bets today. They're all tipping off after we sign off, so after 6 p.m. So you should be good to lock them in if you want to do that. Tail these 4 picks. First, BYU taking on the Burnt Orange, the Longhorns. I got BYU minus 2.5 as they square off with Texas. Next, we have a Texas bet. We got to have my Aggies in there. You people know this. The 10-seeded Aggies plus 4 as they take on the number 7 seed St. Mary's. It's honestly a horrendous matchup for the style of play the Aggies have, but I think they can at least lose by 4 or less. So we'll see. Texas A&M St. Mary's within that same game. I'm on the over 148.5 points in that game. And then an under to round things out. Your 4th and final best bet today is the 9-seed St. Louis squad taking on number 8 Georgia, under 168.5 points in that one. That number to me just entirely too big. Under 168.5 St. Louis, Georgia. Those are your 4 best bets. Let's get it.
Yeah, I like the last one. I totally agree with you.
That number's huge, right?
That number is ridiculous.
I couldn't believe it when I saw it on my betting side. I was like, what?
That should be easy money for you. That if I had to recommend anybody, tell a bet that you got, that would be the one. That's a good one.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, too, because I bet the under for first half and full game for every conference tournament game and every, at least first round NCAA tournament.
Ooh, I like that out of you, Luke.
Yeah.
Would that have worked in this past one?
Well,
that
I was going to say, it's usually pretty good. It was actually over 60% in the conference tournaments, but today I just checked now. Oh, it's a losing proposition today so far, so we'll see. I think it's like 8 and 10 right now, something like that, for first half and full game. But anyways. St. Louis and Georgia, they're going to turn it around. They'll hit the under. That's
right.
Under 168.5. That is a big number. If you missed them, or if you want to hear them again, whatever, head over to Twitter at TMillRealDeal. Find the list there for Tyler's best bets today. And hopefully we can all cash some tickets. Coming up, we'll put a wrap on things for this Thursday. We also have some tickets to give away. We'll do that in a little bit. But one Rockets legend thinks the Rockets are still contenders. How big of contenders are the Rockets truly at this point? We'll talk about it next. It's The Drive.
The Rockets' recent by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The fellows are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside B. Scott here on The Drive as we put a bow on things for this Thursday. Appreciate you hanging with us. And we got some tickets to give away. Texas Children's Houston Open giveaway. Appreciate you hanging around and waiting. Caller number 5 right now, 713-572-4610, wins a 4-pack of tickets to this year's Texas Children's Houston Open. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. You get yourself a 4-pack of tickets to the Texas Children's Houston Open. Good luck. And appreciate you listening, waiting, hanging out with us here on this Thursday. Those golf events are always fun. Hey, before we go this afternoon, we've been talking a lot about the Rockets throughout today after that latest loss to the Lakers last night and, you know, how bad of a loss it was for the seeding and all that sort of stuff. How much of a contender could this Rockets team truly be? And I know everyone's down, and rightfully so, on the Rockets. You know, it's funny. I was talking about this with the Crosstalk yesterday where as the guys from In the Loop were wrapping up and they were looking ahead to the game last night and talking about how, you know, the Rockets, I think even J-Lo was saying, like, I don't give them a chance. They don't have a chance. And they were favored by 1.5, and yet everyone saw, like, there's no way they're winning this game. And obviously they didn't win, so all the pessimistic fans proved to be right.
We watch them too much, man. Yeah. We watch them too damn much.
It's true. No better than even Vegas for once. But before we get to the audio, just where would you be right now in this Rockets team? I think you even, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it seemed like earlier you don't expect even a playoff series win at this point, right?
Yeah, so I want to take this question more seriously than the co-host of my podcast did earlier in the week when I did the Rockets Collective, which y'all can check out on YouTube. We do that every week. Do that with Brado and Will and Lashard Binkley at Sports Illustrated. He appears, he also does the Rockets Fuel podcast, but he appears on Area 45 from time to time at night with some live and timely Rockets reports. But when I threw this question out there on the podcast, they all looked at me like I had, you know, 2 heads or 3 eyes or something like that. Like it was, they were like, what are you even talking about? And we even had to change the question because they all thought it was that the notion of them being a contender was so absurd that we had to dumb down the question a little bit, all the way down to can they get out of the first round, which is why by the time you got to me today, that's the way I was talking, because we're not even just like having that conversation anymore. Contender status is long gone at this point, unless something drastic changes, right? Like something over these next 14 games, and perhaps in that first round that I'm predicting them to lose now, would have to change so drastically for me to view them as a team that is anything close to a contender. I mean, we just talked about them being the worst of the good teams just in one conference alone. That's not to speak of if they were to somehow to make it to the finals, like what's on the other side in the Eastern Conference. And we know Cade Cunningham has a collapsed lung, and the teams in the East are all flawed from Cleveland to Boston. Well, we actually have seen Boston. They seem to just like not die and refuse to die. But Cleveland, Boston, the Knicks, I mentioned Detroit, like all of those teams, I feel like I trust at least as much, if not more, than the Rockets. And so now I've counted no less than, I don't know, 8 to 10 teams that I trust just as much, if not more, than the Rockets. The field is too crowded, and the Rockets themselves are not trustworthy. And it's a shame. I'll say this, going into the year, even with the Fred VanVleet injury, now that's before the Steven Adams injury, but even with the Fred VanVleet injury, I thought their ceiling was still conference finals. Yeah. I thought contender as an actual championship, or as an actual champion, or even a participant in that game. I thought they could win at least 2 playoff series and appear in the conference finals before we got the information that we've gotten from the actual regular season playing itself out. So that's the drastic difference from how I was talking at the beginning of the season. Not viewing them as a championship contender, but at least as one of the few teams that could appear in the Western Conference Finals. I no longer believe them to be that. They are likely one and done, depending on the matchup, but likely one and done for me in the playoffs.
I'm the same with you. In every facet, I was originally same idea of conference finals was their ceiling, and that would have been a success. And now I feel like Jim Mora, except instead of playoffs, instead of championship, I just want to win a series. Yeah. At this rate, instead of playoffs, I just want to win a game.
Playoffs?
Oh, there you go. Quick fingers back there. By the way, congratulations to Jude from Klein, Texas, for winning that 4-pack of tickets. Tyler must have loved. He could have said, "Hey Jude" from his favorite band.
Well, freaking played, dude.
From his beloved John Lennon and the Beatles.
Overrated.
Yeah, okay. All right. By the way, getting back to overrated and the Houston Rockets, one Rocket legend, at least for a moment, felt pretty good about the Rockets' chances still nonetheless. This was Carmelo Anthony on, what's he on, Peacock? NBC and Peacock?
Yep.
Here was Carmelo earlier this week talking about the Rockets and the outlook.
You're essentially saying Houston, Minnesota can make it to the Western Conference Finals.
Yes.
You say so? Houston,
they can.
Houston.
Yes.
Oh my God.
They can.
With no point guard.
They can.
No point guard, Mel.
Yeah, because we got a matchup now. It's about matchups. Who we matching up with?
Okay.
At the end of the season, if you're saying Houston is going to be,
let's start with the first matchup. They got to get past the Nuggets.
They have who? Houston?
Yeah. Let's start with the first matchup.
I'm trying to hold my guys down over there in Houston. But that's a tough.
For a moment, Carmelo was positive on the Rockets until he actually thought about it, laid it out, and realized, oh, wait, no, never mind.
And I would like to hear from him the matchup that he likes. What's the matchup that he likes? Because there was a time when you could have convinced me or sold me on the matchup against the Lakers, the Timberwolves, the Spurs before we realize exactly how good they are. But I don't like any of the matchups that I'm looking at, right? A 1-8, so obviously there's not going to be a 1-8 matchup for them. So, but if they were to match up with the Thunder, obviously I wouldn't like that.
No.
That's a theoretical nightmare. But we don't have to worry about that. Right now, they're in the 4-5 matchup, and they're on the 5 side of it, so they would be the road team. They would not have the home court advantage in that. But that's against Minnesota. That's probably their most favorable matchup.
I think so.
But I can't say that I love that matchup. They're kind of similar teams, but with one of the teams has a better, younger, and more clear superstar and MVP type of player in Anthony Edwards. But they're both long, athletic teams that get after it defensively. But I trust Anthony Edwards to figure things out at the end of games better than I do the Rockets and what they got going on. A 3-6 matchup, if they were to face right now, that's the Lakers and the Nuggets. Put the Rockets in either one of those spots. You like them against the Lakers after what you saw this week?
No, sir.
Do you like them against the Nuggets after what you saw a week plus ago?
No, I feel even worse about that.
So that just leaves